just can't get into all of them, you know. So, look at comparison with Mike Tyson on the round back to the he's a dominator. And you know, if anybody gets caught the nerves, it's just an accomplishment. But other than that, to be a co-main event at UFC 184 and it's two more ladies on top of Ronda Rousey and Catherine Dow, yeah, that's what gets me excited about.
That card needs one more fight. Something that has to be added. It's not gonna. That's not the card. Vior's got to step up. Somebody's got to step up. I know Gerard Musashi wanted. That's a good fight for him. I heard that he wanted to fight Mark Munoz or some shit. I mean, that, you know, who the fuck knows? But no, it's time. They got to add something else to that card. I agree with you there. But no, am I a fan of Ronda Rousey? Am I a fan of Katzengano? Kind of. Misha Tate I like. The wrestler she fought I like. There's a couple girls, I don't really know their names, but they're okay to watch. They're in the ballpark. And I know people enjoy it. And listen, man, it's the fucking future. You know, Hunger Games got bitches crazy. They started sharpening their knives, throwing away the frying pans, and getting back out there, smacking hoes, like old school and shit. I don't know. I really, George, you know, it's not bad. I can't lie to you that the other night I wasn't entertained watching Misha Tate against that wrestler. You let that wrestler throw those punches.
Yeah, that was one of the better fights of the board. I enjoyed it too.
Yeah, she's like a kid.
LA, I'm just disappointed, man. I thought they won the bullet for instead of UFC, but
I think that what they need to do with the women is do like, you know, Katzengano's got a kid, died. My heart goes out to her and her family, and you know, these women have stories. You know, I remember seeing Alexander, that little Godzilla, Black Alexander. What was his name? Remember, what was the black kid that was in the UFC for like 5 fights?
Houston Alexander?
Houston Alexander. I saw Houston Alexander the first time. He knocked the motherfucker out in 10 seconds, knocked his mouthpiece out. Came out again, Godzilla, another motherfucker. But it wasn't until one night I was watching something. They raised his 6 kids by himself. He trained in the middle of the night. Had to get up in the middle of the night, eat breakfast, and sleep only 6 hours. And I fell in love with the guy. Every time I see the guy, I give him a hug. And these women, they're moms. A lot of these women have interesting stories. Now those little wiry ones that won the Ultimate Fighter, those bitches are crazy. Them bitches had 2 choices. The Ultimate Fighter or prison. You either see that bitch on Spike, or you can see that bitch on MSNBC on Friday night during those prison shows. You know which ones I'm talking about. Those little lightweight ones, they look a little crazier.
Yeah, but dollars, man. Some good ones.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this woman thing goes, with this MMA goes. I'm really interested to see this. It's
how about you, Lee?
Yeah, I agree. I like it. I think it's kind of the issue they're having with having too many fights is they have to have, there's less of a stock of women fighters, so it makes it even more noticeable when it's a bad fight.
I mean, and everybody's watching those fights. Listen, let me tell you something. I can't wait till they have those helmets that they put on people and let you know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Okay? If you took a UFC in Vegas and the way you gave them a helmet, and you said everybody put the helmet on during the women fighting, if there's 18,000 people in that arena, 16,500 are waiting in their mind for something to pop out. They all want a fucking costume malfunction.
Yeah.
If Misha Tate gets somebody in a fucking headlock and one of those tits pop out, oh my fucking God. Oh, on Fox Television, on Fox Sports. Oh my fucking God. That would be tremendous. So don't tell me every man is sitting there at that thing going, if Misha Tate's fucking cheek popped out of her ass right now, how good would this be? Everybody's waiting for, you know, some of the positions, you're waiting for that monkey to pop out of the fucking short. I mean, don't lie to me, George. You sat there and you said, oh my God, what if the thing popped out right now? Just for a split second. That just shoots through your mind. Like, remember in the 70s when you went to the movie theater? During the commercials, or during the movie theater, Coca-Cola would slip commercials in there, and you'd see them subliminally, and you get thirsty for Coca-Cola. Same thing. It's just thoughts that shoot through your mind. What if the kid fell out? What if?
You know what's happened a couple of times with Rousey?
Yeah, no, everybody's waiting for that, and that's the other reason why men love that shit. Men love that. Listen, retarded men love that shit. To see 2 women fighting Jello and shit on Wednesday night, your local bar. I never liked that Hot fucking bikini contest. I don't give a fuck. If her monkey's out, then I'm there. But if she got a bikini on, that's why I don't go to Hooters. I'm gonna go to Hooters and eat the fucking people with bikinis on. Take that bottom off. Show me that stinky ass. I want to smell that fucking rotten muffin when I'm eating that wing. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Hooters and their stockings and shit. I love you, George. Thank you for calling in. You're a bad motherfucker. You always give me great insight. Listen to George on MMA Junkie. How many times a week? Every day, correct?
Yeah, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Practice on Sirius XM Channel 92. And now you can listen to us on the internet, www.animejunkie.com/radio. If you're ever in Vegas, stop on by and pay to visit Weapon, Mandalay Bay, Racing Sports. So thanks, guys, for having me on the show, man. Follow the block.
I love you. The studio's ready?
Studio's ready, man. So you guys come on down.
I'll be there Memorial Day weekend. I'll be there Memorial Day weekend. I'm coming a day early. No, Thursday and Friday.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you,
buddy. Thank you, Mike. What the fuck, Lee? Let me give some shout out to this motherfucker. We gotta talk about something very important. Alan Graham, Casey Schmidt, you German motherfucker, your little buddy there. I finally found your letter. I had it in the back pocket. I took it out. That's why I don't give me shit at shows now. Noah Pastor, Harry Henderson, Brian Nelson, Jose Perez, Jay Gummy, and Ookie Spooky, you sexy motherfucker. I'll see you next week in Austin. What's up, Lee? We got to discuss something here with the church. I just got to shoot this, Doug. Let me talk to you people about something. I don't want to bring you people down, but let's get this on the table right now. We've had 2 call-in shows. Great. I fucked up because I didn't put on time. You know, I love when I go to these fucking comedy shows. After the show, we get to talk a little bit. And there's only 6 or 7 motherfuckers that pull me aside. They say that me and Lee or whatever changed their life. You know, my story about prison or whatever the fuck they say. And it's kind of creepy when you're after a show, you know? Especially when a man's looking you in the eye and saying that you helped them out. It's fucking creepy as shit. You don't even know this fucking guy. You know, you listen to the podcast, and maybe you take something from what I said. Hey, you ain't creepy? Whatever, Lee. You know, I pull you aside and I go, hey, man, I did time. Whatever, people talk to you. Sometimes it just seems off color. I know where they're coming from. And then I do emails, and people go, listen, you inspired me to do this or whatever. And I appreciate it. And then when we do the call-in show, people call up and go, hey, man, we really did what you did, blah, 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 you know, whatever. When my father was dying, you were there. And something about your funeral. Here we go. Fucking the Fast and the Furious. I got the Chinese and the fucking Polacks tonight. I'm going to tell you something, guys. That's all great, man. We help you out, maybe a story, or I help you relate. I just want you guys to know that you guys help me. I have a notebook. When I get back from the road, it's just a special notebook that I open up and it'll say 2-2 to 2-8. You know, and that's the week, one day to the following Sunday. And I write Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I write what I have to do. Monday I do a podcast. On Wednesday I do a podcast. Monday I go to jiu-jitsu. Wednesday I go to jiu-jitsu. Thursday I take a flight, you know, 1:45 on Tuesday I got documentary. And then as the schedule comes in, I write around it. So when people call me, so when I wake up on Monday, I know exactly what I have to do. But then I have side things. Like I have to call Kyle to write my shirt, so I write Kyle. I have to go get blood out. Take blood out for his knee. I'll go write blood on the corner. I'll put my goal for the week to work out. 2 weights, or I'll put 2 bikes and 2 jiu-jitsu. And then I'll put Jackie. And that's my daughter's name. And I've been doing this for about a year. Every week, that's my other daughter, 25-year-old. And every week, that's how I start my week. And by the time I leave on Thursday, I always check off all the shit I'm supposed to do. Like today, it said doctor 10 o'clock, 11 a.m. jiu-jitsu. It said David Foley was supposed to meet our friend David Foley from whatever. I erased it and it said 8 p.m. podcast. That's my day. But some part of the day, sometimes I have to call somebody in there. But my goal for the week was always to call my daughter. I'm not lying to you guys. And I told my wife, I showed her a notebook. I go, look at this. Every fucking goal this week for the last year has been to call my daughter every week. I say that to myself. I call my daughter. I call my daughter. I call my daughter. Well, this week, yesterday, she turned 25 years old. And I wasn't even thinking about it. My friend Luke called me on Monday. How you doing? I said, happy birthday. Because it's Luke's birthday also. The 3rd of February. So he was born the same day as my daughter's. So we did the call-in show Monday night. And it was on my mind Monday. I thought about calling. I've been thinking about it. I thought about picking up the phone at a couple of hotels because they wouldn't see the incoming call. And they would pick it up. And I would go, hi, this is Joey Diaz. And I talked to Jack and I would catch him off guard. So yesterday I woke up and I had to do something in the morning. And then I had to go to daycare with my wife and Terry to look at daycare. So we walked to the daycare. And midway there, Terry goes, what's going on? I can see the smoke coming out of your ears. And I didn't say anything about it. I'm just thinking about it. I gotta put Mercy in a fucking daycare, she's broke, But what I was doing, then I went to the daycare. I went to the daycare, Jack. I used to walk to the daycare. I used to be a room there. So the daycare was up the corner. So while I was at that daycare, I started thinking about my daughter. She had to get that bigger. So I told her to try to get back to the daycare. So I left there yesterday. My goal was to go home and call back. And I got high, called to get the heaven stay. And I woke up and I sat up at the computer and I went to fuck out to the shower. I got dressed. I went to the Reach. I went to the Reach ETC. I bought a fucking sugar-free coffee. I sat down. I opened my notebook. And to top it off, the chapter that I'm writing right now, I'm trying to write for this book, is about me walking away. Hey guys, you have to check out this e-bike. This is 2 flies. I was going to war with them, but the only thing that was keeping me alive was comedy. It was the first time in my life I was making strides. Then I realized the truth. And that's when I told you the truth of the matter was that they yanked this little girl. They yanked it with the cost of attorneys. And I was looking at it, and I was only get her on Wednesdays, 2 to 7, and every other Sunday, 2 to 7. And basically, they yanked it from me, but they yanked it from me in a legal way. And the beauty of it was that they laughed in my face. When I always talk about the kiss of death on things coming back, but let me tell you something. It was the way when we giggled here, I robbed somebody and I giggled about it. It was done to me. It was done to me. This is why I know all about this is that, and this is one of those stories that they yanked me. They fucked me up the ass. When somebody fucks you up the ass and they steal something from you, and you see them every day. You ever get into a fist fight with somebody and they break your nose? You guys shake hands, and you never really remember. You never really forgot that fucking broken nose. One of these nights. We're going to get drunk. I'm going to break his fucking head for him breaking my nose. It's one of those things. I never really forgot the pain. I never really forgot what I went through. The embarrassment of somebody taking something. Yeah, I can tell you guys that, they're going to yank it from me, and I was going to lose my mind and fucking stab somebody.
What's your name?
So I said, let me go do
Can I see if you have? Hey,
but it's like there's a comedy. I gotta do something in my life to make it work. And that's the only way I can do that. And I was going to get those things trying to thank you all just do better, just to stay alive. I'm here for that. So yesterday, I was at a coffee shop until 6 o'clock. And I called him. What you mean? It ain't real. Nope. I said, this is Joey Diaz.
How you gonna
Jackie's birthday. It's his birthday. Yes, I said, happy birthday. I love you. I don't know what happened. Use that fire. See if we can make this happen. This is my number. 823. My number.
Web 2 to
And I said, if she doesn't want to call, that's fine too. I just know that's this fucking call.
Little scam line.
I tell you what, I lost 80 fucking pounds in my heart. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was amazing. I went to that Laugh Factory last night, and I tore that room in half. And then we were still tore that fucking room in half. And that I just changed dramatically. And it's not something I did, it's something that you guys did. You know why? Because you guys keep me in check. Because if I'm gonna talk this shit, I talk. I gotta fucking back it up. So, in my life right now, I took care of all my loose ends. And it's because of the church. So we're even, motherfuckers. Don't ever come up to me again at that first show and tell me that helped me get your life together. And that me and Lee got you off track because we're even. I would have never done this. But I knew that I had to do this for you guys. I fucking called. And you know what? They didn't call back. And guess what? I don't give a fuck, guys. I went ahead and I called. They're probably sitting around scratching their fucking heads going, what the fuck is our next move? You know what the next move is? To just move on with their life and do what they think is best.
Do you think she even heard the message?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't care. It's like I made my move, you know what I'm saying? I think that a lot of things are changing my life just because of me making that call. For a long time, I was very scared.
How long did it take you to do it? How long has it been?
I've been trying for a year, probably 18 months to make a call. And the deeper I got into you guys, I knew how to make that call. So I just started by writing my name on the side of the page and looking at it on my schedule every day. So every day when I load my schedule, I see Tuesday I have to acupuncture, I have to drive to Terry here, I gotta meet with this guy from Disney. And in the corner, I would see what X's have been up, I would always be jacking. And every week, there's two things. I still haven't gone for a blood test either. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'll probably do that next week. Now that I got this out.
Probably.
You know what I'm saying? It's fucking that blood test. Motherfucker. Feeling good tonight. It's a beautiful Wednesday night to be alive, man. I took a big weight off my chest and my shoulders when I made that call.
How stressful was it when you went to phone for him? Was your heart racing?
It was fucking horrid. It really was horrid. I don't like those people, guys. I don't like those people at all. I don't like getting them. I learned a big lesson with them. I learned how I felt when I robbed people. They robbed me. They did something big for me. And I'm going to tell you something. When I die and I go to heaven, purgatory, and I see my mother, she's going to give me a kiss, and she's going to give me a hug, and she's going to look at me, she goes, I can't believe you let those fucking motherfuckers live. Because I know the blood we have is the Valdez blood. That's like, when I even think about it, lately, I want to get on a plane and parachute out where they live and just walk the fucking house. But I can't. I have responsibilities to you guys. I have responsibility to my wife. I have responsibility to my daughter. So that's my heart because they really, really, really did get over on me. They really got over on me. And you know the pain. And it's not somebody, a random person. It's somebody you had a relationship with at one time. It's somebody that you shared stuff with. It's somebody that, you know, it was a bond. All right, we broke up. We don't get along. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. It's over. They kicked me when I was down. And they even took my dog. Who takes your fucking dog? They took my dog. That's fucking well, give me back my fucking dog. Like they were like antagonizing me. So part of me to this day feels like a fucking pussy and I'm fucking them up. But I wouldn't put anybody in jail. I don't belong in fucking jail. So I just want to thank you guys for keeping me in check and making me think at least in that direction that I had to do this. When I went to the church, I was
That's awesome. That's really cool. I mean, it's did it happen because it was her birthday or was it your birthday?
It was because it was her 25th birthday. Yeah, 25th birthday. What the fuck? We probably haven't spoken in fucking 10 years. What the fuck, man? It's that time. I've gotten 1,000 emails people in the church telling me about that. And they knew. I always knew they were correct. I never felt out of line. I always knew that they were correct in what they were. There were a couple of people that were assholes about it, you know. But I did it, and that's it. That's what the church is all about. You know what, man? You take baby steps. Whatever it takes, you can always work for that fucking goal. That's all I ever fucking do. Just working towards that goal a little bit. So, what do you got planned this week?
I'll tell you that.
We
No.
on Friday.
We don't have any plans yet.
Keep it loose this weekend. Fucking Chinese restaurants in Hong Kong Village.
What's wrong with Hong Kong Village?
Nothing. Just we got exotic. What about Saturday now? What do you think?
We don't have any plans yet. We're gonna figure some stuff out.
You guys like a hit cup or you Uber. You take an Uber.
Every once in a while, yeah. It's cheap. It's cheap as fuck.
So what do you do the rest of the night? I don't have a spot in the store.
Oh my god.
I got the college
This 1.5 star thing is not good for talking.
Yes, it is. It was beautiful. You're just uptight. I don't know what the fuck you're uptight about. I'm trying to take the stick out of your ass. It's a beautiful night to be alive. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay loose. You blue shirt on. Your hair looks nice. What the fuck? You go home, you're panic. I've been trying to tell this guy
I'm not panicking.
that he has anxiety, but when he takes the edible, he realizes why. He goes home.
No, I have anxiety when you come into the office. And you always come in, you're like praying room when you come in, so there's a different entrance. And then you have a little backpack. And you go, you have like, it's like a gift backpack from the show. It has like 34 pockets of you. You just keep going, you go through tubes, you pop the tube, you pull a different bag. And then it's just, I just see all your like, you're just pulling the money like you laugh, you just look up and smile. It's like the creepiest thing. I know, it was like 18 zippers and
glasses, backup glasses, lighters, backup lighters, rolling papers. I think I got a syringe like Rambo. I got fucking nose spray. I got everything. I got fucking. I don't know who.
I don't know what to think about steroids in sports. I guess it's cheating, but at some point, could they just let people do whatever they wanted, and because it seems like they're doing it anyways? I don't know how I feel as a fan.
Listen, I already ruled it. That fucking steroids saved baseball. At that time, I wasn't watching baseball.
Like Sammy Sosa, McGuire, and stuff.
But they were having that baseball race. What the fuck they were doing. I wasn't involved with it. I didn't really wasn't paying attention. You know, in football, what do you want to see? You want to see heads. You want to see people blasting each other. Now you can't do the helmet. The helmet's no more. They have a lot of restrictions and whatnot. But still, I mean, I don't know. It's like a hypocritical type thing. It's like a dude with
especially with the NFL, because they sell pictures of the hits, and they used to have like DVDs of the best hits, and now all of a sudden they care. It's like the same thing we were talking about with the UFC, it's all about money. You know, they say they care, but they really don't.
Nobody cares. You don't see James Bond
No.
You never saw this movie.
No.
Oh my God. It's a pretty good fucking movie. You know what's a good fucking movie I haven't seen? The hell's it on? You know what's a funny ass movie? Bullets over Broadway. See if they got something on Bullets over fucking Broadway. Oh, we looking it up. Let me give a shout out to my sponsors here. On it, always fucking rocking it with the Shroom Tech. I took some Alpha Brains today. I went down to fucking to Jiu-Jitsu down there with Hingham Machado. I also blasted a little Shroom Tech sport. I did well today. You know, I breathed heavy. I had to get up and fucking go outside and breathe. But I still lasted a couple fucking sparring sessions. Also, a shout out to Iron Dragon TV. I love them. The best thing about these guys is like Honor. Honor is simple. You go to honor.com, you look around, you see what they got. I can't get you 10% off on the weights and the ropes and stuff like that. But I get you 10% off on the minerals and vitamins, all right? So you go to honor.com, go try it with the Alpha Brain. Get the smaller size, boom, 10% off. Gets delivered right to your fucking house. Go on the cycle of it. I guarantee you'll love it. Not you get your money back guarantee. But to do that, you go to the honor box and press enter. Oh shit, CHURCH. Get 10% off. You also have to stay on the program. You can't fucking lose this. I'm telling you right now. Look at me. I'm feeling good. My mind is clicking. That's because of the Alpha Brain. I went back on it. Will I bullshit you? No. I like it. Again, right here. My main man, Dave Foley. Iron Dragon TV, fucking around the house. Classic martial arts. Classic martial arts. You understand me? The Hitman series. Well, Jackie Chan. Early Jackie Chan. When he was working for fucking non-union with Puerto Ricans with suntans and Scott tape on their eyes. Listen, deep and shit. He ain't fucking around. All those type of film genres. If you like classic martial art films, if you like martial art films at all, go to IronDragonTV.com. They're gonna rock your fucking world. You're gonna love what they have. Go to IronDragonTV.com. They got a box. Press in.
Joey.
Oh shit. Shit, 2 free movies. These people don't fuck around. This is Dan Attack. They're the same people who sponsor Tim Kennedy and another UFC fighter. I love Dave Fallon. I'll beat him tomorrow. I'm telling you, go to Iron Dragon TV if you like classic martial art films. Tell a friend. Give them the fucking, what they put in the box? Jelly. Boom, there you go. They get 2 free movies. They get the party started. You're sitting there with those same karate fucking rotten up. You get a mold under your nutsack. You gotta scratch. You can't even scratch the second time. You gotta go to the bathroom in front of your mother. Why are you doing that to yourself? Do yourself a favor. Go to MDs.com. You got a tremendous selection of shorts, those little tight boxer shorts. Why are you wearing those fucking white cotton shorts with skid marks in them? MeUndies has tremendous underwear, men and women's. It's tremendous. The cotton is something that you've never had. I have my fucking pair on right now. They're floating on my nutsack. Something that you've never worn before. You understand me? It takes the heat and the sweat away from your nutsack. If you wear MeUndies, I wear MeUndies to jiu-jitsu all the time. You know why? Comfort. Your nutsack don't pop out. It's a tremendous feeling. Why am I telling you? Listen, go to MeUndies.com. Look at what they have. Start with 1 pair. I ain't fucking around. Start with 1 pair. Go to the box and press in. Joey. Get 20% off your first order. Plus, right?
Yeah, plus.
Free delivery, free shipping to U.S. and Canada. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection. You're going to love it. Valentine's Day's coming. Stop being a pussy. Get a nice if you have no fucking excuses. You know the best thing about the phone is just slide that motherfucker out and show your tongue that little penis. That little bush. It's all over. It's better with MeUndies on because the beef they eat and the Trojan War. But the cookie chicken in the hotel. That's what you do with the MeUndies. You get that little monkey, it's shaved, fucking tremendous. Anyway, go to MeUndies.com right now. Put in 1 box. Joey, get 20% off your first order. They ship to Canada, the United States. Comfortable. But listen, why are you eating those potato chips? Why are you eating those fucking chips and all that shit with the Bamba peanuts and the fucking McDonald's? That shit ain't for that. You know why? Because I'm paying up for something that's fucking free. Free as fucking cancer. NatureBox.com. Nobody's better than NatureBox. Nutritious, healthy, dietitian approved meals sent right to your door. You know what's going to cost you the first time? Gratis, free, that's nothing. You know why? Because they know for a fact they're going to hook you on something. That's how good the fucking. Who gives you anything for free? Nobody. Somebody gives you something for free, next thing you know, you're sucking their dick at an alleyway. Not with fucking NatureBox.com. They're going to send you 5 bags direct to your house, 3 small bags, 2 big bags, the cocoa almonds, the cinnamon, the French toast, sticks, the kernel corn, sticks. You know, you listen to James Gandolfini's last movie with Druck. It's a fucking weird shit. They got those little popcorns, the cinnamon French toast, the cocoa almonds, the delicious, the plantains, the Philippine, whatever, the sweet plantains, the delicious. Don't listen. Go to fucking NatureBox.com and see what they got. You are gonna fucking flip, all right? They're gonna ship it to you for free gratis. Go to the box on NatureBox and press enter and get your free, stops, nothing. NatureBox sample. 4 small bags, 1 big bag. I'm telling you, it'll change your fucking life. You can tell them what to send you. That's how good they are. Please, again, on it. Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and NatureBox.com. Support them. They support us. They love. What do you got for fucking bullets over, brother? Let's see.
It's only playing a play.
No movie? You don't know? Well, it's over Broadway, the movie.
Okay. Yeah,
this is what I got to do with you. Breaking my mouth.
Okay, here you go. Here's something.
What's this?
Here's highlights.
I forgot how good this movie was.
It's an asshole.
I think this ain't queued up.
Good.
Fluid. It's because it's life fluid.
What?
It's a nice show. Forget it. You fucking slipping. Anyway, it's a movie about a dude that has a plan and he needs an investor. So the mob invests in the plan. It's Chad commentary early on. Fucking hilarious. So he invests money in it, but he has to rewrite it with the guy who turns out to be a great writer. So he gives direction and stuff. When the guy don't listen, he shoots him. He shoots the fucking tremendous. I laugh. Jennifer Tilly's in it. The dude who was in the movie with Sean Penn, State of Grace, that plays a mobster. Jimmy, the one that was in Analyze That, Analyze This, the fat guy Jelly. He's in it. It's a great fucking movie. If you get a chance, bullets over pleasure. That's how we wrote it. So that's it. That's all I got for you motherfuckers on a Wednesday night. What's up, Lee? What's up? You're stoned.
Yeah.
Nice week, right? I'm gonna bother nobody. Next week I'm in Cap City. So you don't want to go to Cap City?
I was going.
What do you think?
I thought we're doing the whole food figuring ridiculous.
What the food you like?
In and out, Buffalo Wild Wings, and
So we're gonna get it enough to give it to people.
huh? Oh, what am I gonna get? It's a double.
One double.
Yeah.
No fries.
I'll share her fries. Those fries stink.
How many calories is a double?
I don't know, like I was saying. Don't think so?
No. A double is a lot more than
How
five.
much is a single? I think a single like 400 or something.
Yeah. So double, 2 patties, plus another piece of bread. So where do you get? That's a killer with the fucking double sauce. That's 1,000 calories. You know,
Yeah.
you'll be in the eucalyptus for 3 days.
Yeah.
Sweat.
That's what I did today.
Oh shit. Look at you, sexy motherfucker. As long as you're happy, brother. That's all I want.
I'm happy. I don't know how you get this high. You call me, you torture me throughout the day.
I've been high all fucking.
Because you just take more of them. Wait, you get done with your business. You're going at 6 a.m.
No, I smoke dope. As I'm doing my business. As soon as I'm done with my business, I pop the edible of life, and after the party starts with my life. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just adding some color to my fucking life. I'm not a fighter. I don't need to fight nobody. I can get high. Fuck with me. This motherfucker. I love you guys. Another shout out to Honor, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies, and NatureBox.com. Cap City next motherfucking week. 2 weeks after that, Indianapolis. Practice. Look at you. They read this fucking thing. Where you just sit there like a book.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up.
The show's been over. Right?
You're listening to Coast to Coast
I don't know why you do music business.
I'm not giving no business to you. I love you.
So, go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off of your first order of men's and women's underwear. And right now they're going to give you free shipping in the US and Canada. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use the word Joey. Get 2 free matches of all the great martial arts movies. And go to Honor.com and use the word church to get 10% off all the optimization products.
And I know you're going to be excited about that when you open the lines.
I had a great weekend. Not much. We went to, I took your advice, went to Aroma yesterday, which is pretty good.
Especially on the 4th of July.
No, they don't. It was a little expensive, but it was good. shawarma sandwich, chicken shawarma with some onions and some pork, which you would hate. It was delicious. I love it. No, we were pretty cool. She had a turkey panini sandwich. Hell yeah. But that's a fucked up thing happened last night. This guy flew off at me when I was driving home. He dinged my car. I don't know what happened. Like, I was just driving home from the store. I was 2 seconds from my house. And it was like this older SUV. And so he pulled over. So I went to go look at his license plate. And it looked like, in California when they have like a little paper when you don't have a license plate yet. But it was an older SUV, so I don't know why he didn't have it. And as soon as I got behind him, he took off. Like after me. Like I was behind him and he took off, so I started chasing him, but then he got behind me and started chasing me. So I had to go into a side street, turn my lights off, and I have a gate in my parking area. So I turned my lights off and I snuck in and I didn't get out of the car until the gate closed again. I didn't know what to do. I was kind of upset at myself. I was like, maybe I should have got out of the car or once. I didn't know what to do. We talked about it a while ago, how like I don't like confrontation, and but we were just talking about earlier. I talked this week, and I had a conversation with you. And it's not even a bad conversation. It's just something that I'm not good when it's a serious conversation. I love like me starting my podcast. The real reason I haven't started it is because over the past year I've had 2 or 3 podcasts that I'm no longer with or that aren't going anymore, and I don't like when things don't work. It's like I was basically being scared of failing, and it was fucked up. So I was feeling bad about myself last night, like I couldn't go to bed thinking I should have stood up for myself. But I don't know what that asshole was gonna do. He's throwing stuff on my car.
Yeah, you're on the street though. You get he's having a bad day. He's looking to mess somebody else's day.
Right.
What's up, you tampon sniffers? It's Rabbi Rothschild here. Up next on the big board, we've got this person, Sarita, I believe their name is. Yeah. Why Sarita? I want Sarita to know that their clips are just filled with rabbis just kisses. Look at all these things. Really? Yeah, just, sorry girl. That's just how my bot works. I feature different, oh wow, you have a ton of social media. Excellent. I feature creators such as yourself. And if you didn't know Tim Cook sucks, watch my other videos to know that link essentially never works. We've got Sarita here though. Sarita's always streaming. She is a regular on Kick. Here's her Discord. It's amazing. I want everybody to know that she has a TikTok. Here's her TikTok. Wow. Sarita, you have so many fucking followers. It's unreal. If you shouted me out, we could bring world peace. I understand if you don't, though. Everybody's got a reputation to uphold. I get it. Wow, you're live on a bunch of stuff. 40,000 subscribers. Girl, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Just tell people that. If everybody in the world finds that out, I might get a watcher or two. All right. You have beautiful social media. Wow. Just like without even trying, you just have hundreds of thousands of followers. Good on you. This is how it's done, kids. This is how it's done. Honestly, Sarita, your social media, I look at everybody's social media, and I haven't said this yet. It's quite impressive. Is it the best of anyone? No. It is up there with the best, though. Wow. I love your sundress. You look great. I never comment on people, like, what they wear and stuff, but that, I like sundresses and big hats like that. Good on you. All right. Is that the end for Sarita? Well, Sarita, you're just a big-time streamer, and I want you to know that my bots are in your chat all the time. Apologies. I stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years, 24/7, 365. It's the biggest event in global history, and I'm just introducing myself to all of the streamers out there, so you put a name with a face with a name. Aside from that, I'm trying to bring world peace. I don't want war anymore. Some things that we talk about on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, life extension technology, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. Really interesting things. And wherever you stand on it, on any of these subjects, they're just interesting to discuss. Fission power, fusion power, nuclear energy, plasma rays, antimatter, anti-gravity, gravity control, all very cool things. So Sarita, you're a very cool person. You have a lot of amazing content. Good on you. You're already a big streamer and you're just going to continue to get bigger. You have Rabbi Rothschild seal of approval. Keep on, keep it on, keep up the grind, girl. Stay black. Is she good? Yeah, dog.
Oh, I can't wait. And the thing is, we hit it off immediately, but then as each day passed and each event happened, wherever we went or whatever we did, even if it was dinner or even if it was lunch, it was again another connection. And we all ate and thoughts that are it was fun. So that's nice when that happens. And you're right, it's a rare thing.
So at that time, I wasn't a punk ever. I was always defending people. I was always, being the bullies or whatever. But at the same time, I became more and more popular in Hawaii, and that became a way of life for me. Just being a fighter. At the same time, I was dancing. We were not breaking up to the dancing and all that stuff on a professional level. And going and doing shows there and everything. And then when I got to the age of 17,
Up next on the big board, we've got
but it brought me out of Hawaii, and that was my foundation. Training the martial arts very well, but really my mentality was fighting and wanting to experiment and see how good I could get. Because I was doing very well at work and that fighter, so dabbling in martial arts. Because there's really so much to walk with. I took one go with Japanese kickboxing, basically one time. Swiss Army system. And I just acted as fast, they hit me, and that combined with
no, it's athleticism, kids.
Wanted to see what hold I had in that game, and I would just put myself out there in positions in areas to see. And it's all before the way before the sport. And it was when I was in Denver, Colorado, so it's like way before all this.
And why is such one of my dear friends, cool, black seafood. He's telling me the history of something that conjugate. I guess the Hawaiians were always super organized. It was a naval-based thing. So these guys had the wherewithal to be honest, really work on their fighting style. One of those guys judo, Western boxing, they love boxing. It's just there's a system of conjugate what breaks into like there's a kung fu influence one, there's an Arab one, they have the brothers that really refine it. Why is it such a fighting?
And you know what? To me, and I want to express this to everybody, and I know you and Alexander will both agree with me on this, but if you don't, please stand up to that. But, the way these things happen, whatever you might see that is unexplainable, watch it. Don't just watch it as long as you can. Get the memory in yourself. You have the memory for the rest of your life. Don't miss out on it by trying to find your phone and fumbling around and trying to get a picture of the whole world to see. Put it in your own head and tell us later. Your integrity and character will be, as long as you have that and you're telling the story, that's just something you can take with you for the rest of your life.
I agree 100%. And it would be if I knew in a video circle around, nobody would jump in, fight, run, back up, and just fight. Scrap. So it's like it's just the nature of the beast of it.
It's crazy. You have a smile on your face when you're talking about it, and that sounds like the most terrifying thing in the world.
No, it's wonderful, man. I mean, there's nothing more new. There's nothing better than that. It's like really putting yourself out there, exposing yourself, and really seeing what you know. A lot of the times, my best friends, and I'm sure everybody can say this, being guys they fought when they're young, because it's such an intimate thing to be so exposed, and to at the end of the fight to be very clear if you lost or you won. So you can't say nothing. I mean, it's like you're great. You know, I'm usually some friends with guys. It's an experience to fight somebody.
Every come from Cuba going to karate, you fights. What you're doing, I started getting old. Once I got to my teens, I love throwing knives. I love that.
I agree. And
It's funny how you say
because he can't fight it out. You're not going to see him. The big foot are that way. There's other entities that are that way. They're going to hide from that. But I believe you can totally get pictures of UFOs and things like that. So you get those things like that.
The best
The
of
right
it.
spot.
Don't let money
Don't
you
be fumbling around. Just get it.
You take your friendship to such a level. It's not even a friendship. We weren't friends. And we became friends the next day. Thing of respect. But I just didn't like. I liked the martial art angle of it, but it got real. Once I got to high school, it got a little too real. The stick would come out, the knife would come out. That's a complete different. But I understand this. Kids fist fight, you can jump in. There's no knives. They hover around you. And after 8-9 minutes, you look at each other. Like, man, it's over. You shake hands. You go to school next time. Nobody says nothing. Nobody says nothing.
They want people who really want to see who's the better between the two fighters. They don't want to just hit the stick or the knife. They really want to see who's better. And the student follows like you do with boxers or fighters these days. You know, one day you're like, so-and-so sucks, then he wins a couple of times, and he's your favorite, and then he loses, and he's overrated. It's just like, you follow you follow the winner, you know. So in those days, I found he's the winner. He's the winner, and you get friends.
How did your parents react when you were coming home with like black eyes and stuff?
I wasn't. I think I was. I mean, I have a couple things every now and then, but for the most part, I mean, I wasn't. So, and a couple times I'd have other injuries, and I would say I fell off my bike. It wouldn't change anything, because the next day you're the one who got to go to school, and you're the one who got to deal with the people. So, a funny thing, though, in high school, my mother was a campus walker. So, half the fights I got in were defending my mother, whose job was to make sure things were okay. And I'm like, somebody's voicing off to her, so I ended up being actually helping fight more the fact that she was there.
So you're a kid of wine. First school you walk in Japanese.
Yeah.
You're also great dancing.
Yes,
Johnny D's on the back. So you graduated high school.
I didn't. What happened was I had an opportunity for a specific show in Las Vegas called Splash. It was a Riviera Hotel. It was at the time talking about and it was a popular hotel, a nice hotel back in the day. And it was like an audition for this thing. A friend of mine who got already told me to come out and give it a shot. So it was one of those things like, you know, to present the shows and school. I definitely an advocate of, my son making sure he's finishing school. But I left, I told him, I said, no, I want to go do this. This is what I want to do. Really supportive. I engaged out as far as parents supporting what I did. And I was going to status stories. I had a big upbringing that way. It was low income, but low support, support there. So I took a minute plan, we had a time by myself, stayed at a friend's place, back in the floor, and never went back, time a lot of, versus the answer, like everything, got it. I'm 2 years at 17 years old, coming up living with my mom to have my shoes, having lived in living in a hotel, and you're running the hotel, was just a very, very big change. Got into all kinds of trouble, you can imagine, at that age, and everything else. Nothing that was like, out, but it was, you dabble when you're young, and all my friends were older and a nightlife kind of environment. And it was very interesting. But a couple years later, I moved on. I started doing music, and I started writing music. I in the house. And from there, I wanted to be a rock star. So then I shortly thereafter took a job. I was doing it all in Pasadena, California. Met a couple other like-minded people. Started doing my thing. And gentlemen enjoyed it. The one I girl, Michael Jackson. After that, really liked the record.
What's up, you tampon sniffers? It's Rabbi Rothschild.
What the fuck's the name of the album? Let's play a song.
What's up, you tampon sniffers? It's Rabbi Rothschild here. Up next on the big board, we've got.
And then during all that, I was also fighting. And then then I had a choice of what I wanted to do. Even though you get a record deal, it's like, yeah, I'm an actor, yeah, I got a job. And then a year later, you're still trying to audition, right? So you get a record deal, you finish your album, it's so much more than getting a record deal. Artist, and I was succeeding in perfection. So I made a decision to focus on the fight.
Sit down. Vegas. Get to Vegas. You said you're training about.
I am still training.
Where are you training in Vegas?
Just like with a friend of mine, named Nick One Kick. One Kick is not because that one hit. And just, just doing that kind of thing. Before I moved to Vegas, I jumped really along. But before I moved to Vegas, we all the training. And then solid training.
So were you doing racing training in Hawaii?
No, when I moved from there to here first.
Someone tell me.
To Vegas to do the show. Back in LA as an actor, and that's when I started training.
Oh, okay, but you're not
I
like
started Hicks and Gracie, and I did that for a while. And, I got kicked out of that school when I was Carlson Gracie Jr. So,
Why?
And became the first. I mean, it was considered a job because there were no judges in those days. You had to knock them out. It was a minimum job.
What's up, you tampon sniffer?
So, like the first person to open my eyes that I was I think I was playing house. So that was
She opens the doors and she starts handing out
It's Rabbi Rothschild here.
30 minutes straight.
Up next.
30 minutes straight?
Stop right there. We got a climax.
Okay,
Because we gotta take a break, so hang in there.
and that was where we really launched my.
And we're gonna take our break. We'll
On the
come
big
back
board.
talking with Jeremiah
got
Horseman.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Fellows over Arizona, big search happening. And he's giving us all the details. Stick with us, more to come here on Coast to Coast 8.
Boy, be done.
I like Survivor.
I see that.
You walked into Gene LaBella White House.
I did, yeah. I'm down to everything. Yeah, it's like you do guys dominate everybody. And then, from there, just I really could have been child of school. And that was cool for a moment.
Now you're a bulldog.
Yeah, I blew up, but I've been blew up for a while, so I didn't have a long time. I didn't do exactly things I learned out for a long amount of time. I'm also a black belt. I was his first black belt fighting class. He was training everybody from Bruce Lee to
Fourth of July savings are starting now at North Hollywood Toyota. Right now, you can drive home in a newer used Toyota with zero money down and enjoy a fantastic 1.99% APR on select 2024 Toyotas. Or you can get lease cash up to $6,500 on select 2024 new Toyotas. It's your choice. North Hollywood Toyota is family owned and committed to always getting you the best
Andre said in there.
North Hollywood Toyota also has the only Toyota certified body shop in town using genuine Toyota parts to ensure your vehicle maintains its quality and safety standards. From minor scratches to major collisions, our expert technicians have the skills and knowledge to get your Toyota looking and performing like new. It's Gabby Diaz, and you need to visit my friend Dia for all your new and used vehicle needs and wants. Don't miss out on this summer savings event. Hurry in today to North Hollywood Toyota, just off the 134 freeway at the Lancashire exit, or call 818-508-2960, or visit NoHoToyota.com for details. North Hollywood Toyota, where the road to savings begins now. Season 2 of the podcast, Idaho Massacre, explores the aftermath of violence at the University of Idaho that left 4 families mourning and a 28-year-old doctoral student charged. But did he study for the college? Like a part in the crime?
Of course, Mike Overton defense is going to say he's not guilty. That's the only thing he can say. He can't say anything else. He'll have to say.
Listen to the Idaho Massacre on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Idaho Massacre.
And for us to be able to get customers with a local feel at a national scale is so efficient.
And Andre, and that was really the definition. He was not holding him back. There was no, it was just, this is what we need to get to the next level. This is what we need to get to the next level. Which is how I like to teach you into that. People trained me to realize there's no way having his or told people back. Just pretty much like music. Figures you out. Right then, better right then. I literally say, 20 classes of training a month for someone else anyway. Because of that exact reason. I know how to articulate what you need. I know how to show you what you need. I'm not just coming in with an agenda of just, especially in a private situation, it's just a really learn. I wrestle with you the whole class, anxiety, working out, and I can do it. And I can say this is good. And by the time I go there, again, we'll be more elevated. I feel something like that all the time. And a lot of times it's very simple. It's concept.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper, quietly talking to her husband. And then all of a sudden she comes on stage and she's freaking 24, she's doing topics on, panties in the stage. I'm like, who are you? It's just really cool to see people reclaim their emotion. Live at 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the air radio.
Across the board, not only martial arts, just everything.
Now, your mentor, now, who was this? He was your basic guy, child guy.
He was my cousin from the late,
So basically, John was
the founder.
You guys are nervous.
How important is this for UFC fighters? I just got into it a couple of years ago, and it's when you're watching it, it seems like a one-on-one discovery workout sport. When you're saying like top 5 school, how important is it when you're like, as a fighter, you can know like 4 or 5 different jiu-jitsu coaches, even as an amateur. How important is it, like what school to go to, or what camp did you play in?
It's very important because well, first of all, it's finding people who advisor. Enjoy the phone call, number one. 2, 1 that really cares about people and they really don't want to make the money, they really want to help you get better. And then you just got to make sure you connect with that person. But sometimes if you get to the wrong teacher, they can teach the wrong thing. Simple as that. So little detail being missed, so they can show you techniques without the details that when you try to do it, then all of a sudden someone else can say
It
it.
is
One of
from
them,
this
and
week
it's like, I mean,
in the top, I did the
all of a
Billboard
sudden the
top
music
100, so it was
within
somewhere in the
this
top
is like
100 back in
kind of
1983.
situation
I
where
just
you
kind of looked
have
through
to
them
do all the
and
little
go, this one,
details,
this one,
understand the movement of the
that
body,
was one of the ones I picked out for tonight. If you ever want to know any more about the bumper music, go to our website. And tonight, go over there and check out the wonderful pictures
if I'm right
of
here,
the UFOs and what they spotted up in the skies. They're absolutely amazing. The different helicopters as
I'm right
well.
here,
And another neat little tiny little pictogram. Well, I'm sorry, that was a petroglyph.
but there's
And you're
been
gonna
a
go,
lot of
oh,
places
look at that.
trying to
It's
frame it
amazing. It's amazing stuff. So go to our website to learn about that. Also, while you're there, sign up for our free Coast newsletter. Receives some exclusive daily articles. That's at coasttocoastam.com.
Exactly. I mean, you're a reflection on me. My black belt's a reflection on me.
Are you allowed to, as a fighter, go from camp to camp to learn different things?
That's
The poorest city.
I personally advocate it. I don't mind at all. I like my students to represent me.
And I fell and drove my neck really bad.
Underlying
Couldn't
that,
drive
but I have no
anything
problem
for
with
months. When I heard Dr. Wallach
I
was day of a
feel
short
that way.
story, everything he said made sense.
Of black belts
Once I
and
eliminated the
and
bad
arts,
foods
and
and
I
started
guess
giving
part
my
of
body the
why
right
I'm very
nutrients, I
self-belief,
could feel
someone
the difference
they
right
shouldn't
away.
kind of
I started sleeping through the night.
I love the
My
word,
body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving
to
again
know
in
that,
3 months.
I'm
I went
where they get the belt
230
from,
pounds to
trying to get belt
170
from,
pounds. My
food
life
from
has
people from
completely
him,
changed. I am
but
so grateful to
please
Dr.
go out
Joel
and
Wallach.
experiment and maybe
My
do
name is
something
Ruth
back.
Ellen Sanchez. Visit
Amazing how this is
criticalhealth.com.
art.
Sign up for the newsletter to receive
I
Dr.
hate when
Wallach's
people
10
call
food
themselves
tips and
artists.
other
That
invaluable
drives me
nutritional
fucking
advice.
crazy.
Call
But
855-949-RADIO
all these artists
to speak
go
to an
in.
experienced
How much
nutritional
does it
consultant. That's 855-949-7234.
What's this?
And thanks for joining us to end off the week. It is and thanks for joining us to end. And thanks for joining us to end off the week. It is hot out. We got a new prompter remote. If you see me holding this giant thing. So yes, I spilled sprayed lash glue all over myself. So ignore the stain. So many times.
Right out for this shit. Scout gets back to the fucking film somebody. Just look on the stairs. And I know for a fucking fact that listen, I saw and I'm a fan of certain fighters. It made me stronger because I could get too smart because they didn't learn something in the last fight. So if I'm smacking you with a fucking left jab, Jesus Christ, the whole last fight, this guy saw that tape. I hope that you learn how to fucking protect away from that jab. Maybe it'll work to your right or push your fucking opposite hand up high. When I see a fighter come in and do the same shit and start throwing spinning back punches, that move gets my blood pressure fucking going. Except for Joe Schilling. Did you see Joe Schilling the other night? He knocked the motherfucker out. But when you just come in and do the same shit and think that you're doing a spinning backhand that's supposed to fall off my chair, and then you get beat up, I think a stand up. You're gonna go up there with the same stupid fucking joke. Really? He doesn't play over it's helped me. It's helped me. It's helped you.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not even gonna say with the music, I'm just saying in general, life-wise. Like, I'm the kind of guy that I've launched many different careers before, you'll find out over a conversation. And I'm the kind of guy that just, you go and you go from 100%. I was just this man speaking about the very thing you're talking about. And I said, someone that when you start getting ready for training for it, get backstage 6 hours before the start, and then people forget
So I put up my Disney, my different reels, my different reels, and it's amazing the response I got from that too.
That's
But you gotta kind of just really put it out there for people, and so thank you for all the things that you said about us
take
to
it and
appreciate
make
that.
it
Makes
power,
you feel
and
better
others
because,
let it beat them.
that's decades
Stage
ago.
fright concept.
So that's
So
kind
in
of
this
cool. So
situation,
Kyle, hope
you know,
you'll
you get
sign
that
up for my
stage and you're
shows
butterflies
and
and nervous,
take you out on those
and
creepy hot spots like once
you
before.
start
Went
to
out to
get
the
hyped up,
Bradshaw Ranch in
moving that
Sedona,
stage,
and that's
and
where
then
I
you
met
call your name,
Jeremiah
start
Holderson,
walking out,
who's
and
with
then
us
all
tonight.
thousands
And
of people,
Jeremiah is
millions
telling
of
us
watching
about
you
the
on TV,
surge that's
and
happening there in
you're nervous,
Arizona.
but
You know,
once
I wanted to
different
say
things
because
you
it
do
just
like
sounds so
that,
poetic,
always
UFOs over Sedona,
okay,
but it's
I'm gonna
around,
take
you know, it's
there's no
outside
turning
of
back,
Sedona
can't get
as
out,
well. Now,
so I'm
Jeremiah,
gonna
you
go.
were in the middle
Because
of a story, so if
try
you
to
can
take my
catch
head
us
off
right
where I
back up
put it,
to
but
that.
at this point, there's no other choices. So that's how I live in life. It's like when you pick something, you commit to something, you go that direction. Once you're in, you're in. You know, once you step on the stage,
It's
so
over.
comedy,
You're
you're back. Well, if you back off, you're lost. So you're here
And
now.
thanks for
You
joining us
might
to
as
end
well
off the
let
week.
it all
It is
go
hot out.
and go out like a man or win like a man. So
We got a new prompter remote if you see me holding this giant things.
bitch about what you're doing. So I can win or I can lose.
With all the technology they have, Martians, fucking spaceships, the only fucking thing I want them to make is a fucking I can see. Because this is what makes my day hard. This, you know, what you just described. 5 minutes before you go out to lunch. We'll check you on John McCarthy. We'll see you as soon as you're ready, and if you walk back to that the same thing when I get to the hey man, what's up, John? Oh shit, the flying crew's here. How's the audience? The audience great. And you're killing it, But once Lee comes off, that's when it's real.
Yeah.
Once Lee comes off in the MC, it's real. This motherfucker's still talking to me about his wife and about his kids, and it's bouncing off.
Right.
They don't realize that your mind is just seeing fucking battle. And all of a sudden you go up, you whatever your shirt, you pop your ball stuck to your leg, you pop it off, and they say your fucking name, and that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see them as they come to pop up. You ever watch like VH1 pop up videos? I want to see all the things in your head. I want to see all that. Because for me, it's fucking tremendous. I love it. Yeah, I love it. That fear. And I tell people, all the time, whatever bullshit you see on stage, I get in my car to drive like this, I think of every fucking experience in one because that's what you naturally do. Why am I doing this? I'm a loser. I'm going to get a job tomorrow. This sucks. Why am I 50 still doing stand-up? I should be a fucking director. You know, you get all the, and then closer you get to Laurel Canyon, and once I make that left onto Laurel Canyon, that's when everything comes out. That's when it's in full volume. You're a loser. You did this. Your mother sucks. It just, and then once you hit Laurel Canyon, like, fuck it, I'm going down there. I'm just going to take the beat. That's when you forget all your jokes. You have no fucking idea. How many times have I called you from a place to leave with jokes? You know, you have no fucking
like how much you practice.
How much you practice, man. It just goes away.
Like every couple of weeks you call me.
People don't fucking understand. And then you get there and you say your name, and that's a different process. And all of those feelings, all that I just told you, those 18, 20 minutes,
And you can see these
is a
with the
flaw.
naked eye
It's
as
just
well
the experience.
as
Something as soon as I grab that microphone. What's up, motherfuckers? That's it. It all comes one. It becomes hard. It just becomes real. It just becomes hard. You know, I used to be kind of because I didn't fuck. Now when I do 2 shows, I get back to my own. I take a shower. It's like I roll my whole body hurts. I become a fucking savage. I can feel that as you go from your toes and nothing else. It's commitment. That's gotta be
That's the word. It's commitment.
close.
It's the same. I think everything in life is the same. I think you can wrap up life as a whole in that little sentence. Once you're in the cage, because you're in the cage anyway.
People following their dreams and quitting the jobs, or even just being in a new job, like right out of college, and like being nervous, maybe I should move back with my parents and work at the movie theater again.
It's all those thoughts. The difference is some people actually give up and do those things, and other people say,
So how do you describe the adrenaline drop that's sometimes happening? Like, is it then not preparing, or is it just natural that when you start something new, that you're gonna fall a little bit? Like when you see that happen, what do you think?
When you say adrenaline drop, that was stage.
Like when they're like first fighting the UFC, the cage. I forget what Rogan's term for it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of overwhelming. I mean, this can happen in every well, when you're put out there, you're really there, and that's the difference between the man and boys. Sometimes that's the difference. It's a very small group of men, and a lot of boys, and because you want it so bad, you want to get there, and when you're there, you just want to prepare properly. You just until you find out what you really got. When you're in the fight, I learned the best from past and lost. You want to expect and some of the best I have had so much more than that. And the reason why is because the fight over and over and over. How I can people again, I just gotta get. I never think I'm gonna lose. I think I'm gonna win. From the outside, it's like, man, from my perspective, it's like, get his anger. I'm thinking I'm going to win until next thing you know, TPR happens to just record stops because you're getting hit too much. But that's when I agree with that. I'm really, truly ready to die. And not minded, I didn't think I was going to win. But I lost. And that's when you can look back and go, I learned something about myself. And that is something that no matter what you do in life, that's who you are. And some people when they're winning, they're killing it, but when someone starts putting pressure on them, they can't take it, that's when it's fold. And that's who they are.
How much of it do you think for UFC fighters is technique that they learn, and then just like the other side of like them as a human, their willpower? How much of that makes us successful?
Well, first of all, I think the majority of it is conditioning. Not in shape, no matter how good you are. And that makes myself you gotta be able to fight after and fatigue. But I think it's just pretty much just being prepared, 100% prepared, and being able to weather this guy. You guys all should have win. And he's a great fighter because you're great. And it was on the UFC where he was yeah. This is the first one. The one he was bigger, stronger, and he was dominating Frank for most of the fight. But once again, he just kept trying. That's the difference. Is like no matter how bad, how down you are, and a lot of people,
tell us something. What's that about? What's going on?
They just accept it, and that's it. They did this organization put it together a very wonderful one. The rates of the one did this. Still think they're going to win. So now, what do you want to call it? They're going to win. They just got to figure out when their chance to win is. Whether they win or lost again, you don't want to do your best to get through your drive. You can go home that day. You got to do this. You can go home and go. Nothing is worse than going to their home. That's the stuff that'll carry. They'll be last 25 years in my life. Composition of the fuselage of a certain type of craft, or the optics of the craft. Those types of companies that are contracted by the federal government are out here in the desert. Not unlike what's under Great Lakes.
I like that thing. I really like it. That's what got my dick hard. That when you get in the car and you drive, some people got shot. It's more or less unknown, except for the people who have been unfortunate enough to. So I was trying to get my wife back to one time to stand up. Just private military contractors in the late night to go into certain areas where it is necessary to help. So one of the very strong point theories is that some of them, not all, but some of the activities coming up off the ground is anomalous. We can actually make it I thought human pilots either captured that's something
alien craft from other crafts or
I didn't take it right away. It was everybody else. You suck. I fucking suck. You know, I sucked. I had to fuck the audience. I sucked. Let's do 93, 94. What's 93, 93 and a half, 94? I'm like, I'm going.
With the black helicopter
know, 30-something years old. I have nothing else to do. I'm not gonna use my fucking degree. I'm not gonna fucking have felonies. I'm not gonna marry the stockbroker. I'm not gonna sell insurance. Let me check and see in fucking Colorado. If you have a felony, you can't even be an acupuncturist. You couldn't do shit. I wouldn't give a fuck. You know me. I walk in there like a felon. I wouldn't
What we're testing and
fuck.
what we're watching, we've got the
It's
cameras
really
on
the
them.
fucking stand up
Well, I
because
feel like offers are new. Don't we know
that
this?
get your ass kicked that is going back to this, you know, how many times I cried myself to sleep.
Just making sure everything's on course and what's going on. Right?
Because it wasn't going well, or?
Sure, you're in a fucking hotel in Moscow, Idaho. You just bombed at a fucking college. It gives you $50. You owe on the rent. You owe $600 on child support.
Military testing
Your
out.
kid hates you. Your wife hates you. Your girlfriend sucking somebody else's dick. And this is what happens. And now, but the morning you wake up and you go, your kid could hit. Your wife could hit. You know, yeah, one thing I can control is I get on stage, do a lot better than I do.
Yeah, for some of them.
Broke as fuck, living off a Subway veggie and cheese sandwich, and saying, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go." You know what? You know what? I'm gonna go get a job. I'm gonna fucking do a lot better than I did last night. Doing a quick shit. But then you do so well that night. You go, fuck, I just bought myself another fucking.
Yeah,
And I get it. And I transformed that attitude to jiu-jitsu. Like, well, you know, when I first started jiu-jitsu over here in the school, young kids, like, oh, that's what we're killing me with my car. And I started working, and I started saying, you know what? All I'm going to do is go in there in the last 2 minutes. And in the last 2 minutes, I leave there like the king of fucking Prussia.
You're competing with yourself.
Yeah.
Not competing with that person.
No.
You're better than you were yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
That's it. That's it. I can listen if I had that one for an arm bar against somebody. I was laughing my ass off. I didn't have the right arm. Didn't matter. I went for the fucking arm bar. You know why? Because what am I going to do? Not go for it until I get it? How I'm going to learn is by going for it. How many times do I tell you? I suck ass. I want to contract at home. And you'll say, yeah, that joke didn't work. And I go, it don't matter. I said that thing on stage for a little while. I'm saying that thing. It didn't work. But I said it. That's it.
What you're saying is that, what you're saying is, I'm in the cage anyway, so I might as well. And that's what you, and by the way, when you started explaining this whole thing, you know, you started talking about the first part of your career. So, and then you actually checked into that. That's great. But, you know, a lot of fighters continue to lose and accept when losers just want to make some money, keep coming back. That's not it. It's when you said 7, blah, 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 that's when you stepped in the cage. You said, you know what? I'm here anyways. This is like, who else am I going to go? I'm just going to really, and that's when you stepped in the next level. And that's when you stepped in the cage. And you're like, you know, I'm not moving.
It's such a great feeling. This was your fucking sound. The same thing as a sound. And all the time, so shit. 3 fucking weeks. You know what? This is the week. If I don't sell shit, I'll quit. You call some motherfucker. Not only buys from you, but buys 80 fucking thousand of those things. And you were ready to quit. You were ready to fucking quit. In the words of Cheryl Crow, like quit. What's he say? Quit before the truth happens. So how the fuck does BJ and these people come in? When do they, as you're fighting?
You know, well, basically, when I'm kept on fighting, I opened my school in 1995 in Las Vegas. And it was really cool. In 1993, we started Boys School. And I opened my school in 95, and there was no kids hardly anywhere in the world, not to mention in Nevada. So I was very close to the neighbors in school in Nevada. So every time you want to fight, and that's your nice little pack, you know? They had nowhere else to go. He said, this is it.
How many schools are there now?
Oh, I couldn't even begin to tell you. Like he said, it's like a
There's 4.
Or a good one. No, but I'm saying it's not like low level.
No, yeah, Marcelo over here. John Black. Fourth Street down there, street sports.
I know you're also like what you're doing down there too.
We're doing down there too, you know. But no, he has a school in Sherman.
the game. The fence for me. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
I was like,
then a
oh,
million affiliate schools
so
are
can
different.
go
They aren't
into
even
um,
great, but they're
before
still
you
schools.
get
And
into it
they-
any deeper, so
Yeah,
the
but that's the
tunnels
question.
are
So basically,
lines. You found a
I'm
tunnel.
fighting and doing really well.
And when he
So
said
I
he would
started
go from
tracking
this post to that
people,
post through the
like
lines, the tunnels.
Vegas, they try to school,
Was
they
he
train with me,
like on
and they're
some, was there
then,
like a subway down
gets
there?
better and
Was there
better,
some
and then,
vehicle that
Taco
took
Bell,
him, or was he just walking
they
or
had
just
one
on
big
foot?
man.
He didn't
Yeah,
deploy it.
yeah,
It seemed like what he was referring to was something like one of those mag lists, which is it's a faster, like a vulture. So it's very fast.
Wow,
And he
so
said,
that's
opposed to Mexico,
Well, just from then on, like, from the very beginning,
like looking
like,
for some sort of mag list. And
So how come it was a strike?
Yeah.
Turned out to be a very nice man, a very matter of fact. But he also
even
gave
during the
one
first part of the
people that a map he had,
but then,
and the map that they had boundaries on it.
yeah,
The boundaries that were on it were marking areas where there were mentions where Alexander and I were
that was just
affiliated.
presented just
And the chunk behind where they were. He said, you've been in here, haven't you?
but yeah, we worked
He said, you've been in here, haven't you?
the first few years if you watch the fight,
He laughed. He said, you know, that these people are
couldn't keep on the ground.
down by much in the way of an
Get
ROE
checked
like
with
we
the
were.
arm, he's right back
And the rules of the
and
game.
that's what we worked.
So
And that's what he wasn't
South
good
Vietnamese
instruction
and
for martial
Indonesia.
art fighters is
He
that
said, absolutely not. It's not
I
the
don't
He said, there was,
bring you
but
to me
no.
and say,
So that was,
just start learning
that was
my
one person
my
that we
moves
poured out
or
on
my
this
way.
was
This
for,
is
I
all
think
you're
you were
gonna do. But that was
a curious
original.
fire individual.
That's what a lot of
In fact, some of the people that I'm talking to about this particular encounter today said, you know, he was just curious. He was the actual journey down there to accept you while you were on the ranch, not having any idea of when to be there or what you wouldn't do. And I guess I would agree with
I
that.
would say you need to
Yeah,
first
stay
of all,
with us.
I think
Stay with us.
you need to first of all defend people.
We've got Jeremiah Horseman with us talking about
For the
UFOs
first couple of
over
years, my biggest
Arizona
focus is
and
simply
more. Stay
getting
with
off your
us.
back,
Connie
getting back
Willis
to your
on
feet,
Coast to
because
Coast.
you're already good at it. Then over time we'll build taking that out of that themselves. But the big concern is to still immediately build holes that can help them fight now to get better. And that's what I think is going to be like a grappler, you go to the ground,
California's number one window replacement company is
get down,
giving you
how
our
do you
best
stand up,
packages on our best-selling windows, all for free.
I am once again now 23 years later very energized about what we sell.
and what they need. And how I'm called one of the first big
House, they wanted to like the customer into white glove treatment. Get a free upgrade to our top-of-the-line security package. Enjoy a free upgrade to Sun Matrix, our most energy-efficient windows. Reduce outside noise with a free upgrade to our Sun package. To top it all off, we're offering free installation. Phone tag and get 0% interest and $0 payments until 2025. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
So that fight, people on the feet, in my hand, people want to get down, I did go well, but I'm like, I know he's going to stop. So I was able to, in the very beginning,
You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer. And its CEO, Sil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Sil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800, 800-711-2800, 800-711-2800. Phone, car radio, smart toaster, we don't care how you listen, just that you do. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu. Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Thurman, Youth on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet. Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now.
It's kind of cool how you would think well, like I have to be, what we're both good at, but why put yourself through that pain? And sometimes fighters get knocked for it. Like, wasn't it like Brendan Shaw and Metamorphosis or something who just like laid on the ground? Like he wouldn't attack if he'd only defend.
Yeah.
And people, spectators get mad, but as a jiu-jitsu person, like, he's really good. Yeah, when I attack, why would I put myself in danger like that?
The other thing is, it's funny you say that because there's this thing about the sport, but right now football is a really exciting place because everybody's so well but when I was training Tito,
My hope is that by sharing my migraine story, the relief I get from your well-being, you can help someone else. Ask your doctor about your well-being. Anytime, anywhere, migraine medicine. Learn more at wellbe.com or call 844-444-BRELY. Sponsored by Apple.
and he can mix, and he has that
AC is blowing cold air.
to me,
Your
that
local Walmart and grab an AC Pro recharge kit to fix it yourself with America's #1 selling brand. Instead of going to a shop for a costly
the
repair,
whole
AC
strategy
Pro
for
kits
Tito
provide
is
fast and
go out
easy
like you're
solutions to
going
bring
to
back cold, drier air to your car's AC.
make it static, make it want
time by charging yourself
just get it,
with
get
an
it
AC
going.
Pro kit.
As soon as
Grab
you
one
can
today at Walmart.
shoot on it,
Be a
down,
pro.
ground, and pound.
AC
But bring it
Pro.
back up again, do it over and over and over. And for the whole fight,
Have
you
racks
get
in your
5
attic or
rounds,
walls.
down
Don't
to 3
make the
rounds.
mistake of putting out poison or wasting money
Some
with a
people
company that charges you monthly to check rat
But
traps.
they never
Rat
one title,
for a
and
one-time
that
fee,
reward
Rodent Stop will identify and seal all rat entry points,
So,
trap and remove all rats,
they resemble the
sanitize your attic
one
to remove
position,
any
and
nasty
here's
viruses,
what
and
I've been
remove and
never
replace
even
all
trained
rat
with
nest
that.
infested
Bottom
attic
of 16.
insulation.
But
Rodent Stop
to
is
the
so
matter is,
confident that they
you
can
had to
stop your rat and lice problems that they
when
provide
you're
a
a fighter,
lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Southern
It's
California.
messed up, but it is a business, so as a
As
fan, you want like every fight to be like Nick Diaz against each other. So does that play into the local fighters when like the UFC is renegotiating the contracts, or giving more money to more entertaining?
what they did is they did
Yeah.
That was how they did that, and that's what their answer to that was. To get it more exciting, that's enough to incentivize somebody, especially when you're like this. So that was what they did.
Nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attendant, and lady comes over and goes, excuse me, you should have hooked them up separately. Like, no. You should have more people here. That's my cuddly tutor show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walked out and take them for free. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. One of the things about gasoline prices, people drive less, and I haven't seen it. People drive slower because it sucks up less gas. I haven't seen it. Folks that I follow, all the people will be where I drive. Bill handle. I should have a 15-minute drive, and yesterday it was 40 minutes. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And
When I was playing the two,
And what's stupid America is I'm in France, and I didn't like it, and I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium and got there 10 minutes before they zone. The Tim Cuddly Jr. Show. Stayed overnight, then flew back to LA. That's it. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The manager will see me go,
You're in yourself.
the other day,
That's not what secret it's a crime scene. Like he loves Spatter. Well, he needs to do a better job of squinting his eyes when he walks in. You don't see the fine details. Yeah, right. Hotel room in real life. You just can't push it closely.
Live at 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. So it is how they're walking on their legs. Now they're walking up walls. The wheels are going to be locked up. It's always stretched. Can you imagine it? Unlocks it. Bill handle. It's because crime has just exploded. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
kid, they charge you $180, if I don't have the dough, I can't go there, because it's corporate, but the rates aren't paid. But the guy like you, don't give us that. Just pay for what you got every month and take it. This guy really wants to learn the other skills. Business side to art always sucks. It sucks. It makes me feel shitty. I just can't walk in there and do business stuff. Yeah, you know, one day night for me, I really realize it's a hard that you want to do, but because you know sometimes you all the time, you come and train and safety, you have one day, you're going to take a call. Some people come and give you $15, and he's there 10 minutes before the class, and he's already done 10 push-ups before you fuck up walk on the door.
That's worth my time.
Yeah, that's the one that you're like, you know what, come next week. I'm going to come once a week with my friends. We'll work it out. We'll talk. What is your vision for the school? This is Hollywood. You're in Hollywood. As you know, our finance is relocated to Los Angeles. You know, Southern California is it. This is it. You know, Jersey's great, but you know, you got a Hen Zone, and you got a kid down with Henry. What's the facility with Henry? With Frankie Eggy goes. The other guy, Alberto, he lost to the UFC. Brain is here. Brain's here. Alberto, he trains in Jersey, or Henry, New Jersey. Doesn't matter. He's a Hen Zone black belt. Right, Sarah's on Long Island. Good guy, man. You got my man Marcelo Garcia in New York. You got Draculino in motherfucking New York City. So New York's bouncing with jiu-jitsu, but this is it. Yeah, the word on the street is, you know, Mexico's got John Jones down there, but this is it. You got the school in San Diego, you got the school. You got great trainers.
This school is unbreakable performance.
And it's beautiful. Everything's fucking happening. Every
partners,
Love it. So, if you want to know about the bumper music, always go to our website. While you are
so basically,
there, I want you to check out Becoming a Coast Insider, because if you are asleep and you miss that, what would you miss? A little bit of movement, a little bit of memory happening right here, right? So, that's okay. That's why we created where you can become a Coast Insider, where you can go ahead and nod off and get your own beauty rest. That's okay. We understand we are late. We're on late. That's all right. That's why we put this together. So you can hear it tomorrow. That's what being a Coast Insider is all about. You get 15 cents a day, and you can listen to the show live. Of course, or on demand with your computer or mobile device. All audio streams are delivered in high-quality, crystal clear audio and lots of perks. So learn more. Check it out at coasttocoastam.com.
make sure people read. I'm happy to do this because you're giving me what I'm paying. People don't mind paying for something good if you really get for it. You know? And paying for
Science Fiction horror film predominantly in theaters Friday, July 12th.
nothing's better than
If you
someone
love government conspiracies, space, aliens, and some blood mixed
that's my
with
goal. I don't
comedy,
read the class.
this is the movie many critics claim is the new cult
Much,
classic on
every
the
time I
book.
do the class, I
There's
get
no exaggeration there because it really punches way above its weight.
just I'm not saying it because I'm John. There's a lot of those guys in town, like you said, it's lobby. Most of those great names. Just because the class was
deep
rewarding
underground
and they
military
felt that I
base.
really wanted to do
Whether
it.
they find their friend
And
or
I do
not,
really want to do
what
it.
they find
So
in the
I just
desert
if
of
you want
the
to build
US
a
to the
great school
sands of
here,
the Sahara
a great team,
changed their lives forever.
you know, we have
Vindication for
private
those ridiculed about their alien
bus
abduction
passes,
stories happened in
basically
2024
conditions
with the
great
U.S.
there.
congressional hearings
And
on
I-
former
and then
military officials on their own.
was very, very
Some say
important.
it's Hollywood,
Is
but
why I
is it
like
Hollywood
it.
or art
But
imitating
gosh,
real
I'm
life
Hollywood
and real
training.
abductions?
These are the directors, so
Theaters
yeah,
Friday,
we're
July
training.
12th, rated
Oh,
R.
that book. There's Tony Pentecost. Like you sit there and meditate.
Suffer from headaches,
Girl,
general inflammation,
man,
or arthritis.
I saw
I think I know how you ate a Star Wars thing and then pulled out that's
the trouble
weird triangle.
Pod-sized device using pulse resonance frequency results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Therapy from Vive, whose founder happens to be a rocket scientist, not a sales scientist. Study data of 10 lives now for only $249. Drug therapy.
Savage.
When you haven't found love, it can feel
Like
like
window.
The PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading is life-changing, it's for you. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20.
I like it.
Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
What I wanted to do is rock, so I was a lead guy again. That's a grown up, the guy, I went from that into doing, I own my own fighting shows, my own fighting organization, did all that. Then I
It is Coast to Coast AM. Hello there, Connie Willis with you. I wanted to give you an update on something that some of you guys know about. It's one of our guests here on Coast to Coast AM. Not too long ago, I had him on. But one of our listeners, Ralph Westerman, he shared with me and kept me updated that Joe Carlser, remember Joe, president and CEO of Montana Vortex, just a great researcher. And he's just got some interesting perspectives and interesting areas that he was in Sonora not too long ago, back all over Arizona, getting a little play-by-play of having some really good times. I was hoping he could get set up with Jeremiah next time. Jeremiah was here. Anyway, he just recently, like days, suffered a major cardiac arrest. But now, I think that's right. I think that's what happened. He's home, eating well, recovering, and he's got some pictures on Facebook. You can see him eating and recovering. So I wanted to make sure that we said something to him, that our prayers are with him. I'm sure your wife, Tammy Fox, is taking good care of you. Prayers going out to you, Joe, from myself and Coast to Coast AM. Jeremiah Horseman back with us here. We are talking about the UFO surge in Sedona and the areas around it. In fact, Arizona's just known for that kind of thing. But I know we're getting into some other subjects too. Just remember that, Jeremiah. So before we go to open lines and take some phone calls, I know there's some things you want to talk about. But please take us back where we were before we went to the break.
Especially down, down to a point where I'm very fortunate. The second executive and I had this conversation very early. I was very lucky. I got big movies. A day or 2 days here. You watch, unless you're a fucking bobo, you sit there and watch what people do. You emulate it. You emulate, you put a touch on yourself. And then I shot the thing. I first got here, I got a couple big things. I wanted to get to it like everybody else. Every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, I was at 7-Eleven at Sunset Garden. Get the backstage, run home, and then I go out and get all fucking do stand up. I got home, I get a fucking ramble, do the coat, I do the submission with the backstage. I'd stay up until 6, and I get all creepy and walk to the post office. And then that night or the next day, they would call me first because those small movies always only call 3 people per hour. They're small, they don't even quiet half the time. I just wanted to do it work. To get good, to get a reel, because this time you can't get you on a reel. And I kept doing it. I like that. I started fucking with it. I would have half-hour sitcom dramas. Book movies as dramas, as comedy. I like doing the drama better than the fucking comedy because on the comedy, I'm on a hook. I gotta do this shit. On the drama, I just gotta smack somebody or fly through a wall and get beat up and get handcuffed. That's my specialty. Get drilled by a cop, And now I did bad. I just worked on the ground last year and shit like that. I just felt, I wasn't I would get there and feel my natural insecurity, which that always comes out. But then I paid my fucking rent. The fucking light bill was straight. This motherfucker. I'm sitting around this motherfucking building. And having that attitude lifts you. It lifts you. That's it. Like when I did Marin, I looked around. Marin is the show. When I moved here, what's the show that put me on this Salt? Okay, when I first got to this town, the hot show was the town. This show with the other guy. No. This is fucking 18 years ago. He had a show on HBO with the dude with the glasses and shit. And every agent talked. These fucking guys. You couldn't call an agent after 4:30 on a certain 2 days because of the date of the show. So every fucking agent went to the show. Well, that show now is banned. Everybody goes to that. Every agent said that they didn't use it as a fucking thing. So my parents spoke to all the agents. Oh, great.
They were escorting what looked like a classic 1950s movie style.
Must be split by one feet for a fucking. And you just go, you know. And I went home that night, going, you know what? Just a kind of that's what you makes me do what you want. You know, some mornings I wake up, I write a chapter in a book, some mornings I wake up and write
Yeah, I'm right-handed producing and all of it. I'm writing scripts and I'm producing features. I mean, with my business background that I have, you know, I'm capable of. I'm not the guy that sits in the room and like call me do an audition. A lot of things I've got is just in my own networking and my own abilities, and I want to write pieces that I like that I want to be in. Put myself in a scenario in there where I'm working with the right people around me that's going to help out with my game, make sure I'm really into so I can make my money back. And you know, I get to do this and I understand it real well, and I love the craft. You know, leading men is what I want to be, not just act. But I want to, you know, once again, I want to be the lead singer of the band. I don't want to just be drunk.
I always feel like it's just like, hey, man, hours later. So the reason why I know that scaring the dog is so fucking that weekend we met with Tom and they showed where are they now? They showed some pretty badass stuff. It was a good one. They said another thing, that's human pilot. They said, really, how do you know? They said, trust me, there's if this is a hard film world to film. I think I could do the same thing every fucking week. 100% believe every time I go somewhere that way. Details in the area. So there's a joint human non-human lakes in a Black Mountain area.
So what about competing restaurants?
Yeah, like fuck all these bitches. I had to go for a wife to put a friend just that's fucking cute. These people are something.
Wait, I think it's my turn. How did you get stuck on all that? Going with your wife's friends to go to Cuba?
Oh, I love my wife. I know the girl. The girl's cute. The husband's great, cute. The kids are beautiful. I wanted to go too. But when I went, it was the place we were. It keeps getting worse and fucking worse.
Oh, really?
I'm like, oh, I gotta bring my own fucking hot sauce. Shit. Nobody has Frank's fucking hot sauce. I'm a Frank's type of motherfucker. I put that dopamine down my shit. No, Frank is fucking a white dude from Buffalo. He invented the wing concept. That's what Frank is. Frank's hot sauce. Louisiana's not hot sauce.
But why would they have that in the Cuban restaurant?
Because that's what it calls for. It doesn't call for tapatio shit. That's for Mexican food, though. I'm not insulting, though, but I'm just telling you, you gotta pick a fucking flag. That's why I don't go to Chinese, Japanese restaurants. Fuck you, bitch. Pick a fucking flag. You can't do both. You can't do pork fried rice and sell fucking sushi. That ain't kosher. That ain't fucking kosher. That's any Jew. You can't have mixed fish and fucking pork like that. No, I'm sorry. I get emotional.
No, I hear you. Almost like you said, like we were saying earlier, it's like when it comes to money and business, it's like whatever it is you're doing, it's any good entrepreneur, any real legitimate successful entrepreneur will tell you that you just do what you're going to do and you do the best you possibly can, and you don't do it for the money. You know, you focus on what you're trying to do, you have a passion for it, you love, and you do it the best you can do it, and then
Right. Was that for you? Was it that way for like the entire time, or did you have a switch? Because when you're young, it seems like, at least for me, it's like all about the money and all the all these bills to pay. Was it a switch at like at what point were you like, okay, the money's not here, so I just keep doing it?
I mean, still got bills to pay, you know, but you gotta love what you're doing. You gotta love what you're doing, and then it's not work. I don't get up in the day going, I have a full day of things that I'm doing for the goal that I'm trying to achieve. And trust me, if I told you them all, you think I was all over the place, although it all makes perfect sense to me. But it's every one of them are something I look forward to waking up next day to do. It's something I love.
another friend of ours, and I noticed the man was eavesdropping.
I told him thousands.
And my friend kind of dug him in his elbow and said, you're being listened to.
Yeah.
I said, that's fine. You can think you're crazy. Think you're crazy. This is a march.
Raised to this.
I used to take showers at the gym.
I apologize. I was eavesdropping. I said, I can see that.
Take a
So
shower.
I apologize.
That's when you know how much
I
you
don't
love
think you're crazy.
Because at that point, you
And
know.
I asked him, what makes you say that? So I had my own experience about 10 years ago, and I never tried it because I was threatened.
Drive this
And I said,
car.
now you have my attention. What did you say?
This is
We
what I
might
want
want
to
to
do.
talk
This is
about
what I
it.
believe.
He paused for a moment. He said,
It's
I'll
about
tell you about
belief.
it, but I don't want to go into too much detail.
It's tough to sell to people.
It is senior year of high school.
Just like you.
And at the time, his hobbies were riding his dirt bike. And
Chuck
at
was
the
there.
time, I was 200 pounds
You
in
know,
the
so they were
bodybuilding.
close then. That's when they were
And
close.
so I took my dirt bike on the back of my truck to this place that goes down to Sycamore Canyon. So I was about 6 miles in. So I ride my dirt bike down these switchbacks into Sycamore
Chuck
Canyon.
inspired me. I'm
And
back
someone
and
shot
forth.
at me. So it was a really loud crack. It went right past my head.
Whatever Chuck's in the room, go look at my fridge. Hell. And finally, one day I had to go off the block. He was very nice. Eddie was ready to I said, "You some crazy shit. What time of the year see you went? You just knock somebody out. You just knock somebody out. Like, you walk into a fucking baby carriage.
Yeah.
Everybody fucking was howling. It was like, what? Yeah, this little baby carriage.
Yeah, just even a thing like all of us, man. And bills, you know. And when I was fighting back in the day, to give you an idea, if I would tell somebody to do that, here's when I started the first 0 to $4,000 on paper. It could have been 1,000. It could have been really made because I wasn't fighting because I was fighting because I wanted to see. Okay, I'm fighting back in my teacher in my school. I had this thing on my trials. It was anyone 6 feet taller or 2 feet heavier to train for free with me. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to fight against them. So I had all kinds of people paying for prizes, but these guys could train for free because that was going to benefit me because that's where I was. And then I met a gentleman in John who was actually UFC, who fighting in shows when he just started. But to me, it's like an opportunity to fight someone who's definitely worthy and fight to see how good I really was. It's always about to better myself, see how good I really was. And it carried over. I retired probably 5 years before that new money started. Because that's why I started this one show, the WFA, the North Fighting Alliance. So where she fought for me. I mean, the reason was because eventually said, okay, I'm not going to ever make money as fighter. Fighter don't make money because, you know, now it's roughly then was and that top 8 in the world for the best fighter. I'm not going to make 20 years. So I like 2 times a year, like that. So once I started, I started my own show. And I started to do content called the Fight Alliance with a fight like this. And I thought in John did shows. And I made all the financial and took it all together and made sure that I had an amazing way. But Jason, what we'll do between rounds was amazing. It was every would be there, 250 minutes, and it had 17 over. So it was about the whole demographic. It was like going out. It was like going out to like a party, a nightclub. Fights were really good. And I'm my fighting was with Franklin, Frank Trigg, and Marvin Eastman. And it was real. It was top level. This is yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, oh, it was amazing. But it was before shows, we did some product to fight it out. And we had Rampage. So, but yeah, that was my thing. And then from there, we got into nightclub industry. This gentleman I was producing with, he said, doing a show, night of the clowns. So, once a week, he's coming to it. And what guy do? We had fun. I'm like, what do I do? He's like, just invite people, just you know, in bottles, stuff down there. And I started lighting them. And the turn on I had really fun. And I realized, you know, my success in fighting really carried over. Like, after the whole invite to the party, paying. So I was looking at facilities, tons of people coming, and it was, and I didn't know, but I just had my deal in bottles, a couple $100 for the night, nothing serious, and basically the city was popping off, and then eventually they had a partner out of the hotel. This was a part 2 years later, somebody was on one spot in Vegas, and within 3 weeks, it was dead. They couldn't keep it going. This was obviously the drugs. But so they called the inspection, hey, this is sure, I mean, John, who's loyalty, so then we can have those happen again more than ever. But now it was my thing that 2,000 to 3,000, 200 to 3,000, and they just continued to grow until I ended up owning and starting this company, John Lewis Entertainment Group, which is still in existence. Now it's an international company. We deal with thousands of folks, booking celebrity appearances internationally, and do marketing for big casinos. But it just snowballed, and it never was my plan. But it's just doing things that you love. Do it right. It just in the fruits come. That's how it's been. I used to try to have different full life careers with them.
Yeah, what's this? Man, what the fuck am I thinking?
But we were camping within Bradshaw Ranch some years prior, and came out of the encountered this craft that seemed to be escorted by a helicopter.
That's good.
Whatever's under the ground out there. The thing that struck me is probably the most prominent of all details is it does appear, especially with some of the whistleblowers who have come out, that there is, in fact, some of the facilities out there a joint effort between government contracts, private companies, and off-road entities working together on incredible technology. And when I was talking to this Lieutenant Colonel, I told you about in front of us at the ranch, I asked him if he had heard of
well, you're talking about the best case scenario. The truth of the story is about you guys still based on fighters, 2 guys fighting in the city, and a bunch of guys that fight for $200 a week, train for 2 months before the fight. So obviously it's not about the money to it, and just $500 for 2 months of work. Exactly. So it's like that, but even worse. So I thought the training made like 30%, maybe a lot. I mean, you can make 10 to 50%, but it's not a lot more than that. Just the manager, the same as the lawyer, you're trying to defend professionals. But once again, even though the fighters they're making okay money, they're doing that.
You look at this dollars, but it appears that that's where a great balance of this black money disappears to. But these underground facilities here in the Southwest.
So we're gonna let you take a breath. You can go, you guys. He's known for that. It's all good. It's all good stuff, though, right? And when we come back, I mean, first of all, you describe a lot of the same things that James Gilliland does with the Yosemite Ranch. The same exact look. But I also want to ask you about how human trafficking is in that too, because we also know that that's happening out there too. And that's why there's a lot of that stuff there. So we'll come back and find out more. Stay with us, guys.
ABC Sports, ABC at 6 o'clock. They fucking pay for fucking ass. They do a great job in the fucking market. They get it out there. You pop in and you click on the UFC post, that's it. Every time you fucking click on this UFC's linking, there will be something about people dying of fucking gonorrhea. If the UFC's in the corner, they'll pop up something fucking crazy. It's a lot of money. So, that's what I always get pissed off when people raise their hand and say, "What paid for it?" But on the other hand, I know there's a lot of cost to pay. As a company, it's like you said to me on the show, you sold this many tickets. Just do a feed, because it becomes something else. But if I do it, see the comic club is a good segmentation. All they gotta do is drive. They give you a percentage, blah, blah, blah. But if it's 5 days, if the feeder is 8 to 10, and I go long to 8:15, guess what? I'm paying for fucking 2 hours. I only did 15 minutes. Don't matter. 2 hour increments, 3 for fucking
Right. You know, there's thousands of
Discover a new podcast from our
and I
library
think Joe Public has really, really taken into consideration the
podcast
people's
preview.
libraries that that's what people read.
Yes, the thing is that there's different conversations with this, and these are it's always touchy for me because I'm on both sides of it. I'm a businessman. I own my own shows. I'm also the fighter that wants to be paid for what I'm worth, and I see all the sides of it. I definitely think we should work towards the fighters getting paid more and more. But at the same time, you're right, and also this is a business that you just as a boss to run as a business. And they spend $2 million of their own money on this time after cost of life. And before when you're just about to quit, and I'm going to do all of this, they spent $47 million in advertising trying to make it go from the most bloody sport in the world to the sexiest sport in the world, doing that thing long stone. There's so much marketing. It was literally saying to just throw the towel in, and that's what it was. And all of a sudden, the spark of life showed it made you feel like a longer and very long. So it's just so much money, you're right, going in to make this thing like this today. If they didn't do that, the fires would be nothing. Probably you wouldn't have lost. So, but it's easy to forget that over time. And the next thing about it is very expensive to run a show. I don't know what the expenses are, but the real problem is
this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
You don't want to be the one that gets the bad vibes when the only show in town is that. So what's the other option? So it's easy to control that's going to help you in a lot because there is another option. And those things over time are going to naturally help. But if people compare to NFL or the boxing and how much money people make in boxing, right? But this thing how long boxing's been around.
But it seems like UFC is way more popular than boxing.
Yeah, so my point is that, and I'm winning at that, my point is that if you're judging apples to apples, you're judging a sport that you thought really well. You thought, it went from 0 to this in that amount of time. You both been around before that. And you're saying if you make the things one of them as boxers, if that's what's going on. By the way, amateur fighters like the three of us, but that's just when we're talking about the lower level fighters. Just that, they were the main fighters was being done because the job was being solved. So, there's a lot of sides to what we're trying to say. It's not as cut and dry as team plays. And it's a business. It's a fucking business.
And you know what? Listen, I love the fucking go through my records. See who fucking shortchanged and go back to the head of fucking shortchanged.
It's just good stuff. That was the world of dancing without twirling people around. It was kind of nice just to freestyle out there by yourself. I would be dancing to these tunes, and somebody would try to grab my hand and twist me around, like, hey, I worked at Dolby's radio stations. I played the 50s and 60s like crazy. I understand those kind of dances, but in the 80s, do not grab my hand. Leave me alone. Let me dance. Just watch the master. Anyway, there you go. Good stuff. I know. I love the 80s with you. I am right there with you. For the conversations on music.
And I have to get
You want to talk with someone about things, unexplained things, psychic phenomena, maybe even what we're talking about tonight. But you just can't find that special person. Well, George Laurie and a buddy put together Paranormal Date, even Paranormal Senior Date, and even that conspiracy date as well.
In your
And you
haze,
can
your
sign
love
up
for
if you're
what you're doing.
single, check it out, see what you think, if you think you want to go a little further with it because it's free to check out, well, then you can use word code George. You get a really nice discount, and maybe you'll meet the person of your dreams. It's Paranormal Days, Paranormal Senior Day, Conspiracy Day.
You have like a buffet going on
the
there.
website at coasttocoastam.com.
The scariest thing in the world.
got time to do it now.
At 45 years old, I was in so much miserable pain. I
You ever
was really
sleep
trying to
time?
get
I can imagine you.
making drugs,
I'm
waiting
full
for it
sleep.
to go
Yeah,
away,
I
almost
got
no
time.
Take like a special shot that gives you like 5 minutes of sleep.
But I do sleep like 4 or 5 hours, and I'm happy and good. 5 hours. Not like I just wake up and I'm ready to work. I'm ready to start my day. And
Thank the Lord. Yeah, 40 hours, you just take fucking call for duty. And lives it. Why fucking play Call of Duty if you can live? Jump off a fucking building and start your goddamn day. Stuart Cole out there in London, I love you, cocksucker. Happy birthday. I know it's something going on with you. I just forgot right now. Lloyd, the Fly the Wave, Blake, Mayor, Juan Nunez, Ricky McLean, Aaron Heath, Radcliffe Yates, Clayton Webb, Ryan Cavazos down there. I'll see you next week on Sunday. Alex Z and James Hewlett. Stay black, dear folks. You know I love you. What are you looking at me on Creek Cup for?
Because your eyelids finally look as fucking as mine do.
No, we're swimming for that. We jump up and down.
Your eyes are small.
I know, gosh.
It's fucked up. I gave one of the stars back. That's when they shot at Bruce Lee at fucking at Fist of Fury. It's like,
You called me and said people were at the dispensary and they were asking if you were the stars and you get me fucked up on it.
I gotta do it, John. Now he sits around, he don't want to do nothing. He plays that fucking Call of Duty 6 hours a day. I'm gonna blow up that fucking game on in the morning. What are you doing? When is the grand opening, my brother?
We're gonna pick a hard grand opening in the next few weeks. I'd like to definitely let everybody know to look up some of the social media to follow them.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, if you don't mind saying.
No.
Yeah. So I'd love you guys to come follow me on Twitter. Just at John Lewis MMA, real easy. You can kind of see all the updates and what I'm up to and all the everyday exploits of striving entrepreneur. And Facebook, it's just / John Lewis Fighter. Instagram, John Lewis MMA as well. And the website is johnlewismma.com. So it's all pretty easy. But you can see we're open now. You can come train out. You can come into the school. You can find the information on the website. There's also a number you can call. My partner David, number is 310-258-0786. That number is for taking, giving more information about the school. And they come and get signed up, and then when the grand opening happens, we'll have Chuck there and Tito there, and Randy, and everybody will be there, and it's going to be a real big day.
You're a fucking savage. You see what I'm saying? Lee's going to come down. He's going to do some jumping
a little bit of rolling.
Lee's a savage.
Cryo machine. And
You have no idea. Lee's a wrestler and high school state champion.
No.
Oh, man.
Oh, I never
Wait,
did.
we bullshit the man. Shut your
Yeah, open your eyes, too. Open your eyes.
That's not gonna happen.
Bullshit. What do you got the rest of the day, Lee?
Now, nothing. That's why I went to the gym before this. But I knew I was going to get fucked up.
How many calories you got left?
Huh?
How many calories you got left?
I don't know. I haven't put them all in yet.
We got this cryo machine over there. It's awesome. It takes you down to minus 240 degrees for like 2 minutes, but it burns 900 calories just standing still.
What?
And it also is great for your joints and everything.
You burn 900 calories standing
Just
still?
standing still, man. So yeah, you can come down here. You can come down. You can take one of those things, come down, just stand, burn 900 calories, then you go and watch play Call of Duty.
So 2 minutes you stand there.
Well, it's not that easy. It's cold, but
Like a motherfucker.
you can make it.
How cold is it?
It's 200 to
But wait a second. A minute is 450. That's when you got to stand on that bicycle for an hour.
I know. Wait. So how long could you stay there? Can I stay there for like an
No,
hour a day?
you probably gonna get frostbite.
Oh.
Fuck that, Lee. You can do it. You're from Boston. You ain't no fucking.
900 calories.
You ain't
2
Hawaiian.
minutes.
Shit. Tell
No,
him, Lee.
That would take me like an hour and a half.
Wait, how many fucking tell him?
Like 6 foot. My mom
my
keeps
God.
shoveling. And my younger brother lives there and they won't let them like leave. Like, there's a parking on the street ban, there's a driving ban unless you're like a state employee. And so she's been shoveling all day, every day.
My wife left CNN on, and it was on. I was in the kitchen with the baby, and I heard some lady going, "It snowed 71 inches
In like 2
3
weeks.
days or something fucking ridiculous."
I'm from Hawaii. So
Yeah, and I'm hearing this,
that.
and all of a sudden, like I straighten up. And I go, "What's these fucking bitches?" There's always only on TV bitches. I did the math in my head. I'm like, "That's fucked up."
Yeah.
Like 71 inches in 3 days or something
I
crazy.
think it's like 2 weeks. I think like less than
Oh
2
my
days.
fucking god! And it's 19 degrees this morning. in
And it's
Jersey.
snowing again right now.
My friend's like, yeah, it's 19 degrees today. It's warming up. What? I went to the fucking park with the baby. I had to put shorts on and shit. I got bit by some bug because I had shorts on and shit.
It's definitely much better out here.
Yeah, no, I can't go back. Fucking Hawaii. They don't even give a fuck.
No,
All you do all day is do a couple of jiu-jitsu, eat some pineapple juice, go to a fucking tsunami. That's it.
the beach, yeah, like the big waves.
I've actually heard from people who like were born in Hawaii, if they were white or like not native, like they didn't like it. Like they just did. As someone who's never been there, when you think Hawaii, you think like paradise. It would be great to live there. But then I've heard a bunch of people say it's not that great a place to live.
Everything has your fist fights every day.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
So you just gotta beat people up. You'd be all good.
Oh,
Good thing you're arrested.
no. I was in a couple fights, but no, I don't want to be in fights every
They're
week.
gonna kill you in that fucking car. You're gonna be driving.
Hawaii is a great place.
That happened to me. You know, listen, man, it's tough because sometimes you get sucked in. I was coming home from the ice house one night, minding my own business, just driving, and some guy pulled up next to me, and he was working. I don't know, maybe they have some people have bad days. You don't know what the fuck they're going through. They had bad days. They stand next to me. I just, I was in the express lane. I'm not even supposed to be in that lane.
Right.
That's how late it was. It was 10:30, 11. I'm not drinking and driving. I don't drink and drive. I don't even drink. I'm just driving. I look at the motherfucker. He's giving me the fucking finger. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? And I kept after a while, I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, bitch. And also they start looking at me, giving me like eyes and shit. So I had a bunch of pennies. And this chick, I opened up my window and I threw it this way. And I heard this car go, that motherfucker drove down that 134.
He didn't know what you were doing. He didn't know what hit him.
Fuck no. Shit.
He didn't know what it was.
And by the way, to give you people a follow, I haven't talked to my daughter in like 15 years. So it took me like a fucking 6 months to draw the courage up to call the house. For her birthday, she's 25.
Okay.
I haven't talked to her, she was like 15 or 16. So I knew there was going to be either some type of drama or I wouldn't hear back from them. And then I get back in like a year with some story or something. Listen, I've been through all. They never called back. Not one time they called back. Not even a fucking postcard, nothing. So I got to call them back again. I got like 100 emails, which is very supportive of you people.
You're gonna call them back now?
I gotta call her back. That's it. I gotta fucking reach out now, man.
Oh shit!
Now I gotta fucking bite into it. This is my kid.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
Gotta do this shit. For a long time, I was scared. I was really like, I don't want to call her. I got the baby, I got a 2-year-old, and I think every fucking day when I'm with the 2-year-old. So,
yeah, I got my 6-year-old. He's nothing more important to me. So
yeah. And you have him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
3 nights a week.
Yeah.
And then the other nights he goes back to Vegas.
No, his mom's out here too.
Oh,
yeah. So,
you have one with the mom?
100%.
See what I'm saying?
No worries. Yeah. Supportive each other. He's coming back from Disney World today. He's been over there partying in Disney World, I should say, in Florida. So we've been having a good 2 days vacation.
Around here, jumping up and down, get people around bars. Let me get some shot. We'll get the fuck out of here. What time is it? Holy shit. I want to give my main motherfuckers over there at IronDragonTV.com. Listen, these people ain't fucking around. I got some secrets to tell you in a couple of weeks, but Iron Dragon TV is not fucking around. This is just the beginning, motherfuckers, all right? Go to Iron Dragon right now for classic martial arts. The other day I was on the El Rey channel, and they had the one-arm swordsman, Return of the One-Arm Swordsman. I taped all of them, and I remembered how much I enjoyed watching classic martial arts. The movies are so fucked up and so unbelievable. You just sit there and go, what the fuck is happening? But fuck it. This is how good this movie is. I love it. It's this confusion. You don't know what the fuck they're saying. It's overdubbed.
Kung Fu Theater
was a fucking bomb everywhere. So stop sitting there like a mook. Oh my God, the Academy Awards. Did you see the Grammys? Fuck you. Here it is.
You didn't go to any Grammy parties?
Fuck yeah. Nobody fucking listen. Even if they invited me, I would go down there and walk around and watch Kanye West assault people. I don't need that shit in my fucking life. You understand me? That's why I kill a chicken once a month. That's why I kill a chicken once a month in my backyard. I give it to the saints and I move on. I don't need that shit. Sure. That's why you're in such good shape, because I pray for you. IronDragonTV.com. You get 2 free movies when you put in the box.
Joey.
Oh shit, Joey. You get 2 free fucking classic kung fu films. They got tons of genre. The Yip Man series. They ain't fucking.
And they got new stuff too.
They got new stuff on the daily. Number 2 on it. I love you, motherfuckers. Without you, I wouldn't even live. If it's not the Alpha Brain, the fucking Strong Bone, the Shroom Tech Immune, the Shroom Tech Sport. I get on a plane, I pop 2 Shroom Tech Immunes. I can fucking sit in the toilet seat and rub my dick on the fucking thing. Nothing. I go home, no rashes, no fucking itch. No
Impressive.
No nothing. No Ebola. I've told you this before. If you take fucking Shroom Tech, no Ebola, cocksucker. Listen, do me a favor. Go to honor.com right now. Go through their products. There's something you like, there's something you not like. I can't get you 10% off on the ropes and the fucking kettlebells. But as far as the nutrients, I get you 10% off today. What I got to press? Church, CHURCH in the box. You get 10% off, right? You know, I don't fuck around. That's how I roll. Number 2, Hitty Cigs. I've been smoking a cigar all fucking day here. Whether it's a cigar, whether it's a cigarette, it comes in 24, 16, 8. Boom! There you have it. You can quit in a fucking month. You don't have to hang out with stinky fucking fingernails. You can't stick your finger up somebody's ass when it smells like nicotine.
It's terrible when you can't do that.
What the fuck? That's the whole patois. You know what I'm saying? When they're sitting there looking like a popsicle and you're watching ESPN. Who's better than you? Anyway, HittyCigs.com. They ain't fucking around. They also have this cigar. If you want to go to Lion City and be a big shot down there with the Puerto Ricans, knock yourself out. Go to HittyCigs.com right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh, shit. Bang that motherfucker. Get 20% off. You know why? Because that's how I roll.
Sitting there looking like a popsicle.
Sure. You ever think when you finger somebody's asshole, you're like, they're like a popsicle. They're sitting there frozen. Who you think you're dealing with, Lee? Some fucking novice? You think I just wake up and wakey doik on Lancashire all day? I'm slinging dick, dog. I'm telling you right now. Oh, shit. You want to smoke that vape? You're sick of smoking reefer? Go to nailedinlife.com. They'll fucking take care of you. They got pens. They got whistles. They got sticks that you can burn. They got blowtorches. Listen, burn the bitch like Rick James. I don't give a fuck. You understand me? Go to nailedinlife.com. They ain't fucking around. They got the best vapor pen in the business. They guarantee it. And just as you mentioned,
Joey Diaz.
Oh, shit. You get 20% off like a motherfucker. That's how we roll over here at church. Giving you discounts on vapor pens, blowtorches, sticks with I don't even fucking know. Hitty Cigs, tremendous. One of the best fucking. You know what I love about them the most? 1,200 guaranteed puffs. I'll be smoking this cigar till the next fucking doomsday. You understand me? You know why? Because it's quality, and that's how I roll. Iron Dragon TV. What can I say about Dave Foley knocking it dead? Cousins with Steve Foley from Whoop, there it is, and Honor.com and shit. Right now, giving you 10% off. Please stop rubbing your eyeballs. You're not calling Uber. Look at how high you are. Eat a piece of the cookie. I'll bring it down.
We'll bring you down.
I'm glad you didn't take any because I feel like you lose your entrepreneurial spirit. Or
you don't even understand. I brought you this special joint. This is what they gave. I don't even know what they gave this.
You become a
Covered his eyes and shit. Like 6 melon salt.
You become a
between rounds, so we use between rounds.
Oh, yeah. That's what Stitch got in his pocket. I love you. John Lewis, congratulations. You're my child. The reason why you're here is because I can tell you really give a fuck about these kids. Dave's the master disaster. Dave's going to be doing tremendous fucking things. Lee, what's the story?
What's up, buddy?
You're not coming to us. Why are you excited for Valentine's? Tell John Ellie. We're doing Valentine's Day.
John Lewis.
I call him John Ellie.
Call me whatever you want.
John Lewis.
As long as you call me. So.
But we've been on a diet for like 8 months, so we're going
80 fucking 8 pounds.
Wow, congratulations.
Well, thanks, but we're gonna mess it up. We're gonna get a burger from In-N-Out, wings from Buffalo Wild Wings, and then dessert.
So you're gonna split a burger from that. You're not gonna get a whole one.
I don't know, probably not.
Are you gonna buy it and take out and bring it to In-N-Out?
No, we're gonna go to all three places.
All three places.
An expensive time, quality time, spot.
Yeah, but we were gonna go see a movie, but there's literally nothing else. So I think we're gonna do something else in between. I think I'm gonna take her to the museum. She wants to go to the library.
Like old school, feel up the titties and get that appetite going. What do you
We will.
you think you're just gonna eat a fucking cheeseburger and gonna be into your wings 10 minutes later?
No, it's all throughout the day. It's not like in an hour.
Bring like a bunch of plastic gloves, like you're a surgeon and shit. Bring it back to the fucking car and work that motherfucker.
What am I doing with the plastic gloves?
Nothing. You jerk off and tell me your own hand. Take the glove off and throw it away in case the side shows up. You're not pulling an OJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking to you from the heart.
This is like a romantic Valentine's Day.
It's Valentine's Day. Women like to give hand jobs and suck dick in cars. That's what they do on Valentine's Day. You're going to get her flowers too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then. What do you think? You just give her the flowers? Fuck her. You put it over your helmet. As she goes to get the flowers, you pick up the helmet, that little Jew roll is out, ready to squirt. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
I love you guys. Have a great day. We'll be back tomorrow night. Stay black, stay beautiful. Thank you, John Lewis. You know I love you. Don't forget JohnLewisMMA.com. That's where it all starts. Go on there and see what this motherfucker's done. He's a true savage. Let me get it together.
Go to honor.com.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. This fucking...
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
I was.
You can do it.
No, you can drop me. Go to honor.com. Go to honor.com. Use code word church to get 10% off of all the optimization products.
I'll tell you something real quick for you people who want to be my friends on LinkedIn. Whatever the website is. I don't want to know nobody. All right, leave me the fuck alone. Every time I get an email, I think it's something important. Somebody wants to be my name on LinkedIn, whatever the fuck it is. Some professional network. I want to know you people. Because if you're in there, you don't know nobody anyway. Leave me the fuck alone. I want to hang out with another bunch of losers that ain't working. Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. I want to be friends with nobody, all right? Everybody always bothers me from that LinkedIn John. I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm network of professionals. Then what are you bothering me for? I'm a fucking felon. Leave me alone. You ain't supposed to be mingling with me. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Fuck LinkedIn.
Go ahead. Hurry up. You're going to read this.
That's your next shirt.
Huh?
Fuck LinkedIn.
Fuck LinkedIn. I know these people.
Fuck people listen to these.
Huh?
You're killing me right now.
Okay. Go to IamDragonTV.com. Use code Joey to get 2 free rentals of all the good martial arts movies they have. For all the oil and wax smokers out there, go to NailedItLife.com and use code Joey Diaz to get 20% off of the premier Reaper pen on the market. And I'm going to survive and to hit e6.com. Better tasting, longer lasting. Proof is in the vape. They have e-cigarettes and e-cigars. Use code Joey's Church to get 20% off your order.
To me, this is my research.
Oh shit! We'll be back tomorrow night, bitches. 8 o'clock your time, hopefully. Yeah. Lee, you gotta get the roses and put them by your zipper. That's old school. Or before she gets the roses, you gotta take your pocket and cut it off and then put your dick by the pocket and tell her go in your pocket to get the car keys. And boom, she feels that little juice stick. It's over. You know what I'm saying? It's like a juice Slim Jim. That's what we do.
I feel like this is like the opposite of what they would want from us.
Stop. Would I give you fake romantic fucking info?
I think you would.
As long as he can reach the pocket. You gotta be able to reach the pocket.
Right, you gotta put that helmet. Kick that motherfucker, Lee. Kick that motherfucker. This is the devil's cousin playing the guitar. Let's do this. I own you.
So will you stick around for an hour with us? Keep you awake a little bit longer? Okay. Well, get some more. We'll bring it back.
Make it look like a popsicle, like a fucking popsicle. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? The church or what's happening now, bitches? Tuesday night. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We figure we take the fucking day off. Sam Tripoli's here tonight.
In the house.
From Punch Drunk Fucking Sports and many other podcasts. Sam Tripoli.
At the church.
Brian Cowan. These guys got like 18 different fucking podcasts. I don't know how they do it. Brian Cowan's on the 8-minute podcast, a 10-minute podcast. He's got a sports podcast, the Brian Cowan Man Hour. How the fuck do they do it? I'm a hunter.
I'm a hunter.
Who the fuck knows? What's up with you? Flying Jew, everything all right with you? All
Everything's
day
fine
you've been
for
all
like 10 minutes.
fucked up.
Oh man, you got high fast, dude. You are high.
Last
I'm
night,
not high right now.
last night I got the highest I've ever been on THC.
What?
I blacked out for the last hour. I probably had 800 milligrams in me deep.
Well, you should have seen it. I should have taken a picture. We had
Oh my God.
all the stars, and I don't know what you ate before you got
I
here.
had 2 candies, then I got here and I ate 2 stars. By the time I left here, I was so fucking hungry, I had to eat the chocolate bar. That was one of
Oh, that happened to me. Yeah, that's
that
happened
was
to me when I was in
240
Toronto.
milligrams, and then I got so high with the chocolate bar, I had to eat the fucking peanut butter cookie, and that was another 140 fucking.
You were eating the chocolate bar during the podcast.
Oh
You
my
take it, like,
God.
eat a corner
I
of
was
that.
fucking. I went to pee at 2 in the morning. Everything was purple. At that time, I took ecstasy on 1440 North Garden. It was something that I fucking could. I was high as shit. I got up this when I went to acupuncture. She said something to me at 1 o'clock. She goes, "Did you smoke a lot of pot before you come here tonight?" I go, "I smoked the usual." She goes, "Oh, I got smoked like 6 in the morning, 7:30, 8:15, that type of shit." And I got busy. She goes, "Man, there's a lot of reefer in this." I'm like, "Oh, last night I must have dropped a fucking
1,000
Oh my
milligrams.
God, I got fucked up, and I called him a few times. This fucking guy got in his car and went for Yum Yum Donuts.
At like 11 o'clock.
That's how strong, that's how tough his nails, this fucking guy.
Yum Yum Donuts, dog.
I was so fucking
The
high.
Hollywood one, or
No,
just
there's one right
over
here.
right over here.
the one in Hollywood? Shady.
Oh no, I got that one in Santa
It
Monica.
tastes funny as shit. Like they jerk off. Like they whack off in the fucking something. Something's not right. Because I had Yum Yum
That's cream filled.
years ago. No, they whack off in the battle like Brad Pitt and Fight Club. They fucking over here. They got a Yum Yum on Lancashire, right? And it's disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't go that one.
I ate there one time. It was disgusting. The Yum Yum is by the school
On Magnolia.
on Magnolia. That's the Mac Daddy across from Taco Bell,
Yeah.
next to the hamburger joint.
Is that
Good
hamburger
shit.
joint good? I heard that hamburger place is pretty
You
good.
know what, man? I went there. It had to be 5 years ago. Me and Terry were walking around the neighborhood. Went in there. Got a hamburger. It was what it was.
No, but I ate pretty healthy last night before that. I only had a little bit to eat, but then around 11 o'clock I just couldn't
Went
take.
nuts.
And I wanted just glazed donuts, but I said glazed and I didn't even look, and he gave me the bars, like the twisted bars. Oh,
You killed both of them.
yeah.
Oh,
I used to love the Half Moon, dude. I used to own, as a kid, I couldn't stop crushing Half Moon.
what's that happening?
One's half chocolate, half vanilla frosting all day.
Oh,
I like French colors, but they always have frosting on them out here. I like just the plain glazed ones.
I grew up on fucking Entenmann's, the chocolate with the white balls. And then when you took them out, the sugar fell off and they were chocolatey as fuck. And I think Entenmann's stopped making those. I like Dunkin' Donuts when I was a kid in Jersey, apple and spice.
It's gone so
It's
down.
garbage now. Now they're garbage.
Because of corporate, right? They
They
went
went
corporate.
corporate.
When they were like little mom and
They
pop, that
took
was
the
a
fat
shit.
out. They took the fat out of the fucking donut.
I finally went to the one in Santa Monica, and I just got a drink, and it wasn't.
Why are we making healthy donuts? You're eating donuts.
What the fuck, man?
It's donuts.
Yeah, no, it's
I tell you what, that coffee they got, the high level Brazilian bold or whatever they have
at 7-Eleven.
at Dunkin' Donuts,
Oh,
it's
okay.
fucking top notch.
I
That
drink
shit'll
coffee.
keep you up. That shit'll keep
Do you
up
ever
till
eat
3:30.
pizza at 7-Eleven? You ever see people go to 7-Eleven? They get like
No.
dinner. They're like it's like they're going to a restaurant.
No.
He tortures me every time we go because we'll go when I'm high, and he'll be like, "What, you want one of these pizzas?"
Those fucking wings and those churros.
Oh
they got,
God!
those sticks.
It's like you gotta hate yourself.
Oh my God, those little Indians that haven't washed their fingers in 15
And they
years.
always try to upsell me.
Oh yeah, they always
Oh,
get
yeah,
you. They don't fuck around.
No, like 3 wings, 30 cents. I'm like, get the
I
fuck out
want
of
to know what a fucking 7-Eleven makes a day. But when I was in Buffalo, the cab driver, he lived here. And he goes, for 5 years, I ran Sherman Oaks, Canoga Park. His uncle owns 11 of them, and he ran 5 of them.
They must make
11
millions.
And he said that he would make a ton of loot there as a manager, but he didn't like his wife got divorced. Who the fuck knows? But I know that 7-Eleven, they fucking upsell you. They got everything. In a year, they're gonna have clothes.
They say if you own a 7-Eleven, you're a millionaire. One 7-Eleven. That's how much money you make on those motherfuckers.
They don't stop. You sit there, they don't stop, and they sell everything: hot dogs, churros, the fucking petrified pizza that I know you ate.
I've never eaten that.
Even,
that's gotta be
even
hot.
their bananas are different.
Yeah.
Like their bananas even have like a weird look
Yeah.
to them and shit.
They're third
Tell you
world
what,
bananas.
That chicken salad on fucking wheat bread ain't bad.
Oh,
You ate that?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I would never eat anything with mayonnaise.
No.
The Italian thing
I agree with that. I agree with that.
The Italian ain't bad there. The Italian sandwich, take it home, take the lettuce off.
The lettuce is always bad.
Put it in the oven, dope it up, put some lettuce, some olive oil, some vinegar, and some fucking oregano with some fresh red pepper. Shit, you wouldn't know the difference. You know why? Because they got real pepperoni. When you bite into the pepperoni, you're like, oh my God, this.
I can't take egg salad if it's wrapped up. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Egg salad should never be sold in a wrap.
No. Egg salad's got to be poured. I got to see it.
Yeah.
I got to see the hand. I want him to be a bad magician. I got to see the fucking hand cocksucker with egg salad. Shrimp when I was a kid, dog.
Magician. That's a line right there.
When I was a kid, there was a place on Bergen Boulevard, 666. It was like 33-666. And that's what we called it, Deli 666. It was in a fucking white neighborhood, but they were Japanese people. But they made a fucking shrimp salad that would make your fucking asshole curl up. On fucking New Jersey bread, that fucking guinea bread that's hard.
fried shrimp or steamed shrimp?
No, the shrimp salad with the mayo.
Yeah.
No fried.
I've never heard of shrimp salad before.
Oh,
Just rock shrimp, like little shrimp?
no, like baked prawns, and they cut it up, and they put celery and little pieces of coleslaw and lettuce, a little spicy in that motherfucker, and they put it in like a long sub. Fuck.
Did you see that picture someone tweeted us of the North Bergen newspaper this morning?
Did you see that
They're
shit?
calling the mayor, like they compared him to Hitler.
What happened?
Apparently he's a dictator. He's taking like $500,000 and 3 salaries.
What, when I sit here, all right, I'm a felon. We got that out of the way. I'm a felon. But the reason why this podcast is never politically open, is because I have no knowledge of politics. But the reason why is because I do not care.
Yeah.
Because it's just being a fucking criminal without a gun. That's how smart they are. They're criminals without. When I think of the mayor of my hometown, my stomach, and he's got these people hypnotized. He's like Jim Jones. And it's old. It's from last week.
Oh,
they just
okay.
retweeted it again to break my balls. Somebody retweeted it last week. But it shows him, Fidel Castro. Those guys there's a bunch of those guys that the higher they get multiple jobs. So
these take like 3 salaries?
I saw the headline. It said 3 salaries, and that's not even with the illegal kickbacks.
Right. He's probably he's probably like superintendent of schools. He's the mayor. And he's probably something in transportation.
Yeah, dude, if you run for public office, you're probably a scumbag. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Well, you start off with a great intention. I don't believe that you start off with a great intention. And when you go up to people, they're sleazy, if they got a lot of teeth and they're always fucking smiling motherfuckers. Well, people look in the face. There's people that I bet start off with great intentions, and then they just run in and they're surrounded with fucking douchebags. How many times did you have people here that you knew from the comedy store? And all of a sudden one day they became a writer on a show or something, and they got surrounded by these fucking hipsters or something.
Yeah.
So, you see this guy one night in Los Feliz, and you're like, hey, and he's like, excuse me, I gotta go, and he shakes your hand.
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. And you're like, I knew you. We used to run together
all the time.
We used to walk the Pink Dot and share a fucking meatball sandwich. And now you're going to treat me this way.
Yeah.
They just...
Well, what would you do if someone offered you $500,000? If someone offered me $500,000 and then said, all you have to do is pass a couple laws that make my business make more money, I'd probably do it. $500,000 a year is a lot of money.
There's different ways. No, and I agree with you. The medical companies, the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
That's all the way up at the top. That's like a complete different fucking form of stealing. You're taking 3 people. You come to me and go, listen, next year Sam Tripoli wants to squash this law. Talk to him about it. Here's $300,000. I give Sam $100,000. I keep $200,000. When the scam goes down, I rat on Sam because he took the $100,000. It's fucking amazing. Like I don't even think. Well, let me at least save Sam and look Sam in the eye. And go, Sam, you owe me one. When I get out of here, give me a fucking job no matter what.
Right.
You follow me? No, they rat on Sam.
Oh yeah, that's what they do, dude.
It's really. I grew up in that.
Yeah.
I grew up in that from the time I moved to North Bergen downtown. Once I started hanging out with Carmine Balzano, who I put a picture on Facebook.
I saw that.
Of him and I eating at the thing. I understood it. When I go walk around with him, he tell me, come to these Spanish people's house and talk to them in Spanish, to get votes and shit like that. And I saw it, but they had great intentions. The Marco administration, Steve Marco's father, America's top, they had his uncle. They had great intentions. But then something happened in my hometown that destroyed my hometown forever. The waterfront. All those pictures you see of New York City are taken from fucking North Bergen, West New York, Fort Lee, Hoboken, all that surrounds that waterfront. But once they started building in that waterfront, I mean, just when I tell you this will freak you out. Because to this day, it freaks me out. And I called him about 3 months ago, and we had a great conversation. My 8th grade teacher was the mayor of Weehawken. That's like my 8th grade teacher in North Hollywood being the mayor of Studio City. It's like, you're the fucking mayor.
Yeah.
Why are you teaching an 8th grade class? And it wasn't a no-show job. He was there every day, and he loved it. And he fucking, but can you imagine that? That's how creepy my hometown is.
Yeah.
That the mayor of Weehawken, to this day, the only reason why I can figure out why the mayor of Weehawken was a North Bergen teacher is because of that fucking waterfront. Because he went to jail. He ended up going to jail, my high school teacher. Wally Lindsay ended up going to jail. Some on the waterfront buildings, some scam. In fact, when we spoke a couple months ago, he told me that they wrote a script and James Franco was going to play him.
Well, what about, what's that city where Barone's from?
Hoboken.
Isn't that like more expensive than New York City or just as expensive now?
Yeah.
Because everyone's moving there because it was cheaper, but now, apartments.
You remember the movie American Hustler?
Yeah.
The American Hustle that just came out a little while ago.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're talking about. It's like the guy who plays the mayor now, he's corrupt only because he's trying to help the community,
right? And
then he ends up going to jail. That's why I didn't like that movie. And it was there was individually great acting in that movie, but the movie should have been about the mayor trying to do well, having to work with scumbags instead of a bunch of scumbags trying to F this mayor over. But that's exactly what you're saying. Like he wanted to help the community, but he had to play a little game. He had to play a little ball, and he ended up getting fucked by these dudes and going to jail. You know what I'm saying? They take all the money, they rat him out, he goes to jail, but they end up, he's only doing like 5 years or something.
There's not one mayor in my Hudson County where I'm from that ever just resigns or stops. They all end up in jail.
I heard the same thing about like Illinois governors, like Chicago governors, like the past 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, they all end up in jail because they just, you just get too greedy. The word gets on, you start stealing with 3 fucking hands. Everybody who comes to you, hey man, I want to build a Honda dealership over here, but it's a no zone. Let me see what I can do. All right, I'll call come on down. The problem is this guy wants 80,000. I want 70 fucking thousand. The constructor, the handicapper, what is it? The guy who draws it. The engineer wants 20.
Architect.
And the architect wants 20. And at the end of the day, nobody wants nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants nothing. It's just all me, just making up numbers. That's all they do. That's how they rob you.
Well, what about these cable companies? Like, what we're paying for business internet here is probably 5 times what I'm paying, but I get at home, but I get faster at home, and it's because they just don't have. There's no other competition.
No. They zone it out. It's the weirdest thing. And this is supposed to be some kind of like capitalism, but they've all it's all collusion, man.
It's like the mafia.
Yeah,
it's
you got that neighborhood, we got this
or AT&T over here, correct?
And AT&T doesn't even have the speed. So yeah, those are the 2 options
it's
we have.
Monopoly.
And then Comcast and Time Warner combined, and the biggest thing they're saying is because they're getting investigated for monopoly, and the biggest thing they're saying is, well, we're on different sides of the country. Well, yeah, Time Warner took the West Coast, and Comcast took the East Coast, and that's you have maybe you're lucky if you have 3 options.
It's duopoly.
Cable, Fios, Verizon, and AT&T.
I can't believe that flies. I cannot believe that people let that shit fly, dude. They're like, you can only get that cable company. If you live there, you have to go through that. There's no negotiating or fighting over prices.
People need internet too much. People what you would have to do is boycott internet, but no one's going to do that.
Well, how do you get your own internet? How do they own the internet? How come I can't just grab it from the sky and get on my own shit?
Well, that's why that net neutrality thing is really scary. But I forget who did it, but somebody just made it illegal or put it on a way to, because what they were going to do is slow down certain websites.
Yeah.
for fees or whatever.
But they're going to make it. It was going to make it harder for an independent contractor or an artist to their website was going to take a lot longer to load up, and then all the big corporations would be fast, boom, 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 boom. But the FCC guy was like, "No, we can't have that." It was like the most amazing thing because everyone thought for sure he was just going to say goodbye to net neutrality, which would have fucked the internet. You know, this NSA stuff that's going on, it really has fucked just the internet because what's going on is like Brazil is making their own internet.
Wow, really?
Which means it's going to be completely detached from our internet, which is going to pretty much ruin the internet. The point of the internet was everybody's connected.
Yeah.
Now because we're spying on everybody, now they're breaking it up, so they're going to have their own internet, and it's going to.
Well, did you hear about Samsung? What happened with Samsung like the last couple of days? They have these TVs now where in the commercials you would talk to the TV and say on or off or whatever, and they just put out don't have private conversations in front of the TVs because the TVs are recording all this stuff and sending it to a third party.
Oh my God!
Samsung actually came out and said don't have any important conversations in front of our TVs because they're getting recorded.
I've been telling you for 20 fucking years.
Dude, this shit's it's everything that we saw in the movies is now happening. Like I'm writing with this guy named Ben Wolfson, and he's like writing. He's like, and I couldn't hook up the AIM chat thing. So he's like, hold on, let me take over your screen. And the dude from where he's at takes over my home screen, starts clicking on it. I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? I've never seen that shit before. Have you ever seen where some other dude way over there brings your fucking screen?
I told him out. That's why I throw you out of the fucking house. How'd you do it? I don't want to know. Get the fuck out, cocksucker. And if my TV gets robbed, I'll fucking hit you in the head with a pipe. You fuck.
Weird ass shit, dude.
It's you know, the public isn't really aware of corruption at any level. We all want to believe that everybody has our back. You know, Joe American wakes up in the morning, goes to work 40 hours a week. He gets a pension. They take taxes out. At the end of the year, he pays a tax, but he finds a bunch of loopholes, and he doesn't pay a tax. And we feel protected at every level. We lock 2 doors at night. We shut the windows, and that's it. That's it. That's not it, guys.
Yeah.
That's not really it.
Yeah.
So, and there's so many things that we just bank on. You know, we wake up in the morning. I can't even tell you who the mayor of Studio City is. I can't tell you who the mayor of fucking Hollywood is. I don't give a fuck. It's got nothing to do with my fucking world because, you know, my world, we're trying to move straight ahead. I'm sitting there going, well, the mayor race in this town is tight. Who gives a fuck? You don't even live there. What do you give a fuck if they put a park for little kids? I don't give a fuck if pigeons die or not. Everybody's always, you know, wants to save the whale, motherfuckers.
Right.
But it's as a young man, I saw so much of it that it wasn't disgusting to me. I wasn't turned off by it. I didn't judge you by it. I just saw the way things worked. So when I see some guy going, yeah, I'm going to the mayor's office and talking about this, I'm just giggle. I just giggle in my fucking head because I know that this idiot doesn't even know. You got to show up an envelope.
Did you ever think about becoming a politician? Because I know you wanted to be a lawyer, and that kind of leads right into that.
No. There was no. When I left North Bergen, I had done all these little crazy things. But the first time I realized I had to leave was when these people came up to me and they're like, hey, man, you've been getting away with murder lately. You got to help us now. And I knew that they didn't want me to put a suit on. They wanted me to burn crosses and do crazy shit like that. And I just didn't want to do it for the sake of fucking politics.
Right.
It's like anything else I didn't want to do as a kid. You know, we robbed this thing one time. We probably got $25,000. And these gangsters came up to me and they're like, well, give us half and we'll protect you. What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking? Half? I'm not going to give you half. I'll give you a couple hundred. You stick around, you have a beat, do a couple lines. But I ain't giving you half of fucking nothing.
Right.
And that's what it becomes. You know, I never understood the mafia. The mafia, wait a second. Let me get this straight. So I'm going to go out all week and risk my fucking neck to make moves. And at the end of the week, if I make $5,000, I got to give you a percentage of my money. But if I want to move up in the ranks, I got to give you the most money. So even though Lee kills 18 guys and whatever, Lee only shows up at 300. Lee is 300. If I show up and I move coke, but I tell him I'm a bookie, and I show up and I give him $3,000 a fucking week, every week, that's $12,000 a fucking month. I give some fucking schmuck. After about 2 years, he'll make me a gangster. He'll make me into the mafia. I could tell him I'm a bookmaker, but the whole time, I'll be selling fucking ball. Do you follow what the point is here? Here
Yeah.
you are, a solid guy. You'll shoot people in the head. They don't judge you by that. He's a solid guy.
You're a solid guy. You shoot people.
How many people have somebody that
I'm a
goes,
good
Trip, what are you
gunman.
doing tonight? Do me a favor. Cover your ears, Lee. No, you're fucking. On the way home, go shoot people. You know your buddy will long-legged when you do a podcast.
Yeah.
Go shoot. End this fucking life. How many people have that? They could have that power. I can just look at you and go, stop on the way home and shoot Tripoli. He's got to go. He's a fucking rat. He went to Sirius XM. You know.
Do you ever see the movie Iceman Coming? Iceman Coming, the doc, where he's like, to get into the mob, they just drove around and the guy's like, randomly killed that dude walking the dog. And the guy just walked up behind him, boom, got back in his car and drove off, and that's how he got in.
But those people were psycho fucking pads.
Yeah.
See, that was something that people never understood. Like, that crew was completely whacked out. The problem with that crew was they weren't 6 zombies. They really were 6 zombies. But again, Roy DeMeo made so much money. He was giving away $50,000 a week. When somebody gives you $50,000 a week, you're like,
yeah.
And I'm giving you $50,000. I don't know what you're giving Tripoli. You might give Tripoli 10 and say, this is all that fat fuck only give me 10 grand. You don't know because he don't want to talk to me. He never wants to talk to me.
Right.
So you don't know. So he kept giving him money until DeMeo kept saying, hey, what the fuck? I give you a ton of money. When he talked to Paul Castellano, and finally they called Paul Castellano at a weak moment. He was making. And once they made DeMeo didn't even report to like it anyway. They didn't even want him around. He made people nervous at weddings and shit. So he told them, don't even come around. He reported to one guy only because they were creepy. They sat around this bar. I don't know what the name of the bar was, not the Motion Lounge. There was something else, this bar. And that's where they planned. And they killed people right next door. So if they wanted to kill you, they just invite you to the bar and they go, you hungry? Yeah. They take you inside. The guy would come out. They shoot you in the head. They wrap a towel around you. Then they'd stab you in the heart so the heart would stop bleeding. Then they'd take you in the tub and they'd hang you upside down. They drain you. And then they come back 6-7 hours later after they ate lunch and they cut you up into pieces. I swear to fucking God. These people, that's not a gangster. Cutting people up and putting them in a fucking tub is not a gangster.
Right, that's insane.
It's insanity. That's just another word for
psychopath.
Yeah, that's another word for Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Okay? A gangster's a psychopath. He could kill you, but he's out there robbing. He's out fucking money. He's not. These guys.
And there's some rules, right?
Yeah,
There's some rules.
These guys killed over 200 people. They weren't in it for the mafia. They were in it for a license to kill people. They were zombos. They were fucking zombies.
Zombos.
What are your thoughts on the mob? Because you grew up with it. Are you pro? Like, you hate them?
Am I pro? Am I hate them? No, I do not hate anybody like that. I grew up with a bunch of kids that their parents were involved or whatever. I didn't hate them. I just hated what they represented in a way. Like what people got from them. Like, I don't like when a guy walks around, like, when a guy walks around and he's angry. Like, why should a guy be sitting at a table by himself, like in thought, like, and 2 guys are standing there like bodyguards? What does he do that he's so much better than us that he can sit there by himself in deep thought and think while everybody else is good? Like that type of shit. I always saw it for what it was. They're fucking hoodlums. That's all they are. They're guys cutting fucking corners trying to make a living. And they probably earn $20,000 a week, which in the fucking street world, that's a ton of money. When I wake up on a Monday morning, and by Friday, I put together 15 grand on the street. What does that mean, Joey? Tuesday, Tripoli shows up with a fucking truck full of TVs. And he says, Joey, I just want 10,000 for the load. I go out and make I make 20,000. That 20,000 is money. I just made 20 fucking thousand. You know what you do then? Most guys go home and sleep and do drugs. Fuck that. You do drugs, but you get up the next morning, go out and steal again.
Yeah.
And you're stealing every day. You got to remember, the more spaghetti you throw against the wall, the more it's going to stick. So if you're a 24/7 criminal, you got your hands in 1,000 things. We're centrally located at the Ha Ha Cafe. That's where we go to eat breakfast and lunch. That's where we're centrally located. But there is where we do 1,000 things. So if somebody comes to us and say, "Bill, I got 2 pounds of blow. I need to move it," Trip's the blow guy. Trip will go fucking get the blow guy. Trip will go move the fucking blow with me, and we'll each make 6,000 for the day. But every day that we do that, we're risking 10 years of our fucking lives. That's.
Do you think they're bad people?
No, they're quiet boys. They deserve to go to heaven. They you can look at them from 20 different angles. When I was robbing, was I a bad person? No, I was a weak person. Because I had the potential to do whatever the fuck I want. I could be a brick mason. I could mix cocktails. I could fucking wire a thing. No, I chose to rob drug dealers.
Easy money? Would you say you took the path of easy? I even know robbing isn't necessarily easy, but
quick money.
Quick money. Would you say it's
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're an American. You fucking. I'm not offending nobody here. Okay. You fucking get up in the morning. All right, you go to your front porch and there's somebody from another fucking country driving a fucking Lexus or a fucking Mercedes Benz. You got to get up every morning. You're an electrician's helper. You get $9 an hour. You got to rip down walls. You got to take down old insulation, re-put the fucking thing up, new insulation. You're breathing that without a mask. They don't give a fuck. $9 an hour is what, $360 a week?
Yeah.
Before taxes. Let's say they give you 12, whatever the fuck they give you. At the end of the week, what's $12? $12 an hour is $4.80. $4.80 after taxes, $400. That's $1,600 a month. You're breathing dead bodies and shit like that. Okay, your cousin comes over to you and says, "Hey, let's take a ride to fucking Hollywood. Help me sell whatever. I give you $500 at the end of the night." How are you gonna look at that $500? You're gonna go out to your cousins in about 2 weeks and pick up another 5 or 4. Then about 2 more weeks, you're going to pick up another 5 or 4. And then one day, it's going to be raining out. You're going to wake up at 6 in the morning. You're out of mayonnaise. Your girlfriend missed her period. You get in your car, the battery don't start. Your buddy picks you up. You get to work. It's on the 3rd floor. You got to carry wiring up. You look up that wiring, and all of a sudden, someone just looks at you and goes, "Hey, stupid. You keep carrying this shit up the stairs and hanging out with these fucking momos for $4.80 a week. You go hang with your cousin on Friday nights and make $500 and stay home and fuck your wife in the ass the rest of the fucking time."
Yeah, and it seems kind of like the answer to politics, essentially. I mean, it's just you can look at it from a normal job. People go to work, like the electrician's job. The electricians are probably hanging out, having coffee, and just doing the small stuff that it doesn't take a lot of effort or like physical effort. The mob was just like, oh, if the government's going to take 30%. And then more taxes, and then they're going to make millions. Why don't we just sell this stuff that they made illegal and make a ton of money when we can?
Yeah, it's almost like what happens with adult film stars, dude. It's like everyone goes, "Oh, it's the greatest." Those girls could go get a real job. I know some, they have college education. It's just quick money, dude. It's fast money. Just being an adult film star, it's like, okay, here's $2,000, come bone these 8 dudes. Quick money.
You look at society, you look what they give you. What are your options when you're not college educated? Even when you're college educated, look at your fucking options are. Okay, so what are you going to do? If when I was a kid, I had Quaaludes. Quaaludes, I paid $2 a piece for them. So for $200, I got 100 Quaaludes. I could sell them for $4. That made me $200. I don't know if you know this, $200 a day, 5 days a week is $1,000 a fucking week. That ain't too bad.
That ain't too bad.
I know that out of the 500 Quaaludes, I'm gonna sell 450. I'm gonna eat 50 of them or give them away or whatever. You gotta rock and roll. Still, that's a great profit for a fucking 20-year-old if you're not.
Right.
These kids that sell ecstasy at these clubs, they don't work. The fuck are you gonna work for? You get up at night and you go to a club and sell X. That's what you do.
Quick money.
Do I want my daughter to do it? Do I want Sam's son to do it? Do I want your son to do it? No. We have to raise it to be a little stronger than that mentally. I wasn't, I was out there. I saw it. I was surrounded with it. I was surrounded with people who had a scam for life. Listen, let's get something straight. 60% of the reason I became a comic was because I wasn't going to get a fucking day job. I've said this on the
that
show
much, 60%?
70%.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm right
I'm
up.
telling you right now. I knew there was something about hanging out in the daytime that gave me a sense of strength. Fuck getting around and rushing around and packing a brown bag.
Taking orders. I can't do that
Fuck
shit.
you. I knew that at 16. I knew I was not going to have a day job. So immediately I started looking for night options. I went with like either a night warehouse or a bartender. I would have worked on a night warehouse. I did. I started working on a night warehouse when I was 17. When I was a senior in high school, I quit high school to work at Masback Sentry to load trucks at night because I never cared about nightlife. As long as I got high, I don't give a fuck about going out and hanging out with a bunch of people at a bar, people breathing vodka breath on me and shit, stepping on my fucking shoes and acting like fucking wackos. I never cared about nightlife. Never. I could care less about all that shit. I went out, but I enjoyed myself every time I go out. As a child, and even today. Once I get to what you fucking people say is great, once I get there, I look around, and I ask myself, why the fuck am I here?
Yeah.
This ain't better than being at home with a bong in front of me. I've always been that way, so I never really gave a fuck about being. I never got it.
I've never been super social.
Really got it. Super social. I could stay home and not miss. I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. So my nightlife could have been erased. I would give it all up to be alone in the daytime. For me, peace of mind is what I do now. Is be alone in the daytime. Alone in the fucking daytime is my gift. I love it. I love being able to have my choice. I still get up early. I ain't got nowhere to go.
That's unbelievable.
I got nowhere to go in the morning.
I don't know any comic getting up. Maybe Whitney Cummings. You and Whitney Cummings. Getting up at 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning. You got to greet that motherfucker with your dick hard. The flag, the fucking is iron. You go to my house, the American flag is iron. I got that motherfucker starched up. I got a little Chinese dude. That starches that motherfucker up.
But was it looked down upon when you were getting jobs? Because I can't tell you now how many people I talk to that I tell what I'm doing, and at least 2 or 3 times a week I have to defend my decision not to go into work. And yeah, I could be making more money right now, but the 405 sucks. Doing it for myself is pretty awesome. Not looking at my boss and seeing them drive off in a Mercedes and coming in 2 hours late and leaving an hour before everybody else.
Yeah, dude, own your own shit. I've always said that, dude. Tommy from the Comedy Store. Biggest mistake that dude did. He put 11 years into something he didn't own, dude. I'll never invest that much time into anything I don't own. I need to have a piece of that shit to warrant that amount of investment of my life and my energy, man. You got to own a piece because eventually they'll get rid of you for somebody cheaper or somebody who thinks different. You got to, if you own your own thing, you put your time and effort in, you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's that's the Naughty Show. That's all my podcasting. That's my whole brand. That's all I care about is like, this is what I want to do, and I want to own it, and I like being my own boss, and I'm more successful than some, not as successful as others, but at least I own my own shit.
You're right there. You can
stay in the pocket, clean and sober now.
I'm getting to the point where every time my agent calls, I shriek at the fucking phone. He is the biggest pain in the ass. Like, he started calling me Friday, last Thursday. Hey, they want you to go do this movie tomorrow. I go, first off, that ain't happening. Just out of fucking, just because that's how I roll. They're going to do 80 off for the next month. Do not believe that it's tomorrow. Because what if I was in a plane to Buffalo?
Right.
There would be no tomorrow. So tell them right off the bat, there ain't no tomorrow. I said, tell them I'll call them tomorrow night at 7 and let them know. They called. I called 2 numbers. They never called me. I said, fuck them for Friday. Monday night, they finally, my agent called like Monday at 1. After I told him I don't make decisions till 7 o'clock, he called me. I went, hey, can you go in there tomorrow at 2 o'clock? I said, tell him to call me at 7. I'll let you know. They need to know now. They can't know now. Because if I get an audition, it overpowers the ADR. So we're having a waste of a fucking conversation. This is a waste of a conversation. Why are we having this? Bye. Click. This motherfucker calls me an hour later. How about 1:30? I was like, hey, guy, relax. So they sent me contracts to go sign because the contracts get renewed once a year. You know, and then he called again. I did it already. No. They want you to come down from the commercial department and the theatrical. They want you to fill out paperwork. I said, listen, you know how many times I'm on that side of town? Never. All right, just whatever. I'll get there when I get there. Yeah, but if I'm... Then they hit me with it. Yeah, but If a role comes out, you won't send me out. Let me ask you a question. If Brad Pitt calls you right now and a role for Fat Joey for $15,000 a week, you're not going to take it because the contract is signed. Before you answer that, I'll see you when I see you. Okay, need the contract signed, sign it yourself. Like I just hung up on him. He called too. I mean, you know,
You're the best.
I just don't listen.
You call your own shots.
It's because we're way beyond this anymore. We are way beyond this. I've been in this town for 18 fucking years. I heard all the rush stories, how we need this tomorrow and now.
There's never a rush for anything.
And no.
Everyone's boss is
Hurry
just
up and wait.
is just trying to get stuff to make it look good for their boss.
Hurry up and wait, dog.
I was listening to somebody. Well, I was listening to Russell Peters on a podcast, and he was saying how Conan said he wasn't right for his show, and it was Pete Holmes' podcast. And Pete Holmes said, "Trust me, I had a show. Conan never said that Russell Peters wasn't right for his show. It was his producer making the decision." It's just crazy how people just make.
Why would
they just make
Russell
rules up?
Peter not? Well, yeah, dude. You're dealing with these people. They have their own agendas and all this shit. And why wouldn't Russell Peters, the guy who fills arenas, be right for Conan?
Right, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Everybody.
I love Conan, but come on, man. It's Russell Peters.
Everybody has whatever they want.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a different situation. You know, maybe that producer wanted to hire Russell for something 5 years early. And Russell said no.
Yeah, you never know, dude.
That's how stupid it is. We don't like Russell Peters. Hindus don't do well.
Dudes don't do
You
well.
never know what excuse he gives. You never know what's going to come out of their mouth. They got a new show on CBS that is a fucking direct ABC. That's just racism. The minute you watch
Fresh off the boat.
yeah. Oh my God, it's as fucking. Like if I was Asian, I'd look at it and go, "What the fuck are they doing?"
Paula freaked out when she saw the commercial.
Yeah.
Who did?
My girlfriend was mentioning it.
She didn't like it, or she thought?
Just because she saw the name, Fresh Off the Boat. She's like, that's the most racist name.
Oh my God, that is the weirdest, and it's a cute show. I'm sure it's great. You know, the Asians are at home jumping up and down. They represent it. Last Asian was Margaret Cho. They told her she wasn't Chinese enough or Korean enough. You know, but when I saw the show and the name of it, I was like, what the fuck is going on? You know, they'll tell guys like us we're too blue.
Yeah, right.
And then you put on Fucko, and he's
2.5 minutes.
he's cursing, fucking chicks, saying sexual innuendos. You know, saying I don't give a fuck anymore. That's why you're right. I'm so happy that the podcast came in. The podcast it took my mind off worthless shit. That whole agency world and stuff. I'm done with it. Listen.
I love performing. That's all I want to do.
You want to give me the role? Give me the role. If not, I'm not driving to Warner Brothers at 3:30, bro. I'm like,
I love doing stand-up. The only thing I want to do is can I put asses in seats? And even that, you know, it's just like, that's all that matters. And then it's just like, I just love I love stand-up. Everything's to do better stand-up.
there is nothing in the world that's worse than you having a job that they pay you well for, and this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. You're stuck doing this.
It sucks waking up and hating where you're
And
going.
hating where you're going, you know. Eddie Griffin was a crazy comic.
Crazy, dude.
I'm gonna have
Do you
to
remember?
tell this story.
He had a top 10 movies at the same time, dog.
That's how great. And we were in that club with him, hanging out every night. And he used to say some crazy fucking things that over the years have really settled. One of them was, you got to stand up to be a comedian. You ain't supposed to have no job. You know, like about having a daytime TV job. Like on a TV sitcom. And then when he did it, I go, what happened to you? He goes, man, I got like 19 brothers reaching out for me, man. You know, I always thought I wanted to do TV. When I got here, guys, I loved it. I loved it the first time I got a show. I think it was, it was a James Coburn, but it wasn't network. I think my first network show was a show for NBC about attorneys. And I remember that I left there going, this is cool, but I don't know. I don't know if I can do this every day. I don't know if I, you know, when you get to those sets in your circle, there's 20 people, and 3 of them you invite to lunch with you for 10 fucking minutes. That's 17 people you look at and you go, I don't want these fucking people. Either they're too fake. And it's been like the last 2 years, every time I do a TV show, I get more and more turned off by it. Like, Marilyn was great. Brooklyn Nine-Nine was great. I did this show with the Sklar brothers that I wanted to fucking hang myself on the set. It was bad. The people, the director was like one of those CBS directors from 30 years that had done it all, but he was horrible at this point. He was just working on Ego now. He had like the white hair, and he had everything was perfect. His head was shaved perfect. And he would play Bruce Springsteen loud. And I asked the chick, what is it with this fucking Springsteen shit? And she's like, oh, he's personal friends with the director. He always plays Springsteen when he's getting ready to shoot. I'm like, this is fucking cheesy.
Unbelievable.
Fucking shoot, you know? So that's when I realized I started liking stand-up a lot more. When I started realizing I love movies, but I don't want to do no movie for 10 days anymore. That's brutal. The longest year I was fucking brutal. After like October, I was like, all right, enough. And we were there until like December. You know, after you go into the same job every day, the same tattoos, that's when I started feeling it. And listen, I'm very lucky to be in the movie. I'm very fortunate. But you learn that when I was a young kid, somebody told me something that always stuck with me. It's better to want than to have sometimes. You know, I was telling Leo and D'Agostino, there was a girl in high school. Oh my God, Sam Tripoli, the first time this girl walked into freshman algebra, I looked at her, the chunk over her pussy. It was ginormous. This chick had a fucking pussy in high school freshman year that weighed maybe 58, 59 pounds.
What?
And she used to wear clogs. It was a monster. And I used to look at that fucking monkey every day. I never said a word to her. She was beautiful. She just had big hips. She was a hippie bitch. And I would look at her every day. She was hot. And I would tell people, what do you think? And they're like, yeah, she's hot. And she was Italian. She had a little mustache.
Oh, man.
But you couldn't see it. That the people insulted her that she got her face. But she had a beautiful face.
I love a fat ass.
Oh, my God. And finally, like a month before my mother died, I hooked up at a party. We swapped spit. I started playing with the top of her pubic hair. And it wasn't even in her pussy range, just the top. I felt like the top. Oh my God, my head almost blew up. Then she wouldn't talk to me for a while. And my mom died, she showed up, and then we were on and off friends for years. To make a long story short, my senior year in high school, we started coming around. And once everybody graduated, I caught that bitch off guard. But what pissed me off was, somewhere in like my junior year, we're at a Joe Mary's, the bar we hung out with, when Lila jumped off the roof.
And you peed on the dog?
I peed on the dog.
Why? You peed on a dog?
It was her dog, and we just lay there, so I wanted to see if he was dead. So one day I would just take my dick out when I was coked up, and I'd try to pee on the dog, and I'd pee on him a little bit hard. I would never do that. That's when my life was.
And what the dog did? Did it ever move?
He just laid there. And then Lila would tell us weeks later, somebody keeps peeing on my dog. My dog, I take him home, it smells like Budweiser. Fucking horrible. I was a horrible person. Horrible.
Oh, you just didn't know any better, dude. You were just young, dog. We used to make dumb decisions.
I was angry at the world. I would go in there and I hated Lila some nights. Some nights she would charge me. Some nights I go in there and I only had $20. I want to buy some blow. I thought she was just, give me drinks all night. Take a $5 off the top. She would charge me. I get pissed off. I'm like, oh, you bitch. Last night I came in, he didn't charge me for no drinks.
So what happened? So you were hooking up with that girl?
So I went in there one night. We were all hanging out, having a good time. And I said something to her. I said, I would like to take you out. She goes, it's never going to happen. And I go, what are you talking about? She goes, it's never going to happen. That was a mistake. That night we got together.
Oh, no.
That's never going to happen again between a girl like me and you. That was the luckiest day of your life.
The luckiest day.
And I looked at this bitch like, you have no idea what you just decided. I'm going to take you into deep, deep psychological fucking waters. So you know what I did, dog? I stopped talking to the motherfucker. We got to an argument one night about it. I just stopped talking to her. Cut her out completely. I did that for like a fucking year. If I knew she was going to be somewhere, I would not go there. I had her on a fucking battle roll.
Sometimes you got to shut down.
I shut that bitch down. And she finally cracked one birthday of mine. One birthday of mine, she cracked and came over. And then we started talking on the phone little by little. And I never mentioned anything. But I always wanted, I knew I was going to fuck her and rock her world. I just knew I'm going to fuck this chick and that. I was young. I'd maybe fuck one other chick or something. And finally, she started doing blow. We were in high school. And that's how I got it. That was the fucking weak point right there. So
what is it about blow that chicks like to get
once
weird
she told
on?
me she started doing blow, I was like, I got this bitch. So we went to this club one night. Not all of us. I saw her at this club. And she's like, you don't call my house anymore. What's the problem? You don't like me anymore? I'm like, yeah, I like it. But hold on to this. She goes, well, you're going to promise to call me. I'll call you. In fact, let's go out to dinner tomorrow night. She goes, fine. I had her. I go, hold on to this blow. I gave like 3 grams of blow to her. She was my bitch. You know what I'm saying? Once they hold your blow, they're your old lady. It's like Sons of Anarchy. I gave him my blow to hold. I met her the next night. We went to a restaurant, Picadillo. I got the lobster fra Diablo. You understand?
Yeah.
big
15
pimpins.
Big pimpin'. They gave you the big dish, shaped like a fish, better linguine, clams and mussels surround the dish. And in the middle, they got shrimp and a fucking lobster tail. Just
it's a fish extravaganza.
Super spicy.
I took it for that super spicy, the whole fucking thing. In the car, I gave a couple bumps for the digestion. We started swapping spit. I took those panties off and started eating that monkey. I called the timeout. I put a little Coke Rock on that monkey, like that chick at the union that night when I got thrown out of there with the Arab caught me.
Fucking Coke and monkeys, dude.
This chick was, oh my God, I loved her. I was really in love with her. Then we talked for like 2 days, went back and forth. I said the story the other day. I don't know why you're making me say it again.
I'm not making me say anything.
It was a great
No,
story.
you didn't say it the other day. I've heard it before, but you said it the other day.
Somebody about this the other day.
Well, you said it was better to have than it's better than need than to have. Or
No, it's
something.
better to want than to have. And it was funny that I was in love with this girl for 4 fucking years. I love her. Like, I was infatuated. I go home at night, throw Black Sabbath on to figure out how to get this bitch off my mind. I play Sabotage backwards and shit. Megomania. Oh, fuck, I was in love with this bitch. But I knew I wanted to eat her pussy. Like, I knew something was going to happen. And here I had her in the car eating a monkey.
Were you an ass eater, Joe?
Not at that age. No, at that age, I wouldn't even.
I was eating ass in about 85.
No, I wasn't eating your ass.
Way back in the day. So
I started eating ass like in 88, 89. My
Oh.
cocaine days.
Yeah, dude.
That's when you got to eat ass because your dick don't work.
Yeah, you gotta eat that ass.
You got to eat ass.
And listen, it's your podcast. I'd never tell you anything. But the story you were telling before the show about drinking coffee late night,
Oh, please.
I was loving it. It was just like you did so much cocaine that you would drink coffee.
It don't work. I told people for years, coffee don't work on me. These people who drink coffee. Oh my God, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. 10 years ago, I shot this movie called The Mezzos, and I snorted coke all night, Friday night, Thursday night, and that was Saturday. We were shooting in Pasadena, and I remember the guy goes, "Drink 2 Red Bulls." I drank 2 Red Bulls and fell right to sleep. Right after I drank 2 Red Bulls. But when I go back to a hotel room after I do comedy, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, I drink a cup of coffee.
At night,
At
like
night.
like we're talking like 12:30.
12:30. I smoke a joint. I decompress. I take a hit off the e-cigarette. I make a few notes about my set. I think make a few notes about tomorrow.
Go 9 deep in the email.
Pretty much once that cup of coffee's finished, 15 minutes later, I go to bed.
Unbelievable.
And sometimes it affects me in my dreams. Like while I'm sleeping, I'll pop up like a fucking mountain. But no, it doesn't.
I had a fighting dream last night. I literally a straight up fighting dream, and my girlfriend had to fucking come because I was
Who'd you
like,
fight? Who were you fighting?
I can't even remember. I know I was straight up fighting. She's like, whoa, you almost hit me, dude. I've been in a lot of fight mode lately, dude.
Who you want to fight?
I might be. Do you know who Jason Ellis is? Have you ever heard Jason Ellis?
Yes.
I might be. I don't know if I gotta find out tomorrow if I'm doing his Ellis Mania in Vegas in a week and a half. But I'm supposed to do fight for 1 minute and box for 1 minute. And I haven't heard because he's like, I want you to dress up. I'm like, I ain't wearing costumes, dog. I love you to death, but I ain't wearing costumes. But I've always wanted to do the walk-in to the ring, dude. I've always dreamed of rocking a little Run to Jewels, man. I want to run to Jewels. It's called Close Your Eyes and Count the Fuck. It's the song. I want to walk out and I want to box for 1 minute. It's just a bunch of 5'4" Mexicans, they said.
And then you do comedy?
No comedy, just straight boxing. It's a night of Dude, this guy Jason Ellis, you should have him on your podcast. You guys would fucking love each other, dude. He's gonna fight 10 dudes. A new round, each round he fights another guy. He's just crazy. He's fucking crazy.
How many minutes each round?
I think it's dude, it's gotta be 2 or 3. I'm going 1 minute, and I'm just gonna be.
And he's doing 10 guys.
Yeah. He's crazy.
Alice Mania.
Yeah.
What are the 10 guys? Anybody?
No, dude, there were some real dudes, man. One is my boy Kid Cope, who was on my TV show back in the day. A couple other mixed martial arts guys, and straight boxing. He wants to fight CM Punk in the UFC, this guy, because he is a legit fighter. I mean, like, he's been training, it's got to be 8-9 years now. I've known him forever. He's taking jiu-jitsu, Thai boxing. He's a good guy, man. He's this crazy Australian dude. You guys would get along great. He used to party fucking hard, dude. Back in the day, coke, all that shit.
You should go for a round, Joey. Fight a little Mexican dude.
Are you doing jiu-jitsu now?
Yeah, I've been doing it.
How's it going?
I love it. I love it. Going tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
I've been taking Thai boxing. I can't get there enough, but I decided I gotta, because dude, I don't have a 9-to-5 job, dog. I have a fucking 24/7
Right, that's
job.
nobody understands.
Everyone's like, oh, you don't have a day job. I'm like, I have a day and night and fucking way in the
You have
evening.
an hour.
I have nothing.
I call it whenever I have an hour. Whenever I catch myself going, I could be doing something.
Yeah, I call
That's
that
it.
my Whitney
Yeah,
Cummings
that's it.
rule. I've laid in my bed going,
Yeah.
oh, Whitney Cummings wouldn't be laying right now.
Yeah,
I gotta go out there and fucking write something. I wrote down 3 TV projects yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I met with one writer for this one idea we're doing, met with another writer for another idea. Then I had to write this pitch that I got tomorrow for this other internet series thingy that I'm kind of excited about. But it's like, dude, that's all I do.
That's why you have the new hairdo.
Yeah, I got the new hair. I just liked it, man. I just chopped it.
No,
I
it
had
looks
this weird
tremendous.
shit. Oh,
Looks
thank you. You're very
tremendous.
nice, dog.
Completely different at the Frankie Valley.
Well, I'm trying to drop a little weight, man. I'm getting it all in here.
No,
I'm getting
no,
it
no.
all
You
in this.
look good.
I got the tits and gut. I got the gut
I
right.
already got the dog. I had to go do ADR for a movie today. I must have done this movie like a year ago. Jesus Christ. Every time you do ADR, you gotta face the man in the mirror. You're like, Jesus, what has become of me? Because I don't look at myself in the mirror. I don't. I just move as I go. I just put gel in my hair and do it. And sometimes it works. But when you have to look at yourself for long periods of time, that's scary, dog. You're like, oh, shit. I thought I looked good in that shirt.
Pictures are the worst.
No, this is a movie.
Well, yeah, well, video.
I'm sitting there watching this going, why don't I watch this shit? And I had ADR like 4 fucking scenes. And it was like I got fatter in every fucking scene.
Man.
It really is amazing, guys. And you sit there and go, that's it. And they showed a picture of me with shorts. I'm like, that's it.
Stick a fork in.
That's it. I'm never wearing shorts in fucking public again. What was I thinking? I'm like, I feel like that fat chick that you see at Walmart with celluloid and shit hanging out like a tampon string and shit. You're like, why is she wearing shorts? There was a lady in Hollywood on Selma, where I used to live, that would always wear Britney Spears shirts with her gut sticking out.
Saw that yesterday, dude. This chick just
And you
straight
want to
up.
go up to them and say to them, can I talk to you in private for a second? Why do you have that shirt on? Do you know how bad you look? Do you have any fucking idea? I'm not telling you this to be an asshole. I'm trying to help you out because people are driving right now. Going, look at that dumb fuck. And if not, they're taking pictures of you and putting it all over their
We're
Twitter
Instagram and
and
that
all over
shit.
their Instagram. Put a nice fucking shirt on. You're not fucking Britney Spears. This ain't fucking Vegas, motherfucker.
My buddy just passed away. I had to go back to Vegas for his funeral. He's a really cool cat. Just was in a lot of pain. I think he had a drinking problem. You know, not to be disrespectful, man. But dude, show up. Dudes are at the funeral in jean shorts, man, and fucking like tap out shirts. And I'm like, dude, you don't show up. Dude, I might be old school, but there's 3 times you fucking dress up: job interview, funerals, weddings.
Court.
Yeah, court. 4th one is court. You ever go to court? Everyone's in fucking FUBU and shit.
No, you gotta go.
Gotta go dress up. I was like, I am 13-3 in traffic court. Most of it's because boom, I wear a nice little suit, and I've cross-examined police officers and shit. I've got off, dude. I was trying to make a move on this chick. We were in Sunset, and the traffic wasn't going. So I'm gonna make a move on this girl. I undo my seatbelt. I go in to kiss her. walks Captain Cockblocker with his just with a light, his flashlight, walks up to the car. That's how slow traffic is. Hey, pull over. I'm writing you a ticket for non. I'm like, we're not moving. It's like, doesn't matter. So I go to the court and I'll yell motions. I'll try to get motions to miss, motion for continuance, motion for, and they're like, deny. Because I'll just listen to the guys who are dumb enough to bring a lawyer to traffic court. You don't need a lawyer for traffic court. You don't. It's either the guys show up or not, or you have a case and then you can argue it yourself. So I go there, motion, nothing. So she goes, tell us what happened. I start cross-examining the cop, and I'm zinging this dude, man. You hear the crowd going, I'm like, what's going on? He's got, and the judge's like, okay, enough. Just tell me your point. And I go, we're in the slow traffic. It's not moving. It's dead. Sunset traffic. Nobody's moving. I'm with this chick. First date. I take my seal off. I don't make a move. I'm only trying to make a move. We're not moving. He walks up to it. She asks him, is that true? He goes, I don't know what's going on in the car. She starts quoting Shakespeare and love. And she's like, case dismissed. Not guilty, case dismissed. The whole court just explodes, dude. Someone finally beat these cops, man. And I'm walking out. People are high-fiving me as I walk out of the court, dude. I fucking cross-examined this dude and won.
Look at the shape of your Lisa. You're high again, cocksucker.
I am.
It's a good feeling when the fucking people up, don't you?
I win, dude. But now they're telling the cops always show up because they need that cash. So they're always showing up now.
If you have a good attorney, it's good to have them.
On traffic court, though?
Yeah. When I lived in Jersey, I had a fucking monster dog. He was a psychological monster. He would just play with your head and shit.
Jesus.
Even if the cop showed up, he still fucked the cop. He would keep you outside. He wouldn't say you were attorney or not. He would sit in the courtroom, wait for him to call Lee Sayat, one more time, Lee Sayat. And he would wait for the cop to leave and shit. And then he would go, your attorney. Lee Sayat was here the whole time. He didn't hear you call him. I called him 8 times. We're right here, you attorney. We're right here. What are you talking about? Oh, where's the cop? I don't know. He left. Oh, dismissed. Fucking tremendous. Old school. Don't leave me hanging.
Oh, shit, dog. I would never leave you hanging, dude. I didn't know that, dude. My bad.
Fuck.
I'm all into Joey, dude.
No, you have to. And like Heather McDonald, her sister was a big-time DUI attorney in town. And she had rules, like just rules that you knew. If you get pulled over, don't do this, don't give me your blood.
Don't admit anything.
Right, don't admit nothing, Lee. You're fucked. Don't say nothing.
Cops aren't your friends.
Joey Diaz gave me a star. No, you don't know nothing about nothing. You didn't
don't admit to anything, dude.
You don't know nothing. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. A test is coming with a mule. I don't give a fuck.
Remember I had to ask you? We were driving home from Long Beach, and cops stopped like one row in front of us for like 15 minutes. And I had taken a video of you smoking on the way down to Long Beach, and I got paranoid and deleted the video because I thought the cops were going to come. I was high as fuck. I thought they were going to come and check my phone.
You don't give nothing. Dude,
I get Armo lawyers, dude. If you can't, I do this Armenian benefit every year for I had a cousin who had bone marrow cancer, and she ended up beating it herself, but her mother's my cousin Michelle, incredibly smart woman, realized that there's no registry for Armenians because we're genetic hillbillies, because we don't get along with Armenia doesn't get along with, we're Christians, everyone around us are Muslims, so there's a lot of hillbilly shit going on, if you understand it, which made our genetic makeup a little fucking, redneck, so it's like very hard to find matches. So they started this thing. Well, for like 12 years now, I've been doing this big event. We've raised shitloads of cash, So I get in some trouble. I get busted buying some fucking drugs from somewhere where I shouldn't. Shit's going bad, dude. I call in. Who do I call? Who's on the board? Garagos, dude. Straight up Garagos. And I call him up. He's like, Samuel, I know who you are. You help us with our benefit. How can I help you? And I just told him, it's like, boom. He just sends assassins, dude. And they were so badass. The cop who would bust me was crooked. He was crooked, and they were asking for all of his files, and they sent down the union chief. They're like, dude, nope, we're suppressing all that, and we're dismissing the case. And boom, who walks out? My Armenian jumpsuit, dog. Fucking like a champion.
like a doctor and shit. You get a feeling when you beat them at their own
dude, because I was shitting bricks because I didn't want to get a felony because I can't transfer.
That's why you always got an attorney, and people don't get it because they'll fucking rape you. An attorney could just twist a couple buttons. Maybe he knows somebody downtown. Maybe she went to school with Paula and fucking USC. We got it in.
Yeah. Have you been watching Better Call Saul? Did you see the first episode?
No.
It's not bad.
I watched the first two. I want to go out for me. By the way,
The first one was slow, but the second one was pretty good. I was really thinking it was gonna suck before it came out, but I was happy with it.
Oh, there was all those rumors that it wasn't.
I just thought it was gonna be a comedy, and I just didn't understand it. But it's the same guy, it's Vince Gilligan, so it's kind of creepy and cool.
Oh, because of what's his face was the lead, you thought it was gonna be a comedy.
Yeah, I just thought it was gonna be like a funny look at it. I think that's how they were first marketing it. But I was pretty happy with it.
No, I didn't.
We'll see, man. We'll see. It's always interesting when they pick them up.
They did it the right way. They didn't fuck around. You know, Joey spun off 18 years later. These motherfuckers spun off the season later.
Yeah, turn and burn.
That's how they do it.
And you can bring those characters, every character in the old show that everyone loves, you can bring them back in this show.
And that's
whoever hasn't died.
Right. Well, no, because it's pre-breaking.
Yeah, it's before.
It's pre-breaking.
So everyone's there. But it's kind of like what you were talking about. Bob Odenkirk is pretty well known, but he just went in there for like a smaller role and just killed it until they had to spin off a show. You guys could do the same thing when you're saying you don't have agents to help you, or like when you shot the Longest Yard thing with like a used football helmet. If you kill it so much, then they have no choice.
What's weird about TV now is like one person can have 8 shows. I've never seen that before. Back in the day, you had 1 show. Now it's like you see people on like 4 shows. And I'm like, wow.
When I got here, the one black guy from Arliss was on 2 shows. That's the first time I had ever seen that.
I've never seen that shit.
He was on 2 shows. He was on ABC, and the guy's back. He's on a show on Nick at Night, like kids show, with the black chick. Tremendous. You never disappear. You're like dog shit. You just take a little.
Stay in the mix, dog.
That's it. If you're good, you just stay in the fucking mix. It was a great. Listen, Breaking Bad was a great show, you know, and I knew something. They just did everything right. AMC, you got to applaud AMC. AMC, they're doing some good shows, and they do it right. They know what's working. You know, Ray Canello's in town.
Oh, he's back.
He's leaving tomorrow, though. Now he came to do what we're doing for Iron Dragon. He's going to do for Roku.
Oh,
He's
cool.
going to do the recommendations for horror films.
Oh, cool.
So he came in. We called last night. He says he might go to the store later. You know, same shit. I'm going to call him. We get the fuck out of here. You know how we do it, though.
Okay.
Let me give some shout outs real quick. You get people all excited. It's a fucking Tuesday night.
Can I also talk about my Valentine's Day show after your show?
Absolutely. Ethan Buzzard, Scotty Shandell, Jeff Tellerman, Goose, Chris Boyce, Kern Michael, Matt Balthazar, Gene Smith, and Joe Pritchman. You got the fucking thing of the day. You put a Coke Rock in some chick's asshole, which I always fucking love.
Love it. Love to do Coke out chicks' assholes.
But,
You ever done that, Lee?
Nope.
Would you ever do it? Are you not a Coke guy?
I've never tried it. I've actually only seen it a couple of times.
Where did you see it?
My friend's house that I used to work on a TV show with.
You never do a little bump with it. He did a little line.
Do you like going fast? You like going slow? I'm a fast guy.
I'd probably say slow, to be honest. I'm more of a weed guy than alcohol.
I'm a fast guy, so that's why I used to love that shit. But now it's gotten so bad in LA, they keep chopping it up. I'm just getting chopped at this point.
Jesus.
It's early on.
I'm sober.
Early on, Lee, we were talking about corruption, you know, and if you, like, I don't react to it no more.
React to what?
Like when I hear stupid shit on the news, like if I'm watching CNN, the governor or this or that, I don't react to it anymore. Like, for example, like I know exactly what Al Sharpton does. He's an insider.
Right.
Until somebody says, "What do we need for you to stop yelling, triple it? 500,000." They give him the 500,000. He goes away. You know, I know exactly what the characters do and what their purpose is. When you see them pop up, you know what the purpose is.
Right.
I came from Jersey. I seen bad politics. For 2 years, every time Christie did a fucking thing, he talked about that guy, Sacco.
Yeah.
Now he's getting indicted by the
Christie,
feds. They're looking at him, the feds.
Right.
You know, it's funny how he had this big thing about he was going to do this, he was going to do that, but he wouldn't run for president. There's a reason why. This is a fucking, they got you now. With the internet, you can't do a fucking thing. And to be governor in New Jersey, you had to do something. It's like Donald Trump. Everybody says, oh, Donald Trump. Donald Trump can do a lot politically, but he can't because he did a lot of shady shit.
Right.
That shit comes up. He did a lot of shady shit. It's crazy that people look at Donald Trump and go, oh my God, Donald Trump put out people's lives.
He killed people?
No, but years ago in New York with all the fucking bullshit, with all the construction in the late 80s and stuff, he was shutting people's lights out, man. He would subcontract work to guys that would run up, buy material from them and not pay the bill. So these little mom and pop hardware stores went out of fucking business. There's 1,000 Trump stories. If you read the Samuel Gravano book, he does a whole chapter in there about construction in New York. How construction in New York worked in the 80s and 90s and how they were doing it. And one of the stories he tells, he breaks down how the whole thing works. And he goes, okay, let's just pretend Trump. But I'm not saying Trump. Who he was talking about was Trump. Who he was talking about in that book was fucking Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Trump runs for fucking president. You don't think Samuel Bull will be in that cell jumping up and fucking down, screaming,
oh, he just loves the attention.
I got stories, They're going to let him out. They're going to let him out.
When?
2 years, a year. They're going to let Samuel Bull out. That's it. He did his time.
Yeah.
He did his time.
So you were talking earlier about the mom. Like, are you worried that he's going to go back and start doing stuff again, or is he just so old?
Oh yeah, I'm worried that I don't give a fuck. He's 60 years old. He's not gonna. Why worry? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Is he gonna go out? Who gives a fuck? They put him in there. He's got no fucking hair left. He's standing next to Cosby, standing next to fucking Suge Knight, standing next to the UFC. Karma served his fucking thing. He did so many steroids. He got that disease where you just shake. Not the
Parkinson's.
No, something else.
Multiple sclerosis?
Something else. He lost all his teeth. He lost all his fucking hair.
Oh no.
You don't just kill 20 people and get away with it. He killed for fucking money. I mean, he would do some horrific things, but he did it to people who didn't pay attention. He would partner up with you, and once the company became a millionaire, he'd shoot you. And he'd bury you. And he'd go out. I saw him last night. What do you mean he didn't come home? Oh my God. We were eating bagels last night for dinner. He was cold-blooded. He shot his own fucking brother-in-law.
Unbelievable.
He shot his own brother hand. The dog came into the living room with the kid's hand because they dug him up a few yards away. The family dog came in with the kid's hand into the living room. When they buried him, they buried the hand and shit the dog found. The fucking brother-in-law. But what are you going to do? I had those people around me growing up. Whenever the evil ones got close to me, I felt them and I just fucking disappeared. I was very lucky, Lisa. I was very fucking lucky. I knew who those jerk-offs were, but I never really, I don't know. Like I said, I just didn't understand making $50,000 and I had to give you $25,000 to be in your club.
Right. Do you ever wish that, because we talked about it a little bit a couple weeks ago, do you ever wish that either, not theaters, but like ballroom shows were easier to do? Like it would be a better way to do it because how some comedy clubs won't book you or how they don't want to pay, they want to say no one's there. How do we go
from Samuel Bull to comedy club?
Because you're giving them like so much of the money, and you could just go to a bar and just sell your own show. But there's issues with bar shows, you said, and theaters you have to rent it out and all that stuff.
I just didn't understand the bridge over River Kwai that cocksucker. I didn't get it. I didn't even know what the fuck you're saying because you threw me off here.
Okay.
I didn't know where you're coming from. We talked about that 8 shows ago. Or last show. But it doesn't matter. What's up with you, Sammy? What's this Valentine's show you
Valentine's Day. Harvell's 2 shows. Naughty show at this awesome jazz club in Long Beach. Super excited.
Saturday night?
Saturday night. All right.
Look at you, Valentine's Day.
I could grow.
What's Harvell's? That's Sean the Eyes room?
I'm not sure. I know it's Deep or that runs it.
Yeah. You're doing the room tonight.
I'm running over there after this. Then I'm going this this weekend when
The
doing.
host is Sean the Eye. He's got the one eye and the glass eye.
Oh yeah. Sean Latham.
Sean the Eye.
Sean the Eye.
He's got the one.
He's got one eye on you at all times.
He used to be a bartender. I met Sean when he was a bartender in Arizona at a fucking regular bar, like 10 years before comedy, whatever the fuck it was, you know. And now he's running a room in Long Beach. It's a nice room.
Great, dude.
You have a nice time on there?
I always have fun.
And what's tonight? Tonight's their weekly show.
Yeah.
And then Saturday you're doing two shows.
Two shows, 1 to 9, 1 to 11.
What's it seat down there?
I think you pack like anywhere from 150, 200, 250 standing.
And Long Beach is fucking sharp.
And they get it, dude. Oh yeah, this area's nice.
Long Beach has really come a long way.
And they buy tickets to shows, not like these fucks in LA who want to fucking get on the. Can I get on the guest list? It's like $5 to show. Pay $5, help the talent, make a little cash.
Remember, brother, the guest list is something for people to say they're on the guest list. It's not about the $5. They call somebody and say, "Hurry up, get dressed. My friend Sam put me on the guest list." You're on the guest list? Oh my God, how'd you get on the guest list?
No, I got you.
And they get all fucking, there's no guest list. Who gives a fuck about a guest list? I like when they hit me up. Is there a code? The code is fucking suck my dick. That's the code. If it fits in the box, go ahead. You do what you do. There's no code. There's nothing. It's a 20 to get in. What am I going to tell you? I don't fucking make the rules. It's not my fucking club. Everybody's always looking, what's a code? I want to get on the guest list. Well, nothing bothers me more than people they think that something really is out there. Like they really think something is out there. Like, oh my God, I went to Vegas and I sat in this VIP section. You're sitting there going, what did you accomplish? What the fuck happened? Did some chick suck your fucking meat steak? What happened? No, we just talk to people. Who gives a fuck? You want to talk to people? You want a chit chat room in your house and talk to people with your pajamas on and shit.
On LinkedIn.
Yeah, on LinkedIn. That's shit. People trying to be my friend on that shit. I don't want to be nobody's fucking friend on nothing. People hate me on that new thing, LinkedIn, to confuse me and shit. And it's a professional network for professionals. All these out-of-work writers and actors and shit. I don't want to be your friend on LinkedIn. Erase. I just get rid of everybody. I don't even know what LinkedIn is. I don't even know how I became part of it.
I get asked all the time.
I never joined. I never joined nothing. It's like those Facebook groups. One day I looked down, I was part of 18 organizations. How the fuck did this happen? Nobody asked me one fucking time.
Agree.
Nobody asked me one thing. Do you want to be a part
I
of
want to be part of it.
Cocksuckers Anonymous? I had to go through all of them and erase myself. Some kid hit me up 3 days ago. Why'd you get out of this group? Why? Because maybe I don't want to fucking hang out with you. You know, you want to hang. I got to hang out with you now on Facebook too. It's bad enough I see you at the Y staring like a fucking Momo looking around at fucking ugly chicks and shit.
Fucking Momos.
There's a guy at the Y where I go there. He's a porno guy. An ex-porno guy. He's the creepiest guy in the world. He's about 60 and he cut off T-shirt, which always drives me fucking.
I hate that shit.
If you got big arms, take the sleeves off.
Yeah.
But if you don't have big arms, put them the fuck back on. Will you please? You know, walk around like you know somebody.
I go to this coffee shop. There's a dude. I know he does porn because I used to watch a lot of porn. Don't really do it anymore. I used to watch a lot of it.
You don't watch it no more?
Nah, dude. I'm over it. But this guy, I would always see him in the fucking bukkake.
What's a bukkake?
When it's like 20 dudes, one chick, like jerking off on their faces. And I was like, where did I see that guy? And I'm like, oh, damn, that's the bukkake guy.
You a big bukkake guy, Joey?
I don't even know what bukkake is. I thought it was like a cookie or something like that. Fucking bukkake. What the fuck do I know? Bukkake. I don't know bukkake.
We learn something every week, dog.
I don't know about porn. You guys know all about it.
I'm over it.
I'm fucking embarrassed. You're not over it.
I'm over it.
You're still addicted. Who the fuck you kid? You whack off all that shit. You people are disgusting. This fucking guy too whacks off watching porn.
That's great.
He watches Mexican porn and shit. Mexican porn's good because they just kill him at the end.
Well,
that's the way the all should be. They just shoot him for reals and shit. They shoot like the gun. They show the gun. And they show like an arm. They show like a body with fucking blood splatter. I'm good with that.
Unbelievable.
That's a
So I
fact.
tell you want to come see you go get shot?
What come? I come in a minute. I don't give a fuck who gets shot.
You just sit there and watch the rest of the video?
No, I've never seen it. I just heard that Mexican porn, they always shoot the fucking woman at the end. That's in real Mexico, not this shit that you people are watching now. Real Mexican porn, they shoot the bitch at the end.
What's all snuff?
Huh?
For real, they shoot?
Yeah, fuck the bitch. It's done. They shot a lot
I
of
ain't
pussy.
those fucking snuff shit. That's uncomfortable.
Do they really make a lot of snuff films?
I don't know, but you
You
always
never seen a snuff film?
No, I don't want to see no
Oh my God, I see.
chicken fucking murdered.
That's my favorite.
What's your favorite one?
Shoot me in the pussy when you're finished. That's the thing.
Putting down snatch.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Yeah, right.
It's very. I watched Miami Vice is on every morning at 6 and 7 on the El Rey station, and 5. I think it starts from 5 to 8. So sometimes I gotta wait in the mornings. I'm like, I don't want to fucking get on the computer. Let me just sit here and write with a free hand. And I put Miami Vice on. There was a real interesting one the other day about an artist who had one. In fact, the chick was, Jesus Christ, today's Miami Vice had Chris Cooper and the chick from Pretty Woman, the same fucking episode.
Wow.
What's the name?
Julia Roberts?
Same fucking episode. Chris
What?
Cooper, same fucking, he plays a dirty cop. Julia Roberts plays the fucking Kingpin's girlfriend. The one I'm talking about. Which is the one I'm talking about? Oh, the one I'm talking about. Kelly Lynch plays the model. Hotter than fuck. 20-year-old Kelly Lynch, taller than fuck. She plays the model. Oh shit! Al Pacino's girlfriend in Carlito's Way plays the sister, and the dude from CSI Miami plays the artist, like the half a fag artist.
Unbelievable.
And they fucking make a snuff film, and then they have to prove that the chick is still alive. So they get Kelly Lynch to play the chick, but the chick's sister shows up and baffles the whole fucking police investigation and says the sister hasn't been home in fucking weeks.
I can't wait till TV Guide could just be that. I could click on it, I could watch that 30-second video of you describing the show rather than just the text.
Keep it coming, cocksucker. This ain't no dream no more. It's coming together. You know what I'm saying? That's how we make things happen. At the fucking church or what's happening. Now, what else you got going on? How many weeks you on the road? You going out? You staying in?
Not out as much as I want. I was cooking with gas, but this last month and a half's been a little slow. But I got a couple offers coming in, so we'll see what happens.
And you got the Punch Drunk Love.
Doing Punch Drunk with Ari Shaffir. Loving that.
And what's the other one you got?
Well, I did a naughty show, but I'm just kind of fucking feeling it out what I want to do. I did this. I used to do the one that you came on, but it just Vicky wanted to do her own thing, and Gareth got really busy, so we just kind of said we'll take a break and just hustling, bud. Trying to sell sponsorship shit, getting sponsorship for live shows. That's what I'm good at, and just trying to stay above water, pitching shows, trying to be fucking Joey Diaz.
I'm not pitching no shows, bro. I'm minding my business. I don't give a fuck. Look at this poor guy, this fucking Cuban kid tested pop. Today, I put that video up of MMA Junkie when we had him on and we were talking about what went wrong.
So what happened? Does your podcast, whenever you talk with an MMA guy, does it go? I see it on MMA Junkie. What happens to you? They listen, or do you say, hey, we have blah, blah, blah?
We had the host on.
We had the host on, so somebody made a YouTube clip and put it on about what's going on with MMA and all this stuff. And then, today, it's funny, I was talking to a friend of mine this morning before anything. And he asked me if there was a fight this weekend. And I said, yeah, I think Benson Henderson is fighting that kid, Scratch, whatever his name is. I can't say the name.
Well, there's a Bellator fight. Do you watch that at all?
No, I'm talking about UFC. And he goes, you know what, I'll watch it. But he goes, I'm not really feeling it no more. He goes, it's funny, there's a kid at work that said, that's it, he's done with the pay-per-views for a while, at this last one.
It always seems when you buy the pay-per-views, it's a bad fight.
Yeah.
Or not entertaining.
And then he goes, my other buddy's kind of, I know, son, when I left this morning at 6 in the morning, there was already chit-chatter from Ariel Helwani and Hector Lombard. Hector Lombard said he woke up to a text from Ariel Helwani telling him his fight was off. He didn't find out right from the UFC. He found out online that his fight was off. He didn't know. He woke up, didn't know what. If Rory McDonald. And then I left. And when I came back in the afternoon, that's when I seen all the positive reports that he had come back positive.
Unbelievable.
And this is the last thing they fucking need now. When was the Rory fight anyway?
I don't know.
I can look.
I think it was going to be in May, maybe? No. April?
But it's what we were talking about. It's how did Anderson Silva still get to fight
Oh, because
and then
Well, this
guy got the fight canceled.
the test came back, but it even took a long time. It was January fucking 3rd. It's where they sending these tests to. I told you.
They're like tadpoles. Wow, I've never heard of that. I don't think.
Just to let you know, tell that motherfucker to sit tight. It tested positive. Then they tested twice. They break the piss in half. They test it again, and you get the result 2 or fucking 3 days later. That's what I remember in 1988, 89 when I was taking pee tests. I think they've moved forward, correct? Everything in life has moved forward. We now have a phone with a fucking camera on it, walkie-talkies, calendars, and I can tell where the fuck you are. And
well, dude, man, this would be the second pay-per-view in a row that they let that happen. They let John Jones fight when they know he tested positive for cocaine, or not cocaine, but whatever you do to digest cocaine. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Cocaine.
Yeah.
What is that fight?
I'm trying to find which fight he's in. The next one, because he tested positive. Oh, it's 186. Okay. 186 is April 25th.
Oh yeah.
In Montreal, where Roy McDonald's from. That sucks.
Yeah, that does suck, man. Who's he gonna fight? Maybe they'll put Diaz in there.
They'll put there's a couple people who could go in there. Tyrone Woodley could go in there.
Mm-hmm.
He just fought 2 weeks ago against Kevin Gastelum. A couple people go in there. They got plenty of time for that.
Yeah, what's the name of the dude who fought Nick Diaz and was evading him? Like the first dude to do it, Carlos Condit. Is that the same way?
Carlos Condit is
he needs a fight, and they want to match up.
He's looking for a fight. He's looking for a fight. And you know what? He beat him before.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the fight. Lisa had called it.
Boom.
That'd be fun.
MMA sidekick.
Because Carlos was on 2 days ago.
I need to get really high.
Carlos was on 2 days ago saying he was looking for a fucking fight or whatnot. So there you have it. Listen, it's just one of those things that the knocks keep coming. They thought that last year was bad. This year is opening up. Not good. That card in LA, and that's the thing I've been saying since day one. It's the law of fucking diminishing returns. It moved too fast, too quickly, a little too quickly, and people couldn't catch up. They confuse some people. You don't know if the fight's on Fox 1, Fox, Facebook. Just put it on one fucking thing.
Yeah.
Just put it on one fucking thing. FX. You know where it's coming from.
And dude, there's no off season. That's the big problem. Like the NFL, this is our first week off, and you're starting to Jones for it again. You don't get that with the UFC. UFC is every month, all the time. At least sometimes
every week. They had some weeks where they had two fights going on at the same time in different countries. Like one was Fight Pass and one was.
They gotta build they gotta say you're gonna have these fighters, like these certain fighters have to either they're only for pay-per-views or they're on Fox, the actual network. But it's like, don't be sending like Michael Bisping to do a fight in China. I want to see him fight on a real card. He's a good fighter. I don't need him fighting in China, watching him on the internet. It's that fucking way. You gotta work smart. But it's like money. You can't do it like that, dude. Got to pick and choose. Because you can't have just... The problem is, when you only have one good fight on that card, and that fight goes down, you're fucked. That's why they have to have Anderson Silva fight when he's popped. Or John Jones fight when he's popped. Because the rest of the card isn't strong enough to still get you to buy that card.
I was just thinking about it. I've never had a good time when I bought the card. I was thinking about it because you're probably thinking, is this worth the $60? I've had good times at friends' places where I threw in 20 or when I went to go get like wings or something and watch it. But I was just thinking, when I bought the thing on my cable, I never had a good time.
They want to throw up, and I'm a huge UFC fan. And I'm Dana White, classic guy.
This kid is nice. Everybody's very nice. You just sit here and go, who's making these decisions to spread yourself out that thin? Now, who's there watching this register? If you're having a fight in Las Vegas, who's in China watching the fucking register? I want somebody there. One of the Fertittas or me there. Right or wrong? Like, what the fuck? We're Jewish. Somebody's got to be there.
Yeah.
Counting
the numbers.
Like the Greeks. They always bring their mothers. Because the mothers are the only people they fucking trust. They don't even trust the fucking wife. But my point being that it's just too much. And you're right. It's just they don't have enough pay-per-view fighters, you have to have two great fights and one fight that you're like, that's fucking interesting. I know him and I know him, and I don't know much about the sport, but I know he's what's that shit Thai people do? Oh, they fight. Oh, and he's a jiu-jitsu guy, so maybe they'll knock him to the floor. People know that. People get educated. Remember, Fox is to educate people.
Yeah.
Fox is supposed to be educating people. People wouldn't get a pay-per-view 9 out of 10 fucking times. You know, that's what Fox is for.
They have to market fighters. They have to market them. Like this Conor McGregor thing is obviously manna from heaven. I mean, his personality, people want to watch him fight. But, you know, it's like there's other guys that you just got to let people know about them and get interested in them. The hype machine has to hype some of these guys. So I know who the fuck they are.
Listen, if I paid somebody $50 million, could I hype Sam Tripoli right now? With all the hype, what could the hype do for you? You've been in this town 15 fucking years.
Yeah.
How many people do we know that paid $5,000? Hype doesn't do nothing.
Okay.
It's everything has to meet at once. Everything has to meet at once. We all know Conor McGregor is great. You know what? After that fight against Daniel Poirier, give me fucking what people want. Give him the winner of whatever, Frankie Edgar.
Jose Aldo.
No, we get Dennis Seaver. You're trying to catch him up in the jiu-jitsu world, and I get it. But don't throw it in my face. This is all I said last week. You know what? You, me, and Leah Comics, we all get a deal in Montreal. We're all having a good time. You know, deals, whatever. Maybe you get $500,000, maybe I get $300,000. Maybe Lee gets $100,000. How would you feel if you woke up and you saw the president of Fox and Lee in Vegas waving out the fucking thing? You know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have disgruntled people. I don't like when there's disgruntled. What's good for Lee is good for fucking Sam Tripoli.
I get you.
In an organization. So how can Conor McGregor go up in front of Chad Mendez and go, look at me, I'm staying at the Fertitta Hotel, the penthouse, when you're staying in the Fighter Hotel? Right there. What's Frankie Edgar thinking? What's Jose Aldo thinking? I stay at the MGM when I fight. They put you at the Fertitta Hotel. Another picture, I saw him drinking a coconut with Dana White. I've never seen, you know, Frankie Edgar drinking a coconut or Jose Aldo drinking a fucking coconut. You know, the way they let him talk to people. And I'm a fucking Conor McGregor fan. He's a great fucking fighter.
He's a great fighter.
But I just thought they should have been handled differently. You know, it all started a lot with the Chael Sonnen thing, where they're talking to people like that in Brazil.
Yeah.
You know, hey, man, 2 people do it out of fucking 80. They're the killers. What does that tell you? If I went around on a day going, you know, oh, Sam Tripoli has to follow me tonight. Fuck that bitch. What do you think about tonight, Joey Diaz? Fuck Sam Tripoli and fuck the rest of the show. My goal is to go in there and fuck them up so they can't fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, Sam is great. I'm a great fighter. We'll see it, whatever. Hype. What are you going to hype? Like I said, they've been hyping Sarah Silverman since we got to this town. They've been pushing Sarah Silverman over the fucking border since we got to this town. She got 5 million Twitter followers. Gabriel sells more tickets than fucking Sarah Silverman. I'm not putting down Sarah Silverman. You understand what I'm trying to fucking say to you? So for 15 years, they've had this machine behind Sarah Silverman.
Yeah.
And this fat little Mexican dude selling more tickets than anybody else in the fucking world.
In the world.
And a fucking Hindu. Do you know how much push does the Hindu get? How much push does the Hindu get? How much push does the Hindu get? How many commercials have you seen for Russell?
Unbelievable, right?
So it's all word of mouth. It's like Aerosmith in 75. There was no Twitter. I'm back in the saddle. There's no Twitter. We got to fucking rock it out. There was no Twitter. So if you're good, people are going to react to you. If you have something that's attainable, people are going to react to you. You know, how many people have we moved here? How many comics have you seen that zapped you right up and going to be superstars? They're gone, brother. They're gone. Is it luck? No, it's how you handle yourself. You didn't shoot your load. Maybe you stuck your finger up her ass first. You kissed her neck. You lasted. When I look in the mirror, and I know I'm in LA 18 years, I'm blowing the fuck away. I'm not the best comic. I'm not even a great comic. I'm a mean fucking comic. I just lasted here 18 years. Where everybody came, went, oh, LA sucks. It's for faggots. Okay, it's for faggots. I'm going to make a living here.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a living here. I'm a faggot. Watch me. And I bet all these other people are fucking faggots. You can't push what you need. That's what people understand. You can't. There's no really hype machine. The hype is you in that ring or you on that stage.
Yeah, you're right.
But they're trying to make the hype machine with like CM Punk. I was gonna ask John Lewis, but I didn't want to. We're having such a cool conversation. It's just
If I tell you guys something, will you be mad at me?
No.
I don't even know who CM Punk is.
He's a wrestler who's usually from I don't know where he's from.
WWE.
From WWE. Apparently he was really good and they fucked him and he left. And I'm sure he's a great athlete, but this shows just how much about money it is. Because otherwise, why not put him in Bellator or King of the Cage or one of the other small ones and just give him like a deal or something?
Because
why have him right up there?
Dana wants that Brock Lesnar publicity. That Brock Lesnar was the last of the guys who could sell 1 million pay-per-views. Nobody else can do that. I think Anderson Silva might have got GSP. Those three guys.
No, it was something. Oh, what's his name?
Tito.
No, the other fucking guy.
Tito or Jail?
Jail was killing him for a while.
Yeah.
Jail killed him for
Tito did it too. Chael did it too through hype. But
I'll never forget. You guys want to see something interesting at home? Find the Cain Velasquez Brock Lesnar fight when Brock Lesnar loses. Watch the end when Dana White puts the belt around Cain Velasquez. Watch his face.
Just not excited.
It's not excited at all.
Well, that's the whole thing about.
You don't need to even be a psychic to know what Dana's thinking. I put so much money into this big fucking lurchy fuck for him to get beat by a fucking little Mexican. What the fuck is the world coming to? You can see it. I put millions into this lurchy fuck for him not to get punched in the face, for him to go down like this.
Why do you think Ronda fights so infrequently? I mean, if there was one point in which Ronda, who was a great fighter, had more movie roles than fights in the UFC, because she's such a cash cow that he doesn't want. You think he wants Cyborg to come in there? I think he put as much makeup on that chick as they want. You know, and I like thick chicks, but it's like you can put as much makeup as you want. Ronda is a cash cow. He doesn't want her to lose. He loses Ronda Rousey. It's like it's going to be hemorrhaging.
It's a bad situation. Look at the fucking champion.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ronda Rousey, she looks tremendous on that sports.
Yeah, I love her. I'd knock the bottom out of her.
I saw it. Yeah, I didn't know what was her. And then there's this fat model or something in there.
Pissed me off.
I don't understand. There's porn now. The only time I ever got excited about the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was when I was 12.
It's symbolic. That's why. It's traditional. It's symbolic. But the fact that they put this fat chick in a bikini, it's like, if I want fat chicks in bikini, I'll go on Match.com. I don't need to see this. You know, it's just like it's
She's cute.
I bang more fat chicks than anybody here.
She's a
But it's like,
woman.
this is meant for like, it's like, I like playing basketball because I want to play in the NBA. Doesn't mean I should be in the NBA. I can't dunk. I can't fucking shoot. I love basketball. But if you put me in the NBA, it's going to ruin that product. You know what I'm saying? It's like Sports Illustrated, whether you like it or not, is still a competition for who's the hottest chick in a bikini. You get a thick chick is Kate Upton. She's a thick chick. But that's hot and sexy.
The big chick from Salt and Pepper in the bikini, that bitch will bang your world.
Dude. All day, every day.
That jelly ass and shit bouncing. Stop it.
Women don't even want to see fat chicks.
But a big woman and a fat chick is something different. Like, there's something about a big woman that's always like one tempo. The chick who books the improv, that's a big motherfucking chick. When she first came on the scene, that was a sexy motherfucking Aaron Bontempo. She only had the one kid, Diane, and she was recently married. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Aaron Bontempo rocked the motherfucking world. She had some big-ass titties and a great smile. That's a big woman. I'm not saying she should be in Sports Illustrated, but I like to see her in a fucking bikini.
I do too,
There's
but
some women that are just big and sexy. I'm not talking about...
I like Viking pussy, bro.
Yeah, I don't
All
want a
day,
chick
every
that looks
day.
like me with rolls on the bikini. It's something really fucking different.
And that chick is attractive, but is that Sports Illustrated?
No. You know, she's attractive. I see where you're getting. I'm coming from somewhere else. I see where you're coming from. It's a product, and you can't just because you want to play football. No, but there was something about it, and I know that we dig deep. You and I take a ride to Iowa, and we'll see one of those 6'1", 165ers.
Dude,
You'll look at them.
love that.
You'll look at them and go, "Oh my God, that woman's fucking beautiful. Look at that face on it." First of all, the prettiest faces God has put on women are on those Vikings. So gods have to scratch their head. Guys are like, "What the fuck do I fuck? What do I do? I let it throw me out the window." They're fucking beautiful. Let's get the fuck out of here, Lisa. I want to give a shout out to my people over on it. What do you call it?
Optimization?
Optimization. That's the fucking word. Optimization. You want the best that you can be. That's what Alpha Brain does. That's what Shroom Tech does. That's what fucking the team, whatever, coconut oil does. The testosterone that they have. The MCT oil. They don't fuck around. They want you to be the best you can be. Go to Island right now. Right now. Don't fuck around. Look at the minerals. Look at the vitamins they have. Go to the box. Check out something. Press in the box. What? Church. CHURCH. You get 10% off. And they also have the Stay On It program. It gets delivered right to your house on a motherfucking monthly on the first of the month. Stop fucking around. Iron Dragon TV. You're sitting there going, "Joey, Friday night, I don't have no plans. Saturday, I'm going to take the wife out for Valentine's Day. I might take her to Sam's show. I'm going to get my dick sucked in between shows. I'm going to take it to a nice Benihana. But Friday, I want to save money. What do you got for me, Uncle Joey? Go to Iron Dragon TV. What do you put in the box? Joey, you get 2 free classic Kung Fu films. The advanced series. Listen, there's too much to even fucking spit out.
Shit.
Just do me a favor. Go to IronDragonTV.com. Do yourself a favor. This is a whole different thing. If you like the UFC, you like people getting big slapped, classic Kung Fu is for you. You want to giggle from time to time because you'll see strings and shit. You'll see Godzilla fall from the fucking sky on the wrong set of a Kung Fu movie. Shit like that happens. Go to Iron Dragon TV right now. Dave Foley's put some beautiful shit together. They got a couple movies that are 4K technology. Listen, go to Iron Dragon TV right now and press in. Joey. Boom! And you throw 2 free fucking movies. You're sitting there. You're uncomfortable. You ever been sitting there, Sam? You're sitting there uncomfortable. Something's not right. You got to pick your underwear out from between your fucking nutsack and the cocoon that lives under your asshole. They're wrinkling up. When you go to take a shower, you take them off. And there's little speckles. There's holes in your underwears. But a lot of people don't even know where to start. A lot of guys don't even know where to start. They go to get jeans. They go, "Fuck, I forgot to get underwear." You forget to get underwear. That's over. Go to MeUndies.com right now. They got underwear for men and women. They look tight. They're tight on you. I'm going to jiu-jitsu tomorrow. I break out my MeUndies. Why? Because the nutsack don't pop out of the fucking underwear. On top of that, if I sweat, it contains it. I don't have leakage going down my leg. This swamp ass makes the material on the MeUndies pulls it away from your skin to keep everything fresh. There's no chafing. I'm not scratching my ass on a plane. None of that.
Unless you want to.
Unless I want to, which is a big difference. Wow, you got to scratch that finger and sniff it. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection they have for men and women. I'll tell you what, it's a fucking bargain. Go to the box and press in. Joey. 20% off your first order with free motherfucking delivery to Canada and the U.S. That's how we roll here. Go to MeUndies right now, tonight. Don't fuck around. If you order tonight, you'll get it by Valentine's Day. MeUndies.com where they press. Joey. Boom! You get 20% off. Also, this is the one I love the most. All right, so I give you On It. Some nights I give you fucking Iron Dragon TV. And then I give you MeUndies. This is the best one I get for you because this one is absolutely free. FREE. Free, dumb motherfucker. Go to naturebox.com. You understand me? Health, nutritious, delicious snacks. Nutritionist approved. Stop going to that fucking vending machine and getting that Ugat shit, the cookies, and the fucking lightsabers. You don't need that shit in your life. Not when they got fucking Nature Box delivering directly to your house. Not 1 bag, not 2 bags, not 3 bags, not 4 bags. How many bags, Lee? 5 bags. 5 fucking bags delivered to your house for free. And you're sitting there waiting for fucking the bluebird of happiness. He ain't coming. But Uncle Joey's showing up with some fucking nutrition and some fucking snacks for you. You understand me? That's how I make it happen. Do me a favor out of respect. Go to naturebox.com. Get your free fucking sample pack. It's fucking free. There's no strings attached. There's no credit card. They send you 3 medium bags and 2 big bags. Well, they press the box. Joey. Oh, shit. Joey. Boom. Get yourself your free fucking sample box. Who's better than you? You got underwear. You got a Kung Fu movie. And you got pills to make you think right. All right? That's all you get right now. Don't forget, I'll be at Cap City Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And at the end of the month, I'll be in Indianapolis and Crackers bringing on that motherfucker. It's been a long time since last time I went back to Indianapolis. I smoked crack there with some black people. That's my type of fucking city. I want to thank my man Sam Triple. Don't forget to go to his show down in Long Beach down there. What's the name of the club?
It's Harvell's, my friend.
Harvell's. That rings at Carvel. 2 shows, 9 and 11. Where's the tickets? Brown bag?
Go to harvells.com.
Carvel.com.
Harvells.com.
The fuck you
Joe,
are.
you're the best, dude.
And don't be I don't want to be nobody's friend on Lincoln, John. No more. I don't know nothing about professional networks. You want to be a professional? Tell fucking Don Corleone to call me, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. Have a great week. Happy Valentine's Day, you motherfuckers. I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black.
Joey, you're on fire tonight.
Give it all away. Just, tune in tomorrow. I'll be here on Coast to Coast AM.
In my bag. Take a piece of listen to this. Brought to you by my people, Anarchy Edibles. What's that little midget piece? I gotta eat the whole side.
I gotta survive the
What fucking? That's a little midget piece. Eat that fucking
We're
cookie.
training for the Olympics over
Yeah,
here.
we're going deep tonight.
Olympics
Let's
of
go.
what?
Right
The
here.
Olympics of being
Right
high.
here. This piece, you fuck. Give me that little piece back. That's for fidgets. I gotta take this
Fidgets.
piece. Yeah, give me that. That's for me. Take that.
Why is that funny? Why do you have this little piece?
Because I'm already over my carbohydrate limit.
You know what's funny? I didn't think we were going to put a dent in that backpack, but it's going pretty well.
We ain't fucking around tonight. I think the edibles dropped off a bag of death. No, I told you, delicious as fuck.
It's way better than the other kind.
I
Oh my
told
god.
you. With some milk in that motherfucker, you dip these in the middle of the night. Who's better than you? You'll sleep like a fucking baby.
Probably about half an hour.
You'll be drinking-
But you didn't bring milk. We have room temperature water.
I got some milk in my nutsack. How about that one, boy?
We need some THC milk to go with this.
I still got it.
You can't stop the DS. There's nothing you can do
Great
about
to be
it.
back. What's
Yeah.
happening, Matt Fultron?
Nothing. I just got back myself around 12:30 from West Palm Beach. Took a nap. Brought my ass to North Hollywood to party with you guys.
Do we have a surprise guest this time? Let's go show.
Oh yeah.
Remember Restraint?
Wow. That was embarrassing as fuck. I'm sorry about that.
No, that was fun, man.
It was something different.
Exactly.
Two fucking people. How was West Palm Beach?
It was fun, man. Sold out shows. I was working with Whitney Cummings and lots of fucking people there. You know, Valentine's Day is never the most fun in the world, but it was still pretty fucking
I had a great time in Austin. They were great
I'm
fucking
sure.
crowds. And Austin's a great city. Great people. See Lukey Spooky. See your boy,
Andrew Miller.
Andrew Miller and his girlfriend. Looking good. He gave me a little devil with a fucking long tongue so you could massage your muffler with it and have a good time.
Are you sure to sell it? Did he make it so I can massage my muffler?
Yeah, he made you a special tool, just for you. Austin's a great fucking city. I was very fortunate to be down there for Valentine's Day. And it's great to be home. The home for fucking 10 days. You know,
That's
I
the
like this.
best to get home.
Yeah, to just get home and deoxidize. And today was a light day, not a big day today. I went to Higgins Jiu-Jitsu. I was thinking about you today. I was thinking about you last night. I called you. And you told me on the road with Whitney. You also go on the road with Tosh.
Sometimes, yeah.
If I'm local, I'll give you a
Of
holler.
course.
You're one of those guys that you're right there.
Right.
And in your mind, you get frustrated because
Oh,
I was
yeah.
there. Like, when
Sure.
people fucking calling me and shit. People think I'm funny.
Right.
What's going on? I come
Right.
fucking, where's Robin Williams in his new
Right.
show? You know what I'm saying? Where's my new TV show? It's just,
It's one of those things you got to roll with, though. And I'm sure, because I've been lower on the totem pole than this, and I'll fantasize about the times when I was even lower on the totem pole. Like, that was fun, though, rolling around Hollywood. Like, before I was getting paid or whatever, just fucking doing shows just for fun. And I'm sure I'll feel the same way about this part of my life, too, where it's like, I should be headlining a lot more. I'm ready to make the jump, but,
it's weird. You're just waiting for that push. You just
exactly,
need that little
that
push.
moment.
And for me, it was the longest yard where people now were
Yeah.
like, all right, now we have to headline them. So
Right.
you understand, like, there's little things you got to do. But today I went to jiu-jitsu, and and Hegan was there. And one thing that Hegan teaches that he teaches big guy jiu-jitsu.
Uh-huh.
If you go to Cabrini, who's a great school, he teaches jiu-jitsu for guys like you. It's 170 pounds.
Right.
There's barambolos and more fucking spiders and all this other shit. With big guy jiu-jitsu like me and Lee, he wants you to conserve energy. So every move has to be swift. And when he sat in that chair where you were there, he was talking about how jiu-jitsu really enriches your life after you start thinking about it. Like you start thinking about the moves. And I was thinking about it today, how comedy is great at this point for me, and you'll be there also because you're on the right path. This is the beginning of the journey.
Yeah, man.
Opening up for people, different people calling you for avails, somebody submitting your tape for Conan, and even if you don't get it, it's fine.
Right.
Somebody submitted your fucking tape. That means you're in the game.
Yeah.
I remember having to talk with Renazizi one night. He had been on 20 auditions and he was in producer sessions and he was never going to book a show. And I go, you're on the path.
Right.
It's just you just got to fall,
Yeah.
And as a comic, I know that 10 years ago, stand-up wise, I'm working today the way I am because of a road I got on 10 years ago.
Right.
I think about 2 years before I got off the Blow, I got serious about writing. And even though those last 2 years of Blow were dark for me, I was still writing some good stuff. I just wasn't performing it late. Like I would think of something and then I got off the Blow and those jokes started working for me. But it was 2 years of writing in the closet, that you need to get a jump on. Like there was so much wasted time when I first moved to Los Angeles.
Right.
Is what I'm trying to say. If I could do it all over again, I wasted 10 years of time hanging out, talking to people about dick.
Yeah.
And I could have been utilizing time. Those 2 hours there, you could have been writing.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you'll get in those 2 hours. And in the beginning, I used to just sit with a notebook and put Lee Sayat, Flying Jew, and sit there for 2 hours looking at that, trying to think of a joke. You understand me?
Right.
Then I figured out, wait a second. If I write out a story, it'll make it easier for me to write that joke because I'm massaging the muscle. I'm using the muscle.
Right.
That's when I really started moving forward in my life. So I started writing stories and I started writing more jokes. But it's where you're at right now. You're in a beautiful spot.
I know, man. And I'm to the spot that you're talking about right now where I'm working on it every day. Whereas when I first started out, I didn't know about the discipline.
You met 4 guys and went for coffee.
Right.
You drank and you talked about, I wrote this joke.
Yeah.
After the news, you wrote 2 jokes.
Yeah.
You took a nap, fucked the girlfriend.
Once you start making it the priority, and I have to do it first thing in the morning, get up, have my coffee.
That's what I do.
Do some writing. It's amazing how much, even if you only have 15 minutes, how much better that is than nothing. As long as it's about every day. It's about doing it every day. Same with that class you're taking.
What's the most frustrating part? Because in normal jobs, you have like a yearly review and then like you have to work on this or you get promoted.
We get a daily review as a comedian.
That's true. We get an audience review. You don't get like a boss review.
You get both.
You get like a customer review, but not.
So many times club owners give their review.
Oh, really?
Of course. It's not even asked for. It's not even valid, but they'll give it.
That's great. Yeah. They will fucking say it.
You guys are restaurant managers. Calm the fuck down.
All of a sudden they become fucking Bud Friedman.
Yeah.
And that's when my shit shuts off. I know exactly who's Bud Friedman. I know who's faking the fun.
They always talk shit about the last guy that was there a week before. They always find something to talk shit about. Of course, they're not talking stuff about us when we leave,
exactly. Right? Yeah, they love you.
So
they run their game, and we run ours.
Exactly.
They run their game, and we run ours. And it works. Somewhere in the middle, it works. As a comic, at one point, you go home and you go, I have friends that are making a lot more than this. Why am I making this? It's all about, it's a business. You might say I have friends that are not funnier as I am and get a lot more money. It's about numbers. At the end of the week, it's drinks sold versus anything. They don't give a fuck if they sell 10,000 tickets and people go there and nobody lasts for an hour. It's out of their fucking hands.
Right.
They sold 20 fucking thousand million drinks. You follow me? So it's a business. And that's what young comics don't realize. Man, I'm killing at the store. How come I'm not headlining out there?
They think it's a funny contest.
Because they think it's a funny contest. I thought I had the same concept going on for years. I knew guys that would fucking avoid me. Like, fuck him. We don't follow him. We don't put him on a show. When I get to a club, the guy would say, hey, man, I tried to put you on this room, but the headliner booked.
Right.
He didn't want a dirty guy, but he didn't want to follow you.
Right.
He brought a guy that was dirtier than you. But, little things. You sit there and you get it.
Were you ever pressured to be, like, more Hispanic?
No. You got moments in your head where you doubt yourself and you go, well, maybe I'll try to sell it Spanish. But I'm going to tell you something. They feel the fun. They know who the fuck you are as soon as you, and if you don't know who the fuck you are, they'll let you know. That's when you get no laughs. Until you get your voice, you don't get the laughs that you really.
You just scrapping for.
You get laughs. You get laughs. You get laughs. You get a ton of laughs. But there's a different laugh when you're writing for your voice. When you see Bill Burr, he's writing for his voice. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, once you figure out who you
That's
are,
it. It's
then
all
everything
over.
applies. It might not be the funniest joke in the world, but the fact that people know who you are, they're like, oh yeah, that's a real thought from this real guy.
Is that why sometimes I'll think you had a good set and you'll be pissed off? Not like sometimes you talk about because you forgot to say something, but sometimes you think that the laughs aren't genuine. Is it not genuine, or is it just not as hard as it could be?
I didn't do as good as I could have done. I fucked around, or I did something wrong. I came out the wrong way. Sometimes a comic come out and he might step or say something with just a little bit of ego, and you shut the audience off. You know, I never understood the comic going back and forth with the customer and arguing, calling him a cunt. I never understood that because you're stopping the show. You got to work yourself out of that shit. Don't think I didn't do it. I'm not saying I didn't do it. I fucking did it. That's how you fucking learn not to do it. You know, I used to talk. I picked up that in New York horrible habit in '94.
Like crowd work and stuff?
Yeah, how you doing? That's a horrible habit to get involved in.
Yeah.
Every fucking occupation has a horrible habit. When you play basketball and you're a forward, the worst thing you can do is put that ball back down on the floor and dribble it and go back up with it. Grab it and release it. That's it. Every time you dribble that ball, the defense comes to you. It's a fucking magnet. Every occupation has a fucking no-no. With stand-up, to me, that I got caught in it. I got caught in it for 3 or 4 years. I got caught in it, so I moved to LA, and I realized in LA, it's not going to pan out. You get away with it one night at the Improv at 11:30, at the store at 1, but you're not going to get away with it at 8:30. It's only going to go so fucking far. Hey, how you doing? Where you from? Did you shave? That shit will not fucking fly at 9:45.
And it's definitely not going to be on the Tonight Show.
Yeah, so
you're definitely not going to be working the bleachers.
You just lose it. And once they come to see you, and you do that, bam, that's it. They walk. It's really fucking, they walk. So you learn different things along the way. I was doing comedy for 5 fucking years with no idea. Like most people at 3 years, they fucking got an agent and shit. At 5 years, I was still lost. Fucking lost.
It is weird as a viewer to see crowd work in a special. Because sometimes when you're at the store, it can get funny because you can actually see them. But I've seen a few specials where they have like substantial crowd work. You can barely see the person.
It's here, there. It's the camera from the show with Tracy Morgan and the chick. They talk to you here, and it bounces over here, then it bounces back. That's that avant-garde camera work. Don't work for fucking stand-up.
Right.
That loss of you going to him, you just lost him.
Yeah.
You just lost a viewer at home. You just broke his fucking concentration. I never figured it out either. But man, I picked that habit in New York doing open mics in '94. You know what that habit's from?
What?
Laziness.
Well, it's also like a New York standard too. Like almost everybody does crowd work.
With laziness.
Because it's quick laughs?
It's quick. You can get into something and it's a 50-50.
It's a way to make a connection. It seems like a magic trick sometimes. People are like, wow, he was really fucking quick. Meanwhile, he's told that joke 15 billion times. It's a setup. He knows how to set it up. He knows what he's doing.
What would you say if there's a comedian listening who does a lot of crowd work? Is there nothing good that comes from it, or?
Well, some people are masters at it.
Like Jimmy Brogan's a master at it.
Yeah, I think Ian Bagg's a master at it.
The master's at it.
Rick Ingram's pretty good at it. You know?
But it goes so far. It goes so far because the standard is for you to go up there and tell me something that I don't know.
Right.
You know, if you're doing a 45-minute set, you deter at the 32-minute mark and talk to somebody while they're dropping checks. I feel it. I've done that.
Sure.
That's a mastery. Sure. Start talking to them when they're dropping checks because you ain't gonna get no laughter anyway. They're just looking at the bill. $62.
Fuck that.
Oh, fuck. This
motherfucker sucks.
This guy sucks dick. He was good for 20 at the door, but for 64. So now that's the gift. Now how can you get them out of their head? How can you get them out of their head when they get that check and they're looking at that check? That's what young comics never had into the fucking thing till you're on stage and you see it happening. Where was the first time you saw it happening?
What, check drop?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I just know that like any jokes I was doing weren't really working, and I just stopped because I didn't want to waste anything.
Yeah, you don't understand. Like,
it's like wait until they're done paying, then you can get back into it.
Once they go on their wall and they drop it, and now you get them. Now that's the gift. Picking them back up again and ending with fucking 29 punches. That's the gift.
I always hear headliners complain about check drops. Are there no clubs who like
there's a couple
have a couple come on after or maybe pre-buy the drinks?
No, well, there's a couple people that do check drops after. Jim Norton
is definitely
yeah. Well, there's also like the Acme in Minneapolis is a club that's like a standard.
And why don't more clubs do it if everyone hates it?
They don't want people to run out.
Yeah,
they lose customers.
Again, they're not concerned with the comedian killing. They're concerned with getting paid, and people can run out a lot easier if the check drops at the end.
A lot of fucking clubs, and let's get a lot of clubs in the colored nature. Bro,
to be PC.
PPC.
Yeah.
Up at the Comedy Store on Tuesday nights, the cops are always there. Somebody tries to run out of the tab.
Is that Black Night?
Black Night, whatever they want to call it.
I know what they call it.
They don't call it Black Night.
They're dine and dash motherfuckers. Those black people with dine and dash in 2015, like they don't give a fuck. And I know in Miami, at the Miami Improv, there was a cop always there with dogs outside, just in case. Nobody fucking ran out of tab there. There's some club on those nights that they
have fire hoses.
No, they give you a fucking ticket, and that's how you get out of the club.
Okay.
They give you a ticket that you paid the tab. So that's the only way you get out of the club. So it's different things. Me, do I prefer it? I learned to work around it. It's a way of business. It's part of the business. And after you die 30 times doing it, you figure it out. That's when you may go, what's going on with you? You
right.
Your ass. Now you get them, boom. Now you go to your last 10 minutes of your set.
A lot of comics come up with like a check drop joke.
Check drop joke. That he says every night or at the thing. I just play it by ear. These are the things you go along with experience that you'll never know. Like there's guys that try to fake the funk, like they'll feature one night and do 38 sets and they go, I'm ready to headline.
Yeah.
And they'll call a club in like North Dakota and make up all these stories saying the newspaper came to see him and they got a fake fucking review and they do a paper mache and they print it on a thing and they send it and this poor bastard pays him $800. This kid comes and dies a slow fucking death. Plus the big death is once the checks come and he fractures up on stage.
Yeah.
How you doing? You want another cookie?
No.
You look like you're fucking stumbling and mumbling over there.
He looks good.
I feel like I'm stumbling and mumbling.
Oh, yeah, you looking good tonight. What's going on with you? How was your weekend?
It was a good weekend. I had a fucked up thing happen yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
No, I was just going through my bank account and I found someone. I must have made a mistake and thrown away one of those high interest checks the bank sends you, which I've never ever used. So someone sent $730 to the gas company.
Someone went through your trash and then paid their gas bill?
They must have. I mean, Joey thought it was someone who'd come and clean my house, but I haven't had anybody clean my house in over a month.
It's one of those fucking Marines that came over. It's fucking.
It's been over a month.
This guy's an actor.
And they just did like 2 days ago.
Great guys in Vietnam.
But Valentine's Day was awesome.
What'd you eat?
When I took the mom and her to In-N-Out, we're happy.
What'd you eat?
Just double with fries. I tried getting them well done. Still sucked.
You don't like In-N-Out burger?
The burgers are good. The fries I don't like. They're too thin and they have nothing. It's like there's nothing in the middle of it. It's like just air.
You ate them though.
I ate half of them. I honestly don't eat the In-N-Out fries.
How long did you wait till you went and got the wings?
Like 7 hours.
How many wings did you get?
I got the small, whatever that has, and whatever Buffalo Wild Wings has. I think it's like 8.
So this is all Valentine's Day? In-N-Out and Buffalo Wild Wings?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've been on a diet since June.
Okay.
We haven't had anything like that.
Gotcha.
So normally I'd be dropping 200, but luckily.
Y'all get to set up the candle and the fluorescent lights?
No, we weren't. We were going to go see a movie in between all these fast food things,
yeah.
But there was nothing out. Because we had this plan since like October. So she had mentioned wanting to go to LACMA. So I took her down there, which I thought was going to be a cool idea, but apparently so did every other boyfriend in Los Angeles, which I didn't realize.
But it was Saturday, too.
Yeah, I didn't realize the museum was that packed, but it was cool. 'Cause I don't really ever go to museums, but it was fun.
You guys want to go to In-N-Out right now?
Fuck yeah. Is that edible hitting you?
It hit him. Pass
Yeah,
through.
of course.
That's participle.
Of course. What am I? A robot?
Yeah.
When does it end with you?
What's you're always talking about knowledge, and I got to see some cool art.
Fucking museum, Lee. When does it end with you? When do
What's
you,
wrong with the museum
I'm
now?
gonna go home and Google a set of Jew balls. And send it to
You used to be a criminal going to night classes. What's wrong with the museum on a Saturday?
My point, okay? What is Saturday night?
I did have dick night on night. We went at like 4 in the afternoon. Or 3 in the afternoon. I had dick
You
night.
drove downtown. Valentine's the whole week.
So it was like a 20-minute drive.
Why are you? What is wrong with you lately? You just
So what advice have you been giving him? Don't.
there's no advice to give him. He's the softest man in America.
Every night is dick night. It
He's-
doesn't matter what she likes. There's no Subway. What else? Of course, there's no ranch.
This guy, it's amazing how it's just amazing. He gets talked into every bad thing
What's wrong with it? I
I've
made the
ever heard
decision.
in my life.
I thought you
I
guys.
feel bad for him. Like after the first time you get burnt as a man,
Sure.
you know where your girlfriend's at. You pull her aside, go look.
Right.
I ain't doing that shit no more.
If she ever breaks up with you, you're gonna be like, I
Yeah.
took that bitch to the
Yeah.
museum
You
on
don't do
Saturday
that.
on Valentine's.
You don't do none of that shit right now.
I got dick morning and dick night on
You
Saturday.
got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing.
50 Shades of
You got
No.
nothing. You got 50 Shades of
I didn't go
No.
see that movie.
You don't like her asshole. You didn't come on her cheek and her face, nothing. That's what Valentine's is about. I know you. You probably fucking come in your hand when she's sucking your
I don't
dick.
come in my hand, but I don't
You don't,
aim it at her cheek.
you don't blow a load in her mouth, nothing. You feel
I in her mouth,
No,
yeah.
you don't. You probably come in a tissue and you wipe
No, but when
you
it's
have
like a
to come
blood,
up.
not during sex. I just
Eat a cookie. What are you? You fucking embarrass me.
You look hungry. Why don't you eat a
Not
cookie?
that
Eat a
cookie.
cookie. There's a good cookie. It's
there's a
protein.
delicious cookie, but I'm fucking stoned out of my mind already.
That's all right. What do you
I got a package of Thin Mints at the house. I got one box
What type of
of Thin Mints. That's all. It's just Thin Mints.
A fucking museum. Don't think we forgot about the
What's
fucking
wrong with the museum? You've never been to a museum?
Not at 4 in the afternoon on a fucking Saturday.
What else do you want to do?
What do you think you do? What do you think you do, Lee?
You can't do
You already
that
dealt.
all day.
You already dealt with fucking terrible shit all fucking day, from In-N-Out with Grandma to fucking the fucking wings, the fucking a cookie. How long did you?
Wings?
How long did you wait at PJ's for a seat?
No, we went at like midnight. There was no one there.
Come on.
We waited like 20 minutes at Buffalo Wild Wings. But there was a Kings game and a UFC fight, so it was busy.
Listen, the guy gave you a fucking robe.
She loves the robe.
You should have given her a robe and taken her home and lit the robe on fire and fucked her till the robe burnt on the carpet. That's what
Like a
Valentine's
king.
Day is. And
Just
then
set it on fire and say we're not subbing to the
You know
ropes.
that chocolate with the cherry in it.
Sure.
You finger it a little bit, get that monkey wet. You put that cherry in a monkey and lick that motherfucker till the chocolate melts.
Send her mother home
You see what I'm
first.
saying? And you send grandma home, put her on the fucking bus. You're an embarrassment to Jews. I should rip that fucking flag down. All right?
Why?
There's not one Jew that takes his fucking girlfriend and mom to no fucking In-N-Out burger.
Yes, there are.
He tells her, walk behind me like my wife. You ever see on Beverly Boulevard? You ever see Jews walking together? No. You see the Jew, the man of the house, walking straight. You see the woman in the back like Rocky
And they have
Horror.
to fuck through a sheet.
Who gives a fuck? But that's all that matters, right or
You
wrong?
like that shit on fire.
You like that shit on fire. Bark, motherfucker. You're slipping, cocksucker.
Pardon, motherfucker.
So how long did the mom hang on the date?
20 minutes. It was
Oh,
lunch. It was
Jesus.
lunch. We went to lunch, then we went to the gym.
Oh, okay.
Then you went to the game.
Gym. And then we went to dinner. And
No, when you go to the gym, you stand on the elliptical next to her.
no, we never stare next to each other.
What does she do?
She has the elliptical, just a different one. She goes fucking fast.
You ever see couples jogging together? Isn't that the fucking
That's
worst?
Lee. Any day
No,
you see him in
no.
Hollywood Park with his hoodie.
But
with
it's
his
worse
joint
when
on
guys
it.
are next to each other. They're loud. At least when a guy and a girl are next to each other, they're kind of.
I mean, like running through the neighborhood, they go jogging together.
Oh.
It's like y'all can't be apart for a half an hour. It's fucking embarrassing.
No, he knows I'll shoot.
I don't-
He knows
I
I'll
don't-
go out there like a
I don't
vigilante.
jog.
I'll pick him up as he's walking. I'll shoot him in the leg.
Joey's got people out there looking at you, man.
He doesn't
You
have people.
never
He just
know.
Joey's just doing it. You call Joey like he was on Wilshire today. You just have like little rotations for all your friends. You're like
I don't
surveillance.
fuck around, man. I go out. I leave the house early, man.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I got
Get out there. I know, I see you on
It's 80
Twitter.
degrees. and
Whenever
shit.
I'm up early, I see your ass up early as shit. And
I
you
gotta
guys
go.
used to do this podcast at 6
At
a.m.,
6 in the
right?
fucking morning for a year.
I don't do that anymore.
You know, it was rough.
It was fun, but like it was
Those
rough.
people who do that shit. No, if Lee came to me, if a station came to us and said, we want you to do morning radio somewhere, that's morning radio.
That's
that
what it
means
would
you're
be.
paying me enough. But there ain't no comedy Monday through Friday.
Right.
You follow me? If you come to me and say, I want you to do morning radio, well, this is what I do on a Thursday, this is what I do on a Friday. You got to cover that.
Yeah.
If that's the rate, always shoot two, which isn't going to work.
Right.
Morning radio is morning radio. You got to do it. You got to talk about the topics of the morning and the day. That's what they need to do. So I would do it. But
Right.
to do 4 days a week, when you got to get up at 3:30,
Damn.
you got to be in bed at 7, and if you have a live remote, that throws your whole fucking schedule off. If you got to go to bed at 7 every night, so your fucking machine's working all the time. Right, 4 hours, 7.5 hours, and get up at 3:30. That's at the studios around the fucking corner. What if you're a half hour away? You got to drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, get some reefer in you, a couple stars.
You got to go to bed at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
every goddamn day.
I know people who do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an aunt who worked for the IRS who would go at like 3 or 4 a.m. or something because she got up by 3 or early so she could be home for her kids. A lot of people do it.
4 a.m. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I've
I
done
can
it.
see you doing it here. You think about doing it here, it's easy crazy.
Right.
Do that shit in Boston now,
Oh,
where you got to go outside and fucking blowtorch your windshield.
Yeah.
there's people, I called my mom today. She said there's people who just don't have their cars because plows have just been going by and packing them in. There's a parking ban, but they literally, even if they wanted to get to their car, it's behind like 20 feet of snow right now.
Fucking how many inches, like?
My mom in Worcester has over 100. And it's not even the most. Like 96 at like 111.
And it's gonna come again on Friday.
It's coming in tomorrow for like 3 inches.
Oh my God, that's a lot, man. And I lived through those winters 20, 30 years ago on the East Coast. I lived through one of those where it just kept fucking snowing.
Yeah, it's like every day. And I have a Facebook friend who I went to high school with him, and he went to jail a couple times. And I keep seeing pictures. He had like a station wagon with a long fence tied bungee cords to the top of it, and he's just going. And him and his brother put up a job posting. They were paying each guy $200 a day to help with them because they just had so much work. So like a lot of people are working right now.
Sure, they're showing snow.
There's work to do, yeah.
There's work to be done. Hey, listen, when I lived in Snowmass and I first moved up there, I used to shovel snow
Me too.
for 12 an hour.
Yeah.
12 an hour, Jack, and I'd be casing apartments because it was the apartment building. They'd be doing me a favor. I'd just be seeing where the drug dealers were coming and going. My boss's name was Joe Coffey.
Right.
The apartment building was Creekside.
Remember that time you wrote a check to the gas company from a check you stole?
No.
$700? Oh,
No,
shit.
that's it. I wasn't a check guy. I was
Yeah.
never a check guy. Being a check guy, oh my God, a car thief, you're in there. They got you.
Yeah.
They got you. There's no turning back.
Yeah.
Especially now with the cameras.
Yeah, especially now with the cam. Now it must be brutal. You can't do a credit card no more with a fucking camera. That was my bread and butter with credit cards, you know. Finding a fucking credit. Tonight I was looking for cards. I was looking for a business card. I had a stack of them. I put them in one of those clips. And when I was looking for them, I remember this guy. I lived in a building in 85 for about a month.
Yeah.
A friend of mine said, listen, you can crash here. So the super of the building was across the hall. This is the weirdest thing. This is fucking Jersey. The super of the building was across the hall. But it said, come in. When you open the door, the keys to all the apartments were on the wall, and then you rang his doorbell. What the fuck? And it would take him 3-4 minutes to say, hey, what do you want?
Right.
There's no water tonight. Turn it back on. You know, whatever I would do. And one afternoon, I didn't have a job for a week, and I got fucking bored. And I said, what the fuck is going on around here? And I took the key to it. It was like the 3-floor house, and there was a chick that had gigantic tits on the 3rd floor.
Like the bunny ranch?
I used to snort coke and jerk off to her. She had like a fucked up boyfriend. She was hotter than fuck.
Yeah.
And one day I went upstairs and opened up her apartment. I went in, the boyfriend had a big desk. And I opened up the desk and it had a stack of credit cards with the clip in it. Like Diners Club or every gasoline company. This is 1985. And I would take like his American Express. And I go to like Chinatown, spend $200, come home and put it back. I
And they jerk up on them titties
I
all
would
over.
do that. I got his hourly, you know, I know
Yeah.
him and her were home. And I would go up, knock on the door, open up, go into his office, take a card, use it for the afternoon, bring it back and put it in the fucking thing. I did that for about maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then one day I said, what am I even putting them back for? Why am I wasting my time? I'm going into this guy's apartment every day like a fucking moron. I just started taking them and I just started writing them. But now, since I was doing that clip today, I got a flashback. And I'm like, thank God, I don't have 30 credit cards.
Yeah.
Somebody think they're in the fucking this card clip and take them all.
It's fucked up. Do you ever feel bad about that one, about like stuff like that?
I just remembered that late tonight. That was the first time I thought of that in 30 years. That was 1985. Sure, I felt bad. But you didn't pay for it. It wasn't like you pay for it out of your
Well,
pocket.
they said they have to do like an
investigation.
Investigation. I thought they were like accusing me of writing a bad check to the gas company. I
They
don't
are.
know.
They're gonna get you. They're gonna come over, meet you, throw you in jail for an afternoon.
That's why you got to eat cookies straight
You
through.
gotta eat this cookie, even though a piece of cookie. It's way.
Well, I thought you were talking about like good cookies. I was like, why would I
I'm
eat
talking
cookies?
about mind-numbing.
You want a little piece?
I'm good. I got some in my pocket if I need it.
Oh shit!
I'm peer pressuring Lee, but I'm a lightweight.
Come on, you taking another piece?
I can't.
We're going to eat tonight, guys.
I loved it, but I can't. I'm gonna
We got about 4 nights to go out.
die.
We got about a big week this week. Big short guys, house Wednesday night.
Really?
Yeah,
For us? Oh wait, no, you're doing the Rogan show.
yeah, we're gonna have a good time. You're not gonna stay at home.
No, I'll come.
All right,
Do we have a podcast Wednesday?
who knows? I don't know. What's with the questions? I'm talking about nighttime. What's the possible? Oh shit! Look at you, fucking thinking of things all the time. That's good.
wanna be around.
This is not good. And no, really, because most stuff with weed in it tastes terrible.
That's a good cookie. When somebody breaks your heart.
Can you teach me how to do the bark thing?
Yeah, you gotta cover your mouth. You gotta cover your mouth, and it's gotta be from like the back of your throat. You gotta put a lot of air through there.
We learn a piece of cookie and then we'll teach you how to do the bark, right?
It takes practice. You can't just jump in. You can't just get it first
No,
try.
you have a lot of experience.
Your girl, Ookie Spooky, was there looking
I
good.
missed.
Your boy Daniel was there. He gave me the fucking
Andrew.
Daniel was there.
I'm high as fuck, and I remember that.
Andrew fucking
Miller.
my boy from fucking Dallas showed up with Cuban pastries again.
Oh,
Dave Wilder. No, it was
he came last time.
yeah, he's a good dude, man. I gotta send him a little fucking care package. He's a good dude.
Y'all know a guy named Ookie Spooky?
I
Did I
checked
hear
his
that right?
very
Yeah.
cute.
Twitter
Okay.
name.
She
cool.
showed up. A lot of people. It's nice not going on. You have this relationship with some Twitter people.
Yeah,
You
man.
see him. You know how Ryan Cavazos came out. Me and him have been playing. Whatever the fuck email tag for a year on Gmail.
I need to go see Oogie Spooky because like her picture's like the picture that fucked me up and made me go on a diet. Like that picture I have with her, where my head looks like it was like blown up from the inside.
You were swollen like me.
Yeah.
Swollen. You're not swollen no more. Let me see the crab. Give me a little crab pose. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're fucking
Break out the
savage.
Old Bay.
Let me see a front double bicep blast. Just what you were
What's
doing.
that?
What you were doing.
Oh, this?
No, the other one.
Oh.
There you go. Look at you. You're
You're a
fucking,
beautiful man, Lee.
You're a fucking. So that's where you started in Baltimore?
I didn't start doing stand-up there, but I spent some time there.
Where'd you start?
L.A. Like a fool.
And then you went back to Baltimore and you fell in love?
No. I grew up in Southern Maryland in the sticks. Went to college in Baltimore. Moved to L.A. Started open mics in the Valley in '98, and just fucking worked my way up, man.
And then you went back to Baltimore?
Never went back to
Then
Baltimore.
what the fuck are you saying when you did comedy in Baltimore?
I never did.
Oh, I thought you said,
Did you say that today?
I thought you said something. I lived in Baltimore. Who the fuck knows?
I've done it out there, but I
So
never
you,
went.
You started comedy here?
Yeah, just like fucking Tripoli and Segura and these other fools. We started out here. Actually, Tripoli didn't start out here.
No, he started in Vegas.
But Segura did.
Did he or in Columbus?
As far as I know, he started out here.
I think he started right here from the podcast.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. I wasn't fucking sure at all. Hey, man, it's a tough racket to start out
Yeah.
for me, but once you get over that hump, it's okay.
The good thing is there's a lot of open mics out here, and you're way more off the radar than people say you are. If you just do open mics in the Valley, fucking Bud Freeman ain't seeing your ass.
Nobody's
You know,
seeing
no
you.
one's seeing your ass.
Now, who do you remember from 98? Anybody around back then that's still around now?
When I first started, like the first open mics I did, Tripoli had just moved to town. So he was doing all the open mics too. Kira Sultanovich was around.
She used to always be out. Kira's a fucking hustler.
Yeah.
One thing you can't take from her, that girl was out.
Yeah, I saw her.
Every fucking night with a notebook and everything. I used to sit there and go, this fucking girl. I love it. When I see a woman work that hard, I fucking love it. Because most of them, you know, they want to sell their tits.
Right.
Have a boyfriend right for them or whatever the fuck they do. Some girls like, I'm not playing that shit. Homie, I'm going fucking straight.
Homie, don't play that fucking shit.
I'm doing my own game. Well, I'm talking about women. I'm not going to send a birthday shout out to Sarah Tiana.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a babysitter. I forgot Marta. What's her name? The babysitter left at 3 today. So we could go down to a party over at
where's the party?
Dave & Buster's.
Oh no shit.
From 4 to 8. Shit.
Wait,
It's a daytime party?
I get shit for going to museum and you were gonna go to Dave & Buster's.
With my child, with a fucking
She's too young for Dave &
two-year-old
Buster's.
child and my wife.
Dave & Buster's is like
For a comic's birthday, who did the podcast and is very cool.
That's a
Not
work
because
party.
somebody said, I want to go to the museum for Valentine's. You said, okay. And you went down there like a fucking half a homo. You know, look at all the other guys that were there. See if any other fucking guy wanted to be there. In your heart, you could look at me as a man and say you really wanted to be in a fucking museum on a Saturday at 4 o'clock.
All shoulder to shoulder, looking at
then,
paintings.
bro.
You know what I'm
it's fun
saying?
though. And nothing's fun.
Yeah, it's fun though. So it was getting shot in the fucking asshole.
You know,
That's fun too.
You know, what was really fun was parking at the museum
Oh,
on Saturday.
This guy
On
gets talked
Valentine's
into the worst things ever that
Yeah.
I've ever seen. Ever in my life.
The In-N-Out bar is
Especially at
kind
the
of good.
point he's in. Oh yeah, that sounds
It
great.
sounds good.
You know, that sounds, all that shit's easy. It's the other shit he gets involved in.
I'm sorry.
I'm fucking sorry. You know I love you to death. I don't give a fuck. You're going to regret this shit 3 years from now.
Why?
You're going to see why. He doesn't know.
Right.
He doesn't know. He thinks that what we're telling him is like,
Right.
you know, we're just telling you this because if you don't grasp or hold of this now, 5 years from now, it's a grow away weed. And by that time, when she tells you to go fuck yourself, don't come crying to me. Don't come in here because you're the guy that wants to do everything she wants to do. And eventually a woman says, I'm looking for a fucking man. I'm not looking for a fucking Hollywood that's here to wipe my feet. That's in a fairy tale. Women are going to know their fucking place, Lisa. Yeah. So always remember that. She's going to meet a fucking attorney that's a man, and she's going to go, this guy, because he has a fucking voice. You have to have a voice as a fucking man every once in a while. And go, you know what, Valentine, I'm not going down there. I don't need to go to no museum to see you. I want my Da Vinci. I'm Lee Sayat, radio personality.
Yeah.
You want to go get a fucking, you want to go to Radio Shack and get a fucking VCR? I'm in.
Now practice saying that. I'm Lisa,
Yeah, Lisa,
radio personality.
So what's going to happen? This is what happens.
And make your muscles when you do it.
What do you think's the half of couples? What do you think happens to couples? Well, because you didn't establish yourself in the beginning. You go, I'm not doing that on a Thursday, though. You do that. Here's $20. You like the bus? Hop along. Let me give you the route. Let me give you the route down there.
You like the bus?
Sure. And I see this all the time. I'm going through this with Francesca, the Agostino's sister. Women love that shit in the beginning for about a year and a half. Then one day they wake up and they go, I got a mop over here. I tell this fucking mop what to do.
Right.
And he does it like a fucking slave.
It's not too late to shift gears.
No. So now you have a problem. Now you're going to go, I don't want to do that. She's going to say, well, you changed.
You got to fight through that.
And now you got to fight through that. So if you tell them who the fuck you are from day one, you never have a problem. Listen, I want to go to the museum. Like, I want 10 fucking black guys fucking me in the ass. All right? Let's be honest.
Same level for you.
Same level.
Now
Who
repeat
wants to
after
go
me.
You know,
Saturday.
in 3 years, when you have a child with her, that's different. That's a museum. You get the hat. You go see electronics and pirates. But with a grown fucking woman, a 24-year-old woman, there's only one thing to do on a Saturday afternoon.
And it ain't the tar pit.
Yeah.
It's Dick Afternoon.
Dick afternoon on Valentine's. What'd you get that studio apartment for? To sit there by yourself?
No.
To give a dick.
Dick morning.
No,
Dick
you should
night.
go to the tent.
We had Dick Morning.
No, you
And
didn't.
then Dick Night.
No, I know you.
Yeah, I did.
But you had Vagina Museum. Vagina Afternoon.
Yeah, we have vagina afternoon. You gotta get it together.
There's more dicks than vaginas. Though.
Sure, you're a fucking legend. If not, you're gonna go, what am I dating this guy for? I might as well just get a butler.
Or a museum pass.
Do what the fuck I want to do.
Letting them know their place is a very harsh way of saying it.
Let everybody know their fucking place in life. You know that? What the fuck? You think it just starts at home? You gotta tell everybody. I didn't tell my wife she was a Peasley slave. I explained, I told her I didn't want to come to
show her.
I didn't want her to come to comedy shows with me.
Yes, that's a big one for me.
I had to tell them from the beginning because I made a mistake with another girlfriend.
I finally.
Do you follow me? So all we're trying to tell you is what to do now. Because
that's a good idea. I'll try it.
You have to try, Lee.
But the problem is I don't mind doing a lot of the stuff.
Because you're half a fat. That's why. Because you might as well put wings on. You want to go for tell me the truth. You want to really go make macaroons. This is what
macaroons. No.
When you were in college, you sat there one day and you said, "You know what?
Cooking class was fun.
Yeah,
you did steak."
Okay. Well, how many steaks have you cooked since then?
It was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. All right. Nothing. All right. What about the other one? What'd you go for? Crepes.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. How many crepes have you cooked since the class?
Like one.
Nothing. You haven't cooked a fucking thing. How many crepes has she fucking cooked? None. Then what'd you go to the fucking class for?
So at least you have that in your back pocket.
How many macaroons did she fucking make since then? No. How many steaks has she cooked since then?
None.
Then what's the class for?
For fun?
No, fuck. When you want fun, get a hat with a propeller and get a water pistol, sprinkle her asshole. That's fun. Run around the house. That's fucking fun. A cooking class is so you got this now, right?
Right.
We don't ever have to go to Ruth Chris only for your birthday. Now. You can make steaks twice a week.
Yeah.
Let me teach you how to make 2 eggs. You can throw together 2 eggs and a steak for breakfast. And let me teach you how to use the toaster for some toast. That's why you go to fucking cooking class.
So after Dick Morning, you get some.
No, that's why I go to cooking class. I can't cook. I'm horrible.
Right.
The other day, I made a cheese omelet for breakfast because they weren't up. And they both came out while I was cooking it. And my daughter looked at me cooking, and she looked at my wife. She's like, "You're still gonna cook breakfast, right?" That is cool as shit, but look at that fucking disaster.
Yeah.
I need to take a fucking cooking class. That's why you take a cooking class. To learn how to cook.
Right.
Right. Am I lying here? Maybe I'm fucking delusional.
No, that is the idea.
How many macaroons do you have to eat, though?
How many did you fucking make since that class?
None.
Okay.
You don't make macaroons that often.
So this week, you gotta tell her, listen, when you come over Friday, let's whip up those macaroons you were supposed to fucking take notes on in class, all right?
P.S. I hate museums.
I used to hate museums.
Take a cookie.
No.
Cookie for your sins this week. Take a little piece. It's only 5 milligrams.
Body of Christ.
That's a
Here you
lie.
go. It's only 5 milligrams. The whole cookie is fucking 22 milligrams.
Yeah, right. They would never make a random number. No, I'm okay.
It's only like 3 milligrams. I'm looking at it on my computer right here.
I'm over here for you. If I love you, cocksucker.
I thought you were like mad at me last night or something. Because I called you and you were like really quiet on the phone, and you told me you ate like some saltwater taffy that just sent you over the moon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People bring you treats in Austin, or you brought your own?
Treat here.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Some little fucking taffy. I was fucking strong as shit. I couldn't watch the TV no more. I had to keep blinking and stuff. It was like there was something wrong with my fucking eyeballs. You been going out a lot on the road, my brother?
This year, yeah. January, I went out a bunch of places.
Where'd you go?
I headlined in North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. There's this place called the Dead Crow Comedy Club, which is off the hook. I did some indie shows in Florida, and I opened for my boy Ian Bagg in Kansas City.
I did improv?
Yeah.
I've done improv in Kansas City.
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It looks like all the other improvs, but it's pretty fun. The audiences are pretty good. They laugh. Good time.
I've never even thought of going to camp. Like they've never even made an offer, nothing.
Really?
Listen, the other club, the guy has the wait where Josh Wolf goes. Will you text us some money?
My phone's in my pocket.
I hope so. Eat a cookie.
Are you texting your girlfriend?
How about a rock candy?
Are you texting your
You
girlfriend?
gotta eat something before you leave. This is the soup.
I already ate 2 things.
That's okay. We got 10 things, so you gotta eat 3 out of 10. What else would you like tonight?
Well, let me see what the options are.
No, let me show you.
No, he gets mad when I text my girlfriend too. He doesn't understand texting conversations.
Right here, we got more cookies.
Wow.
You can eat a whole cookie.
No.
Why you want to eat in pieces?
This is like the marijuana Olympics.
It feels like it.
Another star. You want to eat another half
I
a
feel
star?
like I got gold.
You want another half a star?
No.
Was it like this when you guys used to wake up at 6 a.m.? Was it all these treats?
There are edibles, but not to this level.
How about just cereal bar? How about a whole cereal bar?
What's a bar? Can I have one of the kernels, or is it a bar?
You're getting too thin, Lee. Snack on some of that shit.
Not when I eat that munchies. I went to Yum Yums at 11 p.m.
How about one of these? Just eat one of these.
Okay.
Rock candy. Is it 10?
Oh wait, no, is it a chewy one or a hard one?
These are hard.
Can I have a chewy one?
I don't have a fucking chewy candy.
You got the cereal thing.
The only thing we don't got is
No,
chewy.
there's not more chewy. Try and rock.
Okay.
It's good for you. It's got vitamin D in it.
But it's gonna sound bad on the microphone.
Who cares?
You don't have to say nothing. Just sit there, look at the stars.
Tweets I get would disagree with you.
Look at the stars of David.
You look
Right over
good.
there.
Look at your eyeballs.
Do they match my shirt?
What flavor you want?
Red or blue is good.
There's a nice red on for you.
Oh, we've had these before.
Yeah, they're good. They don't do that.
Yes, they do.
They don't do nothing.
Can you drive me home?
Ain't nobody driving home.
Ain't nobody driving
Oh
nobody
shit,
home.
we got this fucking big A brownie.
Oh, you don't want that brownie. Have you tried this
You
brownie?
want this?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That's a go. See, that's how we do it. We don't fuck around.
It's better than In-N-Out.
We gotta open it.
What are you gonna take?
I got it to
Oh, you
go.
want to bite now?
I got a cookie right here. Oh, you want this brownie now? While you're chewing on a hard candy? All right, we'll open the brownie. What the fuck, man?
Look at you, nibble on the cookie.
Oh, yeah.
Look at you like a mouse.
I
over
take
there.
it slow.
Oh, I like it.
I call it crumb. You know how some people smoke rocks? I eat crumb. That's how I do it. I know I'm disappointing you, but
So
that's how I do it.
you're headlining some gigs. That's how you do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Headline in San Diego this year. You know, just a little
American
one night.
Comedy
No, it's this joint called Tipsy Crow, I think. I played the Dead Crow and the Tipsy Crow this year already. I'm a crow comic. I'm a crow comic.
Then there's a crow up in not San Jose, but what's the hip community up there?
There's
To San
Berkeley,
Francisco. Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
They have an
Oh,
old
yeah.
running. How's the candy?
Stuck on my teeth, but it's good.
The G, the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Keep it away from me. Here.
Lee, you're going super deep.
No.
You want
I thought you wanted the brownie.
You want to call the ambulance right now?
Do you have one on standby?
I can call them.
I thought you said never to sign for an ambulance.
It's
I'm not
911.
gonna sign for that. I'm not gonna sign you up. I got an ID that's fake. You just fucking get your oxygen and get out of there. Run out of there. I'll never see you
Will
again.
the oxygen help?
Well, we're gonna do a couple things here.
So just call 911,
Oh my God.
and when they come, tell them we were just kidding. Or maybe you'll need it. Who
Did
knows?
Red Band get really fucked up and call
An
911?
ambulance, $1,500 later.
Oh,
Your heart's gonna beat. Don't call the cops. Start breathing. Just breathe your way out. That's it. Through your nose, out your mouth,
You got this.
and breathe. And then when you get enough energy, go get some coffee. Enough coffee, some tea.
I fucking hate tea.
What do you hate? Tea? You hate coffee?
Yeah, well, I don't hate coffee. I just never tried to like it because it's too expensive.
Coffee's too expensive. What are you talking about?
Fucking people in
Yeah,
in Boston go like
fucking,
five.
Yeah, these fucking jerks.
Five times a day.
You're
Don't know.
the king of swing.
I am looking this way.
All right, you get yourself a little fucking thing, a little coffee, a little Starbucks.
I got a Keurig.
Yeah, then what the fuck?
Make it
want?
at home, you
Where'd
know?
you get the Keurig from?
Amazon.
For how much?
Like $80.
And you don't drink coffee?
Paula does. But if I didn't get it, we were gonna go to breakfast every day. So now we make breakfast.
Breakfast at the museum? You're going to the museum?
You know what? They got some good pastries over there. No, no, we eat breakfast. We tried to go to Denny's over the weekend, and it was just terrible.
How bad was it?
Just the manager there was like the worst. Like she was for some reason helping the host, where anyone who's worked in a restaurant knows you help run food. Like let the host they were running on 3 different things of paper, so Paul and I got skipped over for like 3 tables.
Did you tell him your Lee Syatt radio personality?
I should
You
have.
should have told him.
So what did you end up doing? You went home?
No, we waited. We were there for a fucking hour for eggs.
Did I tell you when I talked to you on the phone?
We were already there by
What were you
that
fucking
point.
thinking? Did I tell you that when you were there? Did I say to
Actually-
you, what are you doing there? Yeah, it's only going to be quick.
They said 5 to 10 minutes.
Listen, after 9 o'clock, you don't go to breakfast.
Right.
You're fucked in this town.
You cash in on that cooking
Because they're
class.
leaving church. So you have a 20-minute wait, especially if you go with somebody. If you go alone, you can always grab the motherfucking bar. You follow me?
It's at the counter,
You're
baby.
on the counter. But you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You
I
gotta
tell
make
you
a
that.
date with you somewhere. After 9:30, once that first mass empties out, you're in no danger. That's Sunday 101.
Do you know what was my favorite when she lived in Englewood? I'd go drop her off at night for like dinner and go to dinner. The people at Chili's and Red Lobster were in their Sunday best, like purple suits,
Yeah.
and it was full of them.
Black people love Red Lobster.
It was
You heard it
so
here
funny.
first, folks.
If you want to sleep with a black woman from the fucking hood,
Yeah.
throw up Red Lobster. They go fucking, and all they say to you is like, "You gonna take me to Red Lobster? You gonna give me one of them drinks?" It's not Red Lobster. It's those purple drinks at $6 fucking a piece that drives them fucking nuts. Drives black women crazy. It's like smoking crack. They go from crack hose to Red Lobster fucking hose. Oh yeah, down there. What's the other place?
Chili's.
Oh yeah, that's big time. They go in there
It was
smoking
so funny to
cigarettes.
watch, yeah.
And people like saying, we're going to Chili's. And other people are jealous. Ooh.
Yeah,
It's like museum to a black person.
fuck yeah.
I love it. I love going to fucking Red Lobster Sacramento.
Yeah.
Tons of black people. Hysterical. I don't give a fuck. They will suck the red off the crab leg. Like they don't only fucking take the meat out of it.
Yeah.
They suck the red right out of the fire. I love it. They don't give a fuck. If they gotta pay $9 for that crab leg, they get every nutrient out of that motherfucker that's in there.
They got Magic Johnson TGI Fridays. Have you seen those?
No, but they used to have Magic Johnson movie theaters in LA.
They don't have no more?
No, I went to one when I interned out here. I think it was like in a bad area, probably since it was.
Yes, it was a bad
That's what
area.
I'm saying.
But I went there like when I was before I even moved out here to work. When I was out here interning the summer before, and they don't have that anymore.
There was a shopping center by the airport. It's got like a Magic Johnson TGI Fridays and like Black Starbucks. It was so great. I met Daryl right there one day, and it was. I was like, I'm sitting at such and such a table, and he's like, oh, I think I'm gonna be able to pick you out, because I was the only white guy there. But it was funny, dude. It was like they were listening to the regular Starbucks, shitty coffee house music. It was just like a regular white Starbucks. Yeah. It was black Starbucks. It was beautiful. There was a guy rolling around playing Pink Floyd in the parking lot, black dude. It was like an alternate universe. It was fantastic.
It's kind of cool in like Koreatown where they have like Korean ads. Like you're just be rolling around LA, and then all of a sudden all the ads are in Korean. It's
Down Western.
Yeah.
Down Western. It's horrible.
As opposed to Spanish everywhere else.
No, when you go down Western, it's like Mexican music. That just becomes Korean, and all the Koreans stop. They don't know like the double park. They just stop.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there for 5 minutes. You're like, why is there traffic? And you get in the left-hand lane. It's wide fucking open. They just stop and talking to each other. They don't give a fuck. I got caught down there one time for an hour. I'll never drive down Western. I think on Western and Melrose, I fucking tap out, Jack.
Mm-hmm. That's hysterical.
Yeah, no, there's no fucking use for it. It's the tree. When I went to Austin, that was the biggest complaint from people on how much Austin had grown and how bad the traffic was.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to explain to the 30 people that said that to me. I go, you know what? There's traffic everywhere. And mind-boggling traffic. Fucking mind-boggling traffic. Some days you can't wrap your head around. When I come up Laurel Canyon at 3 o'clock, it behooves me. And how slow people are going. And it's a fucking hour.
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes sometimes to get a fucking Laurel Canyon.
That's not even that much. I can't tell you how many times I spent 2 hours on the 405 from Santa Monica to Sherman Oaks. An hour and a half, not a problem. Wednesday nights, because the longest part of it is getting to the freeway, which I don't think other cities have. But
that 6 o'clock shit, having a job and not getting home till 7:15 with that's it. There's no accidents and no jerk-offs. That I can't do that. No.
It's horrible. I used to have a job on the west side, lived on the east side, and every morning it was just like
and you were all
suicide
side
watch.
street too.
I mean, I try my best. This is before I had fucking GPS or shit. I would just take the 10 and just like with a gun in my mouth.
Oh no, you got on the 10?
Oh yeah. Well, I take Olympic sometimes. I take this, that, and the other Wilshire, but it sucked either way.
And when you first move here, the streets are super fucking long. So you think, this is the Olympic right here. My job's on Olympic. I'll just go. And it's
3 days later, you're at work.
I know, it's terrible.
I made appointments to go down there today because there was no traffic. I left my house at 9:30 to be on Wilshire. At 10, I got there 5 to fucking 10. But I can't do it no more. I can't go over there. I love going to Hegan's and stuff in the daytime. I love training with Dave, and I'm just waiting for what's his name to open up his school up over the hill so I can zip in at lunch and get the fuck out of there by 1 o'clock. That 1 hour on the way down to 45 on the way back. At 10 o'clock I gotta leave to be there at 10 to fucking 11.
Yeah, man.
And the traffic gets heavy. Every time I'm going up the hill, there's days I don't think I'm going to fucking make it at all, man. I'm like, I'm not going to make it to fucking jiu-jitsu today. It's just too much. And that's the way it is everywhere. New York City is the same fucking way. When I go to Dallas, there's tons of traffic. Forget fucking Miami.
DC, Baltimore.
DC, we just, I don't know if, I could sit here and say it's overcrowded or we have too many cars because everybody's on the fucking train, too.
Yeah.
You got a fucking train at 9 o'clock. You got some guy breathing down your fucking neck and a Japanese guy with a surgeon's mask on.
Yeah.
You know, so don't tell me that the trains are fucking empty. You know, but
No, they're packed. You think no one takes the train in LA? They're fucking
packed. Mass transit is packed in LA.
Yeah.
Those
But they
buses.
don't have one to the west side. That's
No, it's not
in fact,
good,
They don't
but-
have one from the 405 down to the 10.
They're working on that.
It's going to take decades, but they're working on it because they know LA is fucked as far as traffic is concerned. And yeah, they do already have one that goes to Long Beach.
Oh, they do.
They already have it.
My girlfriend and I were joking, but do you ever think like there should be like some sort of time limit on being here? If you're not doing something in your
If you
field,
don't knock it out of the park after 20 years, if
Like
you're
as
not,
an
you're not
actor,
successful,
or anything, it's just there's so many people here who are just like my fucking Denny's waiter was from Boston and was like one step away from doing Good Will Hunting scenes at my table. It was just embarrassing to
What was
watch.
he doing?
He was just joking around with about
Like
boxing and cheers, and he was just being really like he was being overly hammy. It was like the first time I'd seen it. And then Paula takes lifts home sometimes from the train station, and she said like every other one is like an actor who like hands her a script, or it's. I get that it's tough, but at some point we need more space.
there should be a talent measurement at
You
the
get like a-
border,
you should
at
get
the
like
border of California or at LAX. We have to do a monologue.
She had like a visa, and
Cold
just have to
reading.
like show like, hey, I'm working, or just let the people who are born here stay here and do that kind of work.
You know, but then you read these stories that people here 11 years and they
That's
finally
the thing.
broke apart.
That's the thing, and we know it takes long.
Yeah, a dream is a dream is a
No, but you
dream.
can be working towards it. You don't have to be a star, but like you can't just be like going to parties in Hollywood.
Listen, not everybody's Lisa Ayat radio personality.
How could
You know what
they
I
be?
mean? You can't judge these people.
You know, you asked me when I was the most frustrated in my comedy career. The most frustrated was in '95 when I wanted just to feature and work. I wanted just to get comedy work. And I was working around Denver and getting guest sets when you're prepared. When people come up to you and saying you're ready to do, you get frustrated, you know. And the other frustration I got was here. There was one point where I was, but I was frustrated at the 4-year mark. That's when I really got frustrated.
Right.
Frustration is when nothing's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you feel bad about yourself. So that's when the frustration comes in. What if? I mean, I'm really lucky and I'm really aggressive and I'm a hustler. And sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Absolutely.
Because when I walked into Bronx County, I knew nothing about acting. Nothing. I had just signed with an agency called The Coloring Book. That's how bad this agency was, people.
Right.
And I got a call one day that they want to see me at Bronx County at CBS on 5th Street in Santa Monica. And I go down there to play a Puerto Rican bartender in a fucking bar, which I hate all those roles. He says I can never pull them off.
Right.
But the casting director was so fucking great that he pulled it out of me. And I don't know how, with no acting experience, no acting classes, I booked the CBS pilot. And they paid me money, and it was great. I shot the fucking pilot. For 7 months, I lived confused. I didn't know if I should buy a house.
Right.
Tell bitches to shut the fuck up.
Well, you know you're going to do that.
Yeah, And also,
Can we go to the museum, Joey?
and also the pilot didn't get picked up. Well, what is that? What does that do to a normal person that hasn't taken an acting class? He's like, I'm better than these guys or whatever. I don't know what I was fucking thinking in my mind. Then I went in for basketball. And that's how I got my SAG card, because it was a second booking. I got basketball. And I got a Taco Bell commercial. And at that point, I was doing comedy maybe 7 years. So was it the States time that gave me the patois to go in there, the balls? I don't know. I used to just work myself up, be so scared. I'd go in there and blow up in the fucking room, But Lee, what kept me here? What kept me here? What made me go to Houston and go, you know what? I can't believe Adam Sandler want me to audition for his movie. You know what? I'm going to make an audition tape. What if I was the regular schmo and didn't think that way? I didn't take no for an answer. I didn't give a fuck. You're either going to go with Big Pussy or Tony Saragusa. They're great as celebrities. But this is a comedy. If you want this movie to work, I've done Buffalo at halftime. I have to send my tape in. And I sent it in, and we got the fucking movie. But there's a lot of people that go through this town and don't do anything for 15. And you see them, and you feel fucking bad.
Right.
And there's some people who get it. I told the story about last year. I went to the Grudge match premiere, and I came out. And I saw a kid I was friends with 15 years ago. We're both on the same path of comedy.
Right.
And now he was working at a $10 store on Hollywood Boulevard. And how bad I felt talking to him and how negative he was about the town.
Right.
And they killed me. They killed me for about a week. I talked to him on the podcast. And about a month ago, I asked him about him. I go, you didn't hear? He changed his life. He quit that job. He quit comedy.
Yeah.
Because he knew. That's it. You know, he was dressing up as a fucking bunny suit.
Right.
At a show once a month. That's not comedy. You know, and I got it when he got here, books and commercials. But, you know, this town has changed. 10 years ago, a schmo like me could come here and book a bunch of shit. Today, you're not going to book much because there ain't much to book. There ain't much to book. All those co-stars, how you learn how to act, those little roles that you walk in and say, get up, you're under arrest.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my God. You know, people here say, go fuck yourself. You have 2 lines. People at home are like, dog, I'm proud of you. That was you. You're a movie star.
Yeah.
So that's the reality of it. Those roles are gone. That's how you learn to act.
And why is that? Because there's not as many TV shows?
They're not shooting me.
Yeah.
They're hiring off reels now.
Right.
You know, so people don't even know you exist. 10 years ago, I would go into an audition and do okay. And lady would go, you know what, you're not right for this. I'm going to keep my eye on you.
It was a smaller scene, right?
No, it was more action. There was more going on.
Okay.
And the same people were here, but
all these states have tax refunds, tax credits.
So that takes from us, you know, they're going to shoot the movie there. So what do? They hire the principals here, but they hire local actors because they're going to fly everybody out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fly everybody out, put them in a fucking 4-star hotel and feed them. They can hire actors that are in that area. So that's how they do it, which works. Hey, it fucking works. I'm not mad at you. So all those little roles we used to get here. When I handed James Coburn a gun, an American gun, and walked away. When I handed James Coburn a clip to sign, I said, here, I delivered a box to you. I'm just like you, half Italian, half Irish. And I walked away. All those stupid fucking roles that you learn to know about. You learn about the extras, what they're doing. You learn how to take from a director. You learn how to fucking stand correctly, how to open up in front of the camera, how to walk. Those are the roles that you learn those things because you have to do them. You're not sitting there for an hour talking to somebody. So what do you think? I think we should arrest him. No shit. No, you're just walking and going, hey, pick up line 4 and walk out.
Right.
You know, there was a movie I did with Chance Palminteri where I just grabbed the guy out of the trunk and said, you're going to die. And I threw him in the water. That was it. That was it. It took 8 hours to shoot. While I was doing it, I was happy as a pig of shit.
Yeah.
If you call me for that role today, I tell you, go fuck yourself.
Right.
But when I got here in 2001, and there I am on the set with Dayton Callie from Sons of Anarchy and fucking Reiser and all these fucking guys. Paul Reiser was mean to me in the makeup chair.
Nice.
And Chaz Palminteri and all these fucking guys. And there I am going, pulling the guy out of a trunk and going, you're going to die. And the guy we pulled out was a stuntman. And I saw him at a weed store about 2 years ago. And he's like, remember me? How many times you throw me into that block? We flew into a Long Beach fucking dock over there like 18 times one night. You know, this is how you learn to act. So if you really think you learn to act by going to some acting school and giving them $10,000, that's fucking candy cane shit. Oh, I did a scene from Flashdance. It was the best. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Scene from Flashdance, bitch. You know, so that's the confusion, Lee. I get the dream. I get what you say. I see kids today that'll come up to me and go, hey, man, it was really good that Rogan helped you out. Well, I didn't book movies on my own.
Right.
What? When you were fucking going to the movies with your girlfriend, I wasn't at the comedy store following Paul Mooney at 12:30 at fucking night.
That's what a lot of people. That's what a lot of people don't get.
You know,
you got to put in the work every day.
Yeah, they don't get that.
You can't just work at Denny's and like hope someone calls you for an audition and then work.
Your life ain't fucking working out. Well, you gotta hustle. You gotta take an acting class and meet other fucking actors and see what the fuck they're doing and go hang out where they hang out. Well, on Saturdays I go to the actor studio and we chit. Then you go to the fucking actor studio and you chit chat. You know, oh, my parents are coming to town. That's not my problem. You should have fucking invited them.
Yeah.
You didn't work it. This is work.
Exactly.
This is fucking work.
And if no one's
no fucking parent, I ain't nobody. Until you get the yacht with 10 midgets sucking your dick, then your parents come out to visit.
Yeah.
And your friends.
Are the midgets there?
I want to come out for 4 days. For what?
The midgets live on the yacht.
For what? I'm not entertaining. I'm going to drive around LA in the fucking tent. Fuck you. You're on your own. Then they get here. Oh, yeah, we got a hotel room, Marina Del Rey. It was like, I won't see you because I live in North Hollywood, bitch. That's a long way. You're a long way from home, Dorothy. You know, no, and that's the problem that you have. People don't understand. Yeah, people don't understand what you got going on.
You start, if no one's hiring you, you start working. Even if you're not getting paid, you start doing a podcast. You start hitting the stage. You start doing the fucking plays or whatever. You start making your own movies. That's how you fucking do it.
Fuck the leaf for 5 seconds. Let me
All
blow
right.
my nose real quick.
All right.
It is kind of fucked up because I asked you when you came in how many podcast episodes you had. You're like,
Oh shit. That's the full charge power hour, by the way.
yeah, like number 107, right?
108 I've done.
108.
Yeah.
And it's just cool because like over the past year, I did a bunch. I'm not doing so many more. And it's not even these, but just you see these people start podcasts.
Yeah.
And I think they've seen so many people make some money
Yeah.
that they're expecting Coca-Cola to come sponsor them in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't happen, they just end or
No, you have to build forever. You have to build until it goes. You have to keep putting the work in. You
Yeah.
know, and it catches when it catches. That's the deal.
Yeah. It's and then they think, oh, they're just gonna find your, like, Coca-Cola's gonna have a guy finding your number. Like, they won't call any sponsors or it's really weird.
Yeah, well, most people don't put the fucking work in. What are you gonna do? You have to put the work in every day.
Yeah.
Every goddamn day.
It's annoying.
You want some more plot?
Not really.
You look good, man. You look good.
I gotta be a burglar in the back of this fucking place. You gotta be a fucking burglar. What if you shit in your fucking pants and I have my keys? A fucking burglar. Unbelievable how much that pisses me off. A fucking lock on the bathroom. Like somebody's gonna rob the fucking toilet paper or some shit.
Yeah, like homeless people are in and out of this
You
fucking
never
building.
know. Maybe some homeless people will come in. So what? Let them take a fucking little Puerto Rican shower.
It's better than on the fucking sidewalk, right?
Listen, man, it's hey, plug this in for me. I think I popped out the wires. Yeah, there you go. This fucking wire went kaput and shit tonight.
Yeah.
Come on, when you have a dream, man, I can't tell you. I would never go up to somebody and tell them it's time for them to leave. I have no problem going up to them and telling them it's time to tighten their game up.
Exactly.
There's little things you do to tighten your game up.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing in the afternoon? Well, I sit with 3 of my friends. I gotta ask you something. Where are those fucking 2 jerk-offs going?
Right.
Nowhere. Why you sit with them?
Yeah.
You know, sit with somebody, go sit with Dane Cook.
Exactly.
Go sit with fucking Matt Fultra. I don't care if you gotta get them coffee. I don't care if you gotta buy them coffee.
Yeah.
I'd rather write a joke with Matt Fultra than write a joke with 3 jerk-offs with a fucking mind dream. They elevate you. There's so many different fucking shortcuts. How do you prove yourself? You go out 6 nights a week. When I go out and I see you there and you've already done 3 sets and you're 22 and I'm at the store at 11, you're like, let's do it, dog.
Right.
I'm here to hang out with you. You know, I know these people are real. That's how people know when somebody's real. I know when somebody comes to me, LA is not working for me. Well, how many nights a week do you go out? Well, nobody puts me up. That's not my fucking question.
Exactly.
My question is how many nights a week you want to go up? Because I know motherfuckers that get up 3 times a night in the fucking Valley, Pasadena, Hamburger Hamlets. These motherfuckers go out, 6 nights a fucking week.
And if you don't have a spot, go to the fucking show anyways and get to know the motherfuckers that run it. Next thing you know, you can get up.
Everybody wants to do the improv in the store a lot faster.
Yeah.
And if they don't get to those 3, they get caught up and it affects them. Where me, I'm working on the spot. Don't worry about that. That'll be there.
Exactly.
That's not going anywhere. That's always going to fucking be there. What I want you to do is just keep getting on stage. Yeah, but my friend, fuck your friend. Fuck your friend. I'm telling you what you need to do. Get on stage every fucking night. After you do 2 spots, then do me a favor. Then come to the store and you can have a drink.
Yeah.
But until you do 2, what if I only do 1? Then you're not going to the fucking store. You didn't deserve to go to the store, the improv, or laugh factory. Wherever you're going to go to sit there and watch and learn from motherfucking comedians,
And that's what I'm saying. Like me and Sam and fucking Kira, we'd see each other every night back in the 90s. We had to learn how to do this shit. And we go up fucking all the time, man. That's how it fucking works. I didn't start at the store.
Well, come on. Nobody fucking does. When I started working with Lee, about 2 months before I met Lee, a kid contacted me, Silent Bob, his brother Rancho Bob. Rancho Bob.
What does Rancho mean?
He works on a ranch or some shit.
Okay.
Rancho Bob worked for Gabriel for a few weeks. But Rancho Bob would go to Gabriel's shows, take some pictures, and then go back to Gabriel and give him pictures. And Gabriel go, okay, what are you going to be doing? He go, well, I'm going to frame these. Whatever. I don't know what happened. And Gabriel would give him like $200. Well, one day, I guess he saw that one of the comics was getting $1,000, and he got pissed off. Why is this comedian getting $1,000? I'm taking pictures here just as long as he is. I want $1,000. So he went and asked Gabriel, and Gabriel told him to go fuck himself. Gabriel was like, are you fucking kidding me? You came to me from day one from school, photography. The kid was going to film school.
Right.
I felt bad for the kid.
Right.
You know, he was trying to make his way, going to different comedy clubs, taking pictures of comics. I asked him one day, I said, can you do me a favor? Can you come up to the house and take some headshots of me? He gave him $100. His head almost fucking blew up. If I showed you when he brought me back for headshots, I just threw him in the garbage.
Right.
Didn't ask him for his $100 back. I just knew that this kid did not prepare. He didn't even know what a headshot was. Where most people go, let me see what a headshot looks like.
Right.
But a year later, he calls me back and he goes, listen, I'm going to film school. I'm graduating. I want to help out, with videos. I said, all right, come on up and shoot a Joey Karate video. He comes up, spends an hour, shoots the video. This motherfucker put it up without editing it. Even the takes. Even the fucking, next take. I couldn't believe it.
This is Rancho Bob.
I couldn't believe it to the
You
point
hear what you're saying?
that I couldn't believe it to the point that, again, I couldn't say nothing.
Do you think it was like a joke?
No, he just didn't know. He just was that, he didn't do his homework. There's a kid that went to film school. This is why film school and all these things mean dick to me.
Yeah. Right.
They mean nothing to me. He just threw away money. If I'm 18 right now and I want to go to film school, I go tell my dad, listen, save the $10,000 for college, buy me a $2,000 camera. And I'll go shoot fucking everything for a year.
Absolutely.
For a year, you go shoot. You get yourself a job, and at night, you go shoot everything.
Be a PA. Anyone can be a PA.
And keep shooting videos. 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 And then you become a PA. Because now you see it from a different angle. You learn the steps as it goes along. You thought you were supposed to do this. Motherfucker, you're supposed to do this.
Yeah.
And it becomes an education. And I want that guy. I'll run with that guy at 4 years. And some guy that comes from USC fucking film school.
Yeah.
6 years ago, I did a film for some guy from USC film school. It was $100 a day film, which to me, I don't even give a fuck about those. It was like a film to get financing for another film.
Yeah.
When I booked the film, this motherfucker, I was shooting on Tuesday. This motherfucker sent me an email going, okay, we're going to rehearse every day from 8 to 4 on this scene. I said, listen, not in my fucking world. You might as well cancel me now. This is $100 a day.
Yeah.
Listen, Lee.
And that is when you're doing rehearsing. You're only days.
Yeah, we were shooting on a Tuesday. Let's say I booked it today. Okay, I booked it today. I got the call today. Thursday, this motherfucker called me. He's like, hi, what we're going to do is we're going to rehearse next Monday. And I go, we'll pop on and rehearse. No, unless it's De Niro or something like that. I'm not going down there to Pasadena from 8 in the morning to 4. No money, Lee. Just rehearse for a fucking movie. No, Lee. No, Lee. Let me tell you the story. I told him right on the phone. No, and he was like, I'm very disappointed. Well, be disappointed. I have a life. I'm a stand-up comic. I do this and this and this. I don't have time to rehearse from 8 to 4. That's not my bag. Look at my resume. Look at the reel. If you want to do this, I'll play the mobster. If not, I understand. Not for $100 a day. Okay? When I got there the next day, we did a good job. And he came over the next Tuesday, and he was like, how you doing? And he was very nice. But guess what? They got the financing for the movie. Didn't call me. Didn't call the other guy. Didn't call anybody who shot that movie. I was there working hard all day for $100. See, do you understand me? My fucking tell him to go fuck himself didn't make a difference. He wasn't going to hire us anyway. We got the financing.
Right.
Then he called. No. Then it gets better. This douchebag calls me today and says, hey, what are you doing next weekend? Nothing. What? Our movie got into the Las Vegas Film Festival, into the finals. We'd like for you to come up. Okay. Call me back with the flight information and the hotel I'm staying at. You know me, dog. Right or wrong, man?
You're right.
Because I'm not.
You're right.
Lee, and look how I did it. I didn't say, are you? Nothing. You just assume. You just steamroll.
Right.
Okay, how come? Look at him. Do me a favor. It's a vacation for me and my wife. Send me a plane ticket. No, don't even say send me a plane ticket. Just say send me.
Let me know. Let me know the info.
All the plane and reservation info. No, right there, you'll hear like a fucking, hello? And you'll hear like, what? Yeah. Oh, no. We were just thinking, we did the movie. Listen, right there was when I said, listen, you're in no fucking danger. I ain't spending a dime for it. I got $90 after this because I got $100 for the day and 10 goes to your agent.
Right.
And after you pay taxes, it's $63 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
So now you want me to spend $2 for a plane ticket and a hotel and put a suit on and dry clean it to come to your fucking premiere. You understand me about balls, Lee?
I'd rather go to a museum.
I said it.
Yeah.
I said it in the fucking beginning. I told him no in the beginning, so he knew all the way through. I
Right.
told him no from the rehearsal. Guess what? In 2000, I would have been there all week from 8 to 4 like an asshole. Do you follow me? You learn. You fucking learn. You get burned.
Sure.
You know, all those $100 a day movies, you shoot them. You wear your own suit. You get there at 4 in the morning. You have no place to change. You change in a car like the fucking, you know, like a homeless person. And they make you all these promises. And at the end, once that scene is shot and you go home, my brother, try to get your fucking real from these people.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll hang up on you. They'll do everything. So why am I going the extra mile for you? You understand? If you don't say no in the beginning with these dummies,
Yeah.
they'll fuck you in the fucking ass out of you.
Of course.
They really will.
They're rookies. They're amateurs. They don't know what they're doing.
No, that's what they're built to do. That's what these people do. That's
Yeah.
what they get off on. They get off on fucking, you know, we'll get Lee. We'll give him $200 for the day. But we'll get $800 for him.
Right.
We'll sub Lee out for $800.
Well, he's a radio personality.
You know what? You sub Lee out for $800. You go to Lee like a man and go, Lee, they're going to give me $800 for you. You mind if I give you 5 and I take 3? And you say, give me 6 and take 2. Done. $200 for booking you? These motherfuckers want to give you 2 and keep 6.
Yeah.
I did a college in San whatever Barbara last week.
Yeah.
Kid who booked it for years, kind of kinky.
Yeah.
I always knew. Didn't take a genius. He's Russian, I am. Yeah.
You know those Russians.
Kinky kid. Oh, he calls himself Russian. You know? I just knew it. Just knew it from fucking being out there. You
Yeah,
know? Like,
right.
something's not right here. The college paid this. Really, college? I'll do it. It's a Saturday. I got nothing else, but that's weird, you know?
There's a guy that strictly does that. I don't even know if I want to mention his name, but he goes around to colleges and he keeps like 80 and gives the comics 20%.
Yeah.
You know?
It's Lee. So I go up there this time. First off, I do 2 things with them, and both things, they ended up all right, but then something's not right.
Yeah.
Something's not right. The check, something. So I find out he opens up a comedy club, and this is right after Santa Barbara, the shootings up there. I got a call like a week later. He's doing benefits. 100% go to the shooting victims, Joey. Come help out. And usually I do all the benefits, but I know this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I know him.
Yeah.
I just know people. I know who does comedy for the love of comedy, and I know who does comedy to rob other comics.
Yeah.
There's a point in life where comedians are going, fuck it, I'm miserable. Nobody gives me a chance. I'm going to start becoming a producer and fucking these comics up.
Robbing comics.
Oh, and
Robbing
rob
comics.
And they'll go to a hotel with a big budget. They'll give me $2,000 a week, and they'll pay 3 comics $100 and walk with $7,000. And this goes on until and they all get busted, and they lose face completely. So don't even answer it. Just tell them I'm headed to fucking Jupiter. Unless you're coming, I ain't answering. So
It's fucked up sometimes. Like a lot of job applications
Sure.
now will say rate depending on experience, or they'll have you when you apply. What's your desired rate? I always felt like I could put too little, and they'd be like scamming me. They'd be like, "Oh, we would have paid this much for that position." I always hated when they did that.
no, you put what you want. So when you go in the room, they'll tell you where you stand, and then you have a platform. But at least you have somewhere to start. Always hit them a little high. You have nothing to fucking lose. So this kid, I know he's kinky. He calls me up for this benefit. And you know, man, so let me get back to him and look at my schedule. There's no way I'm doing that fucking thing. No, you're not going to work too hard for you to take my fucking money.
Sure.
It's not going to get donated. You're worse than Wycliffe Jean. I know these people. You know, Wycliffe Jean robbed his own fucking people with his benefits.
He was going to be president too.
You know, is he really going to be
He
president?
was before that happened.
Until he got caught robbing his own fucking thing. So I get to the gig that night, and I go, "Where's the guy?" And they're like, "Oh, he doesn't book it no more. He just makes calls for us now, and he gets a few comics." And the kid looked at me, and he goes, "Things weren't running so smooth. Look at the amount of your check tonight. Look what you were getting." He goes, "He was taking the difference, guys. He was taking 2/4 of the fucking check he got from college." And then I go, "Yeah, he called me." I go, "I always knew he was a thief. He called me for those benefits." He goes, "Was he scamming people with those benefits?" Because what he was doing was he went to a bar and made the bar a deal that I want 50% of everything. the bar, the drinks, the food, the door. He got 100 people there, but he comped the door. He only got 5 people to pay for tickets, so he would keep the $100 and get 50% of the door. So he wasn't donating a dime; he was donating $100, but keeping 3,000 so he gave it to the comedian. There's always a move with this fucking guy.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Hey man, the best thieves rob you with a gun. When somebody robs you with a gun, they're a fucking asshole because there's a million ways to rob motherfuckers without a fucking gun.
Yeah.
Let me give some shout outs here. We get this party
Like you
started.
could steal one of the checks out of the trash.
That's how you fucking do.
You take one of the credit cards
Hey,
out of the.
you want a cookie?
I had a cookie over.
Michelle Hurley, I love you. Nick Leocatis, you bad cocksucker. Teddy Lynch. Jamie McElroy, I don't even know what the fuck this name is. Seth Murrell, MJT Esquire, Eddie G, Travis. What the fuck is this? My main man, Ted Shea and shit. Same as it ever was podcast. Making things fucking happen. I love you, cocksuckers, always. So yeah, you always gotta keep it together. What's up, Lee? You ain't that hot.
Oh, you're a liar.
He's faking it. Look at him. He's faking it.
I'm a big faker.
What do you got working on this, brother? What do you got coming up? What do you want to do? What are your goals for this year? It's 2000.
I'm gonna do a special. I got a production company to do a special. We're gonna tape the motherfucker, do an hour around town, and I'm just gearing up for that. Getting that hour together. Gonna do some sit-ups. Gonna get beautiful.
You're taping at one location?
Yeah. At the I think the Virgil on Santa Monica. We'll have some dates for you soon. We get that shit together.
How was the Virgil? It's a nice place.
Yeah, it's nice, man.
That place around the corner by the gym, they've been shooting a lot of specials there. Like El Portal or right there down
Portal Theater.
Down in Lancashire or something.
Yeah, who shot lately there?
Sarah Colonna and then a couple other people.
Very nice.
I want to do it all though, man.
Who's that dude from that TBS show? The Suns show? The Sullivan and Son show, the white dude?
Right.
He shot there.
Owen Benjamin.
Yeah.
Oh, at the Portal Theater. Very nice. Yeah, it's very nice. Wendy Lehman shot there for years. Very nice. We should do a podcast that way. What else you want to do this year? So you're shooting out when? What are you, ATA?
We gotta book it. But I don't know. I'm thinking around like May. I want like a good 3-month chunk to just get ready and fucking hone it every day. You know what I mean? My teeth into
It's
it.
tough. It really is tough.
Yeah. But it's good to have a date to shoot for instead of just like, oh, I'm going to work on my stand-up in general. Can't wait to have a date.
No.
Can't wait to have a date.
Once you strap that date on, it fucks with you.
Oh, yeah. You got to get ready. You don't want to look dumb up there. You want every second of it to be fucking beautiful.
It's tough. That's why
You
I'm
know?
never committed to one because I know it's a lot of fucking work. I'm trying to commit to one now. We won't know anything until mid-March, and then I got 2 months. But I got a big chunk. I got 3 weeks from the road to pick up. 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you should do it, man. You've done a couple CDs, right?
And I'll be here for a month, and then I'll tighten up the business stuff up and hire production managers. I don't have to worry about dick.
Yeah.
I don't want to get fucking dick from nobody.
Right.
And then I'll probably shoot in Vegas at the South Point Casino.
That'll be awesome, man.
At least I'll be there with a tuxedo eating these fucking edibles, passing them out.
I'll catch a ride with Lee,
Because
man.
that's how this motherfucker rolls. Shit, just like that, Lee. Just like that, Lee.
Those Russian neighbors must not know what's going on in this office. They're like having a party when we came in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they're thinking when they hear the stuff that comes out of here?
I think there's like a fucking dog ring in here. Fucking cockfights and shit.
You know, a lot of comedians like you. When I mention your name, you're one of the ones that's very well liked. It's I was going to tell you that on the phone, but I didn't want your head to get swollen. It's really nice having you around. Like,
Oh,
people
thanks,
really
man.
dig you, man. And you just have this warm thing to you. I see you. I see guys like Steve Simone. I see a lot of young guys, and I'm like, man, those guys are in limbo right now.
Right.
The same limbo I was at for years, spinning around, not knowing. And when you get down about it, you just go, fuck it. Let me go do a spot. Let me work with it. And everything evolves.
You gotta lean into it. You gotta fucking if you're getting like bummed out about your career, fucking put more work into it instead of like sitting back and going, why isn't anything happening? Because this will distract you, and you'll fucking actually love doing it too. That's what you forget. You're gonna love writing. You're gonna love performing.
It's beautiful.
It's gonna make
to
you
see
feel
a
good.
joke grow.
Yeah.
It really is to see a joke grow that you were fucking around with Lee in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Lee would say that up on stage, and I said, and then you had a tag to another tag. Then it becomes something else, then you had a tag for that. And now you have a full bit, you know,
Yeah.
and you're like, fuck, I did this, you know,
Absolutely.
what's going on? And sometimes you want to sit down and really write, but sometimes you really do your best writing on stage.
Mm-hmm.
I think I lie to myself, and now I'm trying to be honest with myself. It's great if I put thoughts down on paper and connect them a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
but then when you get to the club and you get there and you see her performing in front of you, the person in front of you, it all comes to you while you're hearing somebody else's cadence. You get to their rhythm, and you're like, oh, this is what I'm going to fucking say. And next thing you know, you go on stage, you just wrote this 2-minute little bit to open up the show,
Yeah.
but you did it, you know, it's that's what I like about this.
Yeah, and you see people's faces, and you're like, oh, they need something now. Like, here's something funny. Here's something funny. You just keep, you know, they need it, so you're pulling it out of the fucking sky. It's beautiful.
I love it. I love this. When I got up at like 5:30, I went outside. I put some coffee on. I went outside and smoked some pot. I went and I just started writing thoughts. You know? And I think when I write those thoughts, and then I write out my thoughts for the day in a different notebook in the morning, and then usually after breakfast, I put a couple entries into like a chapter in a book. I'll just write it. Even if I redo a sentence and put 3 sentences, I'm good because I exercise that muscle.
That's the thing.
You know, so now if I go on stage, that exercise I did in the afternoon with that performance at the Comedy Store with the pressure and who you have to follow, it makes you a better fucking comic.
Absolutely.
I really believe that. I really believe that since I've been back at the Comedy Store, I've grown as a comic. I've grown as a comic when I go to the gym. It's amazing how much goes into being a good comic and a mediocre comic. And I know now because I see how easy it is now. Years ago, I didn't do any of these things.
Right.
I didn't go for a walk. You know, lately I've been walking to the weed store.
Yeah.
4 or 5 blocks. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
I'm going to get the car and lose my parking spot. I walk, and it's nice.
Yeah.
You know, I go to the gym. I do 10 different things. You know?
Don't you find like a bunch of ideas pop in your head when you're walking or running or exercising? Like just beautiful ideas?
That's why I do what I do.
Yeah.
That's why I go to the fucking gym. And I have my agent gave me a little pad that I carry now.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to the gym sometimes, and I'll have it with me so I can just write, even if it's one word, to remind me of that thought.
Yeah, I put ideas into this phone all day long on my voice recorder. First thing I do in the morning, bust it out.
Well, I make
write it
notes
all
in there,
down.
but if I'm in the gym, I don't bring the phone in.
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't want the phone to ring, because when you're on the elliptical or you're lifting and you're walking to get water and you're listening to music and the music's playing in your head,
yeah,
and you start thinking, it breaks you down. It makes you. I always believe when you work out early, like 12 or 11, it makes you that much better. I used to go in the pool at 6.
Yeah.
That makes you sharper than
the pool is the shit. I'm getting back into the pool.
You jump in a fucking pool at 6 in the morning, but your mind is fucking just machine gunning thoughts.
I used to swim for 2 hours a day as a kid, and like that was like crazy discipline. And I'm getting a car on Wednesday. I'm gonna start going to the pool again every day. It just fucking wears you down. It gets rid of all your stress and just that discipline of it all, man. I can't wait.
Waterproof earphones.
Oh, they have those now?
Yeah, they got some waterproof earphones or something, right? Have you seen them?
I haven't, but they probably do. Wouldn't surprise me. Look that up. I can't type that right now.
Look.
That's not gonna happen. Our tech guy's always stumped.
Look at the fucking shape. You're lucky I love you like that. What am I gonna do with you?
I have no idea.
You look good, though. God bless you.
You look beautiful.
You're burger and shit. You gain any weight over the weekend?
No, we maintained. Thank God.
Stay at the same.
We had to go to the gym.
Both days?
Yeah. All 3 days.
Okay, so you go to the gym every day, basically.
I usually take 1 day off a week. I try to. But sometimes I don't.
What are you and the wife doing this weekend?
Man, I don't know about next weekend.
It's light this weekend. That's it. That's it. You're out of fucking loop between San Diego and Valentine's.
Between birth, it was Christmas. Her birthday was like January 29th. And then Valentine's Day.
And you got taken for your lungs this year. The 3 days in San Diego.
No, we split that. Well, she's really cool about that.
Get the fuck out. You don't even work split that. You go for fucking everything. You come back on Sundays with funny rabbit ears and shit.
I pay for the food usually, but even that show, she's really cool. I got really lucky.
You are really lucky. You're a good fucking man.
No fucking suck. I used to pay for everything. I almost broke up with a girl because of it one time.
Yeah.
She just never ever said thank you. I just grew up in a situation where I said thank you for everything.
Everything.
Right. And I actually don't know what to do. And my mom's not mad at Paula, but my mom sent Paula a birthday card with a little gift in it. And Paula didn't write her back. And I remember when we used to go buy suits, my mom would make us write thank you notes to the salesman. And I wrote thank you notes. I wrote thank you notes basically up until I moved here. Then I sent a couple and never heard back from any, so I got discouraged. But Paula grew up in Inglewood. Her mom doesn't always even get her gifts. And she just doesn't. It's not that she's being rude, but I don't know if I should say, hey, my mom would appreciate a thank you card.
Did you call her? How about a fucking call? What's a card? What's with the card?
Well,
so it's over now because now your mom has a leg to stand on. Like, this is the things you have to say to her on January 30th.
She loves Paula.
Right, yeah, but not until you don't fucking call me back and say something nice. Did she put a check in there for Paula?
A little gift card, yeah.
Okay, then what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta have a little fucking cool too. You gotta say, Lee, hey, my mom, call her back. Or call your mom and put her on. That's your job. You know, if she don't fucking know, you gotta educate her, you know. She's an attorney. She better fucking start writing thank you cards and cards for everything. This is just common sense. The reason why people didn't answer you is because between you and I, nobody does that no more.
Right. I do
it for everything. When I went to prison, when I got out, I wrote the judge. For fucking 10 years, I wrote the fucking judge. Okay, and to let him know my progress, so his efforts didn't feel like they were in vain.
Right.
You know, when I walk into an audition, whether I eat shit or not, I don't even erase the audition from the computer because I have his address. That's how I erase it. I'm only allowed to erase it. So when I get back from the audition, I look at my wife and I'll be right back. I go right into the room. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I fill out the thank you card and I put it on the mantle so it goes out the next day. So there's no misunderstanding. I don't do it later. As I walk up the stairs, I'm thinking about it. You know, this is something that it's a natural, you know, and this is our problem. As human beings, we blame everything. Well, she's from fucking Compton. Who gives a fuck where she's from? I don't give a fuck. She's from Mars. These are the things you have to know, or you have to say something like.
Yeah.
So your mom can't be mad at Paula. She's type of confused. Nobody's fucking sent her a fucking card with an envelope of money. So she, in her mind, she doesn't know where it's coming from. Like, what do I do next? So I sympathize with takes you to go call my mother. And thank her for the fucking card, please.
And yeah, it's really.
I don't know what to say. You know what the fuck to say? You're an attorney. What do you do when you go to court? What are you going to tell the fucking guy? I don't know what to say. No, you know what to say. Thank you. I enjoy it. I bought a nice pair of shoes for fucking school.
Yeah.
I bought some manners.
Nobody has ever. I think that's a big opening for this. I think, no, Lee. You have to do this because there's people that go around. Listen, man, 3 years ago, I grew up with this family. That was a class family when I grew up. I mean, they were like the hierarchy of the town.
Yeah.
Very classy town, nice people. When you walked in the house, they offered you a glass of water. I don't know how many meals I had there. I'll do anything for them.
Right.
They called me about 2 years ago. Lee knows. They said, my nephew's out there. Did you show him a good time? I did one better. I got him a hotel room, but I paid 2 days out of my pocket for him because I didn't want him in the house with the cats and the baby.
Yeah.
You know, when you're 21, you don't
sure.
give a fuck about babies.
Right.
I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But I never saw anything like that after 2 days. And I wanted him to stay 4 days. He's from my hometown.
Yeah.
Not one thank you to my wife. Oof. Listen, I don't give a fuck what manners you got towards me. I feel you.
Yeah.
I'm nobody to tell a 21-year-old what to do.
Right.
Oh, my wife hands you a bowl of food. You don't even look at her. We got a problem. Finally, the second day, I pulled him aside and do me a favor. When my wife gives you something, say thank you.
Right.
And he looked at me like I was from another planet. But between you and I don't think he knew.
Well, he must not have.
I think his mother loved him so much that never corrected that fault.
Sure.
And you know what? With me, I don't have time. Come here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Go over and say fucking thank you.
Yeah.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Go over and say thank you. Or not. A lot of times, I judge 9 out of 10 comics. When I was in Brea, I could have gave a comic $10 a
sure.
I chopped that thing up 3 ways. The feature, I got the same thing. The next day when I wake up, on my Facebook or in my email, better be a fucking thank you. Or there better be a call at 901 saying thank you. If there isn't, I ain't mad at you.
Yeah.
I
think I actually did call you about that.
901.
And you got to know, I usually don't even call, but like that was so cool. I did.
People, this is something that you do. I was telling somebody the other day, when people call you up and go, I have a job for you. You have to audition. I've heard comics go, fuck Matt Fultron. He's making me audition. Dog, if Lisa had called me and he got me an audition,
Yeah,
even if I didn't get it, he thought of me.
exactly.
He put his word up for me.
Right.
He went to a casting director and said, hey, man, your party ain't going to start unless you get Joey in here. You know what? I'm looking for a penguin-looking guy. Perfect. Whatever. Get him in here. You don't know what you're fucking looking for. It's, and I'm not putting you down, Lee. We're not putting your girlfriend down.
No.
I'm putting you down. This is like what I told you, that you're killing yourself the whole time because you won't say nothing. This is like having a child that does what he wants, and you don't say, no, we're not going to a fucking museum today. You know, hey, listen, we're not doing this today. Listen, we went out to this place, now I got to drive to Anaheim to a concert. I don't even know these fucking people. Why am I doing this? I don't listen to these people. Why am I doing this? And somebody would go, you're right. This isn't about you. Right or wrong, I don't give a fuck. If I go to Terry, hey, you want to do something? No, it's not for her.
Yeah.
This is why I've always been a big advocate for earphones. When I got my Black Sabbath on, you're not going to hear it. But when you have that jumping Jew music on, I don't want to hear it either. So make sure you got your earphones on. Yeah, now you're in a pickle because now it's been 2 weeks since you got the card.
Yeah.
So tomorrow.
It's not too late.
No, it's not too late.
But thankfully, my mom's card got delayed. She felt really bad about it. So
she what?
My mom's card got delayed, so she felt really bad about it. So I think I got a couple weeks to save it. I'll just tell her tomorrow.
Tell her when you see it. Like, you gotta call. Not like, listen, I think, no. Not like what I just told you with the ticket. Assume the close. You know what assume the close means?
Hand her the phone.
Yeah, you have to call my mother. Hey, call my mother.
Right.
What are you talking about? Call my mother, thank her for the car. We're not savages here. And she'll look at you, and tell her that. We're not fucking savages here. We're not savages, bro.
We're human beings.
You gotta fucking call. You gotta call and say thank you. That goes so much.
Oh.
Because, and I'll tell you when it goes long. When you go shopping, when you shop for a house or when you shop for a car, that's what's going to make the difference. Not the guy that calls you and says, hey, Lee, come on down. I got the manager to do a deal. This guy goes, Lee, I'm not calling you. I just want you to know, I want you to make sure you got all the information you're looking for to make this decision. You have the pamphlet? Yes, right. I do. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Guess what? As soon as I'm clicking that phone, I'm licking the envelope with his thank you note. I'm walking up to the corner and delivering it. So when he gets home from work tomorrow, Joey Diaz is on his fucking mind again tomorrow. That's what this whole, that we're missing because everybody's on the computer. Nobody's around to tell them. Nobody wants to tell your kids anymore how to fucking act. Like nobody really wants to. I see it. I see it when I go to, I see how kids behave. Kids play, the parents sit there, on the texting. I want to fucking end this.
Yeah.
I want to end the smartphone. I want to end the smartphone because it's making us dumber. We are missing life.
Yeah.
We are missing pieces of life. Go anywhere now. I went to the mall with the baby. Yes, I got off the plane from Boston. I went to the mall with the baby. The wife, it's Valentine's Day. The baby runs around this thing there. My wife gets Chipotle at the mall.
Yeah.
And I got the protein smoothie, the Slim Down. And I make the best of it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we get the pizza at Joe's.
Right.
It's a quick thing. There's always parking right up front because it's Sunday. Nobody goes early. I usually go early, like 9:30, 10. What's I talking about?
We're talking about
smartphones. I know you made fun of the museum, but we went there and it was like some really cool South American stuff. Seeing the stuff that was from like 700 AD that people have made with rocks and tools dwarfed anything I could ever make.
Yeah, but how good was Instagram back then?
Listen,
fucking terrible.
Did you take one of those tools and stab yourself in the fucking eyeball?
No, but I'm making
you
your
point. Fucking done. What point? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the week, how does it affect your fucking life? Now, when you go to fucking shop, when you come here to make deals, how does it affect your life? Seeing 2 spoons from South America.
No,
that's great. That's fucking great.
That's not my point.
What's your point?
That people back then, without the smartphones and stuff, could do all this amazing stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Because we're stuck in this fucking dumb phone.
Right.
Anywhere you go, people are missing life. Somebody asked me this week, you don't tweet all day. Why would I want to do that? I'm missing life. I don't give a fuck. I'm reporting life to you.
I've stopped.
Live your fucking life.
I've stopped tweeting. I've gotten to.
I tweet in the mornings. I tweet in the mornings. Sometimes at night to tell them about the podcast. Get people going on Sunday night. Tell them the week is over. There's a lot of people wake up Monday. I'm hungover. No, you shouldn't have been hungover. It's fucking. I see all these people cry, but they cry. Everybody's crying. I don't get it. How the fuck are you? What happened to Sunday night?
Yeah.
What happened to Sunday night? Well, you didn't prepare. You have a week in front of you. You have to prepare on Sunday, but I fuck a week. Trust me, I used to go out to the store and do blow. Then I wake up on Mondays and when my life was in shambles.
Right.
Because I didn't prepare for the week.
Absolutely.
There was no preparation for fucking Monday.
Yeah.
These are all little things that you
gotta do. You gotta get your shit together.
See, this is why in today's society you don't send your kid to college. Because
You're right about that.
The first year they've been so socially robbed. They're so socially robbed of the social, what's really going on. You know, do you think if you didn't have a mom or a dad and you were working for $8 an hour, do you think you'd be at that fucking museum? No, I don't fucking think so.
I got other
so
problems.
like I just said, wasted fucking time.
Yeah. No, it's 4 years of like prime time
And
just gone.
And this is what I'm looking at now as a 52-year-old. I'm trying to pass on to Lee and pass on to other people. There's so many things that you think are so important when you're 26. At the end of the day, they don't fucking matter. When they're fucking you in the ass and evicting you from your house, what are you gonna tell them? I went to see what these people were doing in 700 AD in Colombia. Do you get it?
You can't deposit that in the ATM.
We have our minds somewhere else, but then we get pissed off when things aren't going our way. Like, man, I want more. Well, you're dicking around. This is what's going on. This is what goes on all over the fucking place. I did it for 15 years. I told you guys. I wanted a headline, but you don't want to go on the feature for free. You know what I'm saying? I had all these expectations, but I didn't want to do what was in front of me. What was necessary to do what's in front of me. My old partner in crime. You know, the podcast is what's in front of you. Cut the thing and put it up. No, I have to go to this place and do an interview. Who gives a fuck about your interview? The podcast needs to go up. That's what's in front of you. You're avoiding it. I fucking hate going to jiu-jitsu, dog. Because I know I'm just going to get beat up and sore. But I go in there anyway because I know eventually I'm going to get better. After a while, one day my mind's going to click and go, you're not going to get beat up no more. You're going to start sweeping motherfuckers. And
that's absolutely right.
This is it. This is what we do, people. So stop your fucking crying. Life ain't going how you want it to fucking go. Do something about it. Close the gaps. Close the fucking gaps. I get all these emails that life ain't going how you're supposed to go and that you're lucky. No, there's no luck involved. There's 7 days a week, 70 hours a fucking week.
Yeah.
70 hours a week. You know, when I first, and don't get me started on the national anthem. It's President's Day. You sacks of motherfucking shit. Get up. Get up. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It may be 100 inches. Turn that into a fucking snowball and eat it. What the fuck is wrong with you? At least you're getting snow. The East Coast. Stop your fucking crying, you bad motherfuckers. Get up. Get the flag. Shovel. Get a heart attack, you fuck. What is this thing with Governor Christie? Fucking telling people you can't knock on people's doors and shovel. It's free right. You got to shovel. You got to make a fucking living, cocksucker. What'd you put this on for? I'm too high for the national anthem.
We didn't even plan it for President's Day.
I forgot it was President's Day.
Me too.
I forgot it was fucking President's Day.
Because we're too busy working. We don't take days off.
Gives a fuck. Give a fuck. When
That's the goddamn truth, because that's church.
When I was a kid on this day, I go to the Harlem Globetrotters every fucking year.
Yes.
My mother would take me to the
That's
Harlem
fucking
Globetrotters.
awesome.
This is it, the one day after, because it would be my birthday the next weekend.
Yeah.
So I don't fuck around, Lisa.
You know.
What do you got tomorrow, Lee? How you feeling, my brother?
I'm fucked up.
I got fluid in my ear from my shower. I got to put a Q-tip in my ear after I take a shower, and I fucking forget. And the fucking fluid just sits there. Like
I know. That's gross.
Oh, I hate, like, I'm going to get that vertigo all over again. What do you got going on? What dates? I want you to come back before your super special.
I will.
So we give you all the support.
Yeah. I'm calling you up, dude.
The best of you. Funny.
I love you, Joey. I love you. Thank you.
Fucking cracked me up to pieces.
Thanks, man. I didn't, but I put up my podcast today. How you going to grow up to be big and strong?
Your podcast?
I put up my podcast.
How's it doing?
I haven't looked at the numbers yet. I wrote a blog, and then I put up a podcast, which Matt did a while ago. I want to put up.
Congratulations, brother. I'm proud.
Yeah, man. Thanks. It's that's how you keep from waiting at Denny's.
Tell them what your fear was.
It was just it's a lot to commit to, and it's a lot. I had a vision for what I wanted to do. Well, not a vision. I've learned a lot from working on a bunch of different podcasts, and I thought there was a way to do something, and I saw, and I just didn't want it to not do well.
Oh, who cares?
So I've been putting it off, but I put it up today.
Just put it out and it grows. It just grows over the years.
Yeah.
Like I told them, I said, listen, you'll never know until you put it up. And if it's not good in the beginning, you just keep tweaking it.
You get it better.
And you tweak it. And that's what this whole podcast thing is about.
Yeah.
We weren't doing good for a long fucking time, but we stuck it out at 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
And we made our fucking point, you know? And that's part of this whole fucking thing.
It's beautiful, man. Congratulations, dude.
Yeah.
It really is awesome.
Doing a blog is tough too.
Well, thank you.
Is it? No, but I'm doing 2 a month.
Oh, no.
I'm doing.
Dude, slow down.
I'm doing 2 podcasts. I'm not doing a podcast every week,
You doing a blog, 2 blogs a month?
and then 2 podcasts a month.
Dude,
And I
slow
would.
down. You're going to kill yourself.
I know it's too much. But Joey called me this morning and told me to write a blog to start it out. And I had started one like 4 or 5 days ago, but I just couldn't. It's hard to know what to say. Like it's hard to put your point across without sounding weird or.
You do your best. That's the thing. It's a blog. You're not working for anybody. There's no real consequences to not doing a perfect blog.
I miss your blog. I know it's busy and
It's your world. It's your world. Whatever you write in a blog on a weekly level, it's your fucking world.
Exactly. It's more. It's better. The idea is that it comes out, not that it's perfect. It comes out all the time.
Listen, man, if you want to do something at home, a blog, a podcast, look at Pat Shea does a podcast. People doing all type of things. You know what? Who gives a fuck if 3 people listen? Just be the best podcast you can for those 3 people.
Yeah.
That's it. Who gives a fuck about iTunes ratings? You're getting your voice out there. You're getting your life out there. You're putting your heart out there. If you really put your heart out there, people will feel it. They feel it. If you're faking the funk, listen, we're all not going to be fucking great podcasters. We're all going to think it's radio at first. But like you said, 10 years, you find your voice.
Yeah.
You know, Lee's finding his voice on a podcast. It all evolves, man. But it's better than not doing anything. Who gives a fuck? You listen. Who's interesting? Who's really interesting?
So much better than not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's like leaps and bounds ahead of.
I know people come up to me and they tell me, it's like I'm not an interesting person. What do you mean you're not interesting? You do something that's very interesting. You just don't sell it. You think you look down on what you do.
Right.
You know, I think somebody who fixes a car is interesting. Why? Because I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't change a flat. I can change one.
Right.
It takes me 2.5 hours and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
By that time, the fucking guy comes on the tow truck and
Yeah.
405 and helps you from the station.
Yeah. You didn't even call him.
You didn't
He's
even
just
call
like,
him.
you look like shit out there.
Yeah, they got
I gotta
great
stop
service.
and help you.
They really do have a great service here in LA. But please, people, you have something you want to put out there, it's free.
Yeah.
Blogger.com, free. I don't give a fuck if every week on Monday you just put out, it's going to be a great week. These are the things I'm going to do. I'm blogging. And I guarantee people will start reacting to you going, you know what? I need to do that. I don't want to do that, though.
I got a bunch of good comments on it. It was cool.
Yeah, Lee, trust me, because people
already like you, man.
Who gives a fuck what you write? Or, you know, I love it when you write a blog that's heartfelt and you spell a word wrong. And there's 10 idiots. And you spell whatever, really? This is what you got out of it? This is why you're on the computer 10 hours
Exactly.
a day. You're a fucking loser because this is what you look for as
Right.
a fault. Instead of looking for somebody's beauty in their fucking blog
Yeah.
or somebody's beauty in their dish they brought up from Colombia on a fucking Saturday for Lee to go down there and look at it. You're lucky I love you, cocksucker. And now you'd be on the 170 with a fucking plank growing on your head right now. cocksucker. Out there with 3 hookers I got dead out there right next to them.
You got a group of people that are.
I got about 3 or 4 fucking people that got confused out there by the 170 by Sherman Way.
Now you get some editing to do on top of it
Every
all.
time I go out there, there's a hand sticking out. You see the hand with the skin going all like a little ring of
I
borders
remember
and shit.
her.
Remember that bitch? Thought she was fucking cute. Speaking of cute, Iron Dragon TV, the best classic martial arts films at your fucking fingertips. You understand me? Iron Dragon TV has the best in classic martial arts series, from the Yip Man series to fucking all the early Jackie Chan. Listen, I know a lot of people are into these type of films. If this is what you're into, this is the Roku channel for you. Iron Dragon TV. Say the code word.
Joey.
Oh shit!
What's happening?
And get 2 free motherfucking movies to start off. Okay? They add movies every day. They're adding the 4K technology. Pretty soon, we're going to be doing a Roku channel on their network. So please support Iron Dragon TV. Go there right now. Even if you don't get the 2 movies tonight, see what they got. Get your dick hard for the weekend. You got one of your press, brother?
Your press, Joey.
Joey. You get 2 free fucking films.
The
That's how
movies
we
are
do.
so good, they'll make your dick hard.
They'll make your dick hard.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2, for optimization, I was just there this weekend. I'll tell you, man, On It is making things happen. They really fucking are. Aubrey is an unadulterated genius to the fucking max. That's all I gotta tell you, motherfuckers, all right? You want to start getting your mind right, your heart right, your breathing right, everything. It starts with On It optimization. Go to onit.com right now and press in, church, and get 10% off your first order. Go without for brand. I'm sick and tired of telling you motherfuckers this. Once you do it, you're not coming back. It's like a finger in the ass of heroin. Number 2, hit E6, the best cigar on the market, guaranteed $1,200 fucking bucks. There ain't a cigarette or fucking thing, a device at 7-Eleven or any other of these vapor stores that's going to give you $1,200 guaranteed bucks. That's like 10 fucking cigarettes, okay? 10 cigarettes at $7 a piece. At the fucking E6, it's $70. You get these for $20 minus 20% off. Not only do they have the cigar flavor, they have nicotine from 24 to 0, so you get off the fucking cigarettes. Like Lee said, even if it's February and you can't get your residuals down, it don't matter. We're there for you. Hitty6.com. Go there right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh, shit. I get 20% off your order right now. So if this is $20, it's $16 for 1,200 guaranteed fucking hits, okay? Where are you going to get that type of action from? Go to Hitty6 right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
There you go. 20% off. And while we're on it, my fucking primos over there at Nailed It Life, these motherfuckers will destroy you with all their fucking dabbing products. They got tremendous vapor pens. They got the sticks to put the wax into the fucking torch with it. They got torches. They got fucking everything. Go to naileditlife.com. Get one of those motherfucking vapor pens. Get 20% off. What are they pressing the box?
Joey, yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And I guarantee if you're into dabbing and seeing the devil and blow torches and blowing shit up, you're going to love naileditlife.com. Right now. Go there right now. Iron Dragon, Nailed It Life, onit.com, and Hitty6, motherfuckers. That's how we do it here.
Oh,
how you feeling, brother? You going to finish this cookie?
No, God, you're crazy.
What you
You're whittling away, man. You better eat that cookie.
smoke some more weed.
I'm cool, though.
Lee wants to go to bed.
We ain't going to bed. We got to put that air conditioning on. It's hot as fucking here.
It is. I'm cold.
Oh, my God. Look at me. Went up a storm. I ate one too many edibles and my estrogen's coming out.
I was thinking it was kind of chilly in here.
Are you chilly, Willie?
I'm
How many
fine.
pieces of that cookie have you eaten?
Oh, barely any of it, but I'm high as shit.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I see you every
I
like
got
15
no
minutes.
tolerance, man.
I see you every 15 minutes. Just take
I'm
out.
listen. I'm easing into it, Joe. I can't be like.
Look at this poor bastard. Look how high he is.
Oh, it looks great.
Look at
I've never
this
seen anyone so happy.
this poor bastard. See that? You ate how many milligrams tonight? 40.
No, more than that.
40. That's it.
That's not true.
25, 15,
Listen.
5 for the cookie.
160.
Tops.
I only think there's one level of these stars. I think they're all 125. I don't believe the hype.
You're as tough as fucking nails, even if they're 125. Again,
I knew it.
Matt Fultron, what's your next date? Tell me.
Yo, I think we're gonna be up in Ventura with Tom Segura March 11th. So that'll be a fun show.
March 11th at Ventura County Comedy Club?
Ventura
Yeah.
Harbor or something, right?
Huh?
Is it like Ventura Harbor Comedy Club?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I know shit. I see stuff happen.
Indianapolis, you bad motherfuckers. I'm coming to you motherfuckers next week. Oh, shit. What's the name of the club in Indianapolis?
Crackers?
Crackers like a motherfucker.
Is that it?
February 26th to the 28th. Don't fucking miss it.
Be there.
That's right.
Or be square.
Well, be square. I love you guys. I want to thank Matt Fultron again.
Thank you.
I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for watching, listening, having a good time. Lisa, I have for being a soldier as usual, getting high with us.
Podcast is called Flying to Radio.
Yeah, go
Keep going
down.
on.
The Jew is definitely flying tonight. That's
Oh,
for sure.
And he's going to go home and do push-ups.
Push-ups.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
You're a
I'm
soldier.
trying to think of the menu I could concoct right now.
There ain't no fucking menus in your life, cocksucker. I love you guys. Thank you very much for coming on tonight and helping us out and watching. Have a great fucking week. We'll see you Wednesday afternoon.
Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their optimization products. Let me meet you guys. Go to IronDragonTV.com, use code word Joey to get 20% to get 2 free rentals, of all of the great martial arts films. Go to NailedItLife.com and use code word Joey Diaz to get 20% off the premium rate.
So please add more keys to your life and use less water. All right, when we come back,
I already love it because as soon as you said like, "Are you kidding me?" or what, Terry's eyes just rolled, and I was like, "This is going to be a great episode."
The church of what's happening now, motherfuckers. February 18th, the day before the devil was buried at sea. Fuck him in the ass, Andrew, for building this. I still got the devil with the tongue out.
Fuck him in the ass before building it.
Fuck all this shit. Tomorrow's my 52nd birthday. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I got the Flying Jew here, my beautiful wife, Terry Clark here. What's happening, people?
Hey, buddy. You gave me, I had 1.5 edibles so far.
Oh, stop. I gave
no,
brownie. I gave a fucking brownie that was delicious.
But it's huge. It was delicious, but it was a big, come on, you've seen most edibles. This thing was like a brownie you get from Starbucks, all wrapped up in
it's fucking beautiful. That's
saran wrap.
You don't fuck around.
So I had half of that and then a star. So we'll see what happens.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I think I'm gonna end up at home eating Girl Scout cookies again.
Fuck yeah, no thin mint.
As if you weren't gonna end up at home eating Girl Scout cookies without the brownie.
What's up with you, fucko? Everything all right in your world, my beautiful wife?
Yes, fucko. Everything's fine.
How was the suit today with Mercy?
It's good. Oh my God, the chimpanzees were crawling on the windows. She was losing her gorillas.
What zoo do you bring her to?
The LA Zoo.
Is it fun? I've never been down here. I used to love going.
It's a lot of fucking walking.
It is a lot of fun.
A lot of walking uphill.
Uphill, downhill, under bridges.
It's amazing. It's
over bridges, and there's nothing there.
Oh, there's not that many animals?
No, there's a lot of exhibits that are closed.
Okay.
Every time we go, there's a fucking by the way. I'm walking around. One time we went in the summer. It was so fucking hot. The animals didn't come out. And another time we went in the winter. It was so fucking cold. We went like on your birthday one year, freezing, and it was all uphill. You know, I mean, it's all fucking
uphill. He got winded at the entrance of the zoo. We didn't even get to we got to like the flamingos, which are the very first exhibit.
I shouldn't be laughing. I was sweating putting together the shelf.
That took you an hour.
You know, for you people around the
oh my God, and you did it upside down.
No, I don't. Well, no, I did it the right way.
Okay.
For you people who are freezing all over the country, my heart goes out to you. It's fucking 84 degrees here today and hotter than fuck. So that's what you got. Yesterday, I told you guys a couple weeks ago that we were even. I said, I don't want to hear no more of these people sending emails that the church helps your life because, you know, I just couldn't fucking take it no more. You know, I don't know if Jesus didn't help this fucking many people. All of a sudden, this fucking podcast is helping people. So I tell you guys we're even because every week for like 2 years, I would write on the top of my daily planner, my daughter's name, Jackie. And I finally got enough courage to fucking call. So I called on the 3rd of February, and I told you guys in the podcast, and she didn't call back, you know? So I started thinking about it. I wasn't mad. I knew that I got a couple emails. In fact, I had a lot of emails from people that had been through the same thing. But Joey Rooklyn said that she didn't talk to her dad for a long time, and that he opened up the lines of communication, and she was pissed off, and he was persistent. You know, I don't know if I'm persistent to open up the lines of communication. I just want to let her know how I feel and what she has available to her. You know, I have a family now, I have a little baby, I got a wife, and that's it. After that, whatever the fuck she wants to do, she's going to do. You know, she's going to do or believe or whatever the fuck. So yesterday morning, I was in the shower, and I was getting my balls worked up for the day, what I had to do, and I remembered that she didn't call, and I had wrote this week that I was going to call back. So this time, I called back because I wanted to put a little pressure on him. I called back and I was coming to Boulder for a few days. And 2 hours later, I didn't hear nothing from him or whatever. So I started the process of contacting a private investigator. And I spoke to a private investigator for about an hour about what had happened. And he said he's going to start looking. And I hung up with the private investigator. I ran a bunch of ads.
So what? If you knew you were calling the right number, what are you calling the private investigator for?
I was calling the right number because just in case they didn't call back.
Okay.
You know, when I'm in a hotel some nights after a comedy show, I'll go back and drink coffee, smoke a joint, and come up and look for her.
Oh, like
and there's never been.
She's nowhere.
She's a ghost. So
the whole family.
The whole family is a fucking ghost. So I contacted a private investigator. I spoke to him for a while. He said, when you're a criminal, all you need is your name and your date of birth, and they'll find you. But when you're a fucking civilian, all they need your social. So I don't have a social.
Okay.
So what they did was I told them everything, and I hung up the phone. That was fine. And yesterday afternoon, my ex-wife called back, and we spoke for about 20 minutes. And she told me the same shit, that the baby was busy. Well, she's not a baby no more, but she was busy. We caught up on her family. Her father had died. We spoke about him for a few minutes, and believe it or not, I told her that whatever happened 20 years ago between us, I wanted to apologize for. On the topical side, on the top. I don't know how I feel inside still. And she said that the kid would call, Jacqueline would call in a few days.
Did she say she got your first message or no?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
I didn't really ask or whatever.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, she got it.
She didn't call.
She got it and she disregarded it, And then it was funny. I called a private investigator after we spoke to explain to him that she had called, and we started laughing. And he goes, "Here's the other thing, though. I found her. I found your ex-wife, her husband, and 3 of her kids. That kid that you have with her, they hid her. They changed her name. They even changed her first name. Wow. That's how fucking much they had her hid."
What do you think they're doing this for? Do you think so you can't find them, or
It's been recently since that happened, because on her high school graduation, we found a picture of her at her high school graduation with the name that we know. So I don't know what caused her.
But maybe a year after that, I contacted her on Facebook. And she erased her Facebook thing, and after that, she probably told her mother. He contacted me. She put the fear of God in her. He's a kidnapper. He's going to kidnap you, whatever. So that's what happened. But the truth of the matter is, what was always going to happen. In fact, yesterday when I was talking to her, I realized how white she was. Like, I realized how fucking white she was. Like, we were talking about her father dying, and I go, how did Jackie take? Oh, Jackie was crushed. We might even have to send her to therapy. And she's fucking. This is what I didn't want to hear, but I realized how fucking gentrified she had become. And that's what her goal was her whole life. So the last thing people like that ever wanted was me to come back. When I left in '95, and I've told the story 1,000 times, they figured that I was going to get high on drugs, get arrested, and just disappear, maybe die, or end the rest of my life in prison. They never counted on this.
Yeah, they don't want him to come back, no matter how well he's done for himself, how much he's cleaned up.
But weren't they coming after you for child support for all those years?
Yeah. They every time a different show. I could tell. As soon as I booked a TV show, I prepare because I look at the date when it was going to air. I remember when the Cold Case aired. We got a bunch of letters from them in 2003.
As soon as The Longest Yard came,
oh my God,
they started. I mean, we never even. The checks were just cut in half.
The checks were cut in half. They went into my bank account after The Longest Yard. She never wanted. She wanted to punish me for what I had done. Like, it was always like a punishment to her. But the other punishment was me never talking to Jackie. She never wanted me to tell my side of the fucking story. That's not a good story.
Did any part of you ever think maybe I'll go to court and get my visitation or?
Yeah, but it was a goal without my reach. I could have always got visitation. It would have cost me $2,000 to get the attorney, petition the court, wait 6 weeks, a fucking plane ticket, and go out. She would have never allowed it to come out here.
But he
been.
had visitation.
I had visitation. It was just shitty visitation, 5 hours a week.
Okay.
You can't be a dad. I know coaches would see their kids more, So, but it's very interesting how, even till today, she hasn't called. It was 24 hours ago. They're preparing her. I guarantee they're getting her a phone with a tape recorder. That's what they're doing right now, so they can tape the conversation. Listen, man, I have a family. I have a daughter. I made a mistake 25 years ago, maybe not. I made a mistake, or maybe not.
In what way you made a mistake?
I went through my life. I was living in Boulder. I was getting tortured by these people about being a parent. I was fighting for my fucking life. If I got a check for $900, I would keep $200. You ever been in that position?
No.
Getting a check for $900 and having to go pay the term. I mean, it was just a horrible way to live. And we were going nowhere in '95. Her and I were not going anywhere.
That's the story of almost every split like that where the kids are involved.
My parents went through it.
Was it ugly for them for a while?
Well, they got divorced when I was a senior in high school, so it wasn't so much of. And they should have gotten divorced probably 10 years before, at least.
You felt it growing up?
God, yeah. And they both said afterwards, "Oh, we stayed together because of you guys." And
Well, that doesn't make anybody feel better.
it's terrible. It's terrible when parents are fighting. But yeah, like today, at this point, my dad, he used to be like kind of intense, and there would be a lot of fighting. And then recently, he wanted to be more chummy with my mom, and my mom just wants no part of it. So I understand both sides of it. So, like, my question for you is, they must have said bad things about you too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A portion of them on paper are true.
Absolutely.
So, like, how are you gonna handle that?
I'm gonna tell them my truth.
It's the truth. There's nothing to hide about. It's the truth.
It's the truth.
He made a lot of mistakes, but he's turned himself around, and to not factor in that truth as well as all the other truths, you're not getting the whole picture.
But in the beginning, I didn't make a lot of mistakes. In the beginning, they just didn't want me around. They had made a conscious decision. I remember, and I was telling my wife the story, how, they took me somewhere that I didn't want to be. They really, really
but even
did.
The judge told them that.
I don't even know if people understand this at home. Where you go somewhere, somebody takes you somewhere, there's a part of your anger and your rage that it takes you somewhere that you don't want to be, that you don't even really like yourself. I don't like myself when I'm like that. I catch myself sometimes. I caught myself like that Monday at Egan Machado's jiu-jitsu school with some guy. Sometimes I just don't like something, and I will fucking tell you, and I will stay there like a fucking idiot and will hunt you down. It's a part of me that stayed with me since I was a kid. I just don't like certain people. I don't like how they walk into a room. I don't like how they speak sometimes. I don't like how they treat other people or dress other people.
But there are people who get off on that.
But there are people who get off on that.
Who like to sit around and poke bears and then get upset when
somebody says something to them. So when it happened 20 years ago with my ex-wife, it took me somewhere. Not to mention, I was an open micer as a comic. So that tenacity was helping my my comedy career, because anger is real on stage. But it wasn't helping me inside. It was wearing me down, and it was making me give up. And I didn't want to give up. What I mean by giving up is that in those days, in any situation, if something bad would have happened, it could be a flat tire. Could have been a flat tire. You guys see the movie, what was the movie with Michael Douglas when he fucking snaps on the 405 when they went?
Yeah.
What was the name of it?
Falling Down.
Falling Down. You ever see that? You're too young for that movie. One day, a guy's he's going through a divorce in that movie, separation, the kid, his job.
And it's the straw that broke the
straw that broke the camel's back. He was at the fucking on the 10 or on the 405. You know how it is. Beep, beep. And one day, he just snapped. And as he's walking away from the car, they go to mug him downtown.
Oh, no.
Isn't that the thing? And he pulls a gun out and he shoots the guy. And they run away. And he goes, "Hey, you forgot your briefcase." It's a great fucking scene.
How much of all crimes is that, do you think? Like, just someone snapped and they happen to get caught on the day they snapped.
Man, it's...
Well, I would say a lot of crime is not that, but some of it certainly is. And
why does somebody go home and kill their fucking kids?
Yeah.
Why does somebody go home and stab both their kids and the mother and put them in the... It happens every day in the newspaper.
Like, you had talked about wanting to kill your ex-wife and your husband.
Absolutely.
And like,
absolutely,
you were. Let's just say on paper you were a bad person back then, or did bad things back then.
I wasn't a bad person. I was a young, confused person. I had made some mistakes. I was trying to get my life back together, but that fucking animal was still in there.
It's dangerous.
It was dangerous, and they were playing a game with me, and I'm getting harder and harder. And now I'm thinking to myself, I'm a loser in life. I'm not making any progress with comedy. I'm not making any progress here. You know what? I'm not going to let these motherfuckers fuck with me. And then something very weird happened. OJ killed his wife.
Really?
OJ killed his wife. I think June 12th of 94. Check the date. Or June 12th of 95. It was June 12th of 94 when he killed his wife. And that put me over. Okay? That.
12th of 94.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with here? That put me over. Because... now I had somebody to relate to. She wasn't messing around with a man. She took my kid into another man's house without my permission or without my knowledge. And her parents kept lying to me. So I was a powder keg. So I had nothing going on. My comedy career is nowhere. I'm angry. I'm broke. And guess on top of this, what's going on? I'm pouring cocaine into this mind like never before. I had a dealer. I didn't need money. I would just call him up and he'd give me a half an 8-ball just on the arm. I still owe $1,600 today. If I find him, I will send him his fucking money. In fact, I called Mike Kessler at 1 in the morning last week and asked him, where's Vince? I will send him his fucking money because he was that good to me at that time.
So,
Yes,
so what
he's
did OJ
really good to him giving him free cocaine.
So what did OJ do? Did OJ make you not want to do it?
No, OJ made me. OJ let me know that I could do it. Now I had somebody in the
On
media.
my side.
Now I had somebody that was on my side. This is what happens to people. People see this. They call it copycat crimes. This isn't stupid. This is what happens to somebody in society when they get beat up on a daily basis for 2 years and when they want to be a good person. There's people who don't really give a fuck, who never had a chance, and they'll take whatever's piled on top of them. But when somebody wants to be a good person and can't figure out what's going on, I don't know what was going on now. I wasn't giving my life 100% as a human being. I was tiptoeing through what I had to do, and I was angry at myself, and I was angry at society. But in my heart, I really, really wanted to be a dad, and I would have changed to do this. If she would have gave me the opportunity, things would have been different today. I probably wouldn't have been here. I probably would have been a stand-up that would have stayed in Colorado and done
And a car salesman.
or car salesman, done events.
So if she let you see Jackie on a regular
If
basis,
things would have, if let's say I had 2 sleepovers a month, and I had no drama with her, and I found a job, I had a job in Boulder that paid me great money. But if I could put all those things together, I would have probably still been in Boulder. I wouldn't have left because it was my comfort zone. It was my comfort zone. I had been there for a couple of years. I'd gotten arrested. Now, I knew people in town. And it wasn't that I was a bad person at the time. I was always trying to do something good with my life. It just, I was $10,000 behind.
but so like let's say Jackie called and was like, "Well, you were in prison. You abandoned me and my mom, or you left me and my mom. I hate." Like what would he say if she's angry?
Yeah, hey, nothing.
That's what she's going to say.
She can't throw that prison card because he was in prison before she had it.
Yeah, before I married. And I didn't leave them. I never
Yeah.
left them. They had a place to live. They had a great place to live.
Yeah.
The husband had a fucking Porsche.
Okay.
Nobody abandoned.
This was a
Nobody
mutual,
abandoned
this
her.
was a mutual split.
She tried to hide and push me the fuck away.
But if she said something along those lines, what would you say?
There's nothing I can say. See, I don't want to start. You don't fucking.
You don't start
You don't
a war.
close on your. You don't close on your fucking feet. You close on your ass. I just told you what I'm going to tell her. That there's a time and a place for everything. So when she calls, it's just an initial call. I'm here. I'm sorry about what happened. I don't know what you know. It doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't really matter. Even if she hangs up that fucking phone 8 years from now, she's going to call and go, I want to know what really happened.
You don't want her
Everybody
to call
does.
and feel like she is being.
I'm not going to
Put on
jump
the
on her
spot.
right away. I don't want to put
Yeah.
nobody on the spot. That's why I did what I did. She was getting put on the spot as a fucking 5-year-old. And it started when she was 2. Yesterday, I was looking at Mercy after she called. Mercy's 25 months old right now. At 25 months old, you have no idea what Jackie was going through. She wasn't even seeing me. There was a time with 3 months where I lived in a different town. She wasn't seeing me. She wasn't answering the phone. And you know me, I'm not a rat. I wouldn't call the fucking cops. I knew she would come out. But at that time, that last phone call I made to them, I made it clear that I would fucking stab them both if they didn't bring the kid to the house by 1 o'clock. In fact, the father brought the kid to the house because I called the father. And I said, this is not going to end good. I love you. You're a great guy. I'm just telling you right now that this is not going to end good. And I'll tell you what,
And by
they
father,
knew.
he means
Her father.
her grandfather.
The last time I seen her father, that we were exchanging the kid, her father was crying the whole time. He shook my hand the hardest any man has ever shook my hand. He was crying the whole time. They lost a family. I was more into them in a way than I was into her. I was more into them. That had been the first time I was around decent fucking people since my mother died.
Right.
So I was into that more than I was into her. He was a lieutenant colonel, and he wrote a recommendation to the Department of Jails for me. And I still remember the last paragraph. And he wrote that Joe Diaz has never had a great job. But he's had menial jobs, and he's always been very proud of those menial jobs. He's always taken those menial jobs to the next level. And he said I was a very hard worker, and then he felt I would never get in trouble again, and I just needed to get into a right direction. You know, I still remember how he put that I was proud of having a job. Like, I was always very proud of fucking working. I never wanted you to give me. I was never looking for a handout. The problem was when I got a job, it was $11 an hour. That's $440 a week. That's $300 after taxes. In those days, I wiped my ass with $300. So I could make $300 by selling a fucking quarter ounce of blow. So it was tough to maintain that job, you know. But to get back to the subject, I was tight with him. You know, he knew where I was coming from. You know, he said that he had worked with men. He was a lieutenant fucking colonel in the fucking Air Force, man. He had worked with young men all his life. And he told me once, he goes, "You're one of the sharpest motherfuckers that I know as a young guy. It's just going to take a while. But when it focuses in for you, you're going to be a fucking killer." That's why I like that dude. Because he knew me better than I knew myself at 27. You know?
Is that maybe why you waited longer? Because, like, let's say you tried to call this 10 years ago.
The day that they fucking sent 2 guys to beat me up in my house, the next morning when I walked outside and I had the bandage over my rib, and my rib was black. You know, when you have a bruise and some people have like black and blue, and my rib, this area was black. They hit me with a 2x4. And they hit my dog with a 2x4. And I'm going to tell you people at the house, and you two fuckos that I love dearly, if it wasn't for her father that day, I would have killed them both in my parking lot in front of Jackie. And I'm telling you this is the asshole side of Joe Diaz. At that day, when I walked down the stairs, I would have killed him right there in the parking lot in front of my little baby girl. That's how much anger I had for these 2 people. Because now they had crossed the line. They didn't have the balls to twist the knife themselves. They sent 2 motherfucking white dudes to come get me. And the one guy worked me over. If I hadn't seen that 2x4 on the floor, I whacked him. But the one guy I did get my hands on, he's somewhere right now thinking about me. Because I know he's got scars on his face. I know his ear is fucked up. I know I stepped on his nose and his face a couple times. I went after that motherfucker. And I called an off-duty cop to come to my fucking house to check this motherfucker out on the floor. And we picked him up and we dropped him off in front of emergency. And I never heard anything again. And the law limitations out, the statute of limitations, I really don't give a fuck.
Talked about it on the testicle.
This is why I'm a fucking animal. When I want to be an animal, I'll be a fucking animal. It's who I was raised to be.
Right.
Listen, with my mother, when I die, someday I'm going to fucking die. And my mother's probably in purgatory because she killed somebody and they sent her to hell for 20 years. And she worked herself up to purgatory. And I'm going to tell you
happy
something.
birthday discussion.
Yeah, and the first time I see my mother in purgatory, she's going to hug me.
People are like, "Why are you married?"
And she's going to go, "You did good, but you didn't kill your stepfather, who you should have put a bullet in his head. You didn't kill that cunt of an ex-wife of yours. You didn't kill the cunt of a fucking boyfriend. And you didn't kill 2 or 3 other people. You should have just fucking ended their time for what they did to you." I know my mother. I know my mother's fucking mentality. And this is why the Kathy King situation
This should be the Mother's Day.
bothers the fuck out of me.
Your ex-wife.
This is why the whole thing bothers the fuck out of me, because in my mind, in my demented fucking mind, I think they did something to me. They got a smack over. Remember, I come from a different house. I come from a house that you don't come home smacked. In my world right now, I'm still a little smacked. I'm happy they had a call yesterday and bowed down a little bit. But in my world, I still got that. You ever get smacked out in the face in the wintertime?
Yeah.
And you get 5 fingers left on your face?
Yeah.
I still got that from them.
You think so? Even with being like,
I know Joe Diaz. I know what's inside Joe Diaz's heart and his mind.
You don't think the longest yard of my name is all
That does nothing.
bigger smacks?
No. What are you talking about?
You don't think so? Maybe not bigger, but
What are you talking about? I'm talking about somebody smacked me in the face and walked away, and I stayed with that fax in my face. What's a movie going to do for you? Or a TV show?
because they wanted you dead. They wanted you doing drugs.
No. Trust what I'm telling you.
Okay.
They deserve to fucking. They don't both deserve to end up on their knees.
Lee, have you ever been done
Nowhere near that. No.
any?
I've been done bad, but the reason
There's some people out there. There's some people out there, Lee, that do such bad things to you or to someone that you love that there will never be anything, no matter how well you do in life or how lucky you get, or there will never be anything that will be able to erase that feeling of
what this motherfucker did to you.
of what they did to you. It will always live in your soul. There will never be anything to take it away. It may diminish.
Right. Well, the reason I asked it because you talked about before is every time you did a movie or TV show, you talked
that's
about
nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's what I'm talking about when somebody stabs you, somebody fucking does something
That's
to you.
thumbing your nose at them.
That's thumbing your nose.
That's
at them.
not.
That's nothing.
That's not
kid stuff.
retribution.
That's for white people.
That's not the
I'm talking about lighting the
retribution
fucking house on fire.
that your heart feels that it.
I know what you're saying, and I'm sorry that I know what you're saying. That killed them. That buried them. They sat there on that couch shaking their fucking head.
But you want to drop a bomb on them.
Yeah. I mean, I want.
It's never going to make
gonna
that go away.
Listen, man, when I lived in, when I first moved to North Bergen, I went to the other side of the courts one day, and there was an older kid there. I don't want to give his name out because one day I'm going to go to North Bergen and beat the fuck out of him too. I was maybe 12, and he was maybe 20.
There's
and
a list.
And he was maybe 20, and he smacked me one day. We were playing basketball. He smacked me, and I threw the ball at him in the winter. I hit him in the face, and they broke us up. And even though he had Voight on his face, you know what Voight is? Voight is the one basketball company. Till this day, like his son hit me on Twitter one day. Like he's forgot about it. Like he's told his son, I'm friends with him, Not in my fucking world. You smacked me. I threw the ball at you. You were 20. I was 12. What was the reason for the fucking smack? And then he joined the service, so I never really seen him as I was old. I never forgot about that motherfucker.
So is there...
Now, that's not saying that you were going to go get retribution. It's just saying that the desire for retribution is always.
You ever seen Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, of course.
They're driving down a fucking street. Okay, in the beginning of the fucking movie. Okay, they're driving down a fucking street. Stop. They're driving down a fucking stop banging. They're driving down a fucking street.
Right.
Okay? And what does the kid say to the other one? You see Vicky Belushi? He used to beat me up in the first grade. Isn't that what Matt Damon told that motherfucker in that first scene when they fought in the park?
Right.
When they got isn't that what am I fucking retarded here? That's what I'm saying. When you're a street motherfucker, forget about the good that's going on in your life. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing in your fucking heart should be what those people did to you. That's what puts the flavor in your day to go out and make somebody else pay for what life or whatever the fuck is done to you.
So is there anything you can do to get revenge without ending up in jail? Or no, not really?
The revenge I get is like my uncle, he's got cancer today. A slow fucking cancer. Because usually you don't do it to nobody. Life does it itself. Okay, you don't ever want to go home and wish something on something. Either you're gonna stab the motherfucker or wipe your hands up.
Okay, so there's nothing you personally can do to get it back.
No.
Okay.
There's nothing I could do to get it back. I lost my daughter. I knew that when I got in the car in 95 and I drove away. But that flavor's still in my mouth. Yeah, they giggled when I left. They're not giggling right now. They're at home at the table right now looking at each other going, so when is she going to call? How are we going to take this? Should we contact the police? They know this is serious. They know something else. I'm charismatic. I can win that girl over. But I really don't want to. I don't need to win her over. I'm going to call. I'm going to tell her what's on my mind and what's in my heart, that I love her, and let her know what's here available to her. And that's it. And I'm going to plant the seed, and someday whether she wants to talk to me, she can talk to me, or she doesn't have to talk to me. But guess what? I came to peace with everybody who listens to the church, but most importantly myself. Because I picked up that phone and I fucking made the call.
How did you know when you saw someone was calling? Did you know it was her?
No, because people call me from Colorado all the fucking time.
How nervous were you? Like when she said hi, Joe? Or
I didn't know who it was. She even said to me, Joe. I go, yeah. She goes, you know who this is? And I go, no. She goes, this is your ex-wife.
Well, what do you think?
She goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm looking for a plane ticket. On Southwest. I go, I can't believe that $59 to Sacramento.
Did your heart drop at all or no?
No, it was just another fucking day of business. I was ecstatic that she called. She had a call. I knew that my hunch was right. I knew that they got the call on the third and sat there and said, he's only going to call once and go away. Listen, I didn't get to this point in my comedy career as a human being because I was planning on going away. I'm not the type of guy to go away. I might disappear for a while and let you think I went away like Clint Eastwood and fucking hang 'em on. But I ain't going away.
Right.
And my anger, and I know that, and I know what you're saying is right. That part of me, the little success that I've gotten over the years, they had to fucking swallow and sit at the table when somebody had to say, hey, isn't that your ex-husband? And in front of her family, she had to go, yeah.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying at all that it's equal. And if I didn't sound, I blame the other person. But no, it's
You do that a lot.
sometimes, usually on this show. But have you guys thought about or even considered, like, what are you going to say if Mercy ever asks about it? Are you going to tell her?
Mercy's not going to say nothing. I'm going to tell her. Mercy's not going to ask me. I'm going to tell her when the time is right. Or my wife will tell her if I punch the ticket.
It's out there. There's no point in trying to act like it didn't happen.
Parents always do that, though.
Yeah, well, it's out on social media.
I guess that's true. If I had social media with my dad.
The cat's out of the bag, folks.
I actually got an email from this podcast the other night where I said my dad was on the radio. This woman from Boston emailed me and said that she remembers my dad on the radio.
I want to give his dad a shout out today. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to Nick Syad if he's listening. I know he's not listening, but he's down there in Fort Lauderdale. Hopefully he had a fucking edible for his birthday. Happy birthday. I told him happy birthday on Facebook. He's a good fucking dude. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the kid. What's that, baby?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You lost my train of thought. Thank you very much.
I love the kid, but somewhere along the line, that was part of my release also. I knew that I wasn't going to raise her with the Diaz or the Valdez mentality. I knew that was not going to be allowed. You know, I knew that they had a plan on how they were going to raise her. I knew that they wanted her to play golf. I knew that they weren't going to raise her Catholic. I knew a lot of things that I would have been battling it out for. I never really walked away from her. I just went away to get stronger. And I never, in my heart, I never knew it would blow up to this. I never knew I was going to come out here and get the longest shirt. I never knew I was going to do Spider-Man 2. Those are just things to show that in a way I did something in my life. And but I didn't do the most important thing, which was be her father. That's the most important thing I could have done. Okay? I got a second chance. And I'm going to be the best fucking father I can, you know? But with that situation, all I can do is apologize, let her digest it, and let her decipher. People decipher things on their own. I go back and forth about my fucking dad. You know, my dad died when I was 3. For years, I didn't think of the poor bastard until my uncle brought him up and said, he's a great fucking guy. And then I understood, and I remember the stories my mom told me, and now I light a candle for my dad, and I love him, and I think about him. I know he watches over me. But I thought the same way. He left me here.
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, Lee, there's a part of me that wishes that door would just stay closed. That door in Joey's life would just stay closed because I'm his new life, and I'm the mother of his new daughter, and the one that's going on now, and he's here for that. And there's a part of me that doesn't want to share that, and that's protective of Mercy. That she shouldn't have to have a divided dad like that. But then that's her sister. That's her family. And that's not fair either to either one of them. I don't know Jackie. But this scares the shit out of me.
What scares the shit out of me at some points because it's a door I opened. Now I have to close it or deal with it. You follow me? I'm not scared of this situation because...
Yeah, but you know it. I don't know it.
No, there's nothing to be fucking scared of or anything. I mean, there's nothing to be scared of. I mean, I did something. I cleaned up a loose end, Terry Clark. I had a couple loose ends that I had to take care of. This is one of them. This is one of those loose ends. I had to go pick up my stuff in Miami. This is it. You know, this is what it is to be a man. I finally became a man at 52. I should be ashamed of myself, but I did it. But I did it. There's an ending to this. Someday I did become a man. Some people become a man at 18. Some people become a man at fucking 25. Some at 35. I really became a man at 44. The day I picked up my balls and stopped doing blow and gave my wife the best attention I could ever give her. And give her my love undivided. You know, that's when I became a man. But what I've done the last 7 years for myself, you know, like just to put away those skeletons I had in the closet, which people never want to deal with. And I get it. I got it until the church straightened me out. Until the same people I sit here and tell stupid fucking jokes to and stupid stories, straighten me out. And this is why I made this call, because the only way this podcast is going to work and the only way we're going to have a fucking relationship is if, you know, I walk the walk. I got to be able to fucking walk the walk. If I talk about jiu-jitsu, it's because I got to go get beat up. For them to, if I talk about being a man and picking your fucking balls up every day, if I talk about being a better American, I got to show these motherfuckers that's right. I smoke weed, but when I get up in the morning, I pick up papers. I fucking do whatever I have to do. I'm a fucking American. I feel in my fucking heart. Doesn't matter if I'm a spick or a fucking half a yam or whatever the fuck I am. I'm a fucking American, motherfucker, as much as the rest of you motherfuckers. I'm what's called an American fella. I went to jail. I paid my fucking due, and now I walk around like I own the fucking joint. I don't have to vote. I don't have to go to whatever this shit.
Jury
duty. But I can still carry a gun.
It has its benefits.
I'm scared too. I opened up a fucking door, but I opened up a door that was supposed to be open, and whatever happens, happens. It's not going to affect the family I have now. It's not going to affect my family in no fucking way, because this is it. I got a second chance of being a dad. Something I wanted to be so badly in 1994. When I left Georgia and New Jersey and went back to Colorado, I went back with this hope that I could live, I could make everybody proud around me. I could be a dad, I could get a job, I could do some stand-up comedy, and maybe someday something good will come of this. But that wasn't the fucking case. I walked into a wall of, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't say that about her. I was broke, and on top of this, there was no money. No money at all. I used to borrow a card at the door didn't shut. I'd have to close it with a bungee from one side to the other. It belonged to the deli's, a deli in fucking Boulder that they used to make deliveries with. So that's just to let fucking people know where I was at. So for me to do this, I want to thank everybody who emailed me, everybody who, anybody who sent me a Twitter message, anybody who fucking Gmailed me that said, hey man, you did the right thing. Thank you. Thank you for the support, because you made a man out of fucking me. I did what I had to do, brother,
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah. This is why I did it. This is it, man.
So
This is a network. This is a real network. This ain't a mafia family where the bottom people do what the fucking... No, we all do dirty work here. We all fucking do dirty work. We all have fears, and we all have fucking anxieties, and we all have things we have to do. This is how it starts, man. So I want to thank the church.
I'll be right back.
Where you going?
I'm going to get you guys some tissues.
Oh, thank you, brother. Oh, no. Every time I come here, I forget to fucking spray my nose, and this is what happens. I got to give you something tomorrow. So now we have another situation in our family.
Oh, God.
My niece, who I love dearly, my wife's niece, it's on her side, but I love her.
It's my fault. It's my family.
She ran off with a fucking
chemistry professor. 38 fucking years old. She's 18.
And it's really weird, because I didn't go back for like maybe 5 years when I started dating Terry, and I went back to Tennessee.
I'm done crying now. I'm pissed.
And I fell in love with my niece. I mean, she's a great kid. She's funny. She has Uncle Julie. She has a weird accent. She has a Tennessee draw. She got big feet. She's just a funny girl, and I fell in love with her. She pitches. She has anger issues. I love her,
She got issues, all right.
I tell you, part of meeting her and having communication with her made me call my daughter, because there's nobody in the world that needs a dad more than this girl does. And you can see it. So it put guilt on me with my daughter, but not as much. See, when I did all these things, I knew that John is not a bad guy. Let me tell, before we go forward with Terry's business, the guy that my ex-wife married, I got to tell you guys, he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad guy. And a lot of people, I don't want people to misconstrue that. He's not a bad guy. He's one of those people that's just going to die because he was dead. No. Sorry, my nose is clogged up. He's not a bad person. He's a good dad, and he tries. And I smacked him in 95 out of my insecurities, and I called him a few weeks later and apologized per my daughter's asking me. She said, why don't you apologize? And I did. So he's not a bad guy. This was just, they made a call, and they had to stick to it.
Did you get any hate mail from that when you sit there and talk to your daughter? Did anybody say, well...
Yeah. 2 or 3 people have said little things to me, but I understand. I understand where they're coming from. Right. It's not that I'm mad at them, because, listen, this podcast, you got to have a fucking opinion. You got to have some type of opinion that this podcast isn't going to fucking work. I don't like everything you do, and you don't like everything I fucking do. And that's what makes the world go around. Making the world go around is not because we all sit around and go, oh my God, we all love fucking the Beatles. No, we don't. My wife don't fucking like the Beatles. You know, we talked about this the other goddamn night.
But it's because when you think about it, because I've never had a kid, so it's never happened. But when you think about it, when people say like that a father doesn't have contact with a kid, it's usually like a negative reason. It's like looked at negatively. And you don't like that it happened, but you said that it happened because you went away to make yourself better. So that's that's mostly positive.
Yeah, but when I went away to make myself better, this was the mind fuck I was telling myself. This was the mind fucking cocaine I was telling myself. It just so happened everything did get better. You know, in the back of my mind, when I was first of all, when I left Boulder to take a triple run, I kept my appointment. I was coming back. I just knew that there had to be space. There had to be some type of space. There had to initiate some type of space. It was fucking with the baby. It was fucking with Jackie in the worst way. It was pressure on her. I could see it. And I'll never forget getting the call from Tribble at 1 a.m. I had a pager. And I didn't even have enough change.
He had a
to
pager until we met.
And I didn't even have the change to call him back. And when I called him back, he goes, I have 4 weeks of work for you in the Pacific Northwest. And I was like, this is a God, you know, like I've always told people, I've always let my path dictate itself. Sometimes you may want something, but life doesn't give it to you. And all of a sudden you find out that plane went down. And you're like, ooh, I was pissed for 2 weeks. That plane went down, bitch. So I took the 4 weeks for Tribble, and I ended up staying in Seattle. I ended up meeting Josh Wolf and meeting, you know, Gavin and doing comedy, and Brody and doing comedy. And then I sent money, and it was perfect for me at the time. You know, it was perfect. I just wanted to give myself air. I needed that break. It was too much. I was about to do something bad. And then what happened? I went to Seattle and did something bad. Because the anger issues were fucking out of control, man.
It's crazy because when I was a kid, when you look at your parents, like you think they're like adults before they make that decision, and like they're perfect. But looking at it now, I have so many kids, so many friends with kids, and people who are a lot younger than me have kids, and it's just they're not. It's like people expect you to be perfect and just stay with the mom forever or just stay there forever. But you were only what, 27, 28? You said?
There's no perfect. It's impossible to be perfect as a parent, and no matter what you do, you're going to fuck up.
It's impossible to be perfect as a relationship. Right?
Yeah.
We've been together 15 years. I yell at her every day. She yells at me every fucking day. But at the end of the day, she knows I love her with all my heart. She knows I have 30 fucking things on my mind, and she knows I would jump out of a fucking window for her. And going in, she knows that. We've already gone through this.
I wish there were cameras in your house all day.
Oh, please. You know, I quit coke because of her. I wasn't ever going to get married again. And I broke down and married her because I knew I had one of the best, and she had my back. And if you're fucking crazy, you don't think part of your success comes from who you marry and the people around you. Again, it's the people around you. These are the people that make you want to go out there and make a living. They make you. I've never wanted Terry to pick me up on the floor. Can you imagine this poor girl with blue eyes waking up one morning, pissing, and going into the kitchen to see me on the floor with my arm purple and bread stuff coming out of my nose? She'd never be the same again.
You know, bad things are going to happen. You don't invite them in.
No. I didn't want that. You know what? If Lee I don't even want Lee to find me on the floor. There's few people who can find people on the floor dead and live their life normally after that. It's 10 years out of your life that you can't handle. How the fuck do I know? Because I found my fucking mother on the floor. And nobody in this life, nobody deserves to find a loved one on the fucking floor. Okay, natural causes, that's a beautiful thing, man. God took you. You ate one too many cheeseburgers at 2 in the fucking morning. But for you to find a loved one who suffered a death, who had a cardiac arrest because they were doing cocaine in their bathroom. When me and Terry first met, I got on board with some Howard Stern guys. Do you remember that? One of them being Casey, the kid who used to cut himself and got fired from Stern. And Casey called me one night and he goes, I want you to go to Long Island and book this gig. You're going to go on Howard Stern on Friday. We're going to promote the gig and we're all going to make a bunch of money. I forget who else was on the show. It was Norton's buddy, Jimmy, the one with the heavy metal station. Jim Florentine and me and these two kids. And the one kid that was the promoter was a cop. Fucking nicest kid in the world. Just a beautiful fucking daughter. Beautiful baby. 2 girls, red hair, ponytails. They dropped me off at the hotel. Do you remember that? Well, we went back to their house. And we switched cars. The one guy drove me to the hotel. You know, the next morning I woke up to the guy who we switched cars died that night before I got on the plane in Long Island. Remember they sent me a check a month later for no money. It was like $200. There was like 19 people at the
There's
show.
so many stories I cannot.
Oh my God.
So if you had died in the other car, you would have died.
No. He died. He went inside. It's like me going to you. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to go in my house. Go start the pizza. I'm going to go in my bathroom. The kid went in his bathroom, did a line of coke, and had a heart attack in his bathroom and died. So you're there waiting for me that night to celebrate. I was in my hotel room. I had to get up at 6 to take a flight out of fucking Long Island. But that's how quick it is. These 2 kids that had known each other since kindergarten. He went over back to the house, went in the house. The wife was sleeping. The girls were sleeping. Opened the back room. Found his friend on the floor, overdose from fucking cocaine and cardiac arrest. Till this day, the kid doesn't talk about it. He was his best friend. So this is the reason why. At the 10-year mark, at the 9-year mark, I proposed to her.
You have no idea. There were years in there that I thought I'd find Joey dead on the living room floor. He would be dead up beside me in bed.
So why did you say?
Where was I going to go? Like,
we watched the story of a 60-year-old guy. Her and I one night watched this thing on Discovery, dead stories of dead people. About a guy who was reading a book outside. His wife went to bed first. He read a book, and he fucking went into bed, and he had a heart attack in his sleep, and they couldn't figure out why. He had done a line of coke and laid down. You have no idea how fucking lucky I am. But that was 90% of my reason for stopping was I didn't want her to find me. Anybody else but her. If I died in Houston, that's fine. I didn't want anybody else to fucking find me. I didn't care about anybody else finding me but this poor woman.
and a lot of people say, why did you stay? A lot. And I was no prize. Lee. You see me now, and the me you know now is not the me that was with Joe Diaz in the early days. I would drink an entire bottle of Jack Daniels by myself and smoke maybe 2 packs of cigarettes while I was drinking that bottle of Jack. And I had no compunction with it. And I would do it every night.
Then we met, so we saved each other.
And that continued even with Joey. Do you think that the Comedy Store was just my cocktail waitressing job? I worked where I could get free booze. Always. Up until I was 35. Till I started working at the LA Phil. The LA Phil saved me on that one. I got a job that I cared something about, that I cared enough about me to pull myself up out of the gutter for. But I was in the gutter right there with him. I was just on a different drug.
Yeah. Do you ever think, because not wanting her to find you could have happened at any point when you were doing it. So, what changed at that point, do you think?
Changed what?
What made... Because anytime you did a line, you could have had her find you. What made that matter when you decided to quit?
Well, you have to eventually stop doing a line so your head clears up a bit. Because if you're just going to sit there, what a dumbass.
The star of death.
That's what you should want to fly.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's him a little itchy talking about coke. He's going to stick a star in his mouth.
Just, I wanted to bring my wife in here today just to let you guys know what's going on. It's my 52nd birthday tomorrow. And I'm just really happy to be doing this fucking podcast with you guys today. That's it. This is all it today. And I really want to talk to my daughter because I wanted to talk about Jacqueline because You guys fucking initiated it, so there you have it.
What do you? Well, let's say you talk. Are you gonna use your old name or new name?
What do you mean?
What?
Well, they changed your name. You said.
I don't know.
Her name. I thought you said his name. I
No.
was like, what?
I don't know what her fucking new name is. I don't know what's gonna happen.
We're gonna call her Ray Ray.
I'm just gonna do what I have to
Just
do.
move on
Put
with
the
our
ball
lives.
on her court, and I did what I had to do. Now we got to deal with my fucking missing niece.
Oh Jesus.
And like I said, one of the reasons why I stayed with my wife is like in the very beginning one night, in one of her drunk stupors, she said she could really see that I didn't have a mother growing up. I could see where. And that's the first time a woman had gotten under my skin about my mother. Like, I wouldn't let somebody talk about my mother. Her saying that to me, I just looked at her. I didn't even know what to say, and I went to bed, didn't say nothing for a few days. But that made me love her more because it was the first person that was that honest with me. That made me fall in love with her faster. I like when people are honest with me. I don't want, I don't like any other thing. I like that honesty. But there's a way for people to say it. On that particular day, she said it just right. That it didn't blow me out of the water. But
Do you remember saying it?
and I didn't understand at first. But after I met her niece, when I saw how much she needed a man in her life, because what happened was her sister met a guy, they ran off, whatever, were in love. She got pregnant, they broke up. The guy went to jail. My sister, my sister-in-law moved back home. She had the kid, and she's raised the child at the home with the grandparents. And I think the world of her. I mean, I think she's beautiful. I think she's smart. She's funny. This comes as a shock to me.
She's making her bed. These are mistakes that 18-year-olds make. Some 18-year-olds decide to drive drunk. Some of them decide to date inappropriate men. Some decide to date lots of them. Some, it's a dumb mistake. It will not define her for the rest of her life.
No, it's something she did now, but we're trying to figure out what happens now. Fuck the rest of her life.
What
I'm
happens?
trying to figure out how to fucking fix
All
this
right.
now.
Well, right now,
that was the
we
problem.
calm the fuck
I heard
down.
when you were talking to your sister before, and you're like, your sister, who gives a fuck about now? Now we got to figure out how to get her home and how to patch this
But she
fucking
ain't even
problem up.
actually left home for real.
No,
like
she
I
didn't
said,
pack her bags
she didn't
enough.
pack her bags. I bought her a brand new pair of Jordans for Christmas. They're still sitting at
So
her
she
mom's
left.
house.
She left the cat
So-
out. All she did was let the fucking cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
So we got to figure out.
She's
how
making
to,
rookie
how to
mistakes
fucking do this.
about rookie
The
mistakes.
Jordans are there.
Me, I feel like sending her a plane ticket and bringing her out here.
Yeah.
I got one problem with that.
What?
I got one big problem with that. That one, I have a 2-year-old in my
Yeah,
house.
her
and I
name's
don't-
Mercy.
And I don't want no fucking problems. And number 2, I don't have the tolerance. I will throw the fuck out. I will throw her the fuck out.
Yeah, she's
The same way my uncle threw me out at 21 years
she
old.
needs to get her head wrapped around herself, and
So,
she
yeah.
just, let her fall on her face. That's the best thing you can do for her right now is to just let her fuck up.
But she's not falling in the face.
She answering
You know
the
what she's
phone?
doing, brother? You know
No,
what
they
she's
took
doing?
her phone from her.
She's filling that void right now.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what she's doing right now.
she's looking for
I thought-
something to
To
fill
fill
the
that
void.
void. And she's been looking for somebody to fill the void. She likes older men, whatever. She needs that. She needs that hole to be that. There's a hole in her fucking plug, in the wall. You got to put one of those plugs in the dam, that's all it is. So until she finds that, I wish her luck. I love her regardless.
She
of
just
what
doesn't have
does.
any confidence that she's a big enough plug her own hole. You know what I mean? Is she thinks that someone else is going to have to fill that void for her. She's going to have to wake up eventually and realize there's nobody going to fill that. You're going to have to fill it yourself.
See, the voids I had filled, I always needed a mom, and I always needed a dad. But I got so much love from the friends around me and so much belief from the 6 friends that I did have, that filled that void for me, and that let me go on. That let me progress in my life,
Yeah.
Look at the shape of you. How fucking high are you already?
I'm pretty high.
You're not going to make it to the show at the Ice House tonight, are you?
Oh shit, that's nice. Oh, I do want to go. That's a good show.
That's a fucking show tonight, brother.
I'll
That's
go.
why I said to you, eat the chocolate because I want to get
Well,
it
the
last
chocolate was
time.
too big.
No, because the chocolate was 10 milligrams.
I'll go tonight. That's a good show.
Fuck yeah, that's a good
What time
show.
is the show?
10 o'clock show.
Okay.
Bill Burr, Tom
I
Segura,
want to watch the whole show.
Ari Shafir.
Look, Lee's rubbing his belly.
We're bringing
It's a
the-
good show.
Oh yeah, we're bringing the whole fucking bag of
Taking
fucking.
my dinner later.
We're bringing the whole bag of Anarchy edibles up there and let the party out for Ari and shit like that.
Right what I walked into.
He's dosed you before. You know what I'm going
He's
through.
dosed me. Yeah, you know what? I have the good sense to know that he's about to dose me, and I just say no. When are you going to wake up and realize that that's what's happening?
No, but he told me
No,
like,
no.
dose you means when I fucking
Yeah, I
give
know.
it to you without you knowing.
I know that.
No, you don't know that shit.
Yes, I do.
I gave you the banana bread, which you knew, and I gave you the other thing at the
The-
wedding, which you knew about too.
The brownie.
Which bread? Oh, tell him about the first time that before the medical marijuana license, I came home one night. You and I were having a conversation, and Dre was over the house.
Yeah, and I
It was a
made.
Sunday night. No, you didn't make dick. It was a Sunday fucking
You
night.
made the brownies, and I made the French fries.
Listen to me, dude. I didn't know what I was doing, Pete. This is why when you fucking momos on the road come up to me and go, we don't have no edibles about here. Yes, you fucking do. You have a thing called Mexican brown. That shit makes tremendous fucking edibles. You got to get it, cut it with a scissor, cut it as fine as you can. And get a little frying pan, put a little bit of olive oil in there, a little bit of butter so the butter don't burn. And on a low flame, you just leave the fucking shake in there. And eventually it'll bubble up and that green, the THC comes out of it. So I would mix the brownie and I would keep pouring it in. My wife's like, I don't know. And we kept making it. It was a Sunday night. I'll never
How
forget
am
this.
I supposed to know? I don't
We
make
didn't know.
stupid
And I'm
brownies.
licking the spoon. And listen, before that brownie came out of the fucking oven, I was already fucked up. From
I was
licking the
fucked up.
spoon.
This was at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
We were still fucked up at 6:30 the next night.
That happens all the time with this stuff.
Before
I
comedy work.
had to go to work. Andrea and I had to work the original room at the comedy
The
store.
girl that slept over and stayed there all day because she couldn't
And wore the
leave.
same clothes to work
That's how strong the brownies were. The
She
first
kept
time
getting
I had
up.
brownies.
and sitting back there.
This is
Getting up and
2005,
sitting back
right?
down. Yeah.
More,
no,
2003.
It was 2001.
3 before long as yours.
2001.
That's how long I made these
How many
brownies.
milligrams do you think they were?
Oh my God, I don't know.
Oh,
it's terrible.
doesn't matter.
You've seen the original room on how packed it gets. We're the only two
On a
waitresses to
Monday
that
night.
room.
On a Monday
On
night.
Sunday night.
upstairs.
It was a
I couldn't
Sunday.
No, we got high on a Sunday and we stayed in on Monday all day. You
Was
guys
it a
had
holiday?
something. Yes.
Because it
Yes,
was
it was
packed.
a packed day. We went
It
back
was
to the house.
packed
We made
Monday
the fucking
night.
brownies after work, Lee, at 2 in the fucking morning.
It was awful.
All right?
Oh my
That's the
God.
first experiment I ever had. My friends in Houston were telling me how to make them.
Well, you should feel bad now for giving in to the waiters at some of the
We
comedy
were
clubs.
watching Law and Order, and I was like, this is either the best Law and Order I have ever. And it was in my head, like the whole time. The dialogue's in my head, going, "Is this the best Law and Order ever? Am I the only one watching this show? Oh my God!"
That's the first time I made brownies.
It's the worst
I
thing.
fucked myself and my wife and her girlfriend up to fucking 12. Yeah, because at 10 o'clock the next night on Monday night I was still high. Like it was. I could still feel the hum in my fucking ears. That hum that Michael Corleone had before he shot Salazzo at the Italian restaurant.
Right.
That's the same hum I had in my ears, like a whistle, like ooh, like that type of shit. I love it.
It was like a slow, like sleep deprivation hum all over my body. Like,
Oh, it was tremendous.
I'm experiencing that right
What
now.
are you gonna eat today? You gonna go to the Skinny Kitchen and get that disgusting buffalo burger?
God.
No. The bison burger's pretty
Oh,
good.
Jesus Christ!
But no, I'm not gonna get that one. I'm this high.
What are you getting for dinner?
I don't know. I bought a whole bunch
Pizza,
of groceries. No, I can't get pizza. I wish. No, I got a whole bunch of groceries because I'm trying to cook at home more. Just trying to do. So I got a whole bunch of stuff yesterday, so I'm trying not to go out
You
for
went
the
to the
whole
gym
week.
today?
Yeah.
You looking at
Wait, no, not today.
How come you didn't go to the gym?
Because like my iPad didn't have charge, so I was gonna go later. But now I think that today might be my day off.
Why don't you let it go nice and slow? You should be going nice and fucking lit and stuff like this.
How funny is he when he goes to the yoga high? Does he get all goofy?
How funny is it that he's shaking this entire room with his
With my
legs
legs.
right now?
Oh, I do that.
Oh
every
my
week.
God.
I can shake a plane. with
He's
my
been
fucking
shaking,
legs.
the whole car shakes.
I can't
You
feel
don't
it.
understand. The whole car, you're just sitting there like this at a red light, and the whole car is shaking. You're like, what the fuck? Knock it off with the damn foot. Now, go to sleep with that at night when he's sitting there and his feet are like this. Up and down, up and down. He's got the roughest, scratchiest, gnarliest feet you have ever seen in your entire life. They're like, this is what's going on the bottom of Joe Diaz's feet. He's like, honey, get the nail clippers.
When I go on at night, sometimes a nail catches a calf, like a little hoof, like a cat and shit.
You cut her every night?
Fuck yeah.
You know what I got him for Christmas? What I know? No, laser treatment for the nail fungus on his feet.
And I got it.
That's what he went. That's his
That's what
Christmas
I
present.
wanted.
That's what he
I
asked
told her.
for.
And she says, what do you want? I go, get me a deal from the laser to fucking blowtorch my fucking toe. The fungi
Yeah,
that lives in there.
that's where we're at.
I looked at it
that's
last
love.
night. The fungi is going away. The fungi is going away. on
This
both
is love,
my toes.
Lee. Unless you have somebody who's willing to deal with the fungus on your toenails,
Thankfully, I don't have any yet.
you don't.
Oh,
have
you
love
will.
in your life.
You will.
I will? What
You
does it look like? What happens?
It's black and
Oh,
it
God.
looks like a tree bark is growing like up. That's pushing your nail up.
That's gonna happen?
Like
Yeah.
you know how you've seen trees that have like the mushrooms growing at the bottom.
Right?
All right, you imagine those mushrooms growing up under your nails and pushing your nail up. It's
I'm not
like
looking
coral.
forward to that.
It looks like coral. That's what it looks like.
Well, I should get the Groupon now.
And you get the group one now. Oh, it's so rough.
Did you hear what Ari's doing today?
What?
He's going to the Grove to see American Sniper, but he said on his podcast, they're all gonna go and like just boo the movie. Just like when it gets bad, they're gonna groan.
When it gets bad, he'll be booing from the beginning.
That's what he said. He said it's terrible. So they're gonna go and like be a joke, screening. Or they're gonna laugh at all the bad.
I wish there's a
lines.
fucking sniper in there. He shoots all those dumb motherfuckers acting like fucking jackpots in a movie theater. Because that's what happens sometimes. You get some guy that's having a fucking bad day. He pulls out one of those fucking the cousin to the guy that showed up in Colorado, Batman's cousin. I hope he's in that fucking movie
I
theater
think
right
you
now.
mean the Joker.
The Joker's cousin, whatever his fucking name is. So what's the next move with your fucking niece now? What are your parents trying to do? What is your aunt, your sister
My
trying
dad
to do?
called the guy's house, and his wife knew nothing about it.
What?
So the guy's still married.
Evidently.
Okay, so we have a fucking problem.
And oh yeah, it's worse for him. Like she'll get over it.
Well, it's
she'll go
worse
back
off-
to school.
It's worse
He's a
already
professor.
because one of the professors at school kind of already thought something was off and was already going to go to the dean.
Of course, it's off. You always get weird around people you're
And
dating.
so they were already going to go to the dean before this even happened, and now it's just you don't understand. This is the latest in a long line of just bad mistakes with her education. Like, she's going for a chemistry degree, and she's very smart, and she's doing really well in school. But now everyone's going to look at it going, how well is she really doing in school, chemistry-wise, if he's her teacher?
Yeah, she'll probably have to transfer.
It's you know, all the professors there, or the men professors, going to look at her sideways, and the women professors aren't going to look at her nice at all. This does nothing good for her. This is no good comes out of this for her.
It's amazing that this girl, I have no blood with her. Like, I have really no blood with her. My other nieces, like Kelly and Alyssa, but I love them all the same, you know. But this, I'm fucked up right now with this. Like, it's just,
It's
I like this
disappointing.
girl. Yeah, I mean,
She
listen,
has
for me to
everything.
fuck up, not having a mother and growing up in North Bergen and people around you doing drugs and maybe growing up in my mother's bar, this was an easy equation. So I was going to have a problem somewhere accordingly in my life. I knew this as a young man. I knew this. The alcohol, you know. But you get this child who, all right, maybe she has been. Maybe she has been a little kept from society. And
She's
whatever.
been sheltered.
She's been sheltered.
Real
But
bad.
still have another $500,000. What? She's the only kid in that fucking
No,
neighborhood.
but she's
I'm not mad
probably
at you. I'm
she's
just thinking, I'm
probably-
mad at life right now. I don't-
she's probably one of the few in. There's a difference between being raised in a small town and then being raised sheltered in a small town. because you're already sheltered because you're in a small town. You can't shelter them even further because when they finally break free, just a little bit, they go bananas. I know, because I was there.
Yeah, but you didn't run away. You didn't fucking.
But her mama did.
Why couldn't you motherfuckers footloose it? Just get some, start dancing, get a Volkswagen and dance.
Because that wasn't enough. I mean, we went crazy. I mean, like I said, I would look how much freaking booze I poured down my throat. And my brother did the same. He had 2 DUIs. My sister ran away. All 3 of us did.
Do you think that comes from being sheltered too?
Absolutely. It came with the threat. If you ever stepped out of line, you were going straight to hell. And then the moment you got sight of the line where you could see where you could step off, or you ran off. You didn't step off. You ran off. As soon as they weren't looking, you got just a little bit of freedom. You just ran away. Because they taught us to be independent, strong, smart people, but never fuck up. And so the chance to get out of line at all, to see if it's like a devil's advocate. If I step off this line, am I really going to fuck up? Is it really going to be as bad as they say it is? Let's find out.
Yeah.
So that's where it was.
You know what I
Let's
went
find
through
out.
growing up. You know, we laughed at stupid stories of us putting bricks on the street, putting leaves over and the car would hit it, we giggle. That's not a bad kid. That's just a stupid kid that wants to have a good time, you know.
If we had done that, we'd have got our
I
bill.
also know little kids. I also know, you know. So when I look at Mercy as a parent, Joe Diaz looking at Mercy, oh my God, I don't want her leaving the fucking house in my world. I wanna make money so she doesn't even have to. I mean, for a long time, I was even thinking of homeschool at the Agostino's homeschool. Did you know that?
Right, yeah.
You know why? What happened? He was telling me him and his sister's a homeschool. Something happened. So I always lived with that fear. I would fucking not forgive myself. But then there's the flip side of the coin. How many fucking times at 10 I went to New York and my mom thought I was at a karate tournament. And I was in New York, you know, walking into a peep show. Or you know, how many fucking times? And guess what, guys? I'm fucking here. How many times at 12 did I do THC crystal and go get off the bus on 42nd Street and walk to 178, like take a cab or take trains all the way up in between? You know how many fucking things gonna happen? I'm not even talking about when I was an adult later on. That's bullshit. There's 1,000 people walking around, oh, I could have died from doing drugs. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about from the age of fucking 10 to 15. Do you know the messes I got myself into that? Oh my God, I seen 2 of my friends die. Before my mother died, I seen 2 of my friends die. One died the way I'm telling you. See you tomorrow. See you in school. And he went out shopping that night. He got hit by a fucking car. And the other one fucking died swimming on THC fucking crystal. So part of me wants to shelter Mercy. But the other part of me, you know, everybody's online today. Joey and Miss Pat. When are you going to put them on the podcast? The best stories of life. If you listen to Miss Pat's stories and you listen to Joey Diaz's stories, they're the saddest fucking stories you've ever heard in your fucking life. They're called life. And that's what happens in life when you go down a wrong fucking turn. That you get pregnant. How old was she when Miss Pat got pregnant the first time?
Like 12 or something?
12 by a 25-year-old guy. Then he got her pregnant again when she was 15.
Yeah.
That's a horrible fucking story. Finding your mother on the fucking floor is a horrible story. Be kidnapped from somebody with a machine gun is a horrible fucking story. But I learned. I learned about life. I want Mercy. I could fill in the fucking blanks for Mercy the same way I fill in for you.
Well, do you think it's crazier now? Because, I mean, obviously I wasn't around then, but it seems like there's more, like, crazy people shooting up areas.
It's always been crazy.
No,
There's always been
more
guns
media telling you
about this.
So it was, like, it's not like there's more now. It's just this, we have everything.
It's in
When
your
you lived in
face.
Boston, you knew about Boston. When I remember being a kid when the people shot the McDonald's in San Diego, that was big. You were a little girl and you weren't even born yet. Like that, you got national coverage on when Jim Jones poisoned Guyana.
Yeah.
You went home and you saw that. But somebody shooting somebody at a Walmart, which didn't exist then. It was either like an Albertsons or a shop.
It existed for us.
It existed for her. That was completely
And
different.
Kmart.
You didn't hear that right away. You heard that 4 days later. You disregarded it. Like, I'm in the Bronx. I got my mother's dry cleaner in the Bronx when I was fucking 6.
Yeah, no, you didn't hear. If
Hey, you gotta
it
tell that shit,
happened more than I mean, you heard about the hostage situation in Iran, all that stuff you heard about because it was on the world.
You were 4 when they blew up Oklahoma City, correct?
But if yeah.
No. Yeah, so you were 6.
But you didn't hear about every time somebody beat a little kid to death.
Right.
No.
You do now.
I was young, so I don't know if I was just missing it. And I'm nowhere near wanting to have kids, but like I met Paul, and it's something that could happen now. And I think about it like, how, like, I was in the school, my senior year of high school, this kid stabbed another kid in the bathroom, and we had to go to the cafeteria and then go home. Like, how could you, like, when you're about to send Mercy to school, and you have to, and Paul made a joke, but it's true. Where she went to school in Inglewood, they didn't really have in-school shootings.
Well, we didn't have in-school shootings, but I can tell you that 2 kids sat on a train track and got hit by a train that I went to school with. Now, mind you, I grew up with my senior class had 45 people in it. So when 2 of those people, were you at a high school that has a maximum 150 kids in it, and 2 of those kids just got hit by a train, and then another kid has a 4-wheeler accident, and like there was 4 kids in that 4-wheeler accident. 1 got killed, 1 got maimed. We may not have shootings, but we had lots of tragedy. We had 1 kid commit suicide.
But the thing is like the thing that she was joking about and we talked about is you probably want to send Mercy to like a good school in a nice area, and that seems to be the place where
public school.
That's where these things seem to happen, not like the bad areas.
First of all, let's get something straight. You get shot anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Every day I hear about a kid getting bit by a dog everywhere. You got to teach your kid to be aware. You got to teach your kid to keep their fucking eyes open. I yell at Terry 10 million times. Terry takes life different than I do. And they stole her cell phone out of her purse at Target with that. I know my wife. I watch her. I can see how many times I could pickpocket her if I was a thief. I'm looking at the holes. I want her to pay more attention. I get mad at her, and I love her. When she gets it, eventually she gets it. Little things like that, I could tell Mercy about. I can't teach her until she goes out and sees it.
It's hard. Like we were at the zoo today, and all these little kids are walking next to their parents, not holding their hands, being very well behaved. And I'm like, I need to let Mercy out. I need to let her walk. Have you met Mercy? Mercy takes off like a bat. And then I'm like, that's it. Mercy, I'm leaving. Come on, let's go. She's like, wait. And I'm like, no, Mercy, we're not waiting. Come on, wait.
Takes off like a bat, bro.
And then she turns and runs in the other direction.
A shotgun takes off. Oh my God.
And there's school kids everywhere. I've got a 2-year-old. I have to run after her with a stroller, or just abandon the stroller and run after her in the zoo. People are looking at me like I'm a nut. But I'm like, how am I ever going to get her to learn that she can't run off if I don't let her run off a little bit? She can't run too far ahead. But I got to give her a little freedom.
I give her freedom, but I worry. That's, we
I'm
just put her in
scared to
daycare, and I had to go to the daycare twice. This Joey D is telling you people this. Like, usually I don't give a fuck what school she goes to. I went and checked it out and looked at each teacher and judged the teacher. Like, does she have a felony? I went to these places.
You just wanted to stare them in the eye.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. There was 2 Spanish ones that made me.
I had to vet them first. So I went to like 6 different schools.
Yeah, she went to a couple of them first.
And then I picked just a few and said, okay, here's my top pick. We're going to go there first.
I just imagine, Joey, you have like a friend at the DMV somewhere, and you give them 200 and you give them like the teacher's name.
Oh my God! I had to go. There's one teacher there that's kind of creepy. I like the other one, but she's all right. Mercy likes her, so it all works itself out. Yesterday I walked to the Y, and every piece of me wanted to walk by the school, but I had to stop myself from walking by the school because I have to break that thing off.
Does she get upset when you drop her off?
Yes, but
I haven't dropped her
off. No, I won't let him.
No.
She gets upset if he's going to go, if he drops us off in front of the house,
okay,
and then goes to park the car. She gets upset to see him drive off.
So what do you think would happen if he dropped her off?
Oh, you can't.
No, for both of us.
She gets because she knows I'm coming back. Joey goes home. Joey will go for the weekend. She gets more scared to see him leave.
She doesn't understand that he's going back yet.
No.
That's why I leave early, so I don't have to spend half the day with her. I don't want to see her the days I leave. I leave when she's asleep, so she wakes up, doesn't see me,
And doesn't think about it.
doesn't think about it.
She doesn't
So
think
I
about
do
it. And she'll probably come to the realization, but she won't say anything. But when he comes home on Sunday, she's a little mad at it.
Because at this age, I can tell sometimes by her eyes. But
she gets over it.
I'm also coming to the realization that in a few years, if I'm still on the road, I'm going to have to take her with me. At least for the time. I already know. I know what a Diaz is like.
That'd be so fun.
I know that one day she's just going to go, listen, man, I'm not going to do this unless
Clearly,
you
you
take
never
me with
traveled with Mercy.
Yeah, so you
Well, when
have
she
to,
gets to be like 6.
well, I'm going to have to get a little, I see how parents do it. They have it's the same way adults. You have to be prepared. You don't want your kid to yell and scream and have a fit. You got to be prepared. I can prepare. What does that mean for me? Weed, lighters, rolling papers, water, iced tea with the lemon and the sugar already in it, a couple fried chicken cutlets, the cable, the Roku, the computer has to be, the Wi-Fi has to be coming through. If any of those things are missing, Terry Clark, they were all the same. It's
You have
just
no
different
idea.
ages.
I'm already having to put my checklist together before I leave for Easter on the things that I have to do for Joey before I leave. So he won't call me as soon as I get to wherever I'm at to yell at me because the Wi-Fi isn't working, as if it were my fucking fault for some reason that the Wi-Fi decided to stop fucking working, and that I can. He called me the other day from Indiana. No, where were you? Austin, Texas.
Somewhere at the computer.
Yeah.
I
The
couldn't
computer.
get
Let me ask you a question. So, I got the password for the.
No, I
hotel.
clicked up to disconnect and then I pressed connect. And it's supposed to come up. A sign's supposed to come up. If you're at a Hilton, it comes up HH Hilton. And it says room number and high-speed internet. Click here or high-speed internet, $9.95 a month. So I click the fucking arrow on the bottom. The thing pulls up and it shows you all the Wi-Fi's that you could go to. The one that's yours, you press connect, and all of a sudden, boop, a screen pops up. Takes a minute. You got to keep hitting the fucking left thing, and the screen comes from the left-hand side. Not this fucking thing. I'm dying to get the fucking info from my Gmail some guy sent me, and I can't because the thing won't send it. Then in the middle of all this, it just pops up by itself.
Then he calls me with, honey, can I ask you a question? So I got the thing for the hotel computer, and right then I'm just like, oh. I don't fucking know, Joey. I'm not there. I don't know what this computer is like. I don't know anything about this hotel. I don't know how their setup is. I don't know. And I don't work on Windows 8. I hate Windows 8.
Me too.
And it's on Windows 8, so I don't even know what I'm supposed to be. Even in his laptop at home, I'm like, I don't know I can't even get over to the stupid menu because you've got to drag it. It doesn't come half the time. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't fucking know either.
And I don't want to answer the question, but you get mad at me because I don't know.
Well, who the fuck am I get mad at? You know about the computer? I don't know about computers.
Clearly.
I'm a burglar. I don't know nothing about computers.
You should ask my Fultron. We were filming an Instagram video and my phone was full, and it took me like 2 minutes to clear it, and he was pestering me every 15 seconds. You're supposed to be the king of electronics.
Yeah, because he's got fucking videos on there from old podcasts. Let me give a shout out to everybody. You're gonna abandon ship on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
bananas.
Which ship
And
am I
it's 4
abandoning?
o'clock anyway, because you got the baby's ready for you.
Oh, my God. I've been here forever.
Yeah, one only stays. I love you, baby.
Yeah. I've heard it all before.
Thank you for coming and for your honesty.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Lee.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
love you all my heart, baby. Dirty kiss, you said.
I ain't giving you shit.
Dirty bitch, dirty kiss and shit. See
You're
ya.
kicking the ass.
We're back, motherfuckers. Cody Wheeler, I love you. Tom Bowater, Peter Garcia, The Sandman, Alberto Jimenez, Andrew Miller, and Ysidra. I love you. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Sesto or Cristo, whatever your fucking name is. And Death Squad, Nashville, and Death Squad all over the motherfucking world. I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you for being a part of our podcast today. Always a fucking pleasure. What's up, dog? How you feeling? I gave you a little piece of chocolate. It was light. You didn't
This
want to
doesn't
fucking eat.
feel light.
It was delicious. Then you ate the star. You're a fucking trooper, Lou. I fucking love you. What do you got planned for the weekend with Mama?
No plans yet. She's actually a little bit sick right now, so I don't know if I'll see her. Got a cold.
Story. You just turn her head the other way and you give her a stab, and she'll cough that way. Like, remember when they used to feel you nothing in the 6th grade, tell you to look the other way and cough.
Oh, you're silly.
You figure and you make her look the other way. Let's see.
Okay.
Did she go to class today?
She did, surprisingly.
Good for her, man. Yeah, this situation today with my.
She sent me a picture today of her student loan page. She goes over $100,000, and that's not even. She's only 2/3 of the way done.
Oh yeah, you're done.
And I just saw the bill, and I was like, I felt less bad about my little bit of student loans.
So like, you can turn that air off. No, it's fucking freezing.
Okay.
I feel like a fucking penguin in here. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, those student loans, they add up fast. And sometimes listen, it's like they fucking do them on purpose. They just give them to you at one point after that. Somebody already gave her, without a job, $100,000. Even if it's law school, she'll pay it off in 3 fucking years.
They're the biggest scams. Them and all the insurances.
I just owed $100 fucking grand.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I owed like $6,000 at one time, and I felt terrible. This is a child out of fucking college.
I owe 20 right now, but that's.
What did you owe? What was the original?
Well, probably like 30, but my parents, we each split it in a third, so it's more. But my part's 20,000.
You owe 20 Jesus? What are you paying a month?
170
That's
plus another. So I pay 270 because I have 2 loans.
How much is the amount on one loan? If you don't mind me asking, I'm sorry to put you.
$20,000 and the other one's like 6, so it's almost over.
What's the 6th one?
Jewish Foundation. I applied for like a scholarship, and it was like they gave me a no interest loan.
Really?
Yeah.
So no interest? They just lent you the money for the goodness of their heart.
Yeah, I had to apply.
Weak fucking Jews. Not even charge a half a point. What kind of Jews are they?
Well, they only do it for Jews. They don't do it for no
fucking disgrace.
No other people.
Give them the money and wipe your hands of those people. You know what I hang out with those type of Jews. Not even a little big, not even half a point to keep you alive. You know what I'm saying? Keep the lights on. No, that's good.
$100,000.
There's a lot of money out there. They give students. There's a lot of money out there to go to school. People just have to be savvy and apply for these fucking things.
Well, savvy, but at some point, like imagine in 16 years when Mercy's going, it's going to be like $100,000 a year for regular college.
Hey, that's why she's working already. I got to type his shit, file it. I don't give a fuck, Jack.
You should put it in some baby commercials.
Listen, man, it all works itself out. You know, I hear a lot of parents go, wow, that's Lee's. I'm just saying your name. That's Lee's college fund. You know what, man? Half the fucking people who go to college don't have the fucking money. And they figure out a way to go. And they do the best. You know what? They learn a tremendous fucking lesson in between. I don't believe in today's, let's pretend Mercy was 18. And Mercy came and talked to me. Believe it or not, right now, after me talking to you and me being around the Agostino, and me being around a bunch of younger guys, because I ask everybody, what college did you go to? Tom Segura, Christine, Rick Ramos, all these fucking kids are college educated, comics. Okay? I always ask, and I would tell her, do me a favor. Don't make a decision till you're 20. Go put away $10,000. Just, you can live at the house for free. Do whatever the fuck you want. All you got to do is pay for your car payment, the gas, and put away $10,000 in 2 years for school. And then decide what the fuck you want to do. At 20, if you want to go to college, we'll do what we can. If not, you got $10,000 to get an apartment and start your fucking life. And you know the value of a dollar. You've already lived for 2 years. You know that you got to pay bills. You know you have to do certain things and have responsibilities. And now I think you have a better grasp on it. You sending a child to college at 18, let's pretend your parents had the money, Lee, and they just paid your way. Got you a little car, you know, nothing fancy, paid for your apartment. Will you still be the person you are today?
No. Not at all. I lived in a town where kids were getting BMWs at 16 and crashing and getting more. And my dad, I got very lucky. My dad made a lot of money when I was really young. And he put away, I had a big piggy bank, like a huge one, in my room. And I never got an allowance. But my brother and I each had a big piggy bank. He got like Disney World. And every week he put $20 in it. And then he had a college fund too. So when I got to college, we cracked open the piggy bank and had a few $1,000s that was mine for spending money in college. And then I had like $5,000 or
When
something.
was the first time you had a job? How old were you?
16. That's the no 14. That's the youngest you
But
can
you
get a
told me
job.
about Rite Aid and a couple places.
I worked at CVS for 2 years. I worked at Radio Shack, RIP, and I worked at the movie theater. And then also college, I worked at the movie theater and restaurants. I've always worked. I bought my first car. Actually, it pissed me off. My brother got my car when I graduated high school. And my parents didn't have any money to give me a car. So I worked at CVS. And I paid for it, and then he got it. I'm like, God damn.
What they do to your car? What, you bought
No, I didn't need a car. I was in Boston.
Yeah, I don't believe in sending a child to school.
The only way you could do it is if they have this new thing where they have free community college for 2 years. If that's free, like that would have been cool. I wish I could have done that. Pay no money for the first 2 years, and then the 2 years that matter for your major, then pay a little bit of money.
I have 2 friends that have gone back to extra jobs to help their children go back to school. I have one friend that I spoke to the other day, and I'm like, where are you at? He goes, I didn't tell you. I got a second job at night. And I'm like, you're 56 years old. You have a day job, then you go work in a freezer at night in a warehouse as a supervisor. You have to be in this fucking cold weather all night, year round. And then I have another friend who his son defaulted on a loan, $100,000, $150,000 here at Penn State. So my friend had to go out of retirement and get a job. He's planning on paying the debt. It's going to take him 3 years to pay the fucking college debt. So it's tough out there for a fucking pimp, right?
I understand that colleges need to make money. It probably costs a lot of money to run a college. But at a certain point, it seems like it's going to be ridiculous.
Do you think that the education that you get at Penn State is any different than the education that you get at Valley Community College? Or is it what the student does with that education?
It's what the student's allowed to do. Because going into the only thing that ever mattered on my resume, when you talked about it, saying that no one ever asked me.
Yeah, it just shocks me.
The only thing that matters is like a stamp on a passport. So the only reason to go to Penn State, for some things, and colleges do have special things they're good at, but for most degrees, or for the most part, if you went to let's use a state school like UMass versus Boston University of Boston, BU, Boston University, there's not really much of a difference probably. It's just what the name brand of the college.
I don't know. It fucking scares the shit out of me. Anyway, I love you motherfuckers. Thank you for the great week podcast. I want to thank my wife. I want to thank Lee. I want to thank you guys for really staying on me on calling my daughter. You guys made me all brand new with this. So this gives me a second. That's one less thing I got to fucking worry about. And like I said, we're not fans of nobody here. We're a fucking family. We're a network. And we scratch each other's back. And you guys elevated me to get the balls to do it. So it's not a one-way street. Thank you very much for the church. And thank you for eating the stars. And thank Anarchy. And let me thank some fucking sponsors here. My main motherfuckers over at On It, always making it happen. I heard a great rumor, but I can't release it to you people, but they're definitely fucking winners. They did that test on Alpha Brain, and On It's the real deal. Joe and I were laughing on the phone the other day about my blood type, and I go, listen, I know there's THC, and I know there's fucking Shroom Tech Sports. I got no steroids in my fucking blood. There was none. On It is that fucking good, man. Today I rolled around jiu-jitsu. I went down to Unleashed with David. I went crazy with him down there, and I couldn't believe how much more energy I'm getting from the Shroom Tech. It works, man. I'm really in fucking shock. Go to honor.com. Just go to the website and see all the things they have to offer you. I can't get you a deal on the fucking jumping up at the ropes and all that stuff, but on minerals, you got 10% off coming from me. Go to the Honor, go to the box and fill in what, brother? Church, CHURCH. You get 10% off your first order. Definitely look into Stay On It, where you get everything delivered right to your fucking house. No muss, no fuss. Also, Iron Dragon TV, my main motherfucker Dave Bowley over there, making a beautiful fucking Roku channel for you motherfuckers. If you're into classic martial arts, stop fucking around. This is the Roku channel for you. And what I'm going to do for you, if you go to Roku tonight, if you go to IronDragonTV.com, I'm going to give you 2 free motherfucking rentals. Where they press the box, guys? Joey, Joey, gets pressed in the motherfucking box, and you get 2 free rentals. Classic Kung Fu films. You can't fucking beat them. Also, your underwear. How much longer are you going to look at these fucking things with skin marks and moth marks and little holes, you filthy motherfuckers? Then you get worried when a chick dumps you. It all starts in the fucking inside out, motherfuckers. Go to MeUndies.com. Tremendous women and men underwears. They fit tight. They're ergonomic. They're comfortable. Today I wore those old cotton white ones to jiu-jitsu. My nutsack was popping out. That's Dave. I have him call up. He's like, put your nut in the way. Not with that. Don't happen with MeUndies. My shit's tight. My nutsack stays in. Everything stays ventilated. Do me a favor. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection of women's and men's underwear they have. They also have T-shirts. They have fucking, I wore my MeUndies T-shirt to jiu-jitsu today. They have some great stuff. Sweatpants, comfortable as fuck. And right at this point, you get free shipping, correct?
In the United States.
In the United States and Canada, you get 20% off. Don't believe me. Go to MeUndies.com, see what you want. Go to the box and press in.
Joey,
Joey, and get 20% off your first order with free motherfucking shipping. That's MeUndies. Also, we all like something for free. We all do. Especially when you're stoned to the gills. Somebody brings you some Italian bread with a stick of butter. Who's better than you, right? Fuck all that shit. I got something better for you and healthier. NatureBox.com. And right now, NatureBox will give you a free fucking sampler. 3 little bags, 2 big bags delivered right to your house. It's going to cost you how much? $1.97 for shipping.
Shipping.
You motherfuckers been complaining lately. You know, it's not free. What the fuck you want? They're going to change your fucking thing. They're going to give you 5 free bags of stuff worth over $30. You're going to pay $1. Stop being a fucking crybaby with a fucking fag. Go to the fuck you laughing about, cocksucker.
That's a great ad.
Yeah, go to naturebox.com today and get your free sample box sent right to your house delivered. And that's how they do it.
First, Joey.
Every motherfucking month. So stop fucking around. Go to MeUndies. What is it? What the fuck am I talking about? Go to naturebox.com right now and get your free sample bag. Go to naturebox.com and press in Joey and get 10% off your first order right now. Free.
No, free.
Fucking free. What am I talking about here? You got me all confused with your fucking, you giggle like that fucking dude. Go to MeUndies.com. No, go to naturebox.com right now and get your free motherfucking box of goodies right sent to your house. Right to your door every month. Nutritious, delicious, nutritionless food snacks that rock your motherfucking world. Again, I want to thank On It, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and NatureBox.com. Do you guys see what's unfolding in front of your eyes, people? Huh? Do you see what's unfolding in front of your eyes with this Tracy Morgan thing?
What happened?
They didn't let him perform at the 40th anniversary of the thing. They said he's not that good a shape. I guarantee Tracy wanted to go out. He's got Jew attorneys that said if you show up there, Walmart Bill will be watching, and they're gonna fucking they'll use that against you when you go to court. That's an old Jew trick.
So that he was okay enough to go on the show or something?
Yeah, they'll say you were okay to walk on the show because he said he'll never be able to perform ever again. That's to get a big number. They'll do the time. What were you making a year? $3 million a year. How old are you? I'm 48 years old. He still had 22 years at $2 million a fucking year. You follow me? You understand how Jews work, brother? I'm just trying to teach you motherfuckers a little fucking Jewish mentality. Yeah? So that's how it's done. So just Tracy Morgan's okay. I mean, he's fucked up. But Walmart's going in heavy. And so is Tracy Morgan. Tracy Morgan got to go in heavy. I didn't know he wasn't. I didn't know he didn't perform. I thought he was there.
I didn't watch it, and I never really watched SNL.
They said they had a tribute to him, but I wasn't. You know, an SNL guy.
No, it wasn't good when I was young.
Oh, okay, all right, no worries. I never.
My mom really liked it.
You're looking good, brother. I'm happy we had a good time on the podcast this week, and we all learned something about fucking life. All right, concept. Stay black. Have a great weekend. I'm going to be at the Crackers Comedy next weekend in Indianapolis, and the weekend after that, I'm going to be in motherfucking Hilarities in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going back to the O. So if you're in the local area, come on by and see me. Besides that, I'd like to thank On It, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and NatureBox. And I want to thank you guys for listening today. Have a great weekend. Stay black. Remember, Uncle Joey loves you.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sampler box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Go to meetundies.com and check out pics of all the different styles of underwear. And for the girls, they have hot-looking boy shorts. Right now, when you go to meundies.com/Joey, you're going to get 20% off your first order with free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their great optimization products. And go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all of their great martial arts movies.
Features documents and photographs from that day, largely considered to be the start of the gay rights movement in the U.S. I can say as a proud English gay man.
Church of what's happening now, baby. Sunday edition. It's the Catholics today, except for Lee. He's a pseudo-Catholic and shit. What's going on, baby?
I'm Jewish. It's basically Catholic.
No, it's not.
Now, what's the difference?
You don't have the 12 stations of the cross.
We have Passover.
No, it's not the same. I ain't tell this fucking guy.
They started it.
They started it. They started the 12 stations of the cross. It's basically you and shit. That's how you know when you're Catholic. I told my wife. My wife's like, well, I don't understand. I go, listen. When you go to church and you look at the 12 stations of the cross, if you fucking move, you're a Catholic. If it brings a tear to your eye, you're a Catholic. If not, it ain't going to work out for you. Go across the street, hang out with the Protestants, whatever they're cracking, whatever they're doing, or the Jews, whatever you want to do. That's the thing. My wife didn't even know what this 12 stations of the cross are. When you go to a really powerful church and you look at Jesus up there, and then you look around and you see it's when Pontius Pilate comes gets him, and he punches them. They break down the beating into 12 rounds, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
And they show them get handed. So that's the 12 stations of the cross for you non-fucking Catholics out there. My main man in the house today, Big John McCarthy.
What is up, brother?
What's up, beautiful?
Dude, thank you for having me, man.
Oh my God, we've been dying to have you. How'd you get the weekend off from Brazil?
You know what? I just got lucky. Everyone thinks it's like, oh man, how come you don't go down? Because it's a long freaking flight, and you're on that plane, and then you got to come right back, and it's like everyone thinks you're on vacation there. It's like, no, you get to go to a airport, fly on the plane to Brazil, go to a hotel, get to an arena, go from the arena back to the airport, get on the plane, go back.
What's the travel time from LA to Brazil?
About 14 hours.
That's heavy, dude.
Oh, it is long.
Plus getting through customs.
Oh,
that's only the time in the air.
Oh yeah.
And what's the breakdown? There's 2 flights or just
2
one?
flights. Usually, it's usually either go to Miami or to Houston.
Okay, that's
so you're from there down to Rio or Sao Paulo, depending upon where you're going. But it's, after being on a flight, it's usually like 4 hours to, Houston or Miami is that 4 hour part. And then you get your little bit in between, and about a 10-hour down to, Brazil, long flight.
You gotta go and walk around. I don't fly international. I just don't. I don't think I'd have the patience. I started making a trip to New York and back. Like, I'm really good because you bring the iPod, you bring the computer, you bring a book, you bring a pencil, you bring a piece of paper. Hopefully they have a movie. But that 14-hour stuff, I don't know how people do it sitting there.
I've only done it once to Israel, and it was only like 12 hours, 11 hours. It's tough.
Especially like an international flight when odors start popping up and shit. That's what'll kill me. Some motherfucker brings hummus on the flight. Somebody takes their shoes off. You're on that motherfucker 10 hours, and you feel like going to the person with the shoes off and going, dog, you got to put those fucking dogs back on. Isn't that what John Candy tells Steve Martin on planes, trains, and automobiles, and he takes his shoes off. And he goes, whoop, my dog's on fire.
And then if you're sitting in coach, like I was sitting in coach, I didn't sit first class. It's the same thing.
It sucks every
No, that's where you're at. Look at first class, business class, it's all right. You get all the movies and stuff. You can stretch out. You're always in coach.
And you're a big dude. It's not like you're like,
it sucks. It's horrible. Especially at least United has got economy plus, so it gives you that little extra bit so my knees aren't getting crushed by somebody most of the time. But coach is horrible.
But they give you the economy plus, but then they put handles on it.
Oh yeah.
So if you're sitting there by yourself, I gotta sit like a fucking kid in a baby seat. Take the handles off. So you gave me the 6 extra inches. United's great. United's got a good deal. United will give you extra legroom package mixed with the security package for $60. So you could get a first class security and go through first class instead of going through coach. So they combine it. It's like $69 for the first class and the extra leg room. It's not bad because that's the whole thing about flying. Is waiting in the line. That's the whole thing about flying. It's not anything else that bothers me. I already have it in my head. I'm on a flight. I'm doomed.
For people who fly once or twice a year, like I do, it's not that big of a deal. But for you guys, you're flying once or twice a week. And that's hours a week that you're losing.
I could do it every weekend. And it's weird when I have to do it and not pick up a check. That blows for me. Like if I had to do something on a personal level, like going to New Jersey just to see family, that blows. That's unimaginable to me. Getting on a plane, not getting a paycheck. It's unimaginable to me. So when people go, come and visit, fuck you. I got to do comedy there. If not, it doesn't pan out for me because I can't just sit on that plane and just for no reason. Vacations, I don't have vacations when I stay here and go to Santa Barbara and go to that place that has a lasagna with the meatball in the middle. Have you gone there, Mr. McCarthy? Fucking tremendous. You understand?
I like taking pictures too. I take pictures of the people that I end up having to sit next to in coach on these long flights. And some of them are classic, man. I gotta show you one.
That's hysterical, dude. That's what Sebastian does. Awesome. My friend Sebastian goes through the airports and takes pictures of people and they have their feet up with no socks on and slippers. And he goes, "Aren't you embarrassed?" He puts little captions on them. I would be. I don't know how the fuck people do it. No, the victims and coach and all the way in the back, like an Expedia. And you got to sit in the back, like you get a good price, but they put you in the back with people with handcuffs on.
Oh yeah, I love this. Or they stick you right next to the toilet.
Oh God, that's horrible.
Yeah, you're just next to the toilet for only like 10 hours. It's one of the most amazing things.
They just put me next to a toilet, but the whole row was empty. So I sacrificed. That's not bad.
I had the whole row's empty. I might even sit next to the toilet for a while.
Yeah, it's not bad because I can't sit inside no more. I get too much anxiety, especially up in the air. My nose clogs up.
Oh, really?
So I can't breathe. So if I'm sitting inside, I start panicking. I get panic attacks. So I got to sit on the outside. So last time I flew, they had me somewhere. They had me in a good seat, but inside. And I go, "Don't you have anything outside?" She goes, "We have the last row in the plane, all up to you." I go, "Fuck it. Book it, bitch." I sat there all the way from Miami in the back like a doctor, listening to music, scratching my fucking feet and everything. Did you find this smoking Joe Frazier?
I'm seeing my granddaughter. I'm getting nothing in pictures of the ugly people.
It's I just listen. Flying blows. It does. Flying really sucks for the American consumer. The person who doesn't know, flying is fucking shocking because flying used to be something that was fun. You look forward to it. You got when I was a kid, I used to fly out here from Jersey. My mom would put me on a plane by myself to come out here when I was 8, 9, and 10 to see my uncle by myself to Miami too. Fuck it. And that's even if you didn't get a first class ticket, if you flew by yourself, they put you in first class because you were a kid and they give you wings and a fucking captain's hat. That's cool. And first class had perfumes in the bathroom and creams. It's not like that no more. There was a time when on a plane there was a fucking piano.
Right, yeah.
And you could play the fucking piano on the plane. People would play the piano upstairs. Remember, if you watch Midnight Express, it's a 2-floored fucking plane. They don't have those no more. All the planes used to be 2 floors. So upstairs was like a little first class with a guy playing a piano with a pig eating an apple. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. Nobody remembers that shit. Watch Midnight Express. He takes them upstairs. Yeah, on the 2-seater. There's no more of that shit. Now, Big John, what did you start first, refereeing or being a police officer?
Oh, I was a police officer. I became a police officer back in 1985.
How old were you?
I was 22.
And what made you, well, you come from a family of cops.
Yeah, my dad was a police officer on LA. And yeah, it was funny because I was bouncing. I was doing a lot of bouncing. And I was at the time, you think you're invincible. And you do all kinds of stupid stuff. And I was getting in trouble. And my dad looked at me and he said, "You better figure out what in the hell you're going to do in life because you're going to do one of two things. You're going to end up being a cop where you're putting people in jail or you're going to end up being in jail. So figure out which one's better for you." And I looked at him like, "You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." He knew. So, I met my wife of 30 years back then and ended up figuring, I need to get a job where I can freaking pay for things and stuff. And so I started trying to be a police officer and ended up working out. I got on LAPD. That was where my dad was at. He had just retired. And I was on it for 23 years.
And were you a lieutenant at the
Hell no, man. I was the best. My favorite line that I would tell everybody is, they would all sit there and say, you need to promote, you need to promote, you need to do this. And I said, you know, the best part about me and whoever was the boss at the time, best part about me and Daryl Gates is we both have reached the tops of our careers. Or it was, you know, Willie Williams or Bernard Parks, any of them. We both reached the pinnacles of our careers. I ain't going no higher. I really did not want to. I did not want to be a supervisor. I didn't want to write paper on people. I wanted to take care of, you know, people. I love going out and taking care of citizens and doing things for people. The real thing, there's all kinds of police officers. And, you know, there's good ones and there's bad ones. Just like there is in any, you know, occupation there's good comedians and there's shitty ones. I've sat through some shitty ones, you know, and you go, who told this guy he's good at this? And, you know, there's ones that they're afraid of being a police officer, no matter what they want to say. They're afraid of it. They're afraid of the people out there. They're afraid of dealing with people. And so they do everything they can to do the easy things. They pull over, you know, ladies. They'll pull over, you know, old people. They'll pull over the guy that they see coming out of the business in a business suit and write a stupid ticket or something like that. And I looked at that. That's chicken shit. You know, I swear to you, I wrote about 5 tickets in my career, and they were all to gang members. And it was, if I stopped someone, I would stop you to put you in jail. I would if I thought that, you know, you're doing something bad. But if you were, you know, I didn't care if you're doing 80 miles an hour in a 50. I'd tell you, hey, you need to slow down. You know, be safe. Have a nice day. Boom. And I would never write a ticket because why am I going to ruin that guy's day or that girl's day? Why am I going to make their insurance go up? And you know what? I don't care if the city made money. I care that people are having a safe day. No one's bothering them. And I enjoyed going out and putting people in jail that cause problems for other people in a bad way. I enjoyed putting gang members in jail. I had no problem doing that. I enjoyed if someone was terrorizing an area in a certain way or something, I like trying to find them and put them away so the neighborhood was better.
How much of it is I don't know how they interact with you? Like if I had a friend in high school who loved arguing with cops about, he would speed and he would get pulled over and he loved it. He loved arguing with them and he would get tickets and he would get in fights with them. And I've been pulled over like I think 3 or 4 times. I got 1 ticket, but other than that, I'm always very nice and they usually seem to let you go.
Well, you know, and this, it's exactly what you're saying. If you're going to sit there and, you know, I don't care who you are. If I pull you over and you sit there and you say, I said, hey, you know, let me see your driver's license registration, please. You know, what's your name? Blah, blah, blah. I'll be nice. I'm going to be as respectful as I can to you. I'm going to treat you the way I would want to be treated. And if you start in with, why did you pull me over? Well, the reason I pulled you over is, you know, you're going, we'll say 65 and a 45. No, I wasn't. I was not speeding. Well, now you're saying I'm a liar. Okay, I don't lie. I don't have to sit here. I don't do things to people that don't deserve it. I'm not going to ruin your day for no reason. But don't make it to where you're making the police officer say, okay, I'll prove it to you. And they're going to write you the ticket. Because if you're asking for it, fine. The best thing you can do anytime you get stopped by a police officer is say, how you doing, sir? You know what? I don't know how fast I was going. I apologize. Here's where I was going. I did not realize it. I will slow down. You know, take your time, do what you're going to do. You know, and they're going to run you because they're going to see if you have any felony warrants or things like that. But most of them will come back, and a lot of times they're going to come back and say, hey, have a nice day, slow down. And what did it cost you? It cost you a little bit of time. But if you want to sit there and challenge them, you're just proving that, you know what, you are not treating them the way they're trying to treat you. If you know, to get respect, you have to get respect. And that's, you know, it's the essence of life.
I drove without a license, not because I got DUIs and then I had a Colorado license, and right before 9/11, I lost it. The license got lost on a plane, and I just didn't want to go get a license. I just fucking didn't want to go get a license, man. It's a fucking pain in the ass.
It is.
So from 2000 to probably 2012, I drove without a physical license. And I would get pulled over all the time and never get a ticket because I'd address the officer with respect and tell him the truth. And one cop told me on the 5, he goes, listen, man, you were doing 70 or 80, whatever, but you know, you were a gentleman, I'm gonna let you go, and you didn't have alcohol in your breath. That's why I don't believe in drinking booze. I do comedy, I do not drink it. I can't handle myself when there's a cop behind me, even if I don't have a gun in the car. If I have nothing in the car, nothing, drinking, nothing, I'm still fucking like, why is he behind me? Last night I had a guy behind me for 3 fucking miles before I got on the 710. But all those times, I never, I got arrested 37 times, right?
37 times you've been arrested?
Oh, I was on a roll for a while.
I never heard that number.
Oh, I was on a roll for a while. From 84 to 85, I'm like a half. I got arrested but let go because they couldn't get the proof, like possession of stolen property, tools, they let me go. Possession of stolen property, they let me go. I always knew a cop or something. There was always something going on. And in all those arrests, I only had problems with one police officer. Let me tell you how good I was. One time I got arrested in Jersey in Englewood Cliffs, and I had a warrant in Newark. And they arrested me like at 2 in the afternoon, and I hadn't eaten lunch. So now it was 9 o'clock, and they were transferred me to Newark. And I made the cop, I talked to him nice. I go, officer, I haven't fucking eaten since breakfast. I'm busy. You gotta stop someone. He's like, I can't do it. I go, officer, I'm telling you, they're not gonna fucking feed me all night. You can't do this to me. Where would you presume we stop? I go, Chan's dragging in. He goes, not in a million fucking years. You know why? Because I was doing a stake out there one night for a burglar, and we could hear the rats. The cop wouldn't fucking pull over. He goes, that place is fucking filthy. Finally, he pulled over. He went in, ordered it for me, got it out. He let me eat it in the backseat of the car. Pork fried rice and egg roll. That's how much respect I had for cops. And after a while, you just tell them the truth. The cop that broke my balls was in Colorado. He was one of those cops that was Johnny American. And he'd always say things to me, like little things to me in court. And I would break his balls, because at that point, that's what it had become. He was a fucking scumbag to me. But I've never had a problem with a cop. Never. I have. I just don't understand how people want to argue with a cop. That's the last motherfucker I want to argue with. I just want to leave.
The people who I've seen do it, I grew up in a very rich town. It's people who are, I'm not saying everybody, but the people I've seen do it, they like having the power, because like they're not worried about going to jail because they have bail money, and I don't know, maybe that's just them, but the 2 or 3 people I've met who like doing it were very rich.
When I was 18, for a 2-month period, I considered being a cop. In the early 80s, there was a big hiring. In the early 80s in the East Coast, in Miami, there was a big hiring for minority police officers, and they went after them. If we remember in Miami, they had the river cops. Oh yeah, the 4 cops that were fucking throwing people in the ocean, pulling them over, taking their drugs, and killing them.
Drugs and money.
Money, because they couldn't do enough background checks fast enough. They didn't look at juvenile records. They didn't know that these fucking kids were crazy. But the same thing happened in my hometown, where a handful of kids that were crazy became cops.
The same thing out here. That's why that was Rafael Perez and all of them, and then the Rampart scandal and everything.
Why do you think LAPD gets such a bad rap? My girlfriend grew up out here, and she said the sheriffs are pretty cool, and she grew up in Inglewood, where like there's a lot of like the police. I used to go drop her off, and there were drug dealers who were just always out. It was like a store, and the police station was a few blocks away, and they just like they don't come around here for that. And she wants to be a lawyer, but she says LAPD has a horrible reputation.
They have recently really gotten. There's all kinds of stuff that goes into everything, and they try to get so politically correct that you lose your effectiveness in what you're doing. And again, this is the whole point. When the citizens know that, the police aren't even going to come around here, well, that's the citizens are also the idiots selling the narcotics at times, and they're the ones that, are bringing the people that are buying the narcotics, and the way the people buy the narcotics is to break into the home and steal that person's, TV or computer and go out and sell it and to get the money for their stuff. And so it's a vicious cycle that is going on. And you have got to have people knowing you're going to be there to cause them a problem. Because if you're there to cause them a problem, they're going to try to go somewhere else. They're going to try to do it in another way. They're not going to try to stop, but they're going to get out of that one area and then, move on, find where they're going, and start to cause them a problem again. And that's what police work is about. Police work is not about, going out and stopping just anybody on the street. It's about being smart, watching, going up, doing what we call OPs and observation, watching the people, watching what they're doing. If I go and I stop someone on the street we'll say, I'm stopping because I think the narcotic seller. Trust me, I've been watching him. I know where it's at. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and just stop him for, nothing so I can't put him away. I'm going to sit there and either have information from someone that has told me exactly where they put it out, or I've watched them and seen where they put it out. And so, I've had it where, guys will take them, there's grass, and they'll pull up the grass, and they'll be 3 feet underneath the grass. And so as you're there, you would never know unless you went and watched him. You watch him, and you sit there, and all you got to do is watch him for a while, watch him do a cell, boom, go in there, pop. That's not mine. You're right. It's not yours. Yes, it is. I watched you go there. Too bad. So now it is my word against yours. My whole thing is, I don't lie. There's no reason to lie. If you tell the truth, it never changes. When you tell a lie, you need to then start telling more lies to try to cover that lie. So tell the truth. If you can't catch the person that day, then you don't catch them that day.
You said something very interesting in the beginning there. I was going to talk to you about it. I think that, and I don't think it's just LA. I think I travel, and you travel. It's the fucking country as a whole. I think the social shortness has even caught up to police officers. When you go in and you see a cop and you pull over, you see a cop and you ask them for directions, they look at you like you're from another planet now. You can't talk to an LA cop. You ever say like good afternoon to cops when they're eating lunch at Boston Market? They look at you like, why is he talking to us? Why, I can't fucking say hello to four fucking cops. I'm trying to give you the respect you deserve. You're outside. Most people look at you like you're this for the community. It's like my friend says. My friend's a detective in Jersey. He goes, they all come crying for Papa when they get bit slapped. But when I drive down the street and they're having a good time, they give me the finger and shit. And when they get bit slapped, they're all crying for fucking Papa. They have forgotten what. I grew up with cops, with B cops in New York City, where you got to know them, and they got to talk to you, and they got to walk in with you.
That's the difference, though. See, back, and when I came on, the guys that I was learning from were guys that had 20 years on the department. They've been there. They've done all these different things. Guys walking beats in New York. The one thing about New York is, when you look at the area, it's small, but the amount of people in it is huge, and the amount of officers they have is huge too, but those officers are responsible for a very small area, but they get to know everybody. They know what everybody's doing. They know the guys that are doing the stupid stuff, and they'll sometimes sit there and say, hey, get out of here. But they're not going to take, their whole thing is to make sure that everyone is just kind of flowing together and society is working. And those guys can tell you things based on experience that what has happened recently is we get into this, I don't want to say it's not an affirmative action, but it's almost an affirmative action on everyone. It's like AYSO soccer. Oh, everyone should get to play. That's bullshit. Okay? It's not everyone gets to play. It's, the best people should go forward, but there needs to be time in that. So what we have is we get a bunch of, I used to, teach for the department near the end of my career, and I'd get a class of 50 people. And out of that 50 people, I would have 35 that had some type of degree, BS, BA, master's, MBA, or PhD, becoming a police officer. And I'd have about 15 that were military or didn't have any kind of real experience, high school education, but, got in. And the people that had the degrees, the problem with them is we have done things and we have made it to where everyone is, oh, it's okay, we're going to help you out, we're going to do things for you, everyone should get a chance to play. And when you grew up, I would go outside at 7 o'clock in the morning after feeding myself because, no one was there to make me, breakfast. I fed myself on the weekends. And I would go out and I'd get on a bike if I had that or a skateboard, and I'd go to my friend's house. And I just knew that I had to be home at 6 o'clock at night for dinner. And if I wasn't home, I'm going to get my ass beat. But I would go out and I'd go with my friend Vince or my friend Ken, and we'd go out and we would make decisions all day long. Most of them really bad. Most of them are really screwed up. But we would make those decisions, and then we would have consequences based upon the decisions that we made. And we learned how to make a decision. But the problem with kids now is, even my kids growing up, my wife would sit there and, Ron wanted to play with Bobby. So my wife would call Bobby's mom. Ron wants to play with, oh yeah, Bobby wants to play with Ron. Well, we'll bring Ron over and He'll be over there in a half hour. Great. We take Ron and we drop him over at Bobby's house. And Bobby's mommy's there to make sure that everything's going right. And if they're going to go someplace, Bobby's mommy's going to go with them. And they don't have to make a decision at all because it's all being done for them. They don't make any decisions. And so they don't know how. And so then we get all these people that are all educated who come into an academy, and I put them in a hard situation. I'll put them in a thing. I'll make a decision now. Go. And they want you to give them the answer. And they can't do it. And they are then, they'll make it through the academy. I try to get rid of them. They'll make it through the academy, and they're great test takers. So then they'll elevate themselves without knowing how to do the job because they don't really do the job. They just take tests. And with those tests, after 2 years, they're a sergeant. After 5 years, they're a lieutenant. And they don't know how to grab their ass with either hand. And that's the problem with most departments today. You get all these people, they're very educated, but they don't know how to do police work like the old people did.
Do you think that's, not naming any incidents, but anytime there is an incident, do you think that's a main part of the problem?
Absolutely. It's a big part of the problem.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There's all kinds of ways to do police work. Here's the thing. You can look at, I don't know exactly what happened. We'll say, you got the Michael Brown incident. People can sit there and say what they want. Michael Brown attacks a police officer. He goes inside of the car. He gets shot inside the car. His thumb comes off. And he steps back. And this is witnesses, and this is all in, if you look at the true records of it. And he decides to attack the officer again. And the officer shoots. Now, I'm telling you, would I have shot him? No. I wouldn't have. But here's the difference. I have certain rules that I live by. I would shoot at what I know, not at what I think. That's a weird statement, but that's the truth. If I know that he is a deadly threat to me, he has a weapon that can take my life, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to drop you, and I'm going to end your ability to hurt me. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to stop you. Most police officers live on the premise that people will respect the badge. They'll respect the power of the badge. That, it can take their freedom away and put them in jail. And it will a lot of the time. But people expect police officers to be they're all educated in the law. They're psychologists. They'll handle all of your personal, domestic dispute problems. They can all fight. Bullshit. They can't. Most of them can't do anything. So when I look at someone, as simple as this, you'll see police officers coming up on cars, and they'll walk up on a car. I will tell you, anytime a police officer walks up on the car, the person that's in the car has them. I'll kill the police officer every time. I can show you how. I used to teach it. I used to do it. There's no way for the officer to win if the person really wants to go after them. Now, most people are good people. They're not going to go after the officer. The officer relies on that fact. The second part is officers don't want to get into physical altercations. Why? Well, because there's a gun involved. No matter if it's the person who's got one, he's got one. So they don't want to get into, terribly, they might not be able to fight real well. So they're afraid of getting in that physical altercation. So they'll keep people in a car where they don't know anything about what's inside the car, which is the real danger. Instead of pulling them out of the car, putting them up here, and so now the person they want to attack the officer physically, they can. Okay, attack me. Go ahead. That's my job, to be professional and learn how to be better at doing certain things than you. And if you're not doing those things as a police officer, then you're not being smart about being professional. There's life insurance policies for everything. Learning how to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or fight or know how to actually handle yourself if you have to. For a police officer, it's a life insurance policy. That's what you're talking about. So when you're not doing it, you're saying you're lazy. And a lot of people are lazy.
No. For me, growing up, that neighborhood cop became my uncle. He was also a deterrent. He also, by right of the neighborhood, if you whacked it up, he'd fucking kick you in the ass and take it to your house and knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, your son disrespected me," and I gave him a kick in the fucking ass, and then your mom would give you a bitch slap in front of the cop, and it was understood, and your mom on the way out would go, "By the way, if he ever disrespects you, knock him the fuck out." Now you had a green light. Now you know if you played hooky. This guy, we had, and it's funny because I was blessed. I have been blessed with the best police officers ever around me. As a kid, we had a guy who looked like Agarn. That's true. Chucky Green, who calls in, his uncle. And he was an all-state basketball player. So no matter if he was a cop or not, he was still a basketball player. So we played basketball at 13, and he'd pull up, we go, what, you want to play hoops? And he'd go, I don't have time. We did that to him until one day he goes, you little motherfuckers. He took the belt off, he put it in the trunk of his car, he took his police shirt off and played hoops. We would make him play hoops.
That's good.
Then we'd abuse him. Don't come here no more with colored socks. Because he would wear colored socks. You're going to cut yourself, you're going to poison them, we all go to murder. We would torment him. We had another cop, a kid that we were friends with, and we became friends with his father. His father was a no-nonsense guy. His father was fucking backhand. His father would backhand his son at school with his arms folded. So he would just go, and the son would drop him, and he'd pick him up again. And one night he caught us dining and dashing. They sent him. The Chinese guys were waiting for us to kick the door down. We ate and we're ready to run, and they locked the door on us. So we're like, the cops are on their way. When we see Mr. Vanich, we're like, shit. He came in, he pulled us all together. He goes, I'm not going to take you little motherfuckers to jail. Give me all your money. We're like, we got no money. He goes, okay, I'm going to pay the $40 tab for you guys. But at 1 o'clock tomorrow, if I don't have this $40, I'm putting a personal warrant on you. He goes, I'm going to knock the fuck out of all 4 of you. At 12 o'clock, we were there with his $40. That's good. They meant something different to us. They were somebody else to us. I don't see that anymore. No, they have a Taekwondo school on Hollywood Boulevard. It's run by cops. Is that still run by the cops there?
I don't know.
On Cahuenga? Yeah. It's really a little place with a badge, like a PA. I grew up a PAL.
Yeah.
When I came from Cuba, I was a PAL guy. In the corner, they would take you to the police station and make you shoot a 32 or a 22 and then give you the bullet to take home. They give you the fucking target. They teach you how to shoot pool. They took me to Detroit. You know, I'm a PAL guy, so I got it. Growing up, I really got it.
Well, you said when you earlier you said that a lot of cops who trained you had 20 years experience.
Yep.
Is there a lot more turnover now? People stay for like 5 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, you get a lot of people. It is not the same thing. And you just, the other part is, it used to be, back a long time ago, working patrol, there was a certain amount of honor to it. That you were the guy out there actually doing the job. You were dealing with the public. And then it got to the point where your supervisors were saying, why are you still working patrol? Why are you working patrol? What are you doing? Why don't you work the special agent? Why don't you go do this? Why don't you be a detective? Why don't you be a sergeant? And they made it to where if you're the officer that just stays in patrol, well, obviously you're not that smart. And they tainted it, and they made it to where the people that are really good are always trying to go other places because that's what everyone's expecting. Patrol's a great place to be. Now, it can get old for anyone, but when you start having 2-year police officers training 0-year police officers, your department's got problems.
You did the 20 years?
I did 23.
And I know you wouldn't know this, but what's the average now? People do 5 years and they're like, I don't want to be a cop no more.
Well, I mean, you get a lot of turnover, but you get a lot of guys going all the way. My sister's been a police officer now, and she's got like 31 years on. She's on LA County Sheriff's. She's a lieutenant there. She's been there forever. And it's been a great job for her. She's done a lot. She does commercial crimes now. She's super smart. She knows what she's doing.
What's commercial crime?
Commercial crime is like, you get people that go in and they're embezzling money from a business, or they're, people are coming in and they're, doing things that they shouldn't do, taking money that shouldn't be taken. And finally the owner, and I've been one of those owners, realizes I'm being ripped off. And then they go and get all the paperwork and start doing all the background to get, here's how the person's been stealing. This is how long they've been doing it. This is where the money's come from. This is how much the total is. And sometimes they go after the person. Sometimes they don't.
Unlike a lot of felons and a lot of people in society right now, I've never, ever, ever had any apprehension towards police officers. I've seen good cops and bad cops. My mother had a bar in Union City. A cop would come in every week for an envelope. His name was Chino. Come in with his little outfit on. My mom would give him an envelope and a drink. If something happened, he was always the first cop on the scene. If your window broke, he went there and sat outside so nobody broke into your business. I never had a problem with him. I've seen other cops that came in and broke my mother's balls at the bar, and that dude ended up shot. The Cubans fucking shot him in '76. They just had something in my local high school paper about his son's older now and whatever. I've seen him from, but I never, ever had, even the Michael Brown thing, the kid in Staten Island. I've always said that unless you know the fucking job, shut your fucking mouth. Unless you know what it is to The other night, we almost got caught in something.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! And I was petrified because that's how it goes down. We saw the kid running. Me and him were getting in our car, and we saw the kid running. We saw the police back up and put the light on us.
Well,
He followed us. And we're like, oh no!
I just thought this guy was running. I thought he was going to catch a bus or something. And you're like, oh, the cops are following him. And we pulled into the alley to leave, and the cops went by with a little light. I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh shit! And then they got behind us.
Did they really?
Yeah, they got right behind. You didn't know it. I drove. I was like, feel so I have to put my hands out because I think the perp's in the fucking car. Maybe he kidnapped us. He ain't gonna kidnap me. But I saw him running and shit. Right? I've never seen the outcry that's lately in all my years of being in this country.
As everybody feels entitled, it's like, well, you shouldn't, no one should be stopping me. I haven't done anything, and it's like we do things all the time. I can tell you, there's so many things. It was funny because people say, "You can't stop me. I didn't do anything." So here, let me make this very clear for you. Between state laws, LA municipality codes, all these things, trust me, they can stop you for just about anything. I mean, there's codes where you can't wash your car in the street or something. It's ridiculous. There's so many different things. So if the officer wants to stop you, yeah, he can stop you. It's what he does with it and the way he treats you that tells you who he is as a person and everything. But I just watched, Dave Herman is, an MMA fighter, and I like Dave. He's a good guy. And I see, he got stopped. He ends up driving, multiple miles with the police behind him.
Get into a fight with the solar people, which of course I'm not going to. They did a phenomenal job for me, and I recommend them. I have commercials for them, and it was a big mess. Everything is on a hillside for me because I couldn't do the roof, so it was a big deal. I'm down to zero, so if I were charged now and I have a bill, I turn around and tell them, hey, you know what, it's zero. And if I've been paying based on their negligence, they're going to pay. So
Officer, if they are going to pull you over, why are they pulling you over? Well, they only know what they are going to pull you over for. They know, oh, this person's taillight's out. That's the reason I'm pulling them over. But that person in the car could have just done a robbery, could have gone and done something. And so in their mind, the officer knows, they know I just committed the robbery. And that's why they're pulling me over. And so this is where you get the trust factor. Police officers are leery of people because they don't know everything that's occurred. And they know why the reason they're going to do something, but they have to be careful with everybody that they do something with. Because if you don't take those precautionary steps, you can run into that one person that is the person that just robbed the store, or is doing something that you're not stopping them for, and now they have the upper hand on it. So they have to go through certain steps to protect themselves and make sure that everything's right. But as long as someone complies, if a police officer says, put your hands up, put your freaking hands up. Big deal.
I'm not putting them up. I'm calling my attorney.
Exactly.
Bitch,
Exactly.
what the fuck is wrong with you?
And it goes both ways. I've seen it. Police officers, you get down on your knees, get it down on your face. There's a reason why they're doing it. And if it's not you got nothing to worry about. Now, the police officers need to have some common sense too, because I can tell you, I've seen it too many times. The police officer will run a car, and the car will come back stolen. It comes, as it comes up on the computer, it's going to say, this is code 37 vehicle stolen, tell you the place and stuff. And as the police officer, you got to have enough common sense. What do I see driving the car? If I see a male between 16 and 50 years old, guess what? You're getting pulled out, you're getting put on your face. That's just the way it's going to be. But when you see, an elderly couple, that's 70 years old in their Sunday best going to church, it's telling you they got their car back, someone didn't pull it out of the system. Don't take that lady and put her on her face in the street. Have some common sense. And that common sense is what will lead people to not having a problem with some of the things police officers do. You gotta have common sense.
I remember, like in the early 80s, I've never, trust me, I'm telling you this, I don't like drinking and driving. Just something about it. That it's like stealing a car. Fucking, if you get caught stealing a car, you're a fucking moron. We've had this conversation. I can't get out of it. I'm in it. I'm in the fucking thing. At least that's not my wrench, officer. I didn't hit him with the bat. That was there. I don't know what happened. He fell. But if I'm in the fucking car, you got me writing checks. I never got that. I never got so many crimes. But one time I was in the car with a buddy of mine. This fucking idiot was crazy. I loved him. In fact, his brother just hit me up on Facebook. He was crazy, but not in a bad way. And we would go. It was freezing out in Jersey, and the cop was doing fucking 10 miles an hour in front of us. And what did Fernie do? Passes him on the right. And the cop pulls Fernie over. He pulls Fernie out, and Fernie's telling the cop, "Dog, it's fucking too cold for this. You're gonna write me a ticket." But before the whole thing went down, I was sitting next to Fernie. The cop's like, "License, registration." I looked at the cop and like, "Officer, arrest him. He's been drinking." The fucking cop started laughing his ass off so much. He just gave us the license to go home. Just take him the fuck home, you know? Like, that's how funny. But I've had situations when they don't respond to a funny joke. Oh, yeah. And that's fucking crazy. Because then that's crazy. That's when, and like, I came out, when I got into all those problems, it was in Jersey. I got into problems when I was in Jersey. My mom had died. I got crazy. And there was one time I was in like Newark and all those places. That's where those cops don't fuck around. Like, that's where I would hate to be a cop. And I know this guy kept busting this cop's balls. He was bleeding from every orifice in his fucking body. This guy needed 100 stitches, and they put him in a cell. This is the early 80s when there was no paper. They put, really? You're bleeding? We'll put you in the cell. Wait for court. Let the judge stitch your motherfucking ass up. And I remember going in front of the judge and watching him walk in with the chains. And you could see the drip of blood all the way. They wouldn't take this motherfucker to get stitched up. Those are the things that always scared me about white cop. I never got touched by a cop, ever, not even in a bad way. I always got my handcuffs put on, and they left me the fuck alone. Look at Big John, looking at me. Big John, I used to be crazy, man.
What happens? I had a buddy who used to work on cops. I think he still does. And in cops, the thing is, you always see them say, "Tell me the truth." And would that actually help? Like, let's say I had drugs or something on me, and I told you the truth. Would it actually help or no?
No.
Okay.
You're going to jail. Shut your fucking mouth. That's okay. Shut your mouth. Just tell the cop the truth. Oops, I can't talk. I remember one time we went fag back, and I was like, this was the hot thing. I don't give a fuck if somebody gets mad. You're not beating up on fags. You're beating up on perverted old men. We were like 18, and we get a good-looking guy, and we put him on his bait. In fact, the good-looking guy, his father was the chief of police. All right? All right, and his cousin, I hung out with his cousin. He was a mafia guy. So this is the house, the spectrum. They don't talk. I think the chief of police's sister, the chief of police and his sister, that's how they were related. So he was the chief, and the other kid I hung out with was the gangster's father. So they didn't really talk, but I hung out with this guy, and he was the bait. And one day we got pulled over. The cops got us. They got us as the guy was getting beat up. He was like a 50-year-old pervert or something like that. And they took us to the police station, but the one cop knew. The one cop kept looking at us weird. The one gung-ho cop kept saying, "I'm arresting you guys for assault." But this one fucking cop, older cop, kept knowing. And he walked over to us later on. He goes, "What really happened out there tonight?" And like, "Officer, this guy was trying to suck our dick. You know, that's what really happened." And we gave a bitch slap and stuff. And the guy goes, "Let me come right back." And he left for like 3 minutes. He came back and let us out of the cell. He's like, "Just don't come back and don't go up there and smack those motherfuckers. If you see them, contact me and I'll go up there." Because when I grew up, the city and the park were completely different. So the sheriff's department ran that Hudson County Park. And the sheriff's department, they were mean, but they were by the book. Like one night they pulled us over. Again, we were out there. We had a mirror, a coat on top of the car. A mirror, like the kid pulled the mirror out of his bathroom and we had it on. That's when we used to snort coke outside. You
like a big full-length mirror?
Like a big, on the trunk of the car. And we're just snorting blood on the trunk of the fucking car. I mean, who does this?
Cop walks up there. What are you doing in the mirror?
No.
Just looking at ourselves.
We broke it. When the cop pulled up, we threw it on the floor and it broke. He said, "What the fuck you guys got a mirror out there?" My buddy. And he goes, "What's going on?" And there was an argument. Some guy had an argument. And the guy flagged down the cop. I'll never forget this cop coming over and going, "Excuse me." He pulled the kid over. The kid's like, "Arrest him. Fuck him." The sheriff looks at me and goes, "Listen, really? Really? You're going to do this to me at 11:45 on a Thursday night? You're fucked." He goes, "You couldn't take him across the street and beat him up like any local, anybody with common sense. If you hit him here, I have to do paperwork. Do me a favor. Take him across the street. Do what you want to him, all right?" I mean, you shouldn't do that as a cop, but these were the guys that patrolled. They knew the area. They knew what was going on. They knew that we were going to do something. We weren't bad kids. It wasn't like we were fucking shooting cops and all that. There was one cop, Phil Sims. He was just like Phil Sims. I'll tell you how cool Phil Sims was. One night my buddy called him out. Phil Sims says, "I'll tell you what, I'll come here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll fist fight in front of Nick's Pizza." They showed up the next day. Phil Sims was like 28. My friend was like 19. They fought like maybe 2 rounds. They got up, shook hands, and that was it. There you go. He kept torturing Phil Sims. Phil Sims said, "Fuck you."
He fought a cop?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that movie End of Watch? They did that in End of Watch. It's a pretty great movie.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, it's really good.
I haven't seen nothing like that.
It actually is a good movie. I hate cop movies.
Really?
It was a good one. It actually was pretty accurate. That was the best thing about that was when you get in a pursuit down in the South End. And that's where that was at. They were supposed to out of Newton, but you get it's all alleys and things are flying up in the air and you're busting through it. And the first car scene on when they had to chase,
right?
Very accurate. It was great.
Big John, before we move any further, where were you when they robbed that bank in '98? One of my first week in LA, the North Hollywood bank robbery. I wanted to ask you that.
Oh, I was off that day. In fact, we were going up to Big Bear with my family, and someone said, "Hey, hit the TV. There's something going on." And I saw it, and I wasn't part of that at all. But I ended up doing a full investigation because I was one of the expert witnesses for it to talk about what the officers did and how they did it and what the suspects were doing and why it was right and what was right and wrong. Because there was a lawsuit later on by the family of Emil Montesereno. He was the second guy that died in it. He was the guy that was mostly in the car for a lot of it. They sued the department, sued the city for wrongful death because it was right for their husband or father or whatever you want to say to be out shooting at people.
When did you retire?
I retired in 2007.
So, I mean, you were a police officer in the city doing some of the best fucking news in the city. You were a cop during the OJ trial.
Oh, yeah.
94.
Oh, yeah.
You were a cop when
I'll tell you
Biggie
my
got
OJ
shot.
story.
You were a cop when Biggie got shot.
Oh, yeah.
You were at the Comedy Store. And, because I was thinking about it. You were a cop during a lot of
During the
things.
riots, during all of it.
During the riots.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
oh shit, 94. That's
All
right.
the good stuff.
94, the riot. 92, 93.
92. April of 92.
I just started comedy. And I was
Really?
doing comedy at a Chinese restaurant. And the whole thing was on. I couldn't believe it. Like California. I never fucking like California. I'm never going to fucking California. I got hit in the head with the brick. OJ. Start with the OJ.
Oh my God! I was such a fan of OJ. Growing up, I was a fan of OJ Simpson. I loved OJ Simpson, and everything about OJ Simpson I thought was cool. Man, that was the juice. And I was working in Hollywood. I was working Hollywood Division. I had just gotten transferred from 77 Southwest Division to. I had to go to what we call Newton Bureau. Because there's 4 bureaus as far as LAPD. There's Central Bureau, West Bureau, Valley Bureau, and South Bureau. And when you're a young officer, you go to out of the academy, they're going to send you to a bureau. And normally you're there a year, and I was able to be down South Bureau for almost 2. And they have to transfer you out of the South Bureau, so they put me in the West Bureau, which is up in Hollywood. So it was a good place to go to. So I was working up in Hollywood, and I'm working morning watch. And there's an old, crusty guy. His name was Gene Ferrone, man. Big pitted face and good guy, but just kind of by the book, just a bit of a hard ass. And he calls for an extra unit down off of Melrose and Martel. And it's about 12:30, 12:35 in the morning. And I'm right around the corner. And tell me I'll be right there. And I pull up, and there's this black Ferrari Testarossa. And at the time, a Ferrari Testarossa was a cool car. And it's got a license plate that says Juice. And I'm like, God damn, man, get out. And sure enough, I see there's this pretty blonde, and there's OJ Simpson. And I'm like, come over towards Gene. And he goes, hey, why don't you stand with him? He said, no. He said, I got to talk to her. He said, stand and talk to him, find out what he says went on. I said, come over here, right? How you doing? And I said, what's going on? And I'm talking to him. And he's saying, oh, man, I'm in the car. She's getting mad at me. She's starting to hit. He goes, I'm putting my hand up to try to, keep her from hitting me and stuff. He says, my forearm, yeah. He says, I think I did hit her in the forehead with my forearm. I told her to stop. He goes, but, I'm just trying to keep her from, hitting me. And he goes, and then we get pulled over. And, she's telling him, that I hit her in the head and stuff. And I'm like, all right. I said, look, come on. If you're getting mad with, your lady or something like that, pull over, get out of the car, walk. You can't touch her, right? So then Gene comes and he goes, I'm going to take him to jail. I said, Gene, he's O.J. Simpson, dude. I'll just take O.J. Simpson to jail. I said, well, he goes, let me talk to him real quick. He says, you talk to her. So then I talked to his wife. You know, go through the whole thing and tell him, look, you know, you keep hitting each other. I said, you both go to jail. I said, this is stupid. You need to act like adults, and you need to work things out. And you don't hit each other. Just talk. You know, be adults about things. I said, do you want him to go to jail? And she goes, no. I go, well, I don't think he wants you to go to jail either. So you guys need to work it out, and we'll try to explain to the other officer. So in the end, I get Gene to let him go. And then it's about 5 years later, he ended up cutting her head off. So I'm an idiot.
But there was an arrest after that.
Was that?
There was an arrest after that for the domestic violence.
Oh, he had multiple domestic violences after that. Yeah, but it was a start, and it was, it was because, I looked at that's O.J. Simpson. I'm not going to screw with his career. I'm not going to make things over something that, no guy should hit his wife. Should not do it. If you do it, you're an idiot, and you need to grow up. But at the time, I was young, and I just looked at it. I was like, I'm not going to take O.J. Simpson to jail. That's stupid. So. I did probably the wrong thing now that you look at it and, knowing what happened, but it happens. Everyone thinks because people are known or they know them, they see them on TV that, that they live a better life, a different life. Everybody, people are people, and people have anger issues, people have egos, people do stupid things. It's just part of, everyday life. And police officers make mistakes. I made a mistake. I probably shouldn't have talked to Gene out of take him. He probably should have, because maybe it would have, changed things. I don't think it would have, but
if it hadn't been OJ, do you think you would have arrested him?
No, I honestly don't. It's not like if she had marks, that's different. That's saying, hey, you're hitting me. But neither one of them had marks. And so there was nothing there. There was an argument. And look, you know what? I have probably the greatest marriage there is. And my wife is as great to me as anyone could be. But there's times where she can even get mad at me and I can get mad at her. And that's just, that's people. So, hitting and stuff, no. Words happens all the time.
It's funny because at that time, the domestic violence thing wasn't
quite as
big.
No,
so
it was getting there.
If you didn't have any visible marks, people argue. Sometimes people get loud. I say fuck you. Sometimes I slam the door for a cop to come and arrest me. Would be a fucking heartache, But that's what happens when you can't control yourself. What about the riots? Where the fuck were you when all that shit went down? So you're on the force 7 years, maybe 6 years.
Yeah, I was working on what's called Westboro Crash. I was working gangs at the time. And old video game on YouTube. It was what happened with the Rodney King thing and everything. The Lawrence Powell was a guy that I worked with, and I worked around him, and wasn't my favorite. And I even told supervisors, hey, you need to set him straight. He's very big when people have handcuffs on. I said, take the handcuffs off someone and see what it is. Don't. I told him, don't treat someone in a way that you wouldn't if you weren't wearing that badge. So if you're gonna walk up while you're wearing a t-shirt and jeans to that person and say that, go ahead, do it to me. That's the same thing. But if that's not the way you would act, then don't act that way as a police officer. So the whole thing happened with Rodney King, and then they got off, and I knew it was gonna blow up. There was not a doubt in my mind. There wasn't a doubt in my partner's mind. And we got called in. We were sent to Hollywood to work that night, and we got called immediately to Wilshire. They do we call it Code Alpha. That's to meet up. And I get to Wilshire Station. I pull in the parking lot at Wilshire Station, and we're there for 5 minutes. And all of a sudden, there's a Shell station that's right on the corner of La Brea and Venice, which is very close to the Wilshire Police Station. And you hear gunshots going off there. And I hear an officer comes out, the officer needs help over the radio. And we jump in our cars to go out, and the captain comes over the radio and says, no one leave the station, no one leave the station. And I was like, fuck you. And I went out the gates of that station and see the cars coming down. We get a little pursuit. There's actually a little shooting that happens off of it. And the games were on. And honestly, I was there for about 20 hours that first day. I had a blast. All the rules were off. I had a great time. I'm telling you right now, people were nuts. there was, you really had two. You had people that were trying to take what wasn't theirs. They didn't care about Rodney King. They didn't care about the police officers. They cared about getting freebies. They cared about what can I put in my, apartment or my house that didn't belong to me yesterday. And there was those people, and there was the people that were trying to keep what was theirs. And my job was to help the people trying to keep what was theirs and take care of the people that were doing the bad things. And all we would do is, man, we would grab hold and crush people down, have a bus come, and they'd throw them in. We'd send one officer to write a whole report with however many people it was, and I stayed out on the streets until they called me in. Probably about 10 o'clock the next morning, let me go home until 6 o'clock, and I was back at work. And for 2 days, I had a blast. It was the greatest time I ever had as a police officer. After that, it was boring.
How long did that last?
Well, the riots, like I said, 2 days it was really going. I mean, when I say it was going, it was, there was fires all over. They were burning, they would loot a store and burn it. Liquor stores were huge for them to go into. Any kind of appliance or electrical thing they were trying to break into, and pawn shops, always going after pawns because there was guns and things, and we were just going after people that were doing the bad things for the most part. They would go into 7-Elevens and raid the 7-Eleven and set it on fire. But what was really starting to happen is in the fire, LA, city fires, then calling even LA County Fire, and then just put out the fires. And then they were shooting at the firefighters and stuff, and so the firefighters couldn't get into the fires. And there was a lot going on for 2 days. After 2 days, it slowed down a lot.
Would it have changed if it was as live as internet as it was for Michael Brown? Would have been different.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
right? That's what I was just thinking.
The internet was just brand new then. I don't even think most people even had it. AOL was like, you got mail, and stuff. But it's at the time that it happened with everything, it would have been a different thing. Especially, and it's not so much the internet. It's like, it's this, and everywhere you go now, and this is what's funny about police work and stuff. Everywhere you go, people have a video camera. It's their phone, and like I said, it's no different than telling you treat people right. My son is an LA County sheriff. Okay, now, I told him don't be a police officer. He's stupid enough. He goes and does it, and he enjoys it. But I tell him wear a camera. I want you to wear a camera on. I want you every time you stop someone, every time you turn that thing on. Why? Because if you're not out there to screw people over, it's only going to protect you. It's going to show you when people say he did this. No, I didn't. And it takes care of all the complaints. And it used to be years ago, all of these, the ACLU and all these different, attorneys for defendants or whatever, would say, we want police officers to wear cameras. And a lot of police officers are like, I'm not wearing a camera. And it's like, why? If you got nothing to hide, what does it matter? And so now, a lot of departments are putting cameras on police officers. And all of their complaints are being thrown out because the officer goes, gets someone to complain about them. They have the camera. They show exactly what happened with that entire interaction. They go, the person's lying. And now, all of a sudden, the Association of Attorneys for Defendants now does not want police officers wearing cameras because it's costing them money because they're not getting the lawsuits. It's like, everything's about money. Everything when it comes to police work is being smart. Treat people the way you would want to be treated. If someone needs to be thumped, that means that they're asking to be thumped, thump them. But when they're done trying to hurt you, stop thumping them. You got rules. They don't. That's just the way it is. And you got to live by that. You got to understand. I have to play by a certain set of rules. As long as you understand that, it's a great job. It's something that's very fulfilling at times, and you can do a lot of good. Or you can sit there and be a dummy and go out there and think that you can rule the world the way you want to rule it. You're gonna end up pissing people off and getting yourself fired or put in jail.
Do you think the amount of money that officers make, because no one makes you become a cop, so you know what you're getting into pay wise when you sign up.
That's what's so funny. You get all these police officers and they all want to be rich. It's like, dude, you knew what you were signing up for when you freaking did it.
But do you think if they offered more money, which I know is hard because taxes are already high as they are, but if they were able to offer more money, they might be able to hire not I don't want to say better people, but people they wouldn't have to hire the people who are doing the bad stuff.
I would tell you this: the real problem with police departments and hiring is there's too many things that have gone on with people's rights too. Okay, I'm 6 foot. I was 6'4". I was 235 pounds when I was going through the academy. I was 280 pounds the entire time I was a police officer, up in 300, whatever. You know, there's certain people that they look at me and they don't even want to do the things that they're thinking because they go, it's not worth it. I might not win. But when you have someone come out and say, I am 3 foot 7 inches tall, but I have the right to be a police officer. Well, okay, yeah, I guess you do, but you have certain limitations. But courts and everything is now saying that this person at 3'7" can do everything that the 6'4" person is. Well, they can in certain ways. My wife was a police officer. I'm telling you, she's smarter than I am. Okay? She had a lot better attitude than I had. But there was that 1 to 2%. There's no way in the world she could deal with the way I could deal with it. It's just, you know, she knew, and I tried to teach her when she was going on. Being a police officer is about being smart. But, you know, I can tell you, you know, when they're in the academy, you know, they're taking her and they're putting her through all this training and stuff. And it's almost like going through the military. They're going to break you down and try to build you up and tell you that you can do these things. And it got to a point, you know, at one point, you know, she still thinks I'm an asshole for it, but, you know, she was getting to that point. She thought that she could actually do physically certain things to people. I said, and I told her, come here, choke me out. I'm going to sit here. Choke me out. Come on. They told you you can choke anyone else. Choke me out. And, you know, I sat there and she got mad at me. But that was the point of, you need to understand the truth. There's certain things that you can't do, you know, and to sit there and to say that anybody can choke another person out, that's just not true. Okay, that's just not the way it is. If someone really knows how to do it well, they have a chance against someone that doesn't have skill and how to either defend it or anything. Yeah, there's always that, but there's always somebody out there that can beat you. And if you think that everybody's created equal, they're not. And, you know, you need to be smart enough to realize there are limitations in everything. There's limitations when it comes to being a school teacher and what certain people can do and what certain people can't. Everyone can do the job of teaching, but is everybody the same? No, and it's the same with being a police officer. And departments are forced to hire people that probably shouldn't be police officers. And then when they're going through academies and when they're failing tests that are absolutely important to public safety, but that person has the right to have an attorney go to court and say, no, they shouldn't have been fired because it's not the real world in the academy. And the real world is what's going to take it. So what you're saying is you want to put this person out on the street and let them do this in the real world. So then when they actually do either shoot someone they shouldn't have shot, or what's worse to me is they don't shoot somebody who needs to be shot because they are taking the life of somebody else. And that's what really happens, is then you allowed someone to die to now say, well, maybe we shouldn't have this person. You can't do that, but that's what occurs, and that's what's wrong with the way things are.
But as somebody who's gone through the system, has gone the other way, female police officers offer a different thing. They offer a calming effect. If I see Big John coming at me, no. If I see Mrs. Mac coming at me, that's because you're having different thoughts. You're thinking, you see Miss Mac coming at you, you're going, yeah, baby. No. When I see Mrs. Mac coming at me, I have the natural woman thing. Mom, you know, she's not going to mess with me.
That's because you're a good guy.
Yeah, but I got locked up, and I did this for.
Being locked up doesn't mean you're a bad guy.
No, I understand.
There's actually, in my opinion, there is about 2% of society, okay, that they're bad people. They're bad. Okay, that's 2%. And maybe it could be even less than that. There could be 45% that have gone to jail. And those 47%, they're not bad people. They just made a mistake, and we all make mistakes. But
I just made a felony mistake.
Hey, you got caught for it.
Yeah,
there's plenty of people who haven't got caught.
Oh yeah, but you're gonna get caught. You're always gonna get caught.
If you continue,
you're always gonna get caught. You're always gonna get caught. You got to be an idiot not to think. That's why they give you the paroles and the long probation. When Chris Brown got the 6-year probation, I knew that fucking moron was gonna get in trouble again. I knew it. It doesn't take a fucking genius.
But see, you look and you go, why do you know him? Because he thinks he's above everyone. He thinks that he's different. He's not different. He shits like everyone else. He freaking puts his pant legs on one at a time. But he thinks he's different, and he should be able to be on a different standard. No, you're a person. You're an idiot. You hit a girl. You hit a pretty girl, a girl that you should be respecting and taking care of. I don't care if she got mad at you. I don't care if she pissed you off. She could have said that you're a terrible person. Doesn't mean that you should put your hands on her. You're not better than everybody.
That's just the way I fucking think. No, it's being a cop is a hard job. Yep. And all the press that you see for a guy like me that's been on the other side, and I'm telling you that being a cop is something. I've seen cops get jumped on. I've fucking seen it. I've seen how quick something happens. It happens fucking quick, Jack. There's no hold on. There's no bow. There's no let me grab your gi and flip you. There's nothing. It happens. It just, and you see it and you have to react with a certain way. And I have a lot of respect for cops and teachers. I think that's the two hardest fucking job in society. You got to deal with people. You have to make calls on the dime, and you're always going to get criticized about that call, whether it's right or wrong. Whether it's right or wrong. They want teachers to have guns now.
Really?
They want some teachers.
Yeah, because you got idiots coming into school that are armed trying to hurt, people that are innocent people. Yeah, I could see putting. You know what? I don't have a problem with it. A good teacher that has had an established career that wants to be armed to help with security if someone comes into their school, I don't have a problem. I hate to say it, everyone gets on this fix about guns. And, I could take a gun right now and put it in the middle of this table. And, no one's going to get shot because the gun's not going to jump up and shoot anybody. It's only the idiot controlling it that shoots somebody. And you know what? You can sit there and you can say, well, we're going to legislate, we're going to take it away. You can't take them away. They're out there. To sit there and think that everyone has a registered weapon, you're an idiot. Anybody that wants to get something, they can get it. It's just, it's out there. So if you think you're going to legislate, those away, it's never going to happen. They will always have the ability to have that gun to go in. Now, no one does have one. It's about educating people. It's about having people that sit there and a teacher that says, I'd rather be armed. Look, I got friends that are pilots. There's a Mark Smith who is a MMA referee working in Nevada, works UFC events. We're talking a guy here that was in the Air Force. He was on the Thunderbirds. All right, dude. You realize what that is to get to that level of an F-16 fighter pilot, that you're part of the Thunderbirds and stuff like that. And this guy is flying at Southwest. You know what? He should be armed. You know what? He's not going to hurt anybody that doesn't need to be hurt. Everybody that steps on that plane deserves protection from one idiot that wants to create an incident. And you know what? Sometimes it takes a guy, that's in there that is armed. And if that's what it takes to arm a pilot, arm a teacher that is a solid person in their job, do it.
When you became a police officer, in your heart, did you really think you could make a difference?
I always kind of laughed at people that said, I'm here to
make a difference. And
I just want to help people. I want to make a difference. It's like, for the most part, when people are contacted by police officers, it's a bad day. I don't care what it is. Either somebody did something to you that you're calling the police, and so something bad has happened, or the police are coming and they're knocking on your door and now they're taking control and custody of you. It's a bad day. Police officers are there to keep the peace. They're there to make sure that crimes don't occur. They're there if a crime does occur, let's try to find the person that created that crime that's a problem, that is a problem for other people in our community, so we can separate them from it and hopefully have the community be safe. From that person. That's what we're there for. But you're never going to be that person that people want to see, because it's always a bad day that they're seeing you. It's just the way it is. Every now and then we get to I would go at Christmas time. I would go out and I'd have a bunch of stuffed toys, and I would just stop my kids and I would let them come to my trunk and take a stuffed toy or something like that. That's a nice contact, but that's just not the reality of what being a police officer is.
That's I know if I became a cop, it'd be to help, just to really do the little things that I don't see people doing anymore, or cops doing anymore. I don't see that interaction with cops, especially in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of I know no cops, Now there's another rep, but the pony isn't the guy, a sheriff.
Mike Beltran is LA County Sheriff.
A sheriff. He's narcotics and all that stuff.
Yep.
So, right.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with him. Now, before you became a cop, you got involved with jiu-jitsu?
No, I got involved with jiu-jitsu when I was a police officer. I was, let's see, I want to say back in 1991, 91 or so. I had a friend that he did judo, and I used to wrestle and I boxed, and we would work out, and but when it came to throwing, he couldn't throw me off of things, but if you put the gi on me, he could throw me. And he was the one that told me about this family from Brazil. He goes, "There's these guys, they're from Brazil." He goes, "They like to fight on the ground. You would love them." He goes, I can't think of it. They're down in the South Bay. He says, "They're out of a garage." And so I was like, yeah, okay. And then I've gone to do a lot of different martial arts and stuff. My dad growing up hated martial arts. My dad loved boxing and loved amateur wrestling. Professional wrestling, he would not let me watch. I'd sneak it because he would never let me watch it because that's fake, that's bull. My dad was all into what he thought was real and what really worked in a fighting situation was big to him. That his son did wrestling and boxing, and so that's what I grew up with. And then when I ended up meeting Orion Gracie, and I fell in love with jiu-jitsu. The first guy that I ever rolled with was Hoyce. That was my first go, and they said, "Well, what do you want?" I said, "Whatever you want to do," And he said, "Well, let's just roll first," And I was on top, and I had him in a cradle, and I was like 290 pounds at the time. He was, 180 pounds. And I was like, these guys, I was thinking to myself, these guys are nothing, And he's sitting there and he's breathing, and I'm creating a lot of pressure, and I'm squeezing, I'm driving my weight into him. And he's wiggling his leg, and he's moving and moving and moving. And I end up taking my arm trying to move it out. And he tells me, he says, he gives me this line, and he says, and he's breathing like, wow. And he goes, "Oh, my friend, you see movie Rocky, right?" And I kind of laugh. I'm like, "Did he talk to me?" And he said, "Everyone thinks he lose too." And within about a minute, he's got me in an armbar. And I tap out of it because they told me, if something's actually hurt, tap out. Okay. And I just looked at him, "How'd you do that?" Because I didn't know how he did it. I knew that he swung his body around, but I was thinking I was going to take it back. And he swung, and all of a sudden my arm was going straight. And I was like, "How'd you do it?" And I fell in love with it. And from that moment, I started going. And I started going just because it was something new, and it was this whole element of joint manipulations that I had never been experienced to. Some of the wrestling, is intertwined with it, but theirs was totally different because wrestling, when I was taught to wrestle, it was a grind. It was about how hard I could drive into you, how much I could crush you, how much I could run you and make things hard. It was what we called the grind. And everything that they did was about, "Oh, my friend, you work too hard. Oh, my friend, take it easy, relax." And that was the part I had a hard time with, because that was what they kept on saying. You relax. You're going too hard, It's the only thing I knew how to do at the time, and I just was intrigued by it, and I stayed with it. I just loved it.
And you still go?
No. I mean,
you got the black belt, though.
Yeah.
And everything still.
Yeah. Eventually, I got a black belt, but that's just, I think been more out of it's kind of like the actor that never won anything. And they say, "Yeah, you acted. Here's a reward for lifetime achievement." So, I look at it as I could roll. I know what I'm doing. I know how to teach someone. I love jiu-jitsu. I got to a point I didn't care about the black belt. I really didn't. And I looked at it my ideas were, it's not about the belt. It's about, because, and the reason I was saying that, I was, with guys. And I was at that time, even early UFCs, I was rolling with all the fighters. And Mark Coleman, I rolled with Mark Coleman. That dude was so freaking strong and such a beast. He didn't have a belt. Well, he's an Olympic level wrestler, but he got no belt. So at a certain point, I was like, I don't care about the belt. It's about how well you do. It's about what you know. It's about how well you can do it. It's about how well you can make somebody else do it. And that's, eventually, I got the belt, and that's nice. But then it's just a giant target on your back, and everyone wants to tap you out. So if you put on a gi and you go on the thing, it's like everyone's like, I want to roll with you. Okay. And it's like, here, let's go. Right? We'll go hard. I said, no, go. Here we go. And I do that. I tap real quick, right? And they go, what are you doing? I said, I know you wanted to tap me, so there it was. Now let's roll. Right? And so it's like, I have a good time with it. I love the sport. I love jiu-jitsu because it changed my life. It really did. It calmed me down. And one thing that it really did is it changed who I was as far as importance of. For years, I was that guy that I walked around, and I'm a nice person. I like everybody, but if you gave me that look, I would be the first one to look back, and I'm going to start to target you because that was who I was. And the jiu-jitsu changed me. It was like, who cares? Yeah, you can beat me, whatever, But it really changed who I was. It calmed me down. It made me a lot better person.
It's doing that for me. I'm terrible. See? I don't have a belt, and I don't want a belt. I just want to breathe. I just go to breathe.
I'm all about people wanting to achieve. And if that belt is what you think is your achievement point that you want, awesome, do it. Let's go from white to blue to purple to brown to black. I don't care. That's great. There's just certain people. BJ got his black belt in 4 years. I have a girl, that's been with me at my gym, forever. Felicia, she got hers in 4 years, 3.5 years. Got hers even faster than BJ. And she was phenomenal and was a phenomenal competitor and, just did an incredible job. But it's not about that. It's not about getting to that point. It's about the journey. That's what's important, and it's what you learn during that journey and the amount of time and effort you put into that journey and the routes that it takes you and the people that you meet and the things that occur. That's what the life of being a martial artist and studying whatever it is, whether it's jiu-jitsu or judo or kempo or whatever it is you like. That's why you do it. It's not to be the guy that, can go out and beat up anybody and say, look, there's always going to be, like I said before, there's always somebody out there that's going to whip your ass. That is just the way it is. And if you think that that's going to be what's going to cover your butt, black belt, great. I think Coy said it best, but black belt covers about 2 inches of your ass. There's a whole lot exposed. So, you need to understand that it's about experiencing a system and a lifestyle that calms you, centers you, makes you just a better person. That's what I think it's about.
Boy, it enhanced my comedy. It's made me way better as a comic. I see something.
How did it do that? You got to tell me on that.
To me, when I first rolled onto jiu-jitsu, I was 49 years old. I'm still overweight. When I first did a hip escape, I thought I was going to die. When I was first told to do that first hip escape down that roll, I thought I was going to die. I had never established. And I played tackle football. I played high school basketball. I did it all. I thought that was just amazing. I thought I was going to die. The first 3 times I went to jiu-jitsu, I thought I was going to die. I really did. There were parts where I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is ridiculous. I got to take aspirins and write a will if I keep coming for this shit because I'm going to fucking die. But I liked it so much, and I was so bad at it, and it brought me back to comedy. When you first get into comedy, after about a year, you're stuck. And you're like, I can't wait to perform at the punchline. I can't wait, but you can't. You can't. You're not ready. You're frustrated, and that's what I am now. It frustrates me. This time I'm like, fuck it, I'm not gonna go because I'm never gonna get better. But it's like I gotta go to get better. When I walk outside jiu-jitsu and I say this in front of Mrs. Mack, I got the biggest dick in the world. When I finish an hour and a half class, for me, feel good about yourself. It's so fucking hard for me. When they grab me and I'm on the bottom and a guy's bead falls in my eye and his sweat's burning my fucking eye and I can't breathe and I don't know. And that, to me, is where you want to be put every day because everything else seems easy, nothing. Traffic on the 405, bitch, I had a 200-pound guy going for my fucking neck for an hour and a half. I got to look straight ahead for 3 weeks. I can't even look, these little things. When I walk out of jiu-jitsu, you can't stop me. that hour, that's better than cocaine, that's better than sex. It's better than anything I ever, because I know how hard it is for me. I know how hard it is for me. I see 20-year-olds fucking dying, drenched, sweating. So I know a 52-year-old doing it that's 100 pounds overweight that's never done it. If I would have wrestled in high school, 2 years of college, okay, I would have had some basics. I know, I get somebody with neon belly. I go for a fucking ride. Hegan loves neon belly. Neon belly. How many times I've landed on my fucking head alone, too? Oh, my God, but I'll go back. And I said it on the Rogan podcast that this, to me, I know I suck now. I'm horrible at fucking jiu-jitsu. Oh, it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter to me because I know I'm going to get better. Just like it makes me doing the comedy for all those years taught me that I could do this. It's just going to click one day. It might take 3 years. It might take 6 years. It might take 8 years. But one day it's all going to come together. The movements, the fucking sweeps, I'm going to get it. Now you get on top of me. It takes me 20 minutes to think about. By the time the bell goes off, I still didn't. What was I supposed to do? Let me give some shout outs real quick. Oh shit, Lisa, yeah, how you feeling? Good, right? Good, buddy. It's a beautiful day to be alive. You're with the Jews. I want to remind you of something. I got to tell you about this thing I watched the other day, this documentary, because it had to do a lot with the police. Sean Jones, I love you, cocksucker. Paul Lynch, Renee Encarnacion, the Puerto Ricans, Lister Thomas, Paul Cresta, 2323, Philip Fletcher, Don Wrangler, and Eric Castaneda. I love you, cocksuckers. Have a great week. Anybody see the documentary Rob? No. Oh shit!
What's it about?
Oh. It's about Ken Norton, and Muhammad Ali. Oh, third fight at Bronx in the Bronx.
That was at Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium. Horrible. Oh my God.
Norton won. I remember watching that fight. I was like, I couldn't believe they gave it to Ali. Ali could not handle Norton's style.
Oh my God, Norton was hitting him. Yep. If you think LeVar Johnson hits fucking hard, oh my God, Norton was big, athletic, and his technique. That overhand right he was throwing was fucking brutal. You could hear it. Just every time he hit his arms or something, you could just hear it. But it wasn't what was going on in the stadium. That's what this documentary is about. It was about what was going on outside the stadium with the New York Police Department.
Right.
How they couldn't handle it. Oh, you got to see this shit.
I gotta watch it.
So what happened was all these people, to get a ticket to go see a boxing match, 1970, it was still $50. $50 is a lot of money. $100 is like $1,000 now, So all these people came up from the suburbs, and they just wanted to get robbed. And there were so many people getting robbed. It was the time with the Warriors, all those gangs in New York. So all these gangs were there robbing people. And there's a part where the newscaster guy goes, I remember being outside and people getting taken down and yelling for the police. But the police were so overwhelmed, they were just turning their backs to people. Oh my God.
I couldn't do that.
No, me neither. I don't know how. The one cop goes, there was a point where there were 75 people, and I was there by myself. Cops were all over running, breaking up fights. People were taking cars. He goes, it was just one of the worst nights ever in New York, but it wasn't about the fight. It was about all these people that had just been humiliated, robbed. They took their jewelry, their cash on the way out because the cops hadn't planned for it. Like they had never really. Bob Arum was the promoter. Bob Arum was crying in it. He's like, I felt terrible. He goes, first I got this Ken Norton crying. Ken Norton was fucking crying. He's a man, a grown man, bigger than LeVar Johnson. I keep saying LeVar Johnson. Is that his name?
Yeah.
LeVar Johnson. He's not in the UFC no more.
No, he's a Bellator.
Bellator now. He fucking huge, this guy. With him,
good guy.
Gorilla, he got shot. He's a confident boy.
Yeah, he got shot.
He's a confident
boy. At a family party. It was at a family party. I think it was in Fresno.
Oh, wasn't here? He's not from down here?
No, he's from Fresno area, and he was up just at a party, and people drove by, and words exchanged, and he got shot.
You were also here for the heyday of gangs.
Oh, yeah.
You really think about it.
Absolutely.
Now, when I did time in Colorado, I did time with a Crip.
Mm-hmm.
Really, and I know you're looking at me crazy, really good guy. Really good guy. I mean, I really like this kid. He was just a young kid. He had grown up in Compton. That's all he knew, drugs.
You know what?
That's all he knew.
Absolutely. What people don't understand is, and I would get kids, they're stuck because they're going to school. they don't want to be part of a gang, and every day at school they're getting brutalized. They're getting beat up. They're getting their stuff taken, and they're getting it done by gang members. And there's one way to keep it from happening: either be part of that gang or part of the gang that is going to protect you from it. And eventually, they just succumb to it and say, I need help. And those people are, to them, their family at the time, and they start to do it, and then things occur out of it, and they start making bad decisions because they have to. You know, if you want to be part of the gang, you're going to have to do certain things, and you're going to sell drugs, and you're going to rob, and you're going to do some things that are not good. And, you know, there's all kinds of people, you know, that I ran into, and not all of them are bad. Maybe a gang member, but they're not all bad. They just make poor decisions. And those poor decisions affect their lives, and sometimes for the rest of their life.
You were here for Colors also, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Colors.
That was when I was working gangs when Colors came out. Now, all my friends are in that stupid movie.
Now the guy that they based that off, did they base it off a certain cop or something like that?
No, they based it off of South Bureau Crash, which was you know, our acronym for our gang, and it was Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. Everything in LAPD is some stupid acronym. But that was what the Crash was, and Sean Penn became friends with a friend of mine named Dennis Fanning.
He did the show.
Yeah,
he did the podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how I met him.
And he, you know, he became friends with Dennis, and Dennis was part of South Bureau Crash at the time, and to start talking to him, and then took him on a ride along, and that's how the whole thing really started. And he was, you know, the main star of the show and stuff, but. Oh, there's a lot of guys. Dennis is in the movie. He's in there a couple of times and stuff. So I make fun of him. He's from Chicago originally. You know, just a tough, you know, thick-headed Irishman, just like, you know, other guys I know. But you know, Dennis was just a great guy, and his pen just fell in love with him as far as what he did as a police officer out on the streets. You know, you know, I took quite a few stars out on ride-along, we would call them. They would go out and actually work, you know, see us work. And there was ones that were hysterical. You know, I can't remember the one guy's name. He was in. There was the movie with Richard Gere, where he was. I want to say Internal Affairs. Yeah, he was the husband of the wife that Richard was doing, and he came out and I scared him to death.
Andy Garcia.
No, it wasn't. It was the other guy. Cassavetes is his name. Last name. I can't think of his first name.
Nick.
Yeah, I want to say Nick Cassavetes, and he was, you know. He went out and ride along with me and watched what we were doing, and we got into a little pursuit. And he goes, "That's it. You got to take me back. I can't take this. I'm going to have a heart attack out here." You know, and it was, you know, you drive fast. Sometimes it's scary, sometimes it's fun, but the adrenaline rush is what makes you go back. It's
have scary days, Sean.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Anyway,
Shot at?
Absolutely.
No shit.
Oh yeah. No one hit me though, so I'm good.
You see people's reaction when the gun goes off. It's just fucking crazy when the cop isn't prepared for that.
You know what? You need to always, you always need to be in a position where you don't get surprised by a lot. And there's times when it can happen because you can get into what we call ambush situations, and you can drive into something and it can shock you. But, you know, to sit there and say, you know, don't be afraid, that's stupid. You know, there's certain emotions that we all have. And, you know, I talk about fear all the time. And I don't care if it's fear of a situation, a person, whatever it's going to be. Fear is a normal thing. You know, it's a good thing. It helps you. It makes you aware. It tells you something's wrong here. There are other emotions that are out there, like panic. That's a stupid emotion. If you panic, you're relying on an emotion that's going to do absolutely nothing for you. It's going to only lead you into a worse situation. So, you know, people talk about being courageous and heroes and all that stuff. You know, to me, a courageous person, you know, there's no courageous people that didn't have fear. Because if you weren't afraid, there's nothing to be courageous about. So it's, you know, you go and you do certain situations and you walk out of it. And it's one of the reasons where a lot of people sit there and they'll talk about, oh, police officers make, you know, fun of things. They joke. You have to, you know, because things occur and you got to laugh about them and you got to make jokes about it because you see things. You know, there's a certain, again, element of society that, you know, does things to other people that you end up having to see the end results of it. And it's a nasty world at times. And, you know, the average person will never see those things. And, you know, sometimes you got to make jokes because it's your only way of dealing with it, because it's no different than being in, you know, military personnel and going downrange and seeing things. The average person has no idea what those military personnel people are doing, what they're seeing. To have a friend that you're talking to, and the next thing is, there's an explosion going off, and you see pieces of them, and they're screaming out. Those are things that you just don't forget. It doesn't leave your mind. It's not, we move on to the next day. They stay with you forever. And there's certain things as a police officer, they're going to stay with you forever. Things that you see, things that you do. Some you're proud of, some you're not. That's just part of the job.
So what makes you go back then? Like if you see like your friend blown up or someone shoots at you, if that were me, I'd be applying for car dealerships or anything like that.
That's okay. But you know what? And again, it's no different than there is, like I said, there's a rush, and everybody's different. There's people that are out there that I love excitement. I like doing what other people think are scary. It's not scary to me. Fighters. You look at people. People look at fighters and they go, "Oh my God, I couldn't imagine, knowing I was going to get in a fight and stuff," because they look at it in their own world and they're scared to death of a physical confrontation with another human being because they've kind of had it happen. They've had that feeling, that rush of adrenaline has gone through them, and all of a sudden they're shaking and they can't stop it. And they go, "Why would anyone want that?" And they think that's what the fighter gets. And that's not what a professional fighter gets. The fighter's doing things different, but the fighter gets a drug. And this is why a lot of them can't stop, is when you walk out into an arena that's got 17, 20,000 people, and all of a sudden the lights go down and this music comes on, it's your music, and you're bouncing, and all of a sudden you're coming out, everyone's wanting to touch you, everyone's screaming your name, everything is going on. It is a drug that you can get nowhere else. And you can't bottle it, you can't smoke it. It is a drug that only they understand. And when they stop doing it, the drug goes away. And that's why you see a lot of them going back. Well, it's the same thing with sometimes with police work, depending upon what kind of officer you are and what you're doing. 98% of it is boring. But 2%, if you're a hardworking cop and you're getting into things, that 2%, that's a drug. And if you're that guy that likes that drug, you always want to go back to it.
Putting away somebody for me would be a great day. Saving somebody's life. A cat out of a fucking tree. Talking to a kid that got bullied. Those would be the things that would make my day as a cop.
But that's good.
That's good. That's
making a kid feel good. And again, it's it's like everyone looks at bullying. It's God damn. I mean, everybody. I don't care who. Everybody has been bullied. If they say no, they're lying. I was bullied. I bullied people, I'm sure. There's people. I actually went to a high school, 30-year high school reunion, so I could tell a guy, "Hey, I just want to tell you I'm sorry. I was a turd." And he didn't show up. And then I see him. I actually see him at a fight. He comes up and he says, "God." And I tell him, I said, "Dude, I just want to tell you, hey, I'm sorry for the way I treated you." He goes, "You were awesome to me, right?" And I'm like, "No, I was a shithead." And he goes, "I don't remember that." You don't remember it because I do. I was a turd. But everyone is bullied because it's part of human nature. If kids, you watch them and if they can start to dominate something, they do. It's what happens, and it's to sit there and tell people, "Oh, we've got this new problem." It's not a new problem. It's been going on for centuries.
The only thing I would say is, and especially because I went through it, and I'm the biggest. I'm not anti-technology, anti-internet at all. I'm the biggest nerd in the world. But if I had to go through some of the stuff I went through, and wasn't able to go home and get away from it, if I was going online and seeing it more and more at night, I can see why people get upset. And the kids killing themselves is a lot more drastic than I would ever think I would do. But if it's nonstop, all weekend, all night, I can see where that
online, you mean?
Yeah, like Facebook and instant messaging
But that's why there's karate.
But and that there you go. See, and this is what, for that kid that you're talking about, you're right. It seems like it's everything.
Right.
It's their world. Their world is falling apart, and they have no idea how to stop it. And it's, the one thing I love out of my gym is, the kid program. And all the kids that I have had, you know, I've been open now for 8, 9 years, and some of these kids I've had since they were, 4 years old, 5 years old, and now they're young men. They don't have problems. Now, and, part of it is we tell them, if I ever find out you are doing things to other people just because you can, I'm going to fall on you. I'm just telling you straight out. Your job is to protect those people. Your job is to be the guy that tells everyone, hey, let him be. And put your arm around it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm always, hey, I'll be your friend. That's your job. But the kids that I have, they have such confidence because they know that if someone does do something, they're not alone. They know that they can do something. Now, they're not supposed to go out and do it, but there's a kid who's been in my gym forever. He just, as a freshman in high school, I was lucky enough to get wrestling going in the Santa Clarita Valley where I lived for a long time. It's where my gym's at, because for 38, 39 years, it was no wrestling in that valley. Great football, everything, no wrestling. It took me forever to get wrestling back in that valley. This is the first year they have had an actual one high school. Valencia High has a wrestling team for the first year. They came in second in their in the freelance league, which is everybody together, which allowed them to put 4 kids to CIF. And one of the kids, as a freshman, just took second. He got beat by a senior who was ranked second in the state in the last minute of the 3rd round. And so it's a freshman. Now, this kid is phenomenal. And everything he has learned, he's learned at my place, but he is confident in everything he does. He's got a sister that is gorgeous, and she's being bullied. And her parents brought her into me for me to sit down and talk to her about, look, this is what you need to do. This is what and I brought up her brother. I said, tell me, how many people, I said, your brother's younger. How many people are picking on Chance? She goes, nobody. They're all afraid of him. I go, why? Because he picks on him? She goes, no, they just know. I go, he has confidence. I want you to have confidence too. Because the more confident you are as far as who you are as a person, doesn't mean you have to be confident that you can beat people up. But the more confident about who you are as a person and what you stand for, the better off you're going to be in everything you do.
That's why the jiu-jitsu's helping with that.
That's exactly it.
That's why.
That's it.
Let me give a shout out to sponsors. We'll get you out of here, John. John, that was, listen, man. I'll get you back here again and we'll talk MMA bullshit. But for right now, I want to get
it was nice not talking
Yes,
about
no, that's what I figured. I figured you talk about MMA every fucking day of the week, or jiu-jitsu. Let's talk about the police thing. It was very interesting to me. And when I saw that, I thought you were a cop from 91. I was like, I could. Because I was just telling Lee when OJ killed his wife, I was living in Boulder, and I was going through a divorce, and I wanted to kill that bitch. But I was watching this whole OJ thing very fucking closely to see how I was going to get away with my fucking murder.
See if I was going to use a Bronco or maybe a Blazer.
That to me, I've read all those books. I wanted to be, before I got my felony, John, I wanted to be a lawyer. I got it, I got into the University of Colorado, and as a Latin, they were going to let me into the law school. I would have to take a test, and I got the felony, and I got in trouble. So I read all those things. I read the Tupac book out of Rampart. I read all the OJ information I could. I watched Law and Order. That's my favorite fucking show of all time. When my mother died, I moved in with a family, and the middle child was a cop. I hung out with the younger guy, but the middle guy sold pot when we were kids, and I was always tight with him. And one day he became a cop. He cleaned up his life and became a cop. And he had the 12 to 8 shift, and he would tell me, I get bored out there. You want to ride around? And he would pick me up at 12. I was a sophomore in high school. I'd go buy a 6-pack of Coors Light, and I'd just sit in his car and I'd drinking the beers. He'd be with the speed gun, seeing the cars go by, and he'd go, 80, what do you think? 78, what do you think? And then if he got a bad call, he would drop me off and he would go do it. But I've always had, even though I had trouble growing up, I always had a certain respect for cops. I don't like hearing about it. I want to see your side of the fucking fence, it's funny you said that about when we get pulled over. We think, I robbed a jewelry store one time, okay? Before we robbed the jewelry store, the jewelry was going to go in the trunk. But when we robbed the jewelry store, The trunk wouldn't fucking open. Wouldn't fucking open. Now we got this thing of jewelry. The people going, run back, call the police. And we throw the jewelry in the back seat. My friend sitting the one guy sits here, one guy sits here. I sit in the back seat. I can't even see my feet. It's covered with all the jewelry. We're pulling away. We hear the sirens coming. We pull up to a red light, and we see a cop coming at us. And he stops at the red light, even though his things are on, because he's got things. And all of a sudden, you hear ching, and the trunk just opened up by itself right in front of the cop. I'm like, they gotta fucking pull us over now. The guy just went right through. We didn't get away with it. We got picked up weeks later. One night I was driving around with a friend of mine, and we were fucking tanked. And we had a spackle bucket. We were 18. We had a spackle bucket, and we were drinking. He wasn't drinking, but I was drinking with my buddies in the car. He was like, he had hepatitis or some shit, so he couldn't drink. So we were smoking coke and getting fucked up. It was 5 in the morning. Cop pulled us over. He's looking in the back seat. I mean, I thought I would have just been getting out of jail now. And all of a sudden, he got a call. And he goes, just drive fucking slow next time. And he took off rolling. So you never know. Sometimes you do. I mean, I don't know how many times I'll see lights and just from my normal, me being me, claiming responsibility, I go, that guy's going to pull me over because he probably saw me looking at my phone 3 blocks down.
I have a panic attack whenever there's sirens in the songs. Like in a song, like a lot of rap songs that have sirens in it. And I freak out like when I'm driving late. Oh, it's terrifying.
When you hear a siren in a song, you don't know it's supposed to be, and you're looking around, it's fucking loud. I want to give a shout out to my main people over at Onnit.com, optimizing motherfuckers with their ready minerals and all the stuff they got to make you better. Like I've said it 1,000 times, man. If you go into a Chinese restaurant and the pork fried rice sucks, everything else is going to suck, right or wrong. Onnit, their alpha brand is their trademark. It's the whole show. It's the whole kabang. It's got 100% money back guarantee, and we don't even want the fucking pills back. So if it don't help you, 100% guarantee, and take it from there. If as far as minerals are concerned, I'll get you 10% off. The weight, the battle ropes, you're on your fucking own. Go to Onnit.com in the box. Lee Presley. Church, bitches. CHURCH. Get 10% off. They also have to stay on the program. It gets delivered right to your house. Is Joe giving you any of that stuff? No. Somebody just called me and say, "You're not talking to Joe. Give me some mushroom thing. Those fucking mushrooms make me go crazy when I'm rolling." He's 50. The guy goes, "I rolled for 3 hours on those fucking largest set mushrooms." They call Shroom Tank Sport, and Sport or Immune. And the Sport, supposedly, man, fucking people go crazy on those things. They just roll for hours. Iron Dragon TV. Classic martial art films, Yip Man, what's the other guy? Jackie Chan, Tai Chi Hero. They just keep adding on titles, 4K technology. Iron Dragon TV has got it going on. If you're into classic martial art films, go to Iron Dragon TV. If you mention my name, what do they put in the box? Joey, Joey, J-O-E-Y. You get 2 free movies for free. These guys got 30 years of martial art films there. This martial art thing started in 1968, and these guys got all the films. Mafia films, one-armed swords, and shit like that. Go to IronDragonTV.com today. Again, you're thinking of quitting smoking, eat cigarettes. Hit e-cigarettes. What the fuck is it? Hit e-cigarettes. HitE-cigarettes.com right now. They got the cigar. I don't know where the hell it is. I got to bring some more from the house. And they got the little e-pens you can smoke. E-cigarettes you can smoke from 24 milligrams down to 0 if you're thinking of quitting. Go to HitE-cigs.com and press in. Joey's Church. Oh, shit. You get 20% off your first order. Also, NailedItLife.com. They ain't fucking around with their wax. Go to NailedItLife.com. Oil and wax. Go to the page and see what they got to offer you. Also on the vape pen, you get 20% off. And that's how we do it. Put in Joey Diaz. That's right. JoeyDiaz. Don't forget I'm at Crackers Thursday. The following week I'm in Hilarities in Cleveland. And the following week I'm in Sacramento. But let's just worry about fucking Indianapolis this weekend. Bring your snorkels, cocksuckers. It's going deep. Where are you this weekend?
Next weekend, I got to go to Connecticut for Bellator on Friday, and I got to get my ass back here for the UFC on Saturday.
So you're doing Saturday. You're doing Lilith Fair.
Friday and Saturday.
As they're doing it. They're calling it Lilith Fair. Lilith Fair. That's what the guys MMA junkie are calling it. That's it, my brother.
That's it. All right.
Big John. Hey, who loves you more than me? Thank you very much, man, for doing this for me.
My pleasure, brother.
I've been dying to get you on, and happy you came down. Very interesting police stories. I love all these.
It's very cool. It's a big hot button issue right now, and a lot of people have a lot of negative things to say, and a lot of it's warranted. When you see some of the videos, a lot of the
Some of it is.
But you don't get to hear the other point of view.
If you've known me on the show, I always talk about something, and I never brought it up because before I could judge it, I got to be in that fucking car. I don't know what happened in St. Louis. I know kind of what happened in Staten Island with the guy that choked him.
I didn't like that one.
I didn't like that one. In St. Louis, I don't know what happened. And it's like everything, it's their word against mine, mine against theirs. Who the fuck knows?
Right.
Half the people didn't know Michael Brown. They're out there looting again. It's an excuse to do. It's what's the old saying? Adage that our moms just say, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
It's true.
And that's what these things add up to be. At least that's what I see. But anyway, who gives a fuck what I see? Big John, Mrs. Mac, I love you. Looking good with the new hair. Look at you. You're a savage. Not new hair, but you let it grow out. It looks fucking sensational. You smell good too. Lisa, don't forget, it snowed in fucking Israel.
Did it really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it snowed in
north?
Jerusalem. Yeah.
Oh, in Jerusalem? Wow, that's like in the middle. Wow.
Right, fucking cross right there. What's that?
Almost.
What do you got today?
Today I got nothing. I got a blog coming out tomorrow.
Okay.
So thank you. I got a lot of nice emails about the blog and the podcast. So thank you.
Takes care of you, man. I fucking tell you this shit. I love you guys. See you Tuesday at 3. We got a gang member Tuesday at 3. So we're gonna balance this motherfucker out this week. All right. Stay black. Have a great week. Start your Monday off on the right foot. Stay black, people. Bye.
Go to onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off of all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, Shroom Immune, and Shroom Sport. Go to hitecigs.com and better tasting, longer lasting proof is in the vape. Use code word Joey's Church to get 20% off. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals. And go to NeldLife.com and use code word Joey to get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market.
Non-surgical, painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni.
Oh shit, Lee. What do you think of that, motherfuckers?
I think you're fired up today.
Church of what's happening now. I got my main man Lee in studio. My main man Doc. What's your last name? Doc?
Willis.
Willis? It is Doc Willis. I was like, who the fuck? I thought that was like a baseball player or some shit. What's up, D? Good to have you here. I've been a fan of yours for a long fucking time.
Man, I'm more of a fan of you.
Love you like a motherfucker. What's up with you, sucker?
Not much. I had a kind of easy day.
Okay. You got an easy day, everything.
I
You get up at fucking 8, then you sit there till 10, and then I call you at 2. What are you doing? I'm here. What the fuck are you doing? Get up, out.
I worked on a blog. They put out a blog yesterday.
You did? You put it out already?
Yeah.
That's why I love you, bro.
A blog.
Oh, blog.
Yeah.
You don't fuck around.
Trying to do some writing.
Trying. You letting the beard, bro. You going to Florida this week and you have the bikini ready?
No, my dad goes nowhere near a pool.
How about SPF number 10? You know, that shit.
No, he got a pound of locks.
A pound of locks for you guys.
Yeah, he called me today. He's like, I think I got too much locks. I got a pound.
It's a pound
and 6 bagels.
It's gonna last till Sunday.
Well, yeah, we're gonna be there. Well, we're gonna eat
bagels today.
Yeah.
What's wrong with him? You get those daily fresh. That's why he sends you and you bring them back fresh.
That's what I was telling.
Yeah, don't forget it. Throw those bagels out. By the time I get there, you're gonna need fresh fucking bagels. Unless you get them in a pouch like a Ralph's or something like that. They're terrible, those fucking things. I don't know where you got them. You gotta get nice. You like bagels?
Yeah. I kill them.
You kill those motherfuckers. What's your favorite?
You know what? They got this, like pizza flavor kind.
Yeah.
I get them at this coffee shop. It's got like cheese and like a piece of sauce on it, man.
Shit.
Kill me shit.
They got that place by the Fairfax that makes a nice bagel there.
Fairfax and what?
Fairfax and Sunset. On that side. Next to the supermarket, they do turkey.
Oh, Bristol Farms?
Next to Bristol Farms.
Next
They have a bagel place. Right next to Bristol Farms.
I ain't never
When
paid
you
no
walk
attention.
out. Not bad, not bad.
I went to
Sometimes-
Bristol Farms for the first time. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they don't fuck around
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You go in there with 100, they'll take you.
Yeah. It's like,
Bristol Farms don't fuck around, Jack. They find out when you go in there, have something that reads your wallet and says how much is in your ATM card. They'll take it. They'll raise the fucking fish prices. They'll do everything. Every time I go in there, I drop $50 for fucking lunch. They got great lunch.
Oh, they do?
They got good food.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that. I just went in there and bought a cake. I mean, the cakes is fucking.
Yeah, they don't fuck around. No, they don't fuck around at Bristol Farms.
Yeah, man. That shit was
We haven't talked about your birthday cake, Joey.
Oh, the fucking ice cream cake
Oh,
was
my
delicious. Carvel cake. We got a little one, the little one. And me, Lee, my wife, and the baby ate some fucking delicious Carvel, bro.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
Carvel?
shit. Ice cream cake. They got on my Ralph's little ones. They got like chocolate. This one was mocha.
No, it wasn't mocha. Like, well, I don't like mocha, and I was too high to tell you, but I don't like mocha. It was like double chocolate, had like little chocolate balls on the outside.
Oh, those little chocolate
yeah.
chips off the chain. I had a little piece. I still got it in the refrigerator.
There's some left.
Still in there, but it's fucking got freezer burn. My wife didn't close the back end, so it tastes like a fucking shrimp or something like that. I hate that shit. Yeah, when somebody puts something in the fridge and they don't cover it, and it's not the whole fridge smells like Cubans.
Oh.
My mother would do that shit. You go to eat flan, it smells like steak and onions. You're like, what the fuck, man? You gotta cover this shit. But Cubans don't give a fuck. They'll just put the whole turkey in there with no cover, and everything tastes like fucking turkey in the fucking house. That shit drives me crazy.
You hear the Red Sox signed another Cuban kid? Yeah.
But it's hysterical. It was $31 million. But the sidekick was a $31 million tax. You know what that tax goes to?
Right.
Fidel, like a motherfucker.
You think so?
I know so. Who's the tax for?
I have no
Who's the $31 million tax go to?
I don't
So it
know.
was $31 million to sign him. Then there was a $31 million tax.
I think whatever the signing bonus was
Right.
be the tax.
It's
Yeah.
the tax. So who do you think that tax goes to? They wanted the embargo to be lifted. That's Fidel's paper. All right. So next time you talk about Jews, you better fucking check into Fidel's heritage, because that motherfucker don't stop, man. Carlos like that, the big drug dealer that worked with the Medellin cartel all those years, went up in front of Congress. Once he was in jail, and he ratted out Fidel. He said, we were giving him $800,000 a ship. Wow. Fidel didn't care what was on that ship. I don't know. I don't care if you're going to make $20 billion. I want $800,000 a ship. Think about that. They were sending out 10 ships a week.
What?
I'm surprised if Fidel's still alive.
Fidel,
Man.
he's got too much paper. He's like Mitzi Short. When you get that type of money, you don't die. Old Jews don't die. They keep doing fucking plastic surgery and putting them in caves and shit. They don't die till that last dollar is spent, because they ain't leaving shit to their fucking relatives. Those fucking Jews are fucking. I love them. I love Jewish people. They're so country, and I love them. But I was telling you guys today that I have an agent. I have a theatrical agent. I have a voice, and they're all in the same building. Nice people. It's all the same agency. Theatrical's a little weak, and whatever's a little weak. But things are bad all over in LA. Things are not what they used to be for auditions. People are freaking out. It's horrible. So I talked to this old agent I had years ago. He called me out of the blue. We had a conversation. Says his agency was number 55, ranking and all this. I said, you know what, man? I'll come down there and talk to you. That's all I said. Let me come down and talk to you. Just so happened last Tuesday I had a meeting, so I had to cancel his. And then Thursday I had an audition. I got a call back for an animated a game, one of those fucking Call of Duty games, right? So the meeting was Thursday at 2. My callback was Thursday at 2. When I get signs like that, that's something. Something. When something doesn't want me to go somewhere, that's a sign. Right. That no matter how good it sounds, you know.
You're superstitious like that too?
Yeah, very superstitious. Very superstitious, you know. If you're supposed to go somewhere on a Wednesday, you don't know, and it rains, then the next day something else happens, you're not supposed to go down there. Don't even go down there. So that Thursday I called him like a man. He's an agent, so I can't lie to him. I go, hey man, I got to call back to producers. I got to go meet with the producers for Ben Brick Frank. They're a casting director in the Valley. They put me in maybe 7 movies in 10 years. Great fucking people. Real loose. You can tell they get high. Everybody they hire is young kids. They talk about dope. They got music playing in there, you know. So I called him like a man. I go, hey man, I got a producer session. I can't meet with you. He goes, well, if you want to, you can still fire your agent. I go, why would I want to do that? I have to pay 2 commissions. I'm paying 2 commissions. I got a 2-year-old, bro. I'm paying 2 commissions. I go, let me figure this out, and I'll call you back. But he called me during my birthday last Thursday. You were over, my wife, we were having a good time. He called me at 6:15, which I'm not big on. Don't call me at 6:15 unless it's an envelope. Don't be calling me to chit-chat. It's dinner. You know what I'm saying? I would never call somebody at 6 o'clock just in case, you know. So I talk to him Thursday. I go, all right, we'll talk tomorrow. The next day, I don't call him. You know, I get busy. This motherfucker calls me again at 6 o'clock. Now I'm at the church with the baby and the wife, and they show movies, and they get free tacos and shit. Just something for kids. There's like 80 kids running around. So I'm not going to be here for 3 weeks. I figured I'd go. 6:15, this motherfucker calls me again. And he starts his routine. I stop him. I go, number 2. I told you yesterday, I'm not paying 2 commissions. And number one, I'm dear friends with one of the agents. Let me talk to him. And once this is all done, once I shoot it, I'll sign with you. But right now, it's a fucking nightmare if I do this. This is what happened to me last year. I left my agent, and I had to shoot Marin, and now both agents wanted money. I ain't giving you shit. Trust me. I won't give it to you. We'll rip this contract up right now. If I get it, I ain't giving you a fucking dime. I work too hard. So I tell them again, I go, listen, let me fix this shit. Let me shoot with the project, and then I'll fucking sign with you. I got a call from my agent today saying, hey, man, who'd you sign with? They're already on your IMDb, and they took me off Showfax. They mean that you can't even submit. I looked at this. I just called the agency, and I go, tell them to call me back. I called the cell number, and I go, are you a fucking asshole? Or are you taking fucking lessons? I call you like a man. I talk to you like a fucking man and tell you the truth, what's going on. And you go behind my back and take my agency off my fucking wall without my permission? I call SAG. You get in trouble for that shit. I ain't a crime stopper. I go, you're a fucking asshole. Now we're done. Don't ever call me back again. You have an hour to get this off fucking whatever. An hour. And then I see that the guy that was helping me in New York, he disappeared too. He took him off. That's the way this guy is. I mean, that's how people are in LA.
Like bitches.
Like fucking.
How old is he?
50, 40, doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck if he's fucking 10.
Nobody, like when I was younger, like you get, so like, I used to get excited about something, I'd be too over anxious, and that always kills things. Like you can't seem to need yours, so I didn't know if he was young or.
I talk to him as a man. There's no young. When you talk to somebody as a man and go explain the situation to him, he still does it. He did it because he's a devious motherfucker.
Yeah, you're like a little bitch.
See, how I met this guy was he used to be partners with my old manager. Guess what happened? My old manager and his wife broke up. This guy started dating her. They've been together for 8 years. So right there, you got to suspect somebody. Right there, that's Jeff. That's my ex-manager's fault for not checking him. So right there, when he told me that, I'm with her now. She just to say hello. I was like, in my world, that's not cool.
Yeah,
that's not cool.
You know
what I'm saying? That's just not cool. But as we were talking, that's LA. Right. You get these people that were raised out here that don't even know they hang out with gentrified Gentiles. So they have no, it's like we found out now what I was saying on stage, the joke is true. When I wrote it, it was true.
I didn't know if you wanted to bring
these
it up.
Gentiles, there's a big thing with the peanut allergy. Yeah. And once I discovered this, my head almost blew up because this is unheard of. This is unheard of in any other culture. In any other culture, when you have an allergy to something, you feed it. In fucking Greece, if you're allergic to bees, they'll get a bunch of bees and stick me with them and shit until your bee allergy goes away. Wow. But when I was a kid, I figured this out. When I was a kid, I just liked maple syrup. And I couldn't have it, so I started eating it. And eventually, the maple syrup, your allergy, same thing with dogs. I got bit by dogs 8 times because I was allergic to them. So I get creepy around them. Like, don't touch them. Right. And they bite me. So once I figured out you talk to them and you hang out with them, the allergies go away. Right. This lady was telling me, no, once you have a peanut allergy, he has it forever. I go, no, he don't. If he's about 50, he'll have it forever. But if you take a kid that's 5 with a peanut allergy and you give him a little peanut, you blend that motherfucker every day. You don't give him a whole peanut and kill the motherfucker. You just give him a little bit every day, let him itch for a little while. Eventually, you'll build your fucking resistance to it. And where they do the study in fucking Israel with the Jews, because it's a cult. See, this is a problem that happened in this country. Right now, all these yuppies, they're gentrified Americans. Right. They're like 3rd generation, 4th generation. Whatever they had, loyalty to their culture is completely gone. Yeah, they're just white bread, Wonder Bread motherfuckers walking around lying to people with no character, with their fake fucking glasses. And, the Jones, they drink Starbucks every day. They pay $8 for coffee. Yeah. That's gentrified Gentiles. They want to be a part of it. They got nothing inside, just those little fake glasses. And their tattoo, they roll up their sleeves so you make sure and see their tattoo. Right. They ain't got nothing. That means they got nothing inside. That's why they're putting the fucking tattoos on. So, these motherfuckers are telling me, no, you're going to die. My kid dies. Your kid ain't going to fucking die. The culture has changed. Like, my mother used to check under my eyelids. Yeah. Did you know that when I was a kid? Every morning when I wake up, she'd go, come here. She'd check under my eyelids to see the blood under there. If there wasn't enough blood under there, she'd make me a fucking rare steak. This is when I was 5, okay? We grew up on a thing called emulsive of cod, not cod liver oil, emulsive of cod. It's like taking a fish and putting it in the blender with the bones and the eyes and the tail and drinking that shit now. And when I was a kid, it came white. It was white. They have it at CVS. But now, because kids are pussies, They have them strawberry flavors and cherry flavor. There ain't no flavor. That flavor is death. It's like strong fucking sperm.
Oh,
They give it to you in a spoon when you're a kid. Cuban monks give it to you in a spoon. You never get the flu. I was never sick as a kid.
Wow, that's cool.
I was never sick. Like I never had flus or coughed.
Right.
I was a sickly kid till about 8, and then it all changed because my mom said, "Fuck these American doctors. I'm gonna take care of you my way."
Right.
Lee and I were talking about this. That cultures, different cultures have different remedies.
Right.
Mexicans, if you get your nose busted, they'll put a penny on your forehead to make your nose stop bleeding. Does it work? Who gives a fuck? It may don't, but they believe that. Some cultures just have different fucking remedies.
Paula's mom makes voodoo drinks. It has like different spices, or she said it tastes like wood, to be honest.
And what does it do for you?
I don't know. Paula had it when she had a surgery that they were worried could have been cancer, but it wasn't. And then her mom took it for something in her stomach. So it's just, I think it's just like they have different things for like just any like general fixes. But I'm actually worried about that. My mom has been really on like a germ kick lately. Like she always has the sanitizer, and she won't touch certain things, and she got nervous. She was like in the elevator. She presses the buttons with her elbows. She's nervous. She like doesn't want to get germs. And I'm like,
your mom has been slipping for years. You know this. I love you, but your mom has been slipping.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people who do that.
No, they don't. Not Jews. You know why Jews don't give a fuck? Because what's the filthiest thing you can touch?
A dick?
$1 bill. Any Jew that's worried about germs, he's a fucking puke. All right? Because any Jew knows you gotta pick. If there's a $20 bill with shit on it, a Jew will pick that motherfucker up, blow that shit in the air, put that in his pocket. He ain't worried about hepatitis or germs. That's a fucking 20 with shit on it. I'll pass it at CVS before me. You'll never know. Fuck it. I don't know. Your mom's, like I just said, she's too gentrified away from culture. She's not touching doors and shit. I don't touch a door at 7-Eleven. But if they give you $1 with fucking a bowl on it, I'm taking that motherfucking $1. You understand me? So tell your mom to get the Jew back in it. She needs to put the hat on. That's hilarious.
$20 cover.
Am I fucking lying to you? Am I lying to you?
I probably pick it up.
Sure you would. Me too. I don't give a fuck. When I was a kid, there was one day I had change in my thing, and I went in the toilet, and there was shit floating. And I put my hand in this shit as a kid, like under the shit. It was touching it was my own shit. It's not like it's a strange shit. I took the change. I don't give a fuck. Then you wash your hands, and I lived. Nobody fucking dies. Doc, what's up, you bad motherfucker? Doc, how long I know you now?
Probably roughly. I started doing open mic in and out of the Comedy Store in the early 2000s, like 2001. And then I'll come back here and there. So I've been knowing you since you was hosting open mics back then.
2000,
yeah. So it's been about 13, 14 years.
15 years, yeah. 2015. Fuck. Yeah. So you were a little kid when I met you, right?
Yeah, not little kid. I was about 26.
I'm a little kid. Yeah. You can't be no 31 now. I'm 40 now. 40. Yeah, you were a little kid when I met you. You were Lee's age when I met you.
Yeah.
Amazing. You at the store doing your thing. Now, we're Comedy Store guys, but I disappeared for 7 years.
Right.
I had different reasons. I knew that.
I knew I was there when it all went down.
Right, but I knew my reason. I had been going away from there a little earlier. I knew that to open up other doors, you had to close that door. I had been at the store too long.
Yeah.
It felt like it was going a different direction. And the direction was the kid's name was Tommy.
Right.
And I was friends with Joe, and I go down there, and Joe would put me and Ari before him. Right. And he always had a problem with that. He didn't like that. He wouldn't say nothing to Joe. He'd say it to me. And then when Joe went on tour with whatever comedy with Eddie Murphy's brother and John Heffron.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah, went on tour in 2000-something-5 with those guys. And that's when he was gone, Tommy would say things to me. And I would say, Tommy, what are you saying this shit to me for? But the whole time, he's falling in love with that puke Caparulo. Right. And he's milking Caparulo. And he's telling Caparulo he's funny and Carlos Mencia and Joe Rogan. He's funnier than all these people. And I liked John at the time. Me and John got along. It was when John sided with him. Right. And then I had a couple problems. Then I had problems with Tommy, but I also had a problem with Dean. Do you remember? I almost like Dean. Yeah. I went that outside. And that's when, a week later was when I joined Kung Fu with the Brothers on Vermont. Because that's when I realized I was so much out of shape.
Right.
That was why I said to you, Steve Byrne gave me that look that night. And Steve saw the crazy in me, and Steve never really talked to me after that because I was going to fucking go after Dean. When they were shooting that thing with the store, one night.
The Minding the Store thing?
Minding the Store. Right. It was one night TBS came in to see Paulie, so Paulie made sure that me and Rogan, a bunch of us, wouldn't go up. So Rogan got into an argument with Paulie and Dean in the hallway, and I was sitting outside. And I turned my back because the things they were saying to Joe, I thought Joe was going to knock them out. Sure. And I honestly turned my back for the lie detector test, but I did not see nothing. Dean, the manager.
Yeah, not Dean Delray, the
No, Dean Gilbert. So Dean and I got into words, and I pushed him, and people got in between us. I just didn't like him either. Right. I just didn't fucking like him. Why or who? I don't know why. Okay. I was on the coke, I had my problems, and I just felt it. I just felt that he wasn't a cool dude, Tommy. And I knew it doesn't take a genius in my life to know when I'm going to have problems with somebody. Yeah. So after the thing went down with Carlos and those pussy-ass comics turned on Joe, I had no reason to go down there. Because I'm the type of guy, if you can't have a voice, if they scared you with a spot, then I don't want to be your friend. I don't give a fuck if you're a comic. And that's my problem with comics, that their loyalty is not for us. If it's between your friendship and a spot at a club, they'll go with the spot.
Yeah, that's what I don't like either, man. I'm that whole ordeal was my thing at the
See, I didn't know with Tom.
Man,
I knew he was racist.
Now imagine this. He was able to just walk out and leave. Now, I could have walked out and leave. But my thing was like, I was an employee there, so I was exposed to way more than what you are. And so my thing was like, why run? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if these guys are gonna be bitches, then I'm gonna be the only one that's gonna be causing hell around here. Because I was like, Tommy ain't going. He's not gonna get away with this shit when I'm here. And I'm like, so I went full force, whatever I had to get towards.
Now, not to interrupt you, were you there that night when I went off in the main room?
I know. I was there for the. I thought it was for the Marilyn Martinez thing. Yeah, I was there.
That's the night I went off.
Yeah,
right. And I was
working outside when you went off, and so I didn't see what happened. All I know is that they came to me and told me what happened, and I was like, "What, Joe?" And then from there, I know that you either left or they banned you or whatever, some shit.
What I had left, that was about 3 months. I wasn't really going there anymore. I hadn't made any decisions yet.
Right.
I just kept telling Tommy and everybody I was on the road.
Right.
I just wouldn't go down there.
Right.
Because I at that time, Caparulo started getting an attitude like he was a tough guy. He didn't know he'd go flying through a fucking window if it came down to it. Right. It just got crazy down there. So I knew before it got crazy, all right, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. There's no reason to hang out here no more.
Right.
And then I heard the allegations of racism. I heard that he told a couple of black comics, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
I heard that he called a woman a nigger to her face. Or
something. Yeah, they got to it.
I don't know what the deal was. I just heard this through the years, and I'm like, and I had, Tom Petty, as they called him, was fucking racist. He was horrible. I could tell when somebody don't like spics and niggas and chinks. I could tell. They don't think a fucking genius. They just have a certain aura to them.
I only met him a couple times, and he was weird to me just because I was very lucky that Steve and Tony would put my name down. So, but he talked to me like maybe he thought I was an agent or something. But as a fan of podcasts, I've heard nothing but bad things about him. So why do you think he lasted for as long as he did?
Because the brothers was fighting over the club. You had Paulie and Peter fighting over the club, and Peter had no idea what was going on because Peter lives in Oregon, and Paulie was there, so they were fighting because one was that Peter felt like Paulie was too selfish and he didn't know how to run the club, and then he was only trying to do it for his own benefit, and then Paulie felt like, Peter, you're not here, you don't know what's going on. So it was just like a whole lot in between and financial and stuff like that. So while they were fighting and going to court, because it was on the news and
right.
So like while they was going through that, there was nobody there to do anything for him because he was the door guy, and he wound up he wind up being like an errand boy for her because you know how all of us employees used to have to run water over there sometimes, take her to their house. So he started doing that consistently. Then he started being around her more. Then he started taking her to the doctor and doing all this other stuff. And then Duncan Trussell was quit. Yeah, he quit. So then Mitzi at the same time, she was dilapidating mentally, you know, struggling with the Parkinson, dementia, you know what I'm saying? So, like, the more she was breaking down, what she would do is she would make the list, give it to Tommy, and then she would come in and check and make sure that them was the people going up. And as time went on, she taught them, but she started breaking down quick. And once the brothers kind of like pulled her out of the equation because she couldn't be there anymore, they just left him in power because that was all they knew. So it was like he was just in a position where nobody else was there, you know, nobody. So he got that position, and then all hell broke loose because he started implementing his dumbass rules, and then he started putting like his own personal feelings towards the racist shit and all that, and it killed the life of the club. For everybody else who was getting spots and getting on, to them it was like, no, it was great when he took over. I was like, you know, every time they say that, I go, hey man, well, name the people who made the club hot. And if you name all the motherfuckers that he named, them all the people that Missy passed, and them all the motherfuckers that was working the doors. So what that tell you? She knew what the fuck she was doing. Everything has an up and down to it. You know what I'm saying? So people didn't realize that she was on the down curve. She was on the down part on her way back up. So as soon as that happened, Sebastian got hot, Caprillo got hot, Steve Bird started coming around. They got Ian Edwards. They started getting all these guys coming in. And at that time, that's right after Joe left, because Joe left. And then so all these guys just started rising. And people were like praising him, and I'm like, "Come on, man! You can only give him a certain part of the praise, and it's very, very minute part of it. But to the other guys who getting spots, oh, he did this, he did that. Now look what happens. Adam takes over in less than 5 months. He's doing twice as better than this dude. You see what I'm saying? So that automatically lets you know where he was meant to.
The thing that bugged me, and I think bugs a lot of people at any job, is when a boss takes himself too seriously and gives himself more power.
That's what he was doing. That's what it was. He lost his mind.
Right.
He became Bud Friedman overnight. He was telling comics what to do, what to say, how to say it, how to dress. And it's like, who the fuck are you? And I'm hearing this. I'm living my life, but I'm hearing these things going, this just isn't right that you should be doing.
When I went down there, he broke down to me the school of Mincy and how he formulated Tony Hinchcliffe.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: what he was doing, because he was taking knuckleheads like T, and just because they were young, you know what I'm saying? So he was just taking his own little school group of guys and saying, okay, let me try to cultivate these little dudes right.
That's the word he used, cultivate.
And then, and he would push all the older guys out the door because he had this dumbass philosophy. He would say comedy's for 35 and under. Because basically what he was saying was, as long as people was young enough for him to manipulate mentally, he could do that. You know what I'm saying? So that was his whole thing. And so he was trying to push these guys and make these guys into stars. You can't make people into stars. They the guy that they don't. You know what I'm saying? You got to be about the game. He wasn't true to the game. If you ain't true to the game, you ain't gonna be shit. You're only gonna be what the fuck you are. So that's why he lost everything. You know, he had the world in his hand. He had the #1 club in California, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And he took that and manipulated it all for his own power trip. And the thing is, he didn't realize he was so insignificant in this world as far as the world of comedy. He didn't realize that. That's something that even the owners know that. You know what I'm saying? The owners know that, yeah, they got some part of it, but this real game, where we become as an individual, and especially if you become a star or famous, in my opinion, you do more than what an owner has ever done, because it's a level. There's a level to this game that an owner would never be able to experience as a stand-up comedian. You know what I'm saying? And so I look at the game and I look at people like Tommy, and I just brush him to the side, man. I used to get into arguments with him all the time because he used to try to tell me how to do my stuff. He tell me to try it twice. I told him, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, you don't know what are you talking about? He would mimic Missy shit. I've been around and know what Missy say. You know what I'm saying? So he would say,
and you're not Missy.
Your beats is coming. I'm like, nigga, you ain't Missy. Stop saying that. Say your own words. It's just like you should hear the people like, well, Tommy, man. Oh,
yeah, was bad.
Well, you told me a story, Joey, about your roommate who was the talent coordinator.
Right.
And so isn't part of it comics' fault? Because you said like your roommate, they kiss up to him because of who he is.
We had this conversation on Joe's podcast about the tape, sending the tape.
Right.
And it happens. You ever go to a Burger King, a White Castle, and you just anything. I'm using fast food, and you're sitting there minding your business, and some boss comes in and just goes off.
I had all those bosses,
and you're looking at the employee going, And even the employees, something goes to their head. They get this. They become something other than what they're supposed to pay. They become too cool, or sunglasses, or they come an hour late, or they're an authority on everything now. And you just don't have that in comedy.
Right.
It affected me the most in comedy because, again, we're busted our motherfucking ass.
Right.
And you're telling me my fucking business. You're in a club in Kansas. I got nothing against Kansas. I'm just saying you're in a fucking little club in Kansas that nobody performs at, just local guys and guys from the Midwest, and you're telling me my fucking business about LA. Shut the fuck up. And that was my beef. And then they get too big, like Mark Babbitt's and the guy from Tempe. They get too big in their mind. Oh, people really like me. You know, people think this. I'm an expert in comedy. You know, the guy in Tempe wanted to be the guy here at the Improv. The guy from Houston wanted to be the guy here at the Improv. And it's like that guy I told him. I was thinking about that story today. The drummer from the Crickets, Buddy Holly band, how he would do it to the abuse that goes on with young comedians, and a comedian that is trying to find his voice. It's disheartening. And that's why I don't give a fuck about these known comics. When I see these young guys, they're the ones that I give a hug to and let them know, dog, you're doing the right thing. Fuck this bitch. Throw a glass at that motherfucker. Fuck him. Fuck him. Make your marker and enforce it like they told you in Scarface. Because once you let motherfuckers know you ain't fucking with them, they won't hire you. And that's good because I'm going to knock you out anywhere. We're going to get into an argument, or I'm going to quit, or something's going to happen. Or there's a flip side to this, guys. You guys are hearing me going, Joey, why are you being so rough? I'll tell you what. Because if you're not rough on them, you're going to be rough on yourself. You're going to take this abuse from these people. And then you're going to become something else. That's going to make you drink. When it comes to your art, I don't know about your fucking job. Your job is something different. Your job, you're working for them. They're going to go off. That's what you're working for them.
No, but there's a difference. Every boss I ever had that acted like Tommy, or it seemed like Tommy acted like, had no life outside of that place.
No, absolutely.
So like what you're talking about, when someone goes into their job and they're making $12 an hour as a manager, and you're making $9 as a regular employee, and they're yelling at you, and you should be here 15 minutes early, and just yelling at you for nothing. It's that person always like is who doesn't have any friends. He goes home and no one talks.
The guy from
I don't really trip too much on if a boss yell at me. This depends. If I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, and I can yell,
that's fine.
I'm supposed to do what I'm supposed to do. But like a guy that just constantly just on 10 all the time, it's just like, oh man, you know, you're being disrespectful. And the hardest part is like, I come from a rough city, you know, and I grew up and with a gang, you know what I'm saying? So as a teenager, I was around killers and I've been a part of something that most people don't experience. So when you have the mentality like I have, it's hard to digest. Yeah, to digest when somebody's not right. If they're not real, you know what I'm saying? Like if I hate people who they're only a certain way with certain people, and then they flip when the next person comes, and I'm like, what is this?
I love my favorite. Well, you can talk about it. I go to the store sometimes with Joey,
right?
And a lot of people have been very cool to me.
Yeah.
But some people don't even make eye contact. They'll say hi to everyone in the circle who they know and just turn their back to me.
Right.
So you said you worked at the store. Like, would you experience that? Would you experience comics being nice to everybody and then yelling at you to get their car?
I've had it happen, and I've checked people. I'm one of them dudes that have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, especially, don't fucking shake my hand, and then tomorrow, don't shake my hand. You know what I'm saying? Now, the flip side of that is this. There are some people who, in my stomach, I can't stand. And I'm not going to lie to you. Like, sometimes I just can't force myself to say hi. Sometimes I'm like, man, fuck this dude today.
But there's a difference between disliking somebody but still respecting them and doing your job or dealing with them.
Right.
And then just there are some bosses who treat people terribly.
Yeah. But that's just everywhere. You know, if anything anywhere. I mean, it was people in my own gang that I wasn't cool with. You know, but that's you learn that's everywhere you go. There's somebody in some way, shape, or form, no matter where you are, that's like that. You go to a church, I guarantee you, one of them church members, you just ain't gonna get along.
Right.
You ain't gonna get along with everybody.
Yeah, you just
that's what life is about.
Yeah, y'all. Whether it's connect, whatever it is, you know. But because of what you're trying to accomplish, you just do it for the sake of that. Like, but other than that, man, when Hollywood is filled with fake people.
Filled.
So it's
And
not,
you have to check that. That's where my mistake has been. That I've always checked Hollywood people, and the word got out.
right.
And people don't like to be checked. Anywhere else in the country, I pull you aside, go, hey man, before you were a little rough on Lee.
Right.
You were a little rough on me, dog. You know.
Right.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I had a bad day. My wife left me. Cool, dog. Let me tell Lee.
Right.
You know, the next time he sees Lee, he'll pull Lee to the side and buy him a drink. Here, they'll look at you like you disrespect him, like you blew up their fucking world. I've been on sets. I was on a set where a fucking director yelled at me. I turned around and said, hey, bitch, before I became a comic or an actor, I'm a fucking man. And that's where it ends. And I'm treat you like a man. Fuck this director shit with your little tattoos and your glasses and your hat. Everybody knows you're a fucking director. You know, so when I come on the set, if I can tell you the director, I don't want to do business with you.
Yeah.
I want to see the guy that's dressed like a fucking bum as a director. Not because he's got the hat with the feather and his sleeves are rolled up. And, oh, that's the director. Who gives a fuck? Fuck him.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, when, because I yell a lot at the comedy store, you know, at a lot of people. And it's primarily because I get too hot too fast. You know, I go from this to this, and then a lot of it is because of the fake people and the people who they don't really have a love for not just the game of comedy, but just for people in general.
Just for people in general.
Yeah. So they live in these self-centered world where they only exist, but then they come in yours. And you're like, no, homie. like if you pay attention, the world you're coming in is mine, and the world you're living in is yours and mine. And mine is yours. It's all the same world. So like, how do you disrespect me, like by treating me like shit because you know this person and you connected with that person and you, man, people so funny style and that I had a hard time with it, Joe.
I still have a hard time with it.
And at the comedy store, I have to work on that because, you know, people catch me. They're like, man, don't be yelling at me, man. And I'll just be like, sorry, man. It's just, sometimes I get so mad at them because it's like, they don't give a fuck, man. Like they'll just, the guys will just be sitting on the door and the whole hallway will be filled with people talking in the hallway and comics is on the stage. And I'm like, dog, like, what's your job? Like, I shouldn't have to tell you to clear this out, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like nobody cares. I don't yell at them because I'm trying to be a boss. I'm trying to yell at them to get them to understand that we all spin this together. This comedy game, it goes from the owner all the way down to the janitor. Everybody's gets the same love. There's no, you don't show this person this kind of love and do half an ass job over here because you feel like this. You do your shit all the way through, and that's why I be trying to get them at the club. Like this a team thing. So if the waitresses need the dudes out the hallway, then you move the dudes. You don't sit there and be at the back talking to everybody and just letting all chaos go all over here. And the girls got these heavy cherries back hurting, carrying them all back and forth. Like where's your care at, homie? That's what I get mad about. I'd be like, come on, man.
Common sense.
Yeah.
Common sense always fucking drove me crazy on people.
Yeah.
When you get to airports, you got 9 bags of people in front of you stop at the door. Oh, it's a beautiful airport. Get the fuck out of the way. What beautiful airport. Move. There's people behind you. Move. They stop right there. They put their bags down. It's just, this society is the worst. I feel that anything I've been in. People online in the world, they call them douchebags, and people have money or they act weird. Like we go to that coffee shop over on Riverside and Colfax, where I tell you to stop by. There's people who just pull up, block other people's cars, and get out and get coffee. And I go nuts.
You told me something that like you judge people on the little things.
Yeah,
like that's it. And there's nothing to me that infuriates me more, especially in a city where parking is rough, than people who just you can tell so much by how they park. If they're in 2 spots with their nice new car and it's packed, it's dinner time at a restaurant, and they just didn't care that someone else isn't going to be able to park there, heck, like it kills me. If you have someone parking in front of your house.
In my neighborhood. In fact, I saw it today. I saw a Mercedes that was brand new. First of all, if you buy a Mercedes and you take the train to work, pay for fucking the parking by the train. This fool parks by my house. So I know the motherfuckers around the corner from me are evil. And one day, this guy bought the car brand new, and he took 3 parking spots. And 2 days later, I went out there and he was yelling, the guy with the Mercedes, somebody scratched my hood and the side of the door. That's the type of neighborhood you live in, motherfucker. Yeah. So next time you'll park correct. The day I went by, his car was parked correctly.
Yeah.
It was parked on the corner. He left the space for 3 people. But he had to fucking take that brand new car back and get the door buffed out in the hood.
Yeah, so
now he'll park correctly from now on.
That shouldn't even have to happen.
That should not have to happen, but that's society today. Yeah. And I applaud the guy that scratched his fucking car. I applaud it. Do that in your neighborhood. You see a guy that ain't doing the right thing, scratch his fucking car. And when he comes out, hey man, hey, wave at him. What happened? These fucking kids in this neighborhood with the shopping carts, they walk by. You said something real interesting before. The lawsuit at the store. Tell me from A to Z. What the fuck happened?
From my understanding, Paulie.
I'm talking about the Tommy one when you had to go to Beverly Hills.
Oh, the racist thing. Oh, so I get approached by the lawyer, and he's like the lawyer, one of the lawyers of the club. So he's like, Doc, we want to talk to you. Come down to the downtown Beverly Hills, and we need to talk. And then I was like, he's like, you know what this is about? And I told him, yeah, at first, because I kind of figured it was about Tommy. And then when he walked away, I was like, wait a minute, no, because I know Paulie and his brother was going to court about this club. So I was like, I hope it ain't got nothing to do with that, because I don't know shit about this. You know what I'm saying? That's between him and Peter. You know what I'm saying? That's family shit. So I went down there, and then once I got down there, he was like, man, Doc, I've been knowing you for about 6 to 8 years now. Why you never even told us about this with Tommy? And then I said, well, as racist as this dude been, I said, I figured y'all to find out sooner or later. I said, but I've been telling everybody else who I need to tell. And then he said, and then I said, now you found out. Now how do you know? Because I didn't come back. I didn't come to snitch on him. You know what I'm saying? Because and then he's like, well, I don't know. Peter called me and he told me don't talk to nobody but you first, and that you was the dude to talk to. And he said, so what's the deal? He's like, what's going on? And I said, what you done heard? He said, well, we've heard some things, but do you have anything you saw or seen him do? I said, no, there's nothing that he said directly to me. Everything's been done indirectly. And I said, but it's through all the people that he's associated with, affiliated with, all the other comics, with the exception of those who was getting spots and didn't want to reveal it to me. But even those who was getting spots was revealing it to me. Like Rick Ingram, you had some real dudes that were just like, look, man, this how this dude is. This is what this dude is saying. And that's how I started finding out. And then the stories started coming from the waitresses to everybody. I was like, what the fuck? All the white waitresses, just tons of people, story after story. So he asked me, he said, man, well, look, name something that happened. So, like you was talking about earlier with calling the black girls. There was 2 of them.
Was she a comedian?
Nah, this is what happened. I came in on Saturday. Employee come tell me what happened. He's like, hey man, this happened last night. I go, what? Because I wasn't there that Friday night. And then the comedians came later, and then they verified the story, and they said the same thing. And I'm like, wow, so this is what happened. 2 girls came to the show. They was from the hood. You know, at that time, Tommy whitened the show so much that nobody really couldn't enjoy the shows except white America or people that was more involved in white culture. You know what I'm saying? So they watched the show. They started getting bored with the show. So they started heckling. So which is any club policy, you heckle, you gotta leave. Simple. So as they was leaving out, some of the comics were standing right there on the OR stairway. You know how everybody leaned up against the pictures and they all talk back and forth right there. So some of them were standing there, and then at that time it was still kind of popping on the patio. The girls were making so much noise, I guess some people kind of leaned in and looked like, what's going on? And the girls was coming out, like was cussing at everybody, like, fuck y'all, we not coming back here. Y'all can keep this corny ass comedy play, blah, 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 and all this. And as they got down the stairs and they got ready to go out the door, they said, Tommy leaned out the booth and yelled at the girls, that's why you fucking niggers don't belong out here. You need to stay where the fuck you belong. So instead of the girls realizing that they had a lawsuit, because they could have just took the witnesses, everybody's numbers, and say, hey, y'all saw what happened, and then witness did a lawsuit, they just ran back up the stairs, cussed them out, and then left. So, like, I told them that story. And I told them about one of the waitresses came to me, another story about one of the waitresses. I was talking to her, and then she was like, you won't believe what Tommy did. And I go, what? And then she goes, well, I went up there. You know how, like, the waitresses, when they won't change, they run up to that big window in the OR. But if the cashier is up talking to a customer or a comics right there at the little window, sometimes they'll just run around there and interrupt if it's a comic they talk to, but if not, they'll just stand behind the customer and wait. But in this particular case, she just grabbed the rope and just like waited on the side, so Tommy couldn't see her over here waiting. So a white customer come in, he walk up to him, and he says, "Hey, I'm gonna be on vacation for this week, and I came here Tuesday to come check out the show." And he said, "Your show was really good on Tuesday." And he said, "Is it just gonna be as good as your show that y'all had on Tuesday?" And then Tommy was like, "Yeah, all our shows are good. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah." He was like, "Are you gonna have some of those same comics too? Because I was over in that big room. Those guys were really funny." And she said, without missing the beat, he looked at the customer and said, "What? You went to the fucking nigger show. Our show is funnier than the fucking nigger show." She said the customer backed back and was like, "What the fuck?" And he got awkward. And she said he looked at her and she said she was standing there like, "Oh my God." And like, what the fuck? And then I asked her, I was like, "Was he an old dude?" She was like, "Yeah, he was like in his mid-40s. And I was like, "What, do you look like a bum or something?" She was like, "No." She's like, "He could have been a diplomat or something." And she's like, "He don't even know who the fuck this guy was. He just threw that shit out there." And I go, "Holy shit." And then I was like, "All right, man." And so like we got into it was because one of the comics came back and told me, they was like, "Man, Doc, man, I was talking to Tommy and he started getting really upset." I said, "Hey, man, calm down." I was like, "Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what he said." And he was like, "Man, well, Tommy said he hated you and Missy hates you, and the only reason that she keeps you here is because you show up for your shift, and how he don't like niggers and niggers shouldn't interracial date." And he said that, yeah, man, just so then, man, this is like, so then he's upset because his aunt is married to a black man. So he's flipping out, and I'm like, "Calm down." I was like, "It's cool. I'm gonna handle this shit." So like after that, I just started telling everybody, but I gave everybody else a more straight to the point story. I didn't give them that. I basically said that Tommy was saying, "This is what Tommy said. Doc's a nigger. He don't like fucking niggers, and niggers shouldn't interact." Because that's what it sounded like to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't put my name with nigger, but he know goddamn well he might as well have put my name in there. How you gonna say that and then follow with the rest? So I was telling everybody. I don't know if that was fair.
I heard that. This is what I heard. I heard that Paul Mooney kept calling the store for spots and he wasn't getting spots. When was the last time you saw Mooney? 7 years ago.
Right.
6 years ago.
Right.
Well, after a year after me.
Right.
And I heard he was calling up there.
No, he came like a little bit more after. Like I think I've seen
5 years.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. And I heard that he kept calling for spots or something. He wouldn't call him back. And you know how somebody gets the call and they go, "Tommy, it's Paul Mooney. He wants to know what's going on." That's when Tommy said, "Tell him we don't do late night nigger shows no more," or something like that. Yeah, that's what I had heard. And
I was gonna ask if you thought it might just be he's like hanging around comedians and trying to make jokes, but now he sounds like he's.
There was some about. Listen, I like everybody. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and he was always very nice to me as a phone guy. Once he got power, he spoke to me out of place a couple times. Right, and it all hit the thing the day he called me. Because he thought I was going to put a bug in Joe's ear, and he was telling me how Carlos keeps going in there and bumping people, and Caparulo is funny, and Carlos, and I said, not for nothing, here's the rule. No matter, even if fucking Benny Hanna's on stage throwing knives in the air and he's killing, if somebody comes in and they have a show on network, they bump. Right? They bump. They finish and they bump. That's how it is. He kept arguing with me, going, "No, it's not the way it is." I go, "Tommy, I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to fucking argue with you about it." Right. And what he was trying to tell me, he didn't like Carlos, but he didn't know how to get rid of Carlos. Right. He didn't know how to get rid of Carlos. At that point, I don't think him and Joe were tight anymore. Joe had seen his true colors, so Joe wasn't taking his calls no more.
Who?
Rogan.
Tommy's.
Oh no, you know what they got into the beef, right?
Where?
What the thing was with Joe and Tommy was, because Joe told me when I talked to him, he said that when him and Carlos got into it, right, he called in and Tommy told him he was banned, and so his beef was, he said he had already called Missy and talked to her one-on-one on the phone, and she just told him hey, okay, it's fine. Just stay away from Carlos. Y'all stay away from each other. But then he calling his spot, and Tommy's like, nah, you banned for 2 weeks. And then so he got mad, like, bitch, I talked to Missy. I ain't supposed to be banned. Why the fuck am I answering to you? So that was his whole thing, was like, I shouldn't be answering to this motherfucker. Like it was ridiculous. And which he was right. How the fuck was Tommy the one to relay that message to him? You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't supposed to be, because I guess it was handed down from Peter to Dean, and then Dean to Tommy, and then Tommy's the one that told him. So his thing was like, if Joe told me, he said if they had that fucking idiot running it, he's like, fuck it, he wasn't gonna come back up there no more, and that was the deal. Because I was trying to, like, I wanted him back to come back up there, because the comedy kind of took a turn to where, like, I felt it was only one, like this one style of comedy. It was going a certain way, and it didn't have its, you know what I'm saying, that spice to it. Because it was you back in the day. It was you, Sergio Love, everybody, all these different. It was so different. You know what I'm saying? Joe Rogan, Eddie Griffin was still popping in, doing a lot of time.
He got rid of Eddie too. He got rid of Eddie.
Yeah, he got him banned. I don't know if he got him banned per se.
Eddie's no fucking angel.
But here's the thing, though. Tommy never had the power to ban. That's what people were wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only way he could ban was through permission of Dean or Peter.
Now, when did Dean leave?
Dean left in 2011
Why?
September, because he wanted to go work in Hawaii with his boy, with some company that they started. But then he moved up north and he started doing something up north. So then he's been up there ever since. So I just feel like Dean kind of was like, everybody was fighting at that time, and Dean kind of was like, man, I want to wipe my hands of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So Dean thing,
it wasn't comedy anymore. It became something else.
Yeah, it was like this. It had this bad cloud, like this negative energy, man. It was horrible, man. Like, dog, like the brothers was fighting. You know what I'm saying? And then you had Tommy being the way he was. So there was no real structure of power. The comics was getting into it. There was this he say, she say. Tommy was gossiping and spreading rumors and lying. It was so fucking chaotic. Like, there was no real structure. And that's why I was trying to get people to understand. Like bitches who don't have that kind of discipline, they fall in line with somebody like him, because they that's all they know is bullshit. So, like, a lot of the people that were full of bullshit kind of rolled away with him. But then the flip side to it is like you say, take a Caparillo now. They were about doing their comedy. You know what I'm saying? So them becoming who they were was mainly because this is the thing that Tommy is feeding these young guys. You know what I'm saying? He had a disrespect for the guys like you guys. Like, perfect example. This was maybe about a year or so ago. Chris Rock came, right? Now, you heard the name I just said. Chris Rock asked, first of all, out of respect, can I do 40 minutes? Tommy said, well, it's 9:30. It's too early. You can wait an hour and go up later after Rick Ingram. Or you can do 20 minutes, but you have to wait until Whitney Cummings. Until Whitney Cummings go up, because these people here for her. So Whitney flipped. Whitney go, what? She goes, no. She goes, no, Chris, you're supposed to go first. Like, you're supposed to go up when you're supposed to go. She goes, no. And Chris is like, no, I can wait. She goes, no. You go up. And she said, not only do you go up, you do as much time as you want. She said, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to, like that. So I was like, damn, Whitney real. So then I walk out. Later on, after Chris get up, he leave, because Chris wound up going up, and he wound up doing like 35, 40 anyway. So, like, I talked to Rick Ingram, and Rick Ingram was sitting right there, and he said Whitney came and sat down right next to him while Chris was on stage. And then so he said that Whitney turned to him and was like, Tommy better not turn on this goddamn light on Chris. So then Rick said he looked at her and he was like, shit, you kidding me? He said, not only gonna turn on the light, he's gonna turn it on in 15 minutes. And he said, like, right after that, 16 minutes, boom, light comes on. Whitney grabs him, like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, what is he doing? And I'm like, yeah, he had a disrespect for the game to the utmost. And that type of behavior was taught to these other guys. You know what I'm saying? Like I know Tony y'all boy, but Tony, he's on the Tony's, that motherfucker's on some other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so,
I love Tony. I love
right.
Tony Hick. Tony Hick is a dear friend of mine. I love him.
Right.
but I know that he was blowing smoke up Tony's ass.
Right.
I do know that.
Right.
And I had heard that. But he was blowing smoke up everybody's ass.
Right.
Because was he not claiming Gerard Carmichael, though, after the racist shit came out?
Right.
He started claiming Gerard Carmichael.
But that's the
He
thing.
started saying that he developed Gerard. It was him that developed Gerard.
No.
See, I wasn't there, but I'm telling you what he was telling people.
Go talk to them and go ask any of them dudes. When it came to open mic, I was doing the list. Them dudes was getting up because of me. Not only that, when they were coming in, Eleanor was hosting a lot back then. Eleanor was putting Gerard up. Tommy wouldn't even show him no love. You know what I'm
Tommy tried to get out of the racist stuff by saying, "What are you guys talking about?" First, I'm the one that developed Gerard. I didn't just develop. See, that's what.
Nah, it's not real. I was there. I'm there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Right after that, Gerard got passed. Go find out what month Gerard got passed, and I'll tell you right now what month I went. It was either the right at the end of July or the beginning of August when I went in for the investigation of 2010. So anything after that, if you ask any of them and who got passed, if you see the times that they got passed and higher, then you know. You know what I'm saying? Like I was told by one of the comics, he was like, "Man, Doc," he's like, he pulled me to the side. He's like, "Man, does anybody ever come say thank you to you or anything?" And I was like, "Nah." I said, "For what?" He said, "Because they need to, man." He's like, "All these dudes is up in here because of you." And he's like, "That they should at least said something." And only one comic did. He went on Twitter and he said something, but I didn't acknowledge it because it was like, that's not why I did. You know what I'm saying? Like I took the bullet, and because of that, I lost. Man, you talking about agents, producers? Tommy kept me from everything. Wouldn't give me spots in La Jolla, nothing. Out of the 9 years that I was there at the store before he got fired, 10 years that I was there at the store before he got fired. No, this would be my 10th year coming up. Or the 11th, this would be my 10th year coming up. The 9 years I was there, I only got sent down to La Jolla 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, he hated me. But it was cool to me because my thing was like, you can't stop me if I'm going to be good. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, it just was so ugly at the club because he had these young guys and he was pushing these young guys and pushing. So he was ignoring like all of us.
He told Felicia Michaels she was too old.
Yeah, because he said comedy's for 35 and under.
Yeah, he told her. He heard her. He killed her with that stuff.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, it became like crazy. And then you had people like all these young guys. They were getting help, like from Matt Egger to Tony was hooking up with Jeff Roth, and everybody was getting this help. But it's like they ain't done shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they were getting the treatment like they were doing shit. With Missy, it wasn't like that. It was like, I'm gonna help you grow, but it wasn't no putting these people on a pedestal and trying to get them to rock. You know what I'm saying? So it was like these young kids got these egos around there. So like I was constantly like checking people because me, man, I don't give a fuck who you where I'm from. You if you could be with the Bloods or the Crips, you could be with whoever, MMA niggas, whoever you got. Where I'm from, we don't. That don't matter to us. You know what I'm saying? You get slapped just like the next guy. And if you put my hands on you, you put your hands on me, and if I hit rock bottom in my heart and I feel that way, I'm coming. There ain't nothing to do to stop that. So to me, there was no filter. I mean, it should have been at some point because sometimes I got a little bit out of hand. But my thing was like, you can hide behind whoever you want in Hollywood, but you ain't never safe. And y'all need to understand that it's real out here. And at any moment, you can get it. Any moment. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
anywhere.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. You knew that. I had my proms up there. I did great up. I went back in August. Right, it's the best thing I've ever done. Leo will tell you it's the best thing I've ever done for my comedy. I needed a joke. I needed to run with people. I see the change. Right. I feel the love now.
Yeah,
but I also know I've also been the guy that growing up in my house with my mother, adults would come over. Sometimes adults would want to talk to my mother and my stepdad about something I was supposed to. One thing I always took pride in, that nobody ever had asked me to leave the room. Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I left the store. And I would always get reports of the store because at the end of the week, I'm a Marine. The store are the Marines. The Laugh Factory, whatever, they're the fucking Peace Corps. Right. The Improv, that's the motherfucking Boy Scouts. Right. The Comedy Store are the Marines. Right. Joey, how can you say this? Richard Pryor. I just saw a picture on the website of Richard Pryor, Paul Rodriguez, and Sam Kinison talking. Okay, those are Marines in my world of comedy. So when Mitzi passed me, I became a fucking Marine of comedy. And I lived it. That was who I am in my heart. And because that Mitzi Shaw has told how many motherfuckers to go fuck themselves in their career. That motherfucker told the motherfucker to go fuck himself. He jumped off the building.
The email he said.
Yeah.
She was like, ah.
Yeah, she didn't fuck around. If she didn't feel it, she didn't give a fuck what Hollywood said.
Yeah.
That's where I come in. That's the same school of thought. I got passed because of Eddie Griffin. A lot of people, I got passed. I was ready for the store. From the day I got on stage, people kept saying to me, "Has Mitzi Shaw seen you yet? You're her." That's it. I walked in 3, she gave me 10. I got off, start calling for spots tomorrow. I got here January 29th. I was a regular February 15th.
Wow,
Not even a month it took me to become a regular.
Wow,
and she always gave me 6, 7 spots a week.
Yeah.
And now I go back to the store, and you see me, bro. I don't even go to the bar area.
Right.
Sometimes I go with Lee and I get him his favorite Diet Coke with what is it?
Makers and Coke.
Makers and Coke.
Okay.
But besides that, I don't even go back there. I don't mingle. I don't go there and hang out.
Yeah.
I do my spot. You know why? Because I'm 52.
Right.
Comedy is for 35-year-olds. If you follow me in my heart, I've always known this.
Right.
But I go down there, drop some fucking love, and I get the fuck out of there.
Right.
Like a bullet in the fucking night.
Right.
Because I know I don't belong there no more. And I know when I was young and I'd go there and I'd see old guys there, what the fuck are these creepy motherfuckers doing here at night?
Yeah.
Waiting for a handout and shit.
Man.
He gives me, if I call in for 6 spots, he gives me 2. And you know what? I'm very satisfied. I am so satisfied, Doc. Because Mitzi gave me 6. What am I going to do? Call back and say, Adam, you didn't give me 6 spots. Are you fucking crazy?
Right.
Well, I'm an old man. All I need is 2. I don't need 6 fucking spots there all week.
Right.
I know where I am when I'm there. I show the utmost respect. That's my motherfucking house. That's my motherfucking comedy house. I don't give a fuck about any comedy club in the country. That's my house.
Right.
Everybody's always known that. So now that I'm back there, I see the difference. But I heard it was horrible.
Yeah,
he was putting people against people. He was putting comics
that
against
was
comics.
man.
He thought he was doing what Mitzi was doing. Like if Mitzi finds out that Doc and me had an argument, she'll make Doc follow me for a month.
Yeah.
That's what Mitzi will do. She'll make me hand the mic to him for a month.
Make me learn the game.
But, you know, he was doing it stupidly, like a fucking redneck that he was, a dumb fucking redneck that he was, because that's all he was.
Right.
At the end of the fucking week, that's why I couldn't listen to him anymore. He was trying to tell me my business. I've been on Greyhound buses. I've done comedy in Buffalo, Iowa. I've done comedy in all these rooms where they look at me, the Bible Belt, where I'm hated. You know, I'm hated in the Bible Belt and shit. They just throw holy water at me and shit. And you're going to come tell me my job. That's not going to happen. Come talk to me about my job, and we'll find an even ground.
Right.
But I would never go to a plumber and go, whoa. Put some Teflon on that motherfucker and use copper. That's not my game. That's something somebody told me at the farmer's market.
Right.
And I'm repeating it like a fucking jerk off.
Exactly.
No, I would never tell somebody. I would talk to them about their game and learn something, offer a suggestion. They go, no, okay. Fuck, I always thought that would work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Doc, I think I know Joey's answer, but who were worse people to be around? Comedians? No. Comedians or like people who are in gangs and criminals and like which would you rather spend your time with?
I would rather. It depends if it's. I would rather be around comics. You know why you want to be around gangs and criminals?
Well, not.
We're talking about from a loyalty standard, from waking up in the morning,
a friend,
knowing that if you call me at 3 in the morning, I'd pick you up in the fucking car.
Right.
I know where I stand when
it comes to the gangs, though. That's a friendship that friendship would kind of fuck you up as a person, because you have people that are willing to die for you, and people that I've had people do stuff to people. And I didn't even tell them to do it. They just heard something happen to me, and then they took it upon themselves and went and did it. You know what I'm saying? And I get the phone call, and I'm like, man, you shouldn't have done that, man. You know, and I didn't
tell you, dog. You're my dog.
That's exactly what they told me.
That's the school of thought I'm from.
Right.
That's how I grew up.
We basically had a gang, but not like.
And that's why I have a hard time with society after I left New Jersey, because I was raised different. I was raised with society where if I got up and went somewhere and some motherfucker sat there, that's my dog's chair, dog. Get up, and that's his lady. Don't say 2 words. I'll bash your fucking skull with this bottle. Right. They had your back. So when you've had that treatment before, and then you don't have it, and then you start running with people that you know I told the story 1,000 times at the store. One night I did some blow down there with some cats.
Right.
I bought 5 20s off of Chewy, 6 20s for 100 he'd give you.
Right.
And the people that were supposed to come get it never came. So it's 1 a.m. I got 6 fucking packages. So somebody asked me, man, I'm tired. Can I get a bump? I gave him a bump. I go, hey, take the rest of the package. A week later, he goes to a meeting. One of my boys in the meeting, they go, who do you want for this role? They say, Joey Diaz. That dude said, that coke fiend? I just gave you a package of coke. So that sellout,
man.
still, to this day, 10 years later, nothing bothers me more than the Joe Rogan thing.
Right.
Nothing. That's why I stayed out of the store, just to show him
that
I had them.
Right,
Nothing bothered me more that Friday night when I heard that they were all going to picket the store.
Right.
And then Mitzi called them and said, whoever pickets gets no more spots. And not one guy showed up.
Right.
After that, I had no business at the store. It took me 7 years to get over that feeling.
Right.
It took me 7 years to... I was hurt. I was hurt for him. But then after a while, I had to go take care of what I had to take care of. Those guys, a lot of those people are gone today.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are still around.
Right.
60% of them are still around.
Right.
But now I know what the store is about.
Right.
And I appreciate that you're there. You know, I appreciate the
I
little
was
things.
telling Ari on his podcast, I Heard You Fear, and I was telling him, I said, what kept me there at the store was 2 things. One was I had to because if I didn't, things wouldn't have got done the way they need to be done. And then the second thing was like I said, man, there's nothing. That's why people always worked a lot. I said, people don't get it. I'm the first dude that greet y'all. I'm the first dude to see your face at the club. I'm the first dude. And I said, for me, that exchange, that emotional exchange is priceless. To see when you first popped in, Uncle Joe, man, shit. Man, I'm telling you, boy, when you came back, I said, man, I'm telling you, I was about ready to cry. That's how happy I was. I said, this is my nigga right here. This dude is real peeps. He's always been, you've reached out to me more than I've ever reached out to you. That's how real you are. You would always be like, Doc, you ain't call me. You motherfucking called me. I'm just like, yo, I'll be fucking up. I'm sorry, dog.
You young guys were my life. Because I know that you young guys are going to take care of me if I take care of you.
Yeah, man.
Nobody remembers nothing more like Stevens' house. Stevens, he doesn't go to the store. They threw him out of there, too.
Right.
But he was a producer on ours. He came to the store one night. He hired me. I called him for Christmas. I called him for all the Jew holidays. You know what? Alan Stevens, because he gave me that job. He gave me one of the biggest breaks in my life. Did it go anywhere? No. But I learned to do 2 lines opposite James Coburn. Right. That's what he gave me. I can't forget that. Right. So when I talk to one of these young guys and I talk to them, that's what helps my game. That helps my game. When I take a guy who's been doing comedy 6 years and I grab him by the arm and I go, that big you did, he's gonna go home, his head's gonna explode. Right. You know, and I try to do that. I try to give the young guys love because say what you want. I got a lot of love coming up. And a lot of people who hated me, but didn't like that I was dirty or I tried to follow me to the pussy Joe. But there was motherfuckers that were, hey, come here, dude. I really dig what you're doing. I like the heart. And I judge people on heart. That's one of my weaknesses. I don't judge people on your car or your money or anything else. I judge motherfuckers on heart, Jack. That's the cold, hard truth. Now back to Detroit, not to throw you off the store.
Okay.
Before you came out here, you were still gangbanging?
Nah. I stopped gangbanging when I was like about 17. My mom's, she made me move with, like I got locked up in juvenile and I failed school, so I was like, fuck it, the streets is all I knew. And when she found out that I was still selling drugs, she made me move with my eye. And then she told me that I could make it and that if I just tried, she'd do whatever she can to help me succeed. And then she started crying. You know what I'm saying? And my mom don't cry. So when she started crying as a teenage boy, and that's your mama, I'm the only son, I was just like, I didn't really want to do it because I didn't believe in myself, but her love was enough for me to go, all right, I'll try. And she was right, man. I wound up graduating that next year, went to school. That summer, went to summer school, and then next year went took like a 1 to 7, 1 to 8, took a bunch of classes, boom, graduated on time. It was crazy, it was rough, but she was right. So like because of that, I just stayed out of the mix. All right. And then when I graduated from school, I was still slanging dope though. She didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Because the guys that when she shipped me back when she sent me to go to school, I was going to elementary and part of my middle school with these guys. And my mom took me from over there because I was acting up over there to bring me over there with her. But then I got caught up with the drug getting guys over there. So when she sent me back over here, these guys now, a lot of them was kingpins and slanging, you know what I'm saying? So like, okay, I just started having guys selling dope for me. But I'll never forget it, man. She called me after I graduated from school, and it was after my father passed.
High school.
Yeah, I graduated from
So
high school.
you went back to high school after you quit.
Yeah, because my mom was like, that was the. I mean, I went immediately. Like it was that summer. She made me move with my aunt. Then I went to school. Right to school. Like it was immediate. Like everything was quick. And I went like the moment she made me move with her, I started right up in summer school, right into regular. Then regular semester came. Then I went to school and I graduated. Then when I graduated, about 2 months later, my father killed himself. Right, and then like my mom's called me like 2 weeks after like a week after his funeral. And she said, I know this is a hard time in your life. And she said, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you where I am with you. She said, oh, man, you're 17 now, you're about to be 18. And she said, now, you made it through school. I told you you can do it. And you can do anything you want to do. She said, so I can't tell you what to do anymore because you're a grown man, and that's how I'm going to leave it. She said, but I am going to tell you this. She said, a man does either two things. He either works honestly and takes care of himself, or he goes to school, gets out, and works honestly and takes care of himself. She said, but either way, a real man works honestly. So I want you to think about that. She said, if you want to go back to college, that's what I want you to do. If you want not back to college, if you want to start college, I'll help you. Just try. Just let me know what you want to do. And I hung up the phone, and it made sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just was like, so I thought, and I said, you know what? Next day, I thought about it some more, and I called all the young cats and all the dudes that owed me dope and money. I called them up. I go, hey, y'all, you know, keep the dope, keep the money. It's like, no, man, what are you doing, man? No, man, I'm going to pay you back. And I don't even pay me back. And I said, man, if you can, try to get out yourself. I said, I'm done. And I said, use that money for whatever, man. I said, but I would say if I was you, I would just drop it, man. I'm trying to make my life better. So I went to college, and then I stayed on the right path. But I got kicked out of college because for shooting, you know, shooting at some dudes on campus. But anyway, it's just like I still were you at? Eastern Michigan University. No shit. Yeah, man, it was a big deal, man. I was like, my bill was $500,000. It was crazy. Yeah, man, I had no 10%. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, like I still. And that's why I love this is the third, you know what? There's a third thing about the Comedy Store. This is the greatest thing about working at the Comedy Store too, is during that whole process I had to like mentally like wipe myself clean mentally because I went through like a depression and all this other stuff. So when I came out here and I discovered I really wanted to try to do comedy, and I started working at the store because Dean wound up making me work at the store. Like I didn't even want to work there, but he kind of set it up, and then like. He set me up twice to work there, and he didn't pay me. And I was like, man, no. I said, you're not going to be having me work here, and then you're not going to pay me. He was like, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get you to work here for the longest. Welcome to the club. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You know, I wasn't like cool. I was a little upset at first. And I just called my mom. I was like, I don't want to work there. And she was like, nah, she said, just try it. You know, you never know. And shit, ever since I've been there. But you and Ian Edwards is like one of my main friends because it's so funny. I'll get mad or I'll say something, and then he'll be like, Doc, that's street shit. You can't handle it like that. That's not. He'd be like, you talking. Yeah, he said you talking street shit. He said, don't. He said, that's not the way that you gotta. And so he helps me, and there's a lot of other people that help me. And it's not like I'm like this, like Billy the Kid and no shit like that. But it's just like you, like I say, Hollywood is filled with a lot of fake people. And it's got some real people sprinkled in there. You know what I'm saying? It ain't full of all bad people.
No, it's not.
Right. It's not. And so by me being there, it helped me to a point, especially the story, like you said, you know, you come through, Lee, and it's dealing with those attitudes and those personalities, and then dealing with Tommy. And then I had let Tommy affect me to where I was like extra mean to these guys, Tony and them, and they didn't know no better. They just young dudes. They're younger than me. But I was so mad at the racism and all this stuff, and then these young guys with these attitudes that I started being a little bit too ugly. You know what I mean? So like, I feel like the store, that was a chapter in my life that had to be written. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to learn that my way ain't always the right way, and you gotta learn how to love people. And sometimes you gotta love people even when they ain't good, because it's the only way. That's the only way you're gonna make things better. If you got two people that just constantly warring, you know, what do you have? And what do you have if you just loving the same person as love? You know what I'm saying? So I've been trying to learn how to just not try to learn, but just loving people despite. You know what I'm saying? Because even Tommy, I pulled Tommy to the side, Joe, 1-on-1. And if I'm lying, go ask him. You know what I'm saying? I pulled him in the main room, and I told him, I said, listen, I said, all this, I said, for these past few years, you're going around, and you've been telling everybody how much you hate me. And I said, you know, that's pretty fucked up. I said, because you can go ask any cop. Out of all the shit you done done, all the shit you done said about me, I ain't never told one of them I hate you. You can go right now, go ask any comic. Any comics that know that yeah, I talk shit about him all the time because he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to hear it because I was spitting the truth out. But that was fine with me. I would take the bullet, you know what I'm saying? And then when I said that to him, he just put his head down and I just walked out. But I had to tell him. Because my thing was like it was times, even after that, when he was hungry or something, I gave him cookies and some of my food, man, like, hey, dog, I know you hungry, eat. You know, we all gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, eat. Like, okay, you got your shit, you got your issues, but if you're hungry, I'm gonna feed you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to sit up here casting you down. And what good am I? You know what I mean? So like, I tried to be the best I could be. And, you know, I slipped, and I have issues that I still work on, but, you know, fuck it. You know,
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Has the store been a journey for you?
Man, tremendous. A tremendous journey.
I'm going to tell you something right now in front of Lee and you. When I die, I want you guys to fucking go smoke a joint. I mean, the store, I can't tell you what the store has been to me. When people say to me, well, you turned your life around. No. The store turned my life around. Rogan once said that when this is all over, said and done, we're going to find out that the store was like a beam of light from like Mars or something. Where the store is, like if that was a shoe store or a restaurant, it would have had the same effect on you. The store, my set at the store is completely different than my set anywhere else in the country. Do you know why? Because I have more confidence at the Comedy Store in the original room than any other room in the country. That is my room. I've done from 97 to 2005. I've done thousands of sets in all different situations. When they were drinking, they weren't drinking. And you find out about yourself when you're on that stage. That is where my guts came out, because that is where I realized, following Paul Mooney and dying, that if I sit here at 9 o'clock, by 11:30, if the people are still here since 9 o'clock, they've already heard every joke. They've heard every genre, every topical joke, every, what's topical this week? I don't know. The Oscars. It would have been, if there's 6 jokes, comics would have been on 4 of them would have talked about the Oscars.
Right.
So when you go up at midnight, I figured this out one day, my coked out delusion mind. They don't want to hear nothing. And I would go up there following morning, there'd be 8 people. If you think they're going to wait for the P joke or for the setup or whatever, they're not going to wait for it. So you just got to go up there and improvise. That's why he plays the piano and music when I go on stage. Because he knew I could just fucking run with it. But while I was doing all that stupid improvising and dancing and taking my balls out and fucking around, I found out Joey Diaz's voice. I found out who the fuck I was. Yeah, that was Cold in My Baby. And I go, if it wasn't for the Comedy Store, I wouldn't have this baby. I met Terry at the fucking store. She was a waitress at the store, my wife. Are you fucking crazy? This baby is from the Comedy Store. So the Comedy Store has been in my life right now for 18 fucking years. I'm 52. Right. So that's a third of my life.
It seems kind of like a high school. I was thinking about it earlier when we were talking about like the Laugh Factory and the improv. It's people who work there, but like you guys, it's like high school or summer camp? It's like you guys have friends and stories from previous
I
years.
still talk to the first talent coordinator at the Comedy Store, a man by the name of Scott Day.
Right.
That was brought in there by Louis Anderson's buddy from Minneapolis.
Right.
And he loved comedy. He was the only talent coordinator that would sit there with you till 2.
Right.
And watch the shows. You'd fucking be scared to go up in front of Mitzi, but you'd be scared, more scared to go up in front of him. But he would help you. He would talk to you. He would laugh. He would hang out with managers at night. You know, and then he was replaced by Danny Kelly. Danny Kelly was the one that it went right through his head. That's the motherfucker that they would call up and say, "Hi, we're coming to see Doc tonight we're from Paramount. We'd like to come see Doc. Is there a 9:30 spot?" Yes, there is.
Right.
And he would put himself up at 9:30. So they would see him. Then they'd follow him to see you. Mitzi found out, fired him.
Right.
Princess Corey came along.
Right.
She was good. Princess Corey was fun. And after Princess Corey, it was Duncan.
Right.
Then Duncan quit because of the reality show.
Right.
And then Tommy came along. And I knew by the time Tommy was in there a year in, he would call me and just tell me about all his ego and all his conquests, not in love, but all his conquests at the store. Right. I think that this guy's going to be the next big thing and all this. And I would just sit there and go, "You've been here for 2 years. Who are you to even say this kind of statements?"
Yeah.
You know?
He was being dishonest with himself.
Yeah, no, he was. So I'm really happy that they called me when he left. I'm really happy that I'm there twice a week if I can.
Right.
Just to see the young guys and go up there and I just lose my mind. I get right back in the car and I fucking leave. I've been blessed, man.
Yeah, it's just been great to have you guys back because I felt like the other guys, they're not even near ready, you know, and they don't have that facade, that power that y'all have yet. Meaning like they have a glimpse of what you guys have already become. So like I feel like when you guys got taken away, they didn't have nothing else to feed off of. So these guys kind of molded into these things that they never got a really chance to become handbangers, you know, and because of that, it weakened the story. So like you found Adam having to like scramble and gather y'all. Like we need the Joe Rogan back. We need the Joe Rogan back. We need the Al Madrigals because that was needed. You needed that power there so that people can look up and go, "Oh, this is what comedy is." Okay. Because he had so many young guys up there, and they were it was the same material, same type of stuff, and there was really no real power in what they do. Like that's the thing. Like with Missy's club that I learned, like the reason we feel the way about the club is just because, man, she really loved us because she loved the game of comedy. She loved comedy. She was married to a comedian. She had raised a son that became a star comedian. She was the truth. Like when it comes to comedy, that woman was the truth. I don't know about the other owners, but with her, employees all day, every day. And when I remember when I first came, she was like, "Fire him, he's horrible." They were like, "We're not gonna get rid of you. She do that all the time." I'm just like, "Shoo." And then she went from that to Tommy. He told me, he said when last time she saw me, she said, "I see why he's here. He's very truthful." And that's when he didn't know nothing. He was like, "Oh, I don't know what that means, God. Maybe that means you should start, doing more truthful stuff." I said, "I've been doing it. I know exactly what she's talking about, so I'll keep doing what I'm doing." And like, unfortunately for me, that's when she tapered off, and she never really got to see me again because Tommy he hated me. He would never put me up when she would come around. You know what I'm saying? So the only time I could see Mom is when Paulie was. When she would come up there with Alfred, her driver, her caretaker, or Paulie would take me over there to their house to go do something with him, and then he'll be like, "Go say hi to Mom," or whatever, But that love though that she established in that place, that's something that you can't duplicate. The realness in that, like the kind of love she had is the same type of love that we have as comedians to do comedy, and that's raw, that's rare. And because she loved it that much, she had every level, dude. Employees on the doors, non-paid regulars who wasn't good enough yet to be moved into as a paid regular. So she had 3 levels, and you could see the level. It was like, what? Most clubs just got their star bankers. But in her club, you could see any given night, you can go and see these different levels of comics. And she grew and she cultivated them and they became these awesome it's such a great process. I said, man, you can't touch it. You that discipline, that ability to sit there and watch comic after comic, go up in the belly room, see what the comic doing, come back down, put them in the showcase, see how they doing, move them back to the non-paid regulars, put them up. Okay, you good enough? You think you that good? You go behind Joe Diaz. Tell him Triple E, you got to follow Joey Diaz tonight, or you got to go behind this guy. She had that mental. She knew that game, and then at the same time she was slamming, but then at the same time she would show love. Okay, let me show him that I'm cool. That it's okay, and that was the beauty of her, the art form of what she did to me. Like people got what they gonna say about her. She had her flaws, but everybody got flaws. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to this shit, man, hands down to me, that love is there forever. And I will always have love for her.
I feel it when I go down there.
Come on, man.
Listen, man, I had nothing. You know, I'm a criminal and became a comic. I had good people around me. But listen, at the end of the day, I don't know about The Longest Yard and the Nero movies or TV shows or Marin. I know one thing, that she looked at me and made me a regular.
Yeah.
And that to me, that means everything in the world. There was no tape. I was there. She came. I went in there twice, showcased for her, kicked ass, and she made me a regular. And you can't take that from me anytime ever. That beats everything. That beats Evening at the Improv. That beats HBO because she's passed more fucking great comics than HBO has had specials.
Right.
So let me give some shout outs and we'll continue with this. All right, put my fucking glasses on. Big J Hill, I love you, cocksucker. Benny the Baker down in Australia, stayed black. Tommy Terranova, who's better than you? Thank you very much for the gift card. My wife took it. Rock Mastrangelo, you know, I love you. Justin Evans, the Stoic Network, Alberto Jimenez, and Death Squad MUFC. You bad motherfuckers. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Lee, another star or what? I already ate 40s.
Oh my God.
I'm about to see El Diablo Red.
Do it. Is it got you floating?
Oh God.
Look at
your
your
eyes red as
hell. How old were you when you started game night?
I would say about 13, 14.
But you were exposed to it since you were 9.
Yeah, like I was. Well, the thing was my mom made me move. My mom moved over there like when I was.
And this is in Detroit.
Yeah.
This is where in Detroit. This is not Dearborn with those white.
No.
Detroit.
Yeah, this is Detroit.
Coco's Comedy Club.
That's downtown. Yeah. But I live on the southwest side, not the southwest, northwest side of Detroit for a while. Then I was on the east side of Detroit. So like, you familiar with streets over there in the thing? Well, you know, if you seen the movie 8 Mile, right? That's the last street I lived off of. Basically, what 8 Mile is, what people don't know, 8 Mile separates the whites from the blacks. When you cross over 8 Mile and you go further out, it gets wider and wider and wider.
I was going to ask you that as a joke. I was going to ask you if you looked on 8 Mile.
Back when I was, like now there's more black people who live on the suburban cities on the other side of 8 Mile now. Oak Park, Southfield, Warren. There are a few sprinkled up in Warren and stuff like that. But back in that day, when I was coming up, like we used to have to go to the dollar show over in the white neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So it's on the other side of 8 Mile on 9 Mile. So like me and my boy went. I was probably about 10 years old. We about 11. We going to the dollar store. I mean, we're going to the dollar show because we skip school, you know. That's how we do it. So we go and we come back and we're close to 8 Mile. And these guys, they drive up onto the curb on the sidewalk and starts chasing us in the car. These white guys, and they start throwing bottles at us. And they're like, get on the other side of 8 Mile, you niggers, and this and that. And like, I was kind of poor as a kid. So like, I was scared and I was upset about that. But then I also was kind of like upset because they wasted all them bottles. You know what I'm saying? Like they could have just rolled up to me, gave me the bag of bottles and said, you nigger, and then pulled off. And I was like, fuck you, I'm gonna go get some pin candy. You know what I'm saying, with these bottles. But it was just like, I was like mad as a kid and I didn't understand that. And at the time, as a 10 or 11-year-old, you don't even really know what the word nigger was. So I didn't even know. I just remember them yelling. kept yelling it as they was chasing us in the car. You know what I'm saying? So that's how bad it was. But now it's changed a little bit on the outskirts. The more out you go, the more white it is. It gets real. It's like you rare.
Was it Crips and Bloods there? Was it Crips and
Bloods?
Bloods?
Nah, Crips and Bloods. They tried to start for a minute, but then because Detroit, the streets. You ever watch Gangland with the Best Friends? Well, if you ever watched that,
Yeah. That's a show on Spike.
No, National Geographic.
It was on History Channel.
On History.
Yeah. So you can actually watch it on YouTube if you type in or watch it on Netflix. Look up the Best Friends episode. The Best Friends was when you see them, that's the core of what most guys are in Detroit. Except the only difference is with the Best Friends, they were just all hitmen. So it's 8 dudes. They started off.
I heard about them.
Yeah, they was voted, like, from what I heard. I didn't see it, but I heard they were voted the number one, the most notorious out of all the mafias, out of everybody, the Mexican mafia, everybody. Because they had this thing, man. Like when I was in the gang, my gang pulled me. One of the guys in my gang, rest in peace. But he said, listen, if you ever hear these guys over in this area, he say they're not over here just to be messing around. They over here to kill one of us. So if you ever see it or you hear it, so you kill these guys. And I was like, wow, really? And they were like, yeah, man. They said these dudes is, and I'm like 13 years old. You know what I'm saying? They're telling me, I'm like, God. But these guys had a reputation because they just murdered in cold blood. Like they had this thing called rock you to sleep. And what it was they would follow you around for 2-3 years after they got into it with you, and they would let you live your life. So you can get married, have a kid or whatever. Then they'll call a hit. They'll go, okay, now it's time. And then boom. It's just like, who does that? Who follows somebody around for 2-3 years and then takes them out?
Like JoJo.
Right. So like it was kind of it's different. Like the gangs in Detroit. Now they like this little bitch shit, but back then it was just getting money. So like we ran this area, right? At least most of the guys in my gang. Some guys was like bitches trying to be part of the gang because bitches needed help. I got into the gang because I just needed some money, and I needed some money, and crack was the way for me. So I never really wanted to be part of the gang. But what happened was other gangs started running up on me because they would see me with them. Now, the flip side to it is my great-grandmother stayed across the bridge on the other side, and I would have to go over there. So I kind of grew up with the gangs over there, too. So I had kind of a peace with them, but all of them was warned against each other. So it was like, they were like, we cool, man, long as, we know you with them and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but really, I just was a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying?
You sold crack.
I sold crack.
Now, did you ever process it? Did you go into a kitchen and
cook it up? Yeah.
I microwave. That's how you do it in the microwave?
Yeah, because I wasn't moving weight then at that point. I didn't have a key, so like you get like a 8 ball of powder or half an ounce.
Could you do the whole 8 ball at one time?
Yeah.
I would only do like a gram at a time.
That's how you wouldn't lose no temps. That's why you're doing it like that. Yeah.
No, for my own head.
Oh, for your own
So
head.
I would take Good Blow or shit that I would take like Coke that tasted bad, like they made a mistake with it.
Oh yeah,
in the late 80s.
Too much. Yeah.
No, in the late 80s. The tough thing wasn't getting Coke out of Colombia; it was getting the cleaner in. So
right.
They ran out
they were stepping on it all the way from there all the way up north.
No, they ran out of ether alcohol.
Yeah.
So they started using like bleaches and shit. So you do the Coke.
Yeah.
And it tasted weird. So what they figured out was take out those mistakes, but it would when you put it in the microwave, it would burn the impurities with the baking soda. And then when you smoke, it still tastes like Coke. You don't taste the ammonia or the cat piss.
Right.
They had all these flavors that were horrific. I got stuck with like, I don't know, a lot of cat piss. And I would cut it, and it was still cat pissy, but it was tremendous. It was stronger than that. It was just fucking, it gave you a headache after fucking 3 or 4 lines. You couldn't tolerate it no more. I'll tell you, at 4 a.m, anybody snorted it. Who gives a fuck?
Our blow up was benzo peroxide.
So how do you do with benzo peroxide?
You put it in the same thing, same process. You put it in with you mix it with the cocaine and it comes kind of pasty. Then when you add a little bit of baking soda to it, you get it to dry up a little bit. And then once you have it in the water and you heat it up, it starts, it turns into that.
What's very interesting is that everybody's acting like this is something that we've all figured out today.